Chapter 1. A radiant orb, reminiscent of a shooting star, suddenly plummeted to Earth, swiftly traversing through the throngs of people, seemingly driven by a distinct purpose in search of something that at long last. I have found you. The system surged forward, penetrating the mind of the young girl, Shi Jinchui, exerting its final ounce of strength to complete the binding with its host. Ding. Successful binding with the multiverse system. Ding. Warning. Warning. Power depleted. The system is entering sleep mode automatically. Shi Jinchui scratched her head, feeling a sudden chill enveloping her mind. Fortunately, this peculiar sensation was fleeting, and she quickly returned to normal. Could it be that what just transpired was merely an illusion? In the Qin Dynasty, outside the palace of Xianyang, a man with a stern countenance, as if chiseled from stone, bore sharp brows and piercing eyes, emanating an imposing presence without uttering a word. Clad in a dark robe adorned with the patterns of birds and dragons, he exuded a regal authority, crowned and surrounded by a chilling aura. Zheng, the first emperor of Qin, gazed solemnly at the ominous dark veil that had loomed in the sky for over a month. This shroud exhibited no signs of disturbance, and given the Qin state's reverence for black, its arrival did not incite panic. All the common folk beheld this celestial curtain, interpreting it as an auspicious sign bestowed upon Qin by heavenly beings. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The newly unified Qin, with a standardized script and transportation system, still had its dissenters, some of whom exploited this phenomenon to sow discord. Your Majesty, we have ascertained that these treasonous rumors have been disseminated by remnants of the Qi and Chu states, and they have been imprisoned, Li Si reported, bowing. Cautiously, he surreptitiously raised his gaze to scrutinize the imposing figure of the emperor, hoping to glean some insight, yet found nothing. Suddenly, the immense black veil enveloping the sky erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, shimmering and spreading like sunlight piercing through clouds. Li Si and the other courtiers were struck with astonishment, bewildered by the nature of this extraordinary spectacle. Zheng, too, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Such an unprecedented phenomenon, could it truly be the work of celestial beings? A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Could this sign herald the possibility of immortality for himself and an everlasting legacy for the Qin? In the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, emerged from his daze and abruptly stood up, his gaze fervently fixed on the radiant golden light illuminating the palace exterior, casting aside all semblance of royal decorum, that he strode forth with Wei Qing and Hua Xubing, eager to witness this divine omen. The vast celestial curtain unfolded before them, and Emperor Wu, brimming with excitement, was eager to uncover the truth behind this so-called miracle. Wei Qing and Hua Xubing exchanged glances, sharing a silent, resigned smile. How many emperors would display such a lack of formality as their sovereign? In the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, along with his esteemed ministers, stood outside the palace in awe of the unfolding scene. The arrival of such a celestial omen was undoubtedly a fortuitous sign for the Tang Dynasty. Changsun Wuji stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands and greeting his face, betraying an uncontainable joy, and his voice quivered with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your diligent governance and love for the people, your virtues akin to the 3 sovereigns, and your accomplishments comparable to the 5 emperors, have surely drawn the attention of celestial beings who have bestowed upon us this auspicious omen. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt a surge of emotions, his brows and eyes radiating delight, unmistakably revealing his inner joy. He clapped his hands in exhilaration. The heavens have descended with blessings. This is indeed a fortune for our great Tang. Convey the order. I wish to share this auspicious sign with my subjects. Before anyone could respond, a figure sprang forward. It was Wei Zheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, have you lost your senses, so easily swayed by Changsun Wuji's flattery? Such an unusual phenomenon leaves us uncertain whether it heralds fortune or misfortune. It would be prudent to observe further before making any decisions. In simpler terms, the nature of this omen remains unclear, so why have you so quickly abandoned your reason? Li Shimin. Changsun Wuji, cursed Wei Zheng. In the Ming Dynasty, the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang held the hand of Empress Ma as they beheld the grand celestial display unfurling before them, the air filled with the astonished exclamations of courtiers behind them. Crown Prince Zhu Biao looked on helplessly at his parents, just about to speak when his sleeve was suddenly tugged. Turning, he found it was his younger brother, Zhu Di. The youthful Zhu Di, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Royal brother, do you think this celestial display is truly the work of immortal beings? Zhu Biao chuckled, affectionately ruffling Zhu Di's hair, and replied softly, "Perhaps for now, this phenomenon does not appear to be a calamity for our Ming." Meanwhile, at another place, Shi Jinchui remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous waves being experienced by ancestors from countless realms throughout history. Shi Jinchui was a junior in her third year, majoring in internet and new media. The semester had only just begun, and her mind had yet to return from the holiday. She found herself unable to absorb her mentor's teachings. She picked up her phone, opened Douyin, and began scrolling through videos. The first clip was a live video of an orange cat sitting adorably. "Mama's gone to work as a dog," accompanied by Monkey King's voiceover. "Mama's gone to work, you stay home and behave well while she goes out to be a dog." Shi Jinchui couldn't help but chuckle, manually swiping up to view the comments, and indeed, the netizens did not disappoint. "Honey and I. Nonsense. Even dogs don't have to work, crying emoji. Strawberry-flavored dunce. Who told you to elevate your status? A cow is still a cow." As the historical figures gazed at the enormous celestial display featuring the cats, subtitles occasionally flashed across the screen, leading many to ponder if something was amiss. In the Wu Zhou era, Empress Wu Ziqian observed the images within the celestial display, her hands suddenly clenching tightly, her cold gaze fixated on the golden-threaded tiger presented before her, stirring memories of the curse once uttered by concubine Xiao at Wu Meinyang. "I curse you to be reborn as a mouse in your next life, while I shall transform into a flower, destined to grip the mouse's throat for eternity." That chilling and vengeful curse echoed in her ears as she contemplated the arrival of such an extraordinary divine phenomenon. Yes, the golden-haired tiger appeared in the celestial canopy. Shangwan Weiner attentively observed the Empress. Noticing her unusual demeanor, she paused for just a moment, opting not to speak. Her gaze flickered as she regarded the scrolling text projected on the canopy. Though the script differed from that of their dynasty, she comprehended its essence. Could this truly be the work of celestial beings? The common folk beheld the wondrous display with awe, and among them, an elderly man expressed his excitement, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "This is indeed a divine omen from the immortals." As a man who has lived over 50 years without the ability to read, I am astonished to understand the meaning conveyed by those in the celestial canopy. How extraordinary. Indeed, we have never seen such script before, yet we can comprehend it. It is truly a miracle. Another echoed that a woman, gazing at the celestial display, hesitated. "Is that a raccoon in the canopy?" "It is indeed a raccoon." Do celestial beings also have rodents in their realm? Before the ancestors of various dynasties could engage in further debate, the canopy continued to unfurl and transform. The vicissitudes of history materialized before them. Viewing history from this perspective is quite remarkable. Consider the Qin dynasty, which seems so distant over 2,000 years ago since Qin Shi Huang unified China. If a person were to live approximately 70 years, then by connecting the stories of 30 individuals across the ages, one could weave a personal narrative of Chinese history. From this vantage point, the rise and fall over 2 millennia, the succession of dozens of dynasties, could merely be a reflection of the lives of those 30 individuals. Emperor Yingzheng fixated on the celestial display, pondering its implications. 2 millennia of history, the overlap of dozens of dynasties. Is it true that each individual lives to around 70 years? Could it be that this canopy is not the work of immortals? Might the figures within the canopy be descendants from the future, known as China? According to the canopy's message, it was not the divine, but rather a descendant from over 2,000 years hence, bearing the name China. Would that not also mean they are his own descendants from the great Qin? Do not question if asked. The answer is that the entirety of the realm belongs to Qin Shi Huang. Even if they are descendants of future generations, they remain the progeny of the great Qin. Yingzheng was indifferent to whether the canopy was divine or not. He was solely concerned with the revelations it provided for posterity, instructing Zhao Gao to meticulously document the significant information for future generations. Let Prince Fusa join me in listening to the celestial display. Certainly. Han Dynasty. This celestial display is quite intriguing, likening the lives of 30 individuals to over 2 millennia of history. It seems that longevity is quite common in later generations. Emperor Wu of Han gazed intently at the canopy, contemplating that if he could glean the secret to such longevity, would it not bring hope for the annihilation of the Xiongnu? Since the time of Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang, a policy of marriage alliances was enacted, merely a guise for sending tribute to the Xiongnu year after year, attempting to barter women for peace. But does such peace truly exist? The detestable Xiongnu continued to raid the borders of the Han, year after year. During the Han Wu period, dear sister, Behold the celestial canopy, which has been in existence for over 2 millennia since the unification of the Qin dynasty, with numerous dynasties rising and falling. The Ming appears to be rather late in this timeline. I wonder how our dear prince is faring. Empress Ma cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Yuanzhang and, with a radiant smile, replied, "Rest assured, our prince is undoubtedly doing splendidly. Does your majesty doubt the capabilities of the crown prince you have nurtured? Indeed, we have faith in his abilities, yet I cannot shake this lingering unease within my heart," he confessed. "Your majesty may be overthinking. Do you not understand the perils of careless speech?" Ma Xiaoying's gaze shifted to Zhu Chongba, signaling him to refrain from any ill-timed remarks. Old Zhu quickly affirmed, "Absolutely, absolutely. There could not possibly be any issues during the Yongle era." Ming Taizong Zhu Di trembled as he realized that astute emperors throughout history had quickly grasped the implications of the words revealed by the celestial canopy. Tang Dynasty. It seems this canopy is not a celestial being, but rather the descendants of 2 millennia hence. Perhaps we can glean insights about the future from it, Li Shimin pondered, swiftly instructing the grand historian to document the revelations, for they might prove invaluable in the days to come. The sound of a chalk striking the blackboard resonated throughout the celestial expanse, drawing everyone's attention away from their thoughts. At that moment, Shi Jinchui glanced at the clock, realizing class was nearing its end. She silenced her phone and looked up at the lecturer, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the session. Suddenly, the celestial canopy darkened, and the perspective shifted, revealing rows of male and female students seated in a university classroom. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman at the center of the lecture, speaking eloquently. Certain pedantic scholars, upon witnessing the scene unfold on the celestial canopy, turned ashen, their fingers trembling as they pointed at the woman displaying her arms and legs, indignantly exclaiming, "Such a modest attire is utterly unfit for a respectable assembly. How can a girl be so shameless? One must question the upbringing of her parents. Indeed, and to have men and women seated together. I just witnessed a couple engrossed in one another's company. How brazen to behave so in broad daylight." Unbeknownst to Shi Jinchui, on the other side of the celestial divide, a group of antiquated scholars berated the cleared university students, unaware that she was the most maligned among them. With the new semester came a fresh outlook. Shi Jinchui had trimmed her long hair to shoulder length, a fitting change for both style and spirit. How delightful it was, such an affront to propriety. While the men may don short hair, this woman at the center is the most unfilial. One's hair and skin are gifts from one's parents. How can one so carelessly sever them? This tarnishes our family honor. It is a disgrace. Someone exclaimed in furious indignation, as if the individuals on the canopy had committed the gravest of sins. Very well, I know you won't heed my words now. What I wish to convey today is that next year you will be seniors and you should consider establishing and managing accounts. Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Bilibili, and Douyin are platforms available to you. Your coursework will incorporate assignments utilizing your accounts. During the early Han Dynasty, this moment, the Han Dynasty had just recently achieved unification. Emperor Liu Bang, embracing a lovely maiden, raised his cup to toast with the court officials while admiring the celestial tapestry beyond the palace. To his astonishment, he noticed a striking transformation. The figures depicted were exquisite beauties, their skin as smooth as fine jade, adorned in novel and alluring garments. Indeed, the women portrayed in the celestial tapestry are truly exceptional. And what, pray tell, are Weibo and Xiaohongshu? The emperors and citizens of various dynasties, bound to the celestial tapestry, were left perplexed, their brows furrowed in confusion at the incomprehensible phrases uttered by future generations during the Wu Zhou period. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems that the status of women in my descendants does not pale in comparison to that of men. The astute Shengwan Weiner remarked, "Your Majesty, judging by the imagery from the celestial tapestry, it appears that women in the future are permitted to study alongside men." "Excellent," exclaimed Wu Ziqian, clapping her hands in delight, for this was precisely her aspiration. As a prominent female emperor, she had elevated the status of women in the Tang Dynasty, yet it still fell short of the heights achieved in future times. The disparity in gender roles has not evolved overnight. Only a prosperous, flourishing, and open-minded nation could facilitate such change. During the Tang Dynasty, women's attire became considerably more revealing, prompting astute merchants to swiftly recognize emerging business opportunities. Although they could not replicate the celestial tapestry's audacious displays of skin, they could certainly explore and innovate upon various garment styles and patterns. Unbeknownst to Shi Jinchui, in the near future, ancestors from successive dynasties would begin to emulate and adopt the innovative fashions of later generations. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng saw no issue with men and women sharing the same space. In fact, the status of women in the Qin was relatively elevated. His attention remained fixed on the thick tome before him. What is that? Li Si, do you suppose the items on the tables of those scholars in celestial tapestry are books? Indeed, Li Si replied, pausing momentarily, his heart racing with astonishment. He continued, the environment depicted appears to be a classroom from the future, and each scholar possesses a book, presumably their textbooks. Dispatch an edict to summon the moist for observation and research. We must act without delay. Yes, Zhao Gao responded, promptly departing. The first emperor's heart burned with fervor. The delicate, gossamer pages of the books appeared light and portable, filled with densely packed characters that were simple and comprehensible at present. The Qin utilized bamboo slips inscribed with a stylus, a cumbersome method for both reviewing documents and transporting them. Should the moist manage to devise such a product, the savings in labor and time would be incalculable. With the Qin having unified, the implementation of the commandery system was underway, and now, Emperor Yingzheng was in dire need of talent. The noble families monopolized literary knowledge, thereby complicating the aspirations of the common folk to learn to read and write. If they could create such light and convenient paper books for record-keeping, it was a notion he could scarcely fathom. Lu Che, coward, I dare to dream. Before this, Yingzheng had not placed significant importance on the Mo school. He had always revered the legalists, as his dynasty governed through law, believing that legalism was the path to a strong nation. However, in light of the incident with Tianmu, it appears that some schools of thought that have survived to this day possess certain utility. Moreover, he is determined to craft exquisite furniture. The same holds true for the Han dynasty, where skilled artisans were held in particularly high regard during this period. The common people across the myriad realms gazed on with envious eyes, their attention consistently fixed on the rosy-cheeked scholars. How delightful! Such a healthy complexion suggests they have never endured hunger or cold, was a sentiment echoed in the hearts of countless citizens. After class, the university students gradually emerged from the classroom. Shi Jinchui, clutching her textbooks, strolled back to the dormitory alongside her classmates from the same major, engaging in lively conversation along the way. Have you decided on the type of account you wish to operate? Asked Xia Ji with curiosity. Shi Jinchui nodded. Well, I have some vague ideas, but I'm still contemplating. All right, I suppose I can only delve into entertainment gossip short video marketing, she replied resignedly. Let us do our best and leave the rest to fate. The assignments from our mentor are sure to come with expectations for likes and followers. Xia Ji's expression morphed into one of despair as she lamented. Oh heavens! Why must you make things so difficult for us university students? Turning to glance at the still composed Shi Jinchui, she could not help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over her. Her team members seemed to be blissfully indifferent. What should we do? This is more disheartening than I thought. Aren't you anxious at all, Xiaochu? I don't know. Let us see how it goes, replied Shi Jinchui, her thoughts drifting elsewhere as she pondered what to eat later, having not even had breakfast that morning. Xia Ji remained speechless. The two returned to their dormitory to drop off their books before heading to the dining hall. Their university, a prestigious institution in Jiangxing, boasted an advantageous location and extensive grounds, with several dining facilities. Each year, many students were admitted, drawn by its reputation. Shi Jinchui opted for the dining hall closest to their dormitory. Since the semester had only just commenced, the dining hall was already bustling with students, and the two engaged in casual conversation while browsing the myriad food options, deliberating on what to choose. The ancient scholars of year seemed to widen their eyes in astonishment, their gazes irresistibly drawn to the diverse array of delectable dishes, the tantalizingly colored morsels of meat, including chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp, were artfully complemented by vibrant, fresh vegetables. An assortment of previously unseen dishes and fragrant bowls of steaming white rice were displayed in transparent cabinets, eliciting envy and admiration. Observing the men and women in line beneath the vast sky, their expressions remained unperturbed, revealing a familiarity with such abundance, as if they were accustomed to a life of plenty. Even the prosperous citizens of the Tang dynasty had never witnessed such a variety of food, let alone the emperors of the Qin and Han dynasties. In every street and field, commoners would often make do with a simple piece of bread while gazing at the sumptuous meals displayed above, especially during times of turmoil. The people of various dynasties looked on with longing. Food is paramount to the people, in the face of their own families struggling to fill their stomachs and keep warm, who would concern themselves with the identity of the sovereign seated above. The affluent offspring of future generations were indeed fortunate, surrounded by such an abundance of appetizing sustenance. Prosperity brings joy to the people. Its absence brings suffering. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had commanded that tables and cushions be moved outside the Xianyang palace, allowing for a direct view of the immense sky. Yingzheng himself did not indulge in gluttony. He could forego food. Yet it did not imply that the Qin could be without it. The sheer variety of food displayed in the sky was astonishing, raising questions about how the grains could be so plump and plentiful. Prince Fusu gazed at the spectacle, swallowing hard, his heart filled with longing. If only the subjects of the great Qin could enjoy such abundance and warmth as those under the celestial canopy. Father, I observe that the multitude within the heavens far surpasses the population of our great Qin, numbering in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the food production behind such a population is exponentially greater. If only we could glean insights from the celestial realm on achieving higher yields, it would be immensely beneficial for our current great Qin. What Fusu could conceive, naturally, the first emperor could as well. He might even contemplate further, such as finding a way to establish contact with the inhabitants of the celestial domain. Yingzheng gazed intently at his eldest son Fusu, noting his considerable growth. After articulating his insights, Fusu nervously scrutinized his father's expression, feeling somewhat uneasy under such a penetrating gaze. What troubles you, father? It is nothing. Please continue. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Gao, standing nearby, averted his gaze, his eyes shadowed with discontent in a corner hidden from view. The emperor appeared to be quite pleased with young Master Fusu. This cannot continue. The emperor has indeed endorsed his perspective. Returning to the praise from his father, Fusu quickly added, furthermore, since the transition from the dark veil, I have discerned that the central perspective revolves around that short-haired woman. Tang Dynasty. Do you suppose that the mistress of the celestial realm is that short-haired girl? Indeed. Du Ruhui paused and added, even if she is not the master of the heavens, her connection with our observation of the future is profoundly significant. She is our greatest breakthrough. Very well. Thus, how shall I, the emperor, establish contact with the celestial maiden? Perhaps your majesty might consider a sacrificial rite. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, gazed longingly at the sumptuous dishes hanging in the heavens, his heart filled with envy at the sight of the plump grains of rice. If only the Han possessed such abundant harvests, what need would this emperor have to fret over funding the war against the Xiongnu? At this moment, Emperor Wu had yet to resort to tripling the age for tax collection, nor was the population of the Han halved. However, the reality of poverty was undeniable, and the conflict with the Xiongnu must still be faced. Lu Che's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to his resourceful aide, Sang Hongong. In eager inquiry, do you possess any solutions, my loyal minister? Beads of sweat formed on Sang Hongyang's brow as he replied candidly, I lack a comprehensive understanding, and thus have no remedies to offer. With a heavy sigh, Lu Che lamented the dire state of the Han, which was undeniably impoverished. However, what does it signify? Your Majesty, if we could establish contact with the women of the future within the celestial canopy, we would not only gain knowledge of the bountiful rice harvest, but also uncover the origins and varieties of those vegetables and grains. Although the statement was left unfinished, who is the formidable Emperor Wu of Han? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Lu Che's eyes gleamed with ambition. Should he connect with the denizens of the future, he would not only unveil additional sources of sustenance, but also discern the fate of the Han dynasty's descendants. Quickly, my esteemed ministers, deliberate on this celestial canopy and ascertain whether we can establish communication with the progeny of our great Han. The courtiers stood in stunned silence. We, Lu Zhuzhu, are well-versed in climbing the ranks with audacity. Meanwhile, the earnest Shi Jinchui, engrossed in her meal, remained oblivious to the myriad emperors across various realms striving to connect with her. The common folk gazed longingly at the college students engaging in a food broadcast, their mouths watering with envy. As they watched Shi Jinchui savor her meal, curiosity bubbled over regarding the next marvel they might witness. In the blink of an eye, the celestial canopy reverted to its initial tranquility. The populace, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, "What? The heavenly image has vanished." The citizens of the myriad realms buzzed with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of the celestial display. Conversely, the emperors of each dynasty were far from composed. In the Qin dynasty, Emperor Yingzheng contemplated the restored celestial canopy, his thoughts deep. Across from him, his son, Fusu, could hardly contain himself. Why has the celestial image disappeared? The emperor's gaze swept to the left, landing on Prime Minister Li Si. with a voice both deep and resonant. Tinged with an imperceptible chill, he commanded, "Li Si, dispatch someone to closely monitor the remnants of the 6 fallen states. I wish to hear of no disturbances from below." Beads of cold sweat broke out upon Li Si's brow as he wiped his forehead and promptly bowed before hastily departing to attend to the matter. "Father, are you not concerned?" "Concerned about what?" "Such miraculous phenomena and extraordinary occurrences are beyond the control of mortals. We can only passively accept them." Ingzheng paused, then continued. "Perhaps the appearance of the celestial canopy and glimpses of the future follow a certain pattern and opportunity. The most pressing matter now is to soothe the common folk. The remnants of the 6 states have not perished, and how can the realm know peace? It is imperative that we prevent any treasonous rumors from the remnants of the 6 states." In the Han Dynasty, Liu Che abruptly rose, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the still celestial canopy. He soon resumed his seat, instructing his subordinates to investigate. "Why has the celestial display vanished so suddenly? Could it be that the owner of the canopy is displeased by our discussions and has withdrawn their miraculous signs as punishment?" Liu Che mused, though he understood that such inquiries might yield no answers. Nonetheless, doing something seemed preferable to inaction. The visions of the future revealed by the celestial canopy were treasures indeed, showcasing an array of grains and vegetables. Amidst an array of unfamiliar fruits and vegetables beneath the celestial canopy, each individual possesses a sleek, obsidian black box. Countless questions linger in the hearts of all. Towering, exquisitely crafted edifices, windows of transparent reflection, impeccably smooth thoroughfares, rosy, full cheeks, and expressions of ease and tranquility abound. There is an overwhelming abundance. Concurrently, the sovereigns of myriad realms find themselves in a state of acute anxiety, their voices resonating in unison across countless miniature worlds. "Conduct an investigation for me." Indeed, during the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Zhu was astounded by the abundant grains that appeared in the celestial canopy. Particularly striking was his discovery of tropical fruits reminiscent of those brought back by Zhang He from his maritime expeditions, such as coconuts, mangoes, jackfruits, mangosteens, and durians. However, these tributes were exclusively reserved for the imperial court and nobility, rendering them rare and valuable. The sheer variety of grains and fruits visible in the heavenly realm was astonishing, especially given the substantial population and fruit yield of future generations, even among the affluent offspring of wealthy families. This provoked deep contemplation in Zhu. How had future generations achieved such abundance? The inhabitants of the celestial realm appeared unfazed, as if these fruits were commonplace. Reflecting on the plump rice grains of future times, Zhu wondered if they could also yield a plethora of precious foreign fruits. As the celestial imagery began to fade, he regained his focus and summoned the Minister of Agriculture and the Chief of the Bureau of Agricultural Affairs to the palace. Convening with Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi and his ministers to discuss the agricultural prospects of the future. At this juncture, Shi Jinchui had finished her meal and returned to her dormitory to rest, as the semester had just begun and her schedule was light. Thus, she dedicated the afternoon to preparing for the establishment of her social media account. She had confided in Xia Ji that she was making progress, and this was no exaggeration. Born into a scholarly family, with her mother being a high school history teacher, Shi Jinchui developed a profound love for Chinese history from a young age due to her nurturing environment. Upon entering university, she chose to pursue a popular major in online media and communications, aspiring to promote historical culture through her platform. Unfortunately, many unscrupulous media outlets present fictionalized accounts and dramatizations as authentic history. Recently, she had encountered marketing accounts attempting to rehabilitate the image of the Ming war god, Shi Jinchui, with a slew of comments expressing admiration for him. "What?" Shi Jinchui reacted with disbelief, akin to an elderly person on the subway staring at their phone. She had activated her Bilibili account as a content creator, and now it was time to select materials for her inaugural video. Naturally, her first work aimed to showcase the most illustrious emperors who had captivated netizens throughout history. Thus, she spent these days meticulously preparing for her debut as a content creator, pouring her heart and soul into the endeavor. She opted to utilize the most historically relevant cinematic clips as material for her video. Meanwhile, in various realms, emperors from different dynasties awaited anxiously. In the Tang Dynasty, several days had passed since the celestial spectacle vanished, yet the heavens remained silent, as if the miraculous event had never occurred. Ministers such as Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui observed their sovereign pacing restlessly within the grand hall, their expressions a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Your Majesty, your well-being is of utmost importance," You have not rested properly for several days, one minister urged. Indeed, Your Majesty. The celestial phenomena are beyond the control of mere mortals. One cannot force their occurrence. The ministers collectively offered their counsel, wishing to prevent their sovereign from succumbing to distress and jeopardizing his health. Li Shimin halted his restless stride, exhaling a deep sigh, genuinely at a loss for what to do, as the celestial display was indeed not something within human influence. My loyal subjects, what if I were to advance the auspicious day for the sacrificial rites to the divine? Without waiting for their responses, Li Shimin decisively announced tomorrow as the chosen day. The ministers exchanged uncertain glances. The inner servants had already prepared the altar, awaiting the propitious hour for the emperor to earnestly offer sacrifices to the heavens, seeking the celestial manifestation to reappear and reconnect with the Tang dynasty's legacy. Prior to the sacrificial rites, both the emperor and the participating officials were required to observe a period of fasting. Subsequently, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin donned the highest ceremonial attire, a grand robe embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, to partake in the heavenly ritual. The embroidery of celestial bodies signified the emperor's understanding of heavenly signs, emulating the divine and governing the realm in accordance with celestial principles. The act of offering sacrifices to the heavens inherently represented the way of the cosmos. At that moment, on another front, Shi Jinchui had finally completed her video, having scrutinized it repeatedly to ensure its flawlessness before clicking the publish button. The video displayed a cache status of 30. Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, adorned in the highest ceremonial garb, demonstrated the gravity with which he regarded this sacrificial event. He approached the altar's center, halting to bow and kneel upon the mat. Cache status, 65. The way of heaven and earth is boundless. I am acutely aware of my insignificance. The prosperity of the nation relies on the forces of the universe. May you bless the Tang, ensuring its mountains and rivers remain steadfast, and its people live in peace and prosperity. Cache status, 80. I sincerely wish and implore that the celestial manifestations reappear, granting our Tang knowledge of future events, so that we may apply this wisdom for the benefit of our citizens. Cache status, 95. I, Li Shimin, earnestly pray to the heavens. Cache status, 100. As his words echoed, the sky erupted with a tremendous roar. Golden light burst forth, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the earth, while an overwhelming sound resonated, as if it could traverse the very fabric of the world. What is that? Came the startled exclamation from the crowd. A certain minister, petrified by the sight, collapsed to the ground, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Finally pointing tremblingly towards the celestial realm, uttering what lay heavy in the hearts of all present. Is that a true dragon? The true dragon has descended. Blessings upon our Tang dynasty. Li Shimin's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly rose from the meditation mat, gazing upwards in awe at the legendary dragon, a golden serpent symbolizing auspiciousness. Heaven bless our Tang dynasty, haha. The joy of Erfing was uncontainable. The celestial omen arrived just in time. In the city of Chang'an, a curious youthful voice rang out amidst the crowd. What is that flying in the sky? The innocent question of a little girl echoed loudly on the unusually quiet street. Her father turned to observe the others nearby, realizing he was not alone in his wonder. All around, people craned their necks, dumbfounded, gazing at the golden dragon in the sky, some even kneeling in reverent prayer, murmuring for the safety of their sons who were conscripted, praying for a bountiful harvest this year, and so on. Child, that is the golden dragon, a celestial sign offered by our emperor to beseech heaven for blessings. Just yesterday, their emperor had proclaimed to the citizens of the Tang that a sacrifice would be made at noon today to seek divine favor. To everyone's astonishment, the golden dragon truly appeared. In the hearts of the Tang people, their emperor was revered. However, there were always those who questioned the legitimacy of the ruler's ascent. Some whispered of his cruelty, alleging he would not spare even his own kin. Such was the sentiment of the retired Emperor Li Yuan, who harbored deep resentment towards his second son, Li Shimin, for usurping the throne. He had been dismissive when he learned of his son's intentions to perform the heavenly ritual, initially scoffing at the idea. Yet, now he found himself rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the magnificent golden dragon swirling above. Gradually, he regained his composure, muttering to himself in a trembling voice, could it be that this son is indeed the destined sovereign? Or is it merely serendipity favoring Erfing? How fortuitous that he defied the minister's objections to alter the auspicious date for the sacrifice, coinciding with the arrival of the true dragon. Simultaneously, across the realms and dynasties, the commotion in the heavens captivated all. A colossal golden dragon spiraled through the celestial expanse, its vast form soaring in the sky, instilling awe in all who beheld it. With a voice akin to thunder, it conveyed boundless majesty and strength. The dragon's body, adorned with scales as hard as steel, shimmered with golden and iridescent hues. Its powerful spirit radiated, commanding reverence, standing like a mountain between heaven and earth, instilling fear in all beings across the realms. The golden dragon has descended. A divine blessing bestowed. Wealth and fortune shall flow, prosperity to all who witness. In the Qin dynasty, Emperor Yingzheng stood resolute before the hall of Xiangyang. Undaunted even in the face of the golden dragon, his countenance unchanged, his gaze inscrutable, lost in thought. I am the emperor of this realm. Why should I fear the true dragon? Upon his initial appearance, Yingzheng discerned an unusual phenomenon. The celestial canopy remained intangible and elusive throughout. While most individuals were awestruck by this spectacle, they failed to notice that the golden dragon, despite its majestic flight across the heavens, never transcended the boundaries of the celestial veil. Perhaps, this was also the handiwork of future generations. Mengyi steadied his emotions and stepped forward, unable to conceal his excitement, and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this extraordinary sight presents the perfect opportunity to win back the hearts of the people from the Six Kingdoms. Let it be known far and wide." Yingzheng shared this sentiment, seizing the moment presented by the celestial canopy. Even if the remnants of the six noble houses attempted to stir unrest, the common folk would remain unperturbed. Mengyi acted swiftly, and soon, the astonished populace understood that the appearance of the golden dragon heralded the true Son of Heaven, the Emperor of the Qin dynasty. The celestial canopy had descended as an omen of good fortune, revealing the matters of the future. Meanwhile, the hidden remnants of the Six Kingdoms seethed with rage, cursing Yingzheng for his audacity and leveraging the ignorance and superstitions of the people to reclaim their loyalty. Truly, our Emperor of the Qin is indeed the Son of Heaven. The celestial canopy has even brought forth the golden dragon. Is that true? Is there any doubt? On that day, the Emperor was in high spirits. Would our corvée labor and taxation be somewhat alleviated? The previously exuberant crowd fell into an immediate silence. Under the feudal monarchy, the populace was subjected to a form of ignorance, a suppression of thought that controlled the minds of the commoners. The people, engrossed in their daily toil, had little time for contemplation, further centering their lives around the monarch. This has been a constraint of ethical norms for millennia. With the populace accustomed to passively accepting their fate, they cared little for whose family governed the realm, as long as they had food to eat. Thus, they harbored no consciousness of rebellion, perpetually relying on the prevailing mindset. Throughout history, it has always been the palace aristocrats and large landowners who firmly grasped the lifeblood of the lower classes. During the Han Dynasty, Emperor Lu Che was fraught with anxiety over the lack of news regarding the celestial phenomenon, unsure of how to proceed. For he did not wish to lose such a lucrative opportunity for future generations. He desired everything that the celestial event promised. In the midst of his distress, a sudden commotion outside startled him. Anger surged within him, and as he was about to unleash his fury, he noticed the soldiers stationed outside rushing in a flurry. Before the soldiers could explain, Lu Che erupted in anger. What is the meaning of this chaos? How unseemly! Your Majesty! Outside, the celestial phenomenon has descended a golden dragon. What? Having been sequestered in the inner palace study, Lu Che was oblivious to the happenings outside, observing the soldiers' expressions, which seemed genuine. He swiftly made his way to the outer hall. As he drew nearer, a resounding roar filled the heavens, causing his heart to race. Crossing the threshold that obstructed his view, he beheld a magnificent dragon, its scales shimmering with golden light, soaring before him. His pupils dilated and then constricted as he stood captivated, for in that moment, Emperor Lu Che beheld the true form of the golden dragon. Your Majesty! Lu Che suddenly regained his senses, turning to face the approaching Wei Qing and Hui Yubing, his countenance etched with concern and unease. I am unperturbed, Lu Che declared, and immediately summoned the ministers and officials to the palace for observation. The majestic golden dragon appeared for merely a few moments before vanishing, followed by the gradual unfolding of the celestial screen, accompanied by a familiar and powerful female voice. Is it the short-haired maiden, the master of the celestial realm? The three most renowned emperors in history are none other than the dragon, phoenix, and pig. The citizens of myriad worlds ponder. Dragon and phoenix sound formidable. But what of the pig? Qin Shi Huang, perplexed, inquired, what pig? Tang Taizong, with a face of trepidation, wondered, surely it cannot refer to me. Han Wudi, Lu Zhu, chuckled, but who could it be that has earned such a porcine title? across the span of over 5 millennia. The most illustrious of all emperors are undoubtedly represented by the dragon. In the lower left corner of the celestial screen, a line of small text read, "The above is a dramatization based on historical materials." At this revelation, all present comprehended that the celestial imagery was a portrayal of emperors akin to actors. The audacity of future generations is indeed remarkable. The screen flashed a visage of commanding presence, as an actor, exuding an aura of authority, proclaimed, "What are the 6 states? I shall lead the iron cavalry of the Qin to conquer vast territories." Gradually, a few lines of text appeared, identifying the speaker as Qin Shi Huang, Zhang. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gao joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the celestial realm's most illustrious gold list." Very well. Zhang felt an innate joy within, his lips subtly curving upwards. Li Si, upon encountering Zhao Gao's triumphant expression, inwardly cursed the scheming eunuch for his doubts about the emperor's intentions. The Grand General of the Heavenly Strategy, known as Heavenly Khan. Beside him, the name Feng gradually emerged, representing the illustrious Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin. The citizens of the Great Tang erupted in cheers, filled with pride and honor for their sovereign, as it is only fitting. If one can venture forth, so too can I. The pig. It was precisely Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. In an instant, the gleeful Lu Che, who had been grinning widely, found his smile vanishing. Before, chuckling. After, no longer chuckling. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. So, if we consider Qin Shi Huang Zhang as the dragon, then what right does Li Shimin, known as the emperor of later dynasties, have to stand before the great Han emperor? I, Lu Zhu, shall conveniently overlook his temple name, expressing my discontent. Why is it that other emperors are either dragons or phoenixes, while I, Lu Che, am merely a pig? This is undoubtedly a targeted affront. What's Yubing? Why is Your Majesty referred to as a pig? Wei Qing, attempting to stifle his laughter, was outpaced by Hui Yubing's words. He could only place a hand on his forehead in exasperation, having noticed the emperor's dissatisfaction with this title. How could you be so direct? This favoritism from later generations is truly irksome. Hui Yubing, observing his uncle's twitching eyelids, awkwardly scratched his nose, seeking to mitigate the situation. Your Majesty, it is my lack of guidance that led to such indiscretion, not that he should finish speaking. Lu Che waved his hand dismissively. His mind preoccupied with the words of later generations, why must he be labeled a pig? The laws of the Qin, akin to the black they revered, were calm, rational, and beyond dispute. This all originated from that place where integrity was established. A government image characterized by trustworthiness and strict laws quickly took shape, beginning with a mere piece of wood, thus erecting the authority of the Qin state. During the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang had long instructed several eunuchs to document the affairs of later generations meticulously, to prevent any omissions. Yet, what Zhang did not anticipate was that this time the celestial narrative would concern himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang lifted his gaze. He had always favored the path of legalism, and so did the Qin state. He understood the significance of credibility. From Xiangyang's establishment of trust with wood, the new laws gradually empowered the Qin. Credibility serves as the measure of one's character. Keeping promises earns the trust of others. Conversely, if one cannot maintain the trust of others, their image in the eyes of others will undoubtedly suffer. In the first month of the 48th year of King Zhao of Qin, the cries of a newborn echoed within the residence of a noble in Handan, Zhao state. He was of the bloodline of the Qin king, his mother a daughter of a wealthy family from Zhao. His parents named him Zhao Zheng. From the moment of his birth, this infant accompanied his father as a hostage in a foreign land, growing up under the shadow of fear. As an abandoned child, he endured the disdain and humiliation of the Zhao people. 6 years later, when his father ascended to the position of Crown Prince of Qin, the 9-year-old royal returned to the Great Qin. As the perspective shifts to the grandeur of Qin, we might as well embrace another widely recognized name, Zhang. Amid the cold indifference of the royal family, he gradually matured, a youth enduring countless tribulations while awaiting the arrival of an extraordinary destiny. Over the span of 4 years, both his grandfather and father passed away, and at the tender age of 13, he assumed the royal seal of the Qin state, becoming the new sovereign of this formidable nation. During the Tang dynasty, the jovial heir Feng found himself in high spirits, never anticipating that he would be revered by posterity as a timeless emperor. To later generations, his fratricidal ascent to power did not seem as reprehensible as it might have appeared. The court officials regarded their sovereign with a mix of resignation and understanding. Acutely aware of his sensitivity regarding the circumstances of his rise, fearing the scorn and condemnation of future generations. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xinling hesitated, uncertainly stating, "Your Majesty, it seems that posterity employs the digits of Tianzhu to calculate the beginning of the era. Previously, when Tianzhu sent tribute to the Tang, they presented similar numerals, yet the Tang did not adopt the Arabic numerals. This was due to the limitations of the Arabic system, the Tang's already established counting methods, and differences in writing conventions. What none anticipated was that future generations would utilize Arabic numerals for their calculations." Li Shimin pondered for a moment, opting to observe before making a decision. The advancements of posterity far surpassed those of our Tang, and their use of Tianzhu numerals undoubtedly held value. However, what is suitable for the future may not necessarily be applicable to the present Tang. Thus, it is prudent to take note and deliberate further. Indeed, the youthful sovereign is currently biding his time, gathering strength, while the authority of the Qin state reluctantly falls into the hands of El Buwei. After enduring 8 years of restraint, the 21-year-old Ing Zheng is poised to assume power. However, the political arena of the Qin court is once again embroiled in fierce strife. This year, he first faces the betrayal of his own brother, and the following year, Lao Ai, bolstered by their mother's support, rises in rebellion. At this juncture, Ing Zheng is no longer the ignorant and timid youth. The chaotic situation swiftly reaches its conclusion. The faces of his closest kin gradually transform into grotesque visages. The heavens, indifferent, shift the scenes, presenting an illustration where a merciless emperor wields a long sword, plunging it into a man who bleeds profusely, the glint of the blade revealing a chilling intent to kill. In stark contrast, at the emperor's feet kneels a woman, older yet resplendent in her attire, appearing utterly disheveled. It is none other than Zhao Ji, the mother of the first emperor of Qin. The woman clutches the hem of the man's robe tightly, her expression filled with sorrow as she implores the emperor to spare her beloved. He accomplishes feats of unimaginable significance for posterity. Yet, upon assuming power, he endures several assassination attempts and bears the weight of numerous slanders, all of which Ing Zheng is already acutely aware of. Growing up amidst war and enmity, he has developed a resilient character, enduring the scorn of others. However, he transitions from restraint to acceptance, from submission to detachment, until he finally brings an end to the tumultuous conflicts. The complex emotions of Fusu, the prince, are evident as he gazes at the heavens, each word resonating within him. Internally, he holds profound respect and admiration for his father, while others may remain indifferent to the celestial display as his son. He feels deeply for his father's youthful tribulations, born into a precarious existence, then betrayed by his grandmother. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness surges within him. Yet, there is no need for concern. The past has never weighed heavily on Ing Zheng's heart. The emperor's gaze is impassive as it shifts towards him. Fusu's heart jolts. Yet he observes his father's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the recollections of his painful past. El Buwei's influence looms large in the court. The following year, however, he is exiled to Bashu, and figures like Li Si come into Ing Zheng's purview. After 6 brief years of meticulous planning, Ing Zheng is fully prepared, and the grand endeavor to unify the realm is finally set into motion. The heavens then transition to reveal a map of the Qin era, meticulously detailing the lands of the Great Qin. Ing Zheng's voice trembles ever so slightly as he commands, "Quickly, record and depict the celestial map." The first emperor's heart races with excitement, his gaze fixed intently upon the topographical map, as if he wishes to etch it indelibly into his memory. Should he succeed in documenting such geographical illustrations, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the days to come. Likewise, the ministers, including Ming Yi and Li Si, could no longer heed the words of Tian Muzi, consumed by the fear that the topographical map might soon vanish. Each minister began to engrave their own section of the landscape, ensuring that every detail was meticulously recorded. The Han Dynasty, much like its successors, was not markedly better than the Qin, as they oscillated between shock and excitement, hastily documenting the information. At this moment, Liu Bang found the leisure to reflect. The first emperor was indeed my fortune. Beside him, Xiaohe and Zhang Liang were so fervently sketching and recording that they seemed on the verge of combustion, their expressions darkening at his words. That was hardly fortunate. Having usurped the world from another, they were now perpetuating the Qin system. Now, even in death, he was providing Lu's dynasty with cartographic insights. Liu Bang chuckled. The first emperor, on the other hand, remained silent. From the age of 29 to 39, he had vanquished the 6 formidable states of Han, Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yan, and Qi, thereby concluding over 5 centuries of chaos and strife. During this decade, he had personally traveled to Handan, exacting revenge on those who had tormented him in his youth, and had faced assassination attempts orchestrated by his friend, Prince Dan. In achieving the pinnacle of imperial power, he simultaneously became a solitary figure. His mother, his only childhood companion, his tormentors, and the suppressive El Bouet all had become mere wisps of memory. He abolished the feudal system, established commanderies and counties, standardized currency and measurements, unified scripts, constructed the Great Wall, built the Ling Canal, repelled the Xiongnu to the north, and conquered the Baiwei to the south. As the inaugural sovereign of this vast empire, the tasks before him were indeed countless. In 219 BCE, at the age of 40, the first emperor found himself overwhelmed by the increasingly intricate responsibilities. That year, Yingzheng performed the grand ritual at Mount Tai, yearning for the recognition of the populace while pursuing the elusive dream of immortality. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gao emerged, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Your worship at Mount Tai marks you as a timeless sovereign. Your implementation of legalism, the rectification of governance, the construction of the Great Wall for national security, and the standardization of measures to promote commerce all attest to your wisdom and foresight." Li Si and the other ministers felt veins throb at their temples, silently lamenting the omnipresence of this sycophant. Yingzheng, meticulously verifying the comprehensive map of the Qin territory, displayed unabashed delight. At Zhao Gao's proclamation, he merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. To be deemed a timeless sovereign was the highest honor for any emperor. None wished to fade into obscurity in the annals of history. The esteemed minister Meng Yi stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and declared, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your courage in innovation and reform has bestowed upon future generations invaluable political legacies and cultural wealth, ensuring your achievements are forever etched in history and celebrated for ages to come." Li Si joined in, affirming, "Your Majesty, your brilliance and martial prowess, your diligent governance, have secured the state and will benefit posterity for millennia." Li Si contemplated that he too would leave a historical imprint for future generations. After all, he served an emperor renowned throughout the ages. As a loyal minister by the side of the sovereign, he was certain that his name would be recorded in the annals of history. The first emperor waved his hand, signaling that no further words were necessary. He was already recognized as the eternal sovereign, and his excitement had long since subsided, leaving only the desire to acquire more wealth from the heavens of future realms. Yet, how was the cartography of the future accomplished? This question resurfaced in Yingzheng's mind, as he sensed that it would challenge his past understanding. In the Southern Song dynasty, certain pedants were infuriated by the celestial revelations, even gathering to criticize the figures from the heavens and the first emperor. How could a tyrant merit such lofty discourse among future generations? They dismissed a mere woman, who presumed that a modicum of education granted her the authority to judge the eternal sovereign. Who was she to say such things? One pedant scoffed, his face betraying contempt. "A woman's lack of talent is her virtue," they mused, perplexed by the audacity of noble women being educated, believing it unworthy of high society. In their eyes, even a millennium later, no powerful nation would permit ordinary women to learn. If any could read, they must surely be daughters of the elite. Education was a privilege reserved for men. One scholar, bitter and envious, derided the women of the heavenly realm, asserting, "A young lady ought to remain within the confines of her home. What right does she have to show her face and speak freely?" Others nodded in agreement, echoing, "Li is right. The first emperor was merely a tyrant, not deserving of the title of eternal sovereign." Women truly are long in hair, but short in wisdom. Their disdainful words dripped with scorn, as if they harbored a profound enmity towards women. Yet the celestial realm did not falter in the face of such discussions or the vitriol of the pedants. It continued its methodical exposition. The pursuit of immortals and elixirs ultimately proved to be a futile endeavor, with Su Fu and his companions never to return, resembling little more than a ruse. In his anger, Yingzheng left behind the legacy of the book burning and the burying of scholars and the records of the grand historian. In 210 BC, filled with affection for his dominion and regrets over unfinished business, he passed away at the age of 50 in Shi. "Come quickly, summon the imperial physician." Both Fusu and Meng Yi cried out in urgent unison, followed by the chaotic clamor of ministers in disarray. Yingzheng stood frozen in shock, his heart racing, as if time had halted in that moment, rendering him immobile. Ignoring the tumult around him, he soon regained his composure and gazed down at the panicked officials below. Yingzheng's gaze darkened, the coldness emanating from his black eyes almost palpable. The court officials fell silent, their attention drawn to the flustered physician who had hurried in. According to the temporal calculations of later generations, he had yet to seek the elixir of immortality, with over a decade still remaining before his demise. No one could predict how composed one might remain in the face of death, unless they were truly indifferent to life and death. Yet our first emperor of Qin was not such. He yearned for longevity and, if possible, sought the secrets to a prolonged life. The emperor's health is intact. He is merely fatigued, which has taken a toll on his vitality. He must rest more, the physician replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with trepidation. Are you certain there are no other issues? Fusu inquired, concern etched across his features. An inexplicable wave of panic surged within him. An unshakable feeling that something worse loomed ahead. There are none. Proper care and rest will suffice. Yingzheng gestured for the physician to withdraw, his expression probing as he regarded his eldest son, lost in thought. The heavens had not decreed how many years the Qin dynasty would endure. Yet it seemed destined for several centuries. What of his eldest son Fusu? How was he faring? The present Qin appeared stable, but remnants of dissent lingered. And there was a dearth of capable officials at the grassroots level. The dynasty was taught, a single misstep could lead to collapse. Yingzheng was acutely aware of the criticisms labeling him a tyrant, the common folk lamenting their burdens from heavy taxation and labor as the sovereign of this realm. How could he remain oblivious? Yingzheng was the first emperor to unify the lands, having vanquished 6 states in a decade, swallowing a substantial portion of territory whole. He established a system of prefectures and counties, unified scripts, and standardized transportation, a pioneer often navigating treacherous waters. The strain on the dynasty was inevitable, as the 6 states had lacked local officials, and the Qin was in dire need of talent. At this juncture, the tone of the heavens shifted to one of gentleness, as if sighing, mingled with admiration. After Yingzheng's passing, although the Qin dynasty fell, the institutional framework established during its reign endured for over 2 millennia. Shi Jinchui paused, contemplating how China's former ally, the Soviet Union, was once a unified nation, now fragmented and embroiled in conflict. Had it not been for the unification by the first emperor, one might surmise that we would now resemble Europe, divided into various small nations. Yingzheng of Qin, what is this Europe? Emperor Wu of Han. Lu Che, what manner of place is Europe? The 3 kingdoms, Lu Chaosun. What do you mean? Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin. Emperor Wen of Sui. Yangjian, Europe? I have never heard of it. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. Foreigners fighting amongst themselves? Emperor Han Wu of Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang. I wonder how such a flourishing realm engages in warfare? At this moment, Shi Jinchui was utterly oblivious to the monumental upheaval she had inadvertently caused, leaving the ancestors in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent presentation of a map illustrating the fragmented distribution of Europe only intensified the tumult across myriad realms. The glimmer in the eyes of the Qin and Han dynasties was unmistakable as they gazed upon the map of the nations known as Europe, their spirits ignited by the mere visual representation of such promising lands. The ambition for territorial expansion was palpable, even after more than 2 millennia since its establishment. The county and prefecture system instituted by Emperor Qin Shi Huang remains in practice today, following the inception of the Qin dynasty. This administrative framework underwent numerous transformations and developments across various dynasties, eventually culminating in the contemporary governance structure we recognize. The current administrative divisions of China still preserve the governance model of the county and prefecture system, which operates on a 4-tiered management structure comprising provinces, cities, and counties. The establishment of this system by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, coupled with his unification efforts, laid the foundation for the political landscape that would endure through the ages. He is indeed the eternal sovereign. In the pavilion of Sisui, Lu Ji and Xiao He sat together in a courtyard, sipping wine while gazing at the celestial canopy. They lamented the legacy of the illustrious Emperor Qin Shi Huang, reflecting on the qualities befitting such a monumental figure. Unexpectedly, the celestial display revealed shocking news, even disclosing the impending demise of the emperor seated upon the throne. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Was this knowledge truly accessible to common folk? The citizens of the Qin dynasty began to panic, fearing the dire consequences of such revelations. Meanwhile, the remnants of the 6 fallen states, concealed in the shadows, reveled in their misfortune, eagerly plotting their next moves. Xiao He hastily rose to his feet. As the chief official of Pei County, the unfolding chaos necessitated his prompt return to avert further disturbances among the populace. Watching as the esteemed official vanished from sight, Lu Ji shook his head, unconcerned. For he surmised that within a few days, an edict would surely be issued, given the temperament of the emperor above. Finishing his last cup of wine, the man reclined on a wooden chair, appearing somewhat inebriated, murmuring to himself with a carefree chuckle. It seems the six states might soon collide with the wrath of a furious tiger. Elsewhere, Zhang Liang found himself in a state of indecision. He could scarcely believe that the very nemesis responsible for the downfall of his nation had been exalted by posterity as the eternal sovereign. Setting aside the enmity, he could not help but acknowledge Ying Zheng's political acumen. Regrettably, the chasm between them was vast, stemming from their divergent stances and perspectives. Since the failed assassination attempt on Emperor Qin Shi Huang during his tour years ago, he had understood that the path to restoration was fraught with insurmountable challenges, especially in light of the current reforms aimed at unifying language and culture. As long as Emperor Qin Shi Huang reigned, he would continue to suppress the unification of the six states under the mighty Qin. With the celestial revelations of the future, it was certain that Emperor Qin Shi Huang would remain vigilant. In a realm of peace, the people would enjoy a life free from turmoil. Yet, the prospect of restoration seemed increasingly distant as the heavens appeared to bolster the emperor's efforts to win over the hearts of the populace. Could he truly realize his aspirations? In that moment, Zhang Liang found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. As for Feng, known as Li Erfeng, he possessed the innate qualities of a dragon and phoenix from a young age, exhibiting a regal demeanor. At the tender age of 15, he wed the 13-year-old Empress Chang's son. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Li Shimin exclaimed, clasping the hand of the Guanyin maid, a smile radiating unabashedly from his face. "The Guanyin maid had accompanied me from my youth to middle age. Raising children in this life is indeed no easy feat without her. What would I have done?" Empress Chang's son, with a playful reprimand, replied, "Your Majesty, you speak as if it were not my duty." Li Shimin, known as Tang Taizong, was born in 599 AD. The second son of Li Yuan, the founder of the Tang Dynasty. The Sui Empire, established merely 30 years prior, was already teetering on the brink of collapse, with the nation engulfed in turmoil, resembling a chessboard where various factions began to vie for dominance. In 617 AD, the young Li Shimin fervently urged his father, Li Yuan, to rise in rebellion against the Sui from Jinyang, pursuing the ambition to seize the world, ultimately breaching the gates of Chang'an. In 618 AD, Li Yuan ascended to the throne, marking the dawn of the Tang Dynasty. Sui Emperor Yang Jian's pupils suddenly constricted, akin to a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Beside him, Empress Dugu sprang to her feet. Her voice, filled with unrestrained fury, echoed around the assembly, commanding the presence of Crown Prince Yang Yong and his younger brother Yang Guang. What began as a discussion regarding the imperial matters swiftly turned into the revelation of a breach within their own household, reminiscent of the downfall of the Qin dynasty under its second emperor. Yang Jian and Dugu Qigao dared not ponder further, for the thought was too terrifying. They had high hopes for the straightforward and amiable crown prince, yet their dissatisfaction with Yang Yong had recently intensified, as he exhibited poor character, indulgence, and extravagance. In stark contrast, they found their second son to be frugal, intelligent, and possessing commendable leadership qualities. Consequently, a shared notion arose within Yang Jian and Dugu Qigao. Should the crown prince prove unworthy of the Sui succession, they would not hesitate to consider an alternative heir. Before long, Crown Prince Yang Yong and Prince Yang Guang rushed in, only to find their parents' expressions shrouded in ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. Just moments ago, Yang Yong had been reveling with his favored concubines, blissfully unaware, until the dire news reached him. The murmurs of the impending turmoil surrounding the Sui dynasty shattered his carefree demeanor. Fear gripped him, and he hurried towards the Daxing palace, his heart racing. He encountered his chamberlain, who was hastily seeking him. The Sui dynasty could not possibly meet its demise at the hands of his father. Could it be that he had truly failed in his duties? Reflecting inwardly, Yang Yong believed that even if he could not emulate his father's illustrious reign, he certainly would not lead the dynasty to ruin like the despotic second emperor of the Qin. He pondered deeply, perplexed by the fragmented messages surrounding the celestial canopy and the implications they held. Scoundrel! The jade porcelain cup was suddenly hurled at the kneeling Prince Yang Yong, who had his head bowed to the ground, while Dugu Qigao observed coldly as blood welled from his eldest son's temple. Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty, having already struck Yang Yong with the cup, felt an overwhelming urge to thrust his sword into the prince in a display of righteous indignation against his own kin. If only the uncertain future of the Sui dynasty's downfall were not looming. The disarray of the Sui era could be encapsulated in but a few phrases. When the second Prince Yongguang arrived, he stumbled upon this scene, his eyes momentarily glimmering with a hint of glee and schadenfreude, though he quickly masked it with a fade of anxious concern. "Father, please do not harm yourself. Perhaps there are difficulties that my elder brother is facing?" Yongguang's expression bore the weight of worry, torn between the affairs of the state and the bonds of brotherhood. How could his elder brother be such a person? Yang Yong interjected, "There is no need for that." Upon seeing his younger brother Yongguang arrive to offer counsel, Yang Jin's expression softened slightly as he retorted, "Look at your brother. Now look at the crown prince." With that, he turned away with a cold snort, allowing the crown prince to remain kneeling in reflection. Unbeknownst to the emperor, a fleeting glimmer of ambition flickered in the eyes of his second son. The crown prince was indeed courting disaster. Their parents had recently expressed dissatisfaction with him, and now their disappointment was bound to deepen. Truly, the heavens were aiding him. He hoped the heavens would reveal how the crown prince could bring about the demise of a dynasty that had flourished during the Kaiwang era. The change from Daxing to Chang'an, the alteration of the era name to Wuda, and after the establishment of the Tang dynasty. The territory was confined solely to the Guangzhou and Hedong regions. The previously softened expressions of Yang Jin and Empress Xi suddenly darkened, and the couple exchanged a knowing glance, silently contemplating the crown prince's fitness for the position of heir apparent. He would never allow the grand Sui dynasty, which he and his wife had painstakingly built, to be dismantled by an incompetent heir. To unify the nation and eradicate local warlords, 6 major campaigns were undertaken, with Li Shimin commanding 4 of them, quelling Shui Ringgao, capturing the king of Xia, Dojinda, and forcing Wang Shichong to surrender. The following year, amidst chaotic battles, he rescued his father, Li Yuan, from deep within enemy lines. Li Shimin achieved remarkable military exploits that laid the foundation for the establishment and unification of the Tang dynasty. In 621 AD, he was bestowed the title of General of Heavenly Strategy, and his household was increased to 30,000. Furthermore, Emperor Li Yuan issued an edict permitting the establishment of official offices for the Heavenly Strategy Bureau. Consequently, Li Shimin opened a literary academy at the Qin Huang mansion in Luoyang, attracting talented individuals from all directions. Thus, the young Li Shimin emerged as a heroic figure, turning a page in the vast annals of history, while the times provided him with a grand stage. The Qin dynasty established a literary academy? Yingzheng furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that future generations would undoubtedly possess their own methods of nurturing talent. The illustrious Li Shimin was indeed remarkable, embodying both intellect and audacity, a blend of courage and strategy, if only Fusa could mirror such qualities. His excessive benevolence may well render him a ruler who merely preserves the status quo. Yet he must also wield an iron fist to maintain order in the vast realm of Qin. Possessing foresight into the future, he was naturally inclined to take precautions. Having dispatched soldiers and officials to various regions and counties to reassure and pacify the populace, guarding against any potential insurrections from remnants of the 6 states. He found himself in dire need of capable individuals. What course of action should he undertake? General of Heavenly Strategy, Emperor Qin whispered these words, pondering the future of that dynasty's founding monarch. It is likely that he struggled to maintain equilibrium between the crown prince and his exceptionally talented younger brother, who were at odds with one another. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it is presumed that this future king of Qin, Li Shimin, had already ascended to the pinnacle of a minister's power. Human ambition knows no bounds. Who would willingly relinquish the empire they have fought to establish, only to see it serve another's interests? The only obstacle remaining between Li Shimin and the highest seat of power was Crown Prince Li Jianqing. The Xuanwu Gate Incident. In September of 626, having ascended to the throne for less than a month, Emperor Li Shimin was confronted by the formidable Turkic army on his borders. In a bid to stabilize the populace and solidify his rule, Li Shimin chose to negotiate with the Turkic Khagan, Shi, ultimately reaching an agreement that he regarded as a lifelong disgrace. In October of the same year, Li Shimin personally demonstrated archery techniques in the Hall of Prominent Virtue, generously rewarding skilled archers among his troops with bows, blades, and silks. His ministers advised him, cautioning that, according to law, anyone bearing arms in the emperor's presence should be executed. Your Majesty frequently associates with these lowly men wielding bows and arrows. What if a madman attempts to assassinate you? They implored. This is not a prudent approach for the state. Li Shimin, however, responded with confidence. A truly capable sovereign regards all within his realm as family. All subjects under the Tang domain are my own children. I can treat each of them sincerely. How can you harbor suspicion against those who guard me day and night? Thus, under the emperor's personal example and the motivation of rewards, the military strength of the Tang dynasty steadily increased. As recorded in the Old Book of Tang, from that point onward, the soldiers became elite. In the early Tang dynasty, shortly after its establishment, and before the Xuanwu Gate incident had transpired, Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan was initially taken aback upon hearing that his second son, Li Shimin, was the most renowned emperor. He quickly realized that his son was rebelling. Even upon learning that his son would eventually seek to usurp power, Li Yuan dared not take action against him. The heavens had already signaled that this son would become a legendary emperor of the Tang dynasty, a dream coveted by all rulers. Although he was displeased by Shimin's actions against Crown Prince Li Jianqing and his fourth son, Li Yuanji, knowledge of the future made him reluctant to blame the crown prince. After all, how could he have so easily lost the position of heir? Li Yuan instinctively chose to ignore his desire to maintain a balance of power to safeguard his throne, not anticipating the ensuing chaos. With the crown prince in power, a dichotomy of civil and military factions emerged, leading to mutual checks and conflicts. Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan found Li Shimin's audacity and decisiveness to be unexpected. The failure of his balancing act resulted in the Xuanwu Gate incident. The crown prince, Li Jianqing, seated nearby, cast a glance at the emperor's inscrutable expression, his heart sinking. He realized his fate was sealed. Even before the Xuanwu Gate incident had unfolded, the people of the realm recognized that his younger brother, Li Shimin, was a wise ruler. Though the pivotal moment had not yet occurred, he felt he had already run out of options. The emperor appears to harbor intentions of establishing a new heir. A gaze from across the room caught Li Jianqing's attention, and upon meeting the playful eyes of heir Feng, a sense of provocation lingered in the air. One might wonder if, given another chance, Li Shimin would once again instigate the coup at Xuanwu Gate. Indeed, he would. On the first day of the first month in the year 627, Li Shimin officially proclaimed the new era of Jingguan. In the second year of Jingguan, after the rebel leader Liang Shidu of the Summer State was slain by the man from Shuo, Liang Luoren, he surrendered to the Tang dynasty. Henceforth, Li Shimin unified the nation and subsequently appointed Li Jing as the grand commander of the army within Guanyi, tasked with guarding against the northern Shuyan Tuakanate. In the third year of Jingguan, both the Western Turks and the kingdom of Gaochang dispatched envoys to pay tribute to the Tang. In November, Li Shimin heeded the advice of the governor of Daizhou, Zhang Gongjin, and launched an offensive against the Eastern Turks. He appointed the governor of Bingzhou as the overall commander of the Han Road troops, with the minister of war, Li Jing, overseeing the troops of Dingxiang Road. Alongside various commanders such as Chai Xiao, the governor of Huazhou, and Shui Wanche, the grand commander of Lingzhou. Thus, these illustrious generals collectively commanded over 100,000 Tang soldiers, dividing their forces to strike decisively against the enemy, Kagansheli, at the Wei River Alliance. Well done. The cavalry in the scene stood ready, brandishing the banner of the Tang dynasty as they charged towards the enemy, stirring an overwhelming excitement within Huistubing. The young man unconsciously drew inspiration from the valiant soldiers depicted in the celestial canvas. Wei Qing, observing the grand spectacle, was equally inspired. The resounding rhythm of the drums combined with the fierce combat of the cavalry created a profound visual impact. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, cast a glance at his uncle and nephew, feeling a surge of unease at their reaction. Yet, he could not deny the prowess of this future dynasty Li Shimin, who was both cultured and martial, beloved by the people. His magnanimity, receptiveness to counsel, and adeptness in wielding power and military force were undeniable. Lu Che had to concede that Li Shimin was indeed formidable. It was no wonder he was hailed as an eternal emperor by posterity. Who isn't considered a timeless emperor. Upon this realization, Lu Che felt a mix of shock and joy, the only source of his ire being the moniker of pig bestowed upon him by later generations. He would ensure that the instigator of this nickname remained oblivious to his wrath, lest they suffer dire consequences. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is not late, even if a decade has passed. However, Li Shimin contended that a gentleman's revenge should not wait even 10 years, but merely 3. Within 3 years, he vanquished the Eastern Turks and Shui Jintua, conquered Gaochang, Guizhi, and Tuyuhun, and dealt a significant blow to Goguryeo. He established the 4 garrisons of Anxi, fostering harmonious relations with the northern tribes, earning him the unique title of Heavenly Khan, signifying his status as the supreme ruler of the realm. Li Shimin demonstrated remarkable discernment in recognizing talent, heeding the wise counsel of his ministers, and curbing his own excesses, bestowing prominence upon capable officials such as Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng. Economically, he implemented a policy of light taxation and equitable land distribution, promoting agriculture while ensuring timely farming seasons, thus revitalizing production and enriching the populace. Militarily, he perfected the system of military households, integrating defense with the welfare of the citizenry. He softened penal laws, exercised caution in criminal justice, and upheld fairness in law enforcement. Culturally, he greatly enhanced the educational system, leading to an unprecedented flourishing of national scholarship. Many citizens, born into tumultuous times, gazed with envy upon the prosperous Chang'an depicted in the celestial tapestry, wondering how future emperors could be so benevolent towards their subjects. After the passing of Wei Zheng, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin lamented, "A mirror of bronze can correct one's attire. A mirror of history reveals the rise and fall. A mirror of humanity illuminates gains and losses. I shall always uphold these three mirrors to guard against my own faults. Now that Wei Zheng has departed, I have lost one mirror." In the 17th year of the Jingguan era, in honor of the numerous loyal ministers who once fought alongside him, Li Shimin commissioned Yan Libin to paint portraits of the 24 principal contributors within the Lingyan Pavilion, collectively known as the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion. Among them was the renowned Du Ruhui, whose legacy is forever intertwined with the phrase Fangmo Duan Duan. At that moment, Wei Zheng, with a gentle countenance, gazed upon his emperor, tears streaming down his cheeks, as other ministers consoled and advised the two phoenixes. "Why is it that each of you has departed before me? Your Majesty, tread carefully with your words." Wei Zheng lowered his gaze, knelt, and offered a respectful salute, his tone stern and earnest. "Indeed, Your Majesty, exercise caution." Changsun Wuji quickly echoed his sentiment. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, along with other ministers, were at a loss, attempting to console the tearful emperor. Upon hearing these words, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly knelt, clasping their hands in counsel. Life is fleeting. The inevitability of aging, illness, and death has long been understood by them. They considered it their duty to pave the way for the emperor. "Your Majesty, you must not encounter any misfortune. Your continued health and longevity are the fortune of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, Your Majesty, to have a sovereign who cherishes his people and ministers is a blessing we have earned in this lifetime." The ministers spoke with heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Li Shimin, supported by Empress Changsun, had tears glistening in his eyes, trembling fingers pointing toward the ministers kneeling before him, momentarily at a loss for words. His emotions were a blend of gratitude and sorrow. How could they depart so soon? Would he be left to gaze upon these old companions only from the Lingyan Pavilion in the future? A gentle voice laced with a hint of sadness emerged, Empress Changsun's patient words of comfort. "Your Majesty, do not let this distress affect your health. We can summon renowned physicians from across the realm to attend to you in the palace. Is not the descent of the heavens a prelude to prepare us for what lies ahead?" Li Shimin regained his composure and called upon the eunuch Wang De to urgently summon the imperial physicians. He took a deep breath and instructed the ministers to rise. Grasping Empress Changsun's hand, he spoke with a tone of quiet anxiety. "Guanyin, I cannot bear to be without you." Alas, unfortunately, the heavens did not comply with Li Shimin's desires, delivering a merciless final ultimatum. The celestial accompaniment abruptly transformed into a melancholic melody, revealing an aged emperor whose solitary silhouette was cast beneath the luminous moonlight, appearing profoundly weathered and desolate. Li Shimin, renowned as the most tearful sovereign in history, the illustrious Tang Taizong who unified the realm and ushered in the prosperous Jingguan era, was often seen with tears cascading down his cheeks. A mournful lament resonated across the myriad realms and dynasties. Shi Jinchui's voice, clear and melodious, articulated each word with poignant grace, evoking sorrow for this emperor. Reminiscent of the purest moonlight, in his twilight years, Li Shimin found himself somewhat adrift in life. Many of his former comrades in arms had passed away. His beloved wife, Empress Changsun, had departed this world, and the tragedy surrounding Crown Prince Qingqian weighed heavily upon him. Each of these losses proved to be an insurmountable burden for the sagacious Tang Taizong. Li Shimin. With a resounding crash, Li Shimin felt as though his head were on the verge of explosion. His throat churned, yearning to articulate something. Yet the words eluded him. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the visage of the Guanyin maid, though his vision grew increasingly blurred. "Your Majesty," Empress Changsun exclaimed in a state of panic as she supported the swaying figure of Li Shimin, desperately attempting to rouse the dazed sovereign. Quickly summon the imperial physician. Your Majesty. The ministers, including Changsun Wuji, felt a jolt of alarm as they earnestly called out to the emperor amidst the chaotic scene. When the eunuch Wang De, accompanied by the imperial physicians, arrived, he was met with this state of panic. What has happened to your Majesty? This caught the multitude of physicians off guard. But the eminent physician's son Simiao hastened to the emperor's side to provide his diagnosis. The anxious and distressed voices of the ministers resonated in Li Shimin's ears. As he pressed on the acupoint and administered a calming pill, Li Shimin appeared dazed yet gradually began to show signs of improvement. He grasped the wrist of the Guanyin maid tightly, as if their bond could not be severed even for a moment. Qing Qian, murmured Emperor Li Shimin to Empress Changsun. Your Majesty, Cheng Qian will return shortly. As the celestial screen's melody reached its conclusion, the life of a monarch was drawing to a close. Approaching 50 years of age, Li Shimin passed away in the year 647 AD, on the 26th day of the 5th month of the 23rd year of the Jingguan era. Known as Emperor Taizong, he possessed an unparalleled charisma, becoming a luminary in the hearts of countless future generations. In the city of Chang'an, the populace of the Tang dynasty fell into a profound silence, reflecting upon the life of their sovereign, who had emerged from the chaos of the late Sui dynasty to unify the realm, enduring countless battles over the years. Upon ascending the throne, he diligently governed alongside his esteemed ministers, establishing the revered Jingguan era. The sound of weeping resonated through the streets and alleys. Even the most stalwart men found themselves shedding tears. Some even covered their faces in sorrow, pleading with the heavens to bless their emperor with peace. This was a rare moment of mutual encouragement between the people and their ruler in a feudal dynasty. Li Shimin cherished his subjects, who reciprocated his affection in kind. Yet, one could not help but ponder why such a virtuous emperor could not find happiness in his twilight years. At a street corner, a young lad was engulfed in grief, unable to extricate himself from sorrow. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a peculiar pattern that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Perhaps it had existed all along. Unnoticed, as everyone was absorbed in the celestial screen's revelations of the future. Turning his head, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts, when unexpectedly, a pattern sprang forth before him. The design in the lower left corner shifted with his perspective, and with a surge of courage, he pointed at the void. A small dialogue box emerged, explaining that this pattern was a commentary and voice feature of the celestial screen, allowing even the illiterate to utilize voice recognition for subtitles, and that all comments could be seen across the realms. The youth seemed to grasp the concept. This appeared to be a platform for discourse, visible to all across the myriad worlds. He did not fully comprehend how vast the term myriad worlds was, but surely their esteemed Tang emperor could see it, right? Tentatively, he activated the voice recognition feature and spoke a few words to himself, which were instantly transformed into future script. After a moment's hesitation, the young man gritted his teeth and clicked the send icon. A line of subtitles slowly drifted across the upper corner of the immense screen, prompting a flurry of astonished reactions from the multitude across the realms. Recognizing a familiar name, some quickly sought out the seemingly incongruous youth, inquiring how he had accomplished this. Qin Dazhuang smiled bashfully and proceeded to explain how to utilize the commentary feature, sparking inspiration among the crowd. Before long, the voice commentary function was widely understood, and clever individuals began to share methods for commenting and converting voice to text on the celestial screen. The myriad worlds responded, "What a good person." Subsequently, the myriad realms witnessed a breathtaking spectacle as the vast celestial screen revealed an overwhelming array of subtitles, obscuring the very image before them. "We wish for the longevity of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang." The screen was enveloped in a dense tapestry of white, red, blue, and yellow text. While within the scene, the aged sovereign gradually closed his eyes, slipping into eternal slumber. The barrage of messages seemed to bid farewell to the emperor portrayed on the celestial canvas, while simultaneously praying for the everlasting life of the true Emperor Li Shimin of the Great Tang. Ambitious rulers from various feudal dynasties were profoundly moved by this manifestation of the people's sentiments. Even more astonishing was the realization that the celestial screen transcended all realms. Considering the miraculous phenomenon that had just unfolded, what could truly be deemed impossible? Yet, it must be acknowledged that this figure, Air Foam, epitomized the essence of a timeless emperor. In the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin, having calmed his mind with a tranquilizing pill, was assisted into the hall. Unaware of the commotion outside, he could only hear the rising chorus of exclamations from those tasked with recording the celestial display, the intensity of which seemed to escalate. Wei Zheng and other ministers furrowed their brows, concerned that the emperor, in his time of recovery, was subjected to such turmoil. Li Shimin, having regained some steadiness, rose unsteadily with the aid of Guanin's maidservant, determined to witness the celestial screen firsthand. The ministers, seeing their counsel unheeded, followed closely behind, the cacophony of astonished voices growing nearer. Before their eyes unfurled a terrifying yet dense stream of heartfelt wishes, each sincere prayer for the emperor resonating deeply with all present. Especially impactful was the barrage for Li Shimin, whose emotional response mirrored the astonishment felt when the celestial screen first appeared. An official recording the events recounted the situation, leaving the ministers in a state of disbelief. The middle-aged sovereign's eyes began to glisten with tears, and the emotionally sensitive heir phone wept freely, as if tears were without cost. In this moment, Li Shimin recalled Wei Zheng's counsel from the Huangxi chapter of Xuanzi. The ruler is like a ship. The common people are like water. Water can carry the ship, but it can also capsize it. The rulers of the myriad realms widened their eyes in realization, noticing that each statement on the celestial screen was accompanied by the designation of its respective dynasty. As the flurry of messages gradually thinned towards the end, the multitude of emperors across the realms recognized that there were commentators from other dynasties as well. Tang, is this our future monarch of the great Tang? Shouldn't he ascend to the throne swiftly? Tang Gaozu Li Yuan, Your Majesty, we miss you dearly. This comment was unmistakably from the subjects of the late Tang dynasty. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, Emperor Taizong of Tang, with unparalleled grace, established peace and prosperity during the Jingguan era, embodying the virtues of a ruler who ensures the stability of the realm for ages to come. The divine reigns above, eternal and unending. Qin Li Si. May I inquire if the idiom Feng Miao Du Duan pertains to the relationship between the illustrious Minister Feng and Mr. Du? Qin Ming Tian. Might there be an opportunity to discuss military strategies with generals like Li Jing? Gu. Are the previous commentators engaging in cosplay? On a clear day, one cannot help but feel a profound impact from the concluding segment featuring Li Shimin, reminiscent of an MVP announcement. Some viewers questioned whether the host had employed fake accounts, given the video had only just been released for a few minutes. It is indeed a pity that my esteemed brother Zheng met his untimely demise. The arrival of Lu Zhuzhu is eagerly anticipated, as the first emperor Yingzheng gazes upon the floating comments with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What does it mean to die too soon? He shares this sentiment. If only future generations could impart the secrets to longevity to him. The Celestial Dome is likely a conduit connecting the timelines of various dynasties, promising transformative changes for each one. This extraordinary phenomenon, which challenges prior understanding, leaves Zheng's jaw tense. He cannot fathom the power of a nation capable of traversing the myriad realms and timelines. Should such a formidable enemy confront the Qin, it would result in an overwhelming defeat. Thankfully, the descendants of China are not adversaries. Reflecting on the breathtaking visuals just witnessed, the first emperor begins to contemplate the significance of the people. Li Si, acting on the emperor's command, attempted to engage with the comments by clicking on the icon in the lower left corner of the celestial dome. To his astonishment, it indeed manifested within the dome. Li Si and Meng Yi were both profoundly astonished, particularly Meng Yi, who saw his brother's remarks displayed, leaving him flabbergasted. Meanwhile, far away at the northern frontier, Ming Tian appeared innocently perplexed. The realms pondered the meaning of MVP. The ancestral figures, upon seeing the subsequent comments, recognized them as contributions from future generations. In the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yongle Zhu Di watched, aghast, as comments from his father glided across the celestial dome, chilling him to the core. Zhu Di comprehended the origins of the celestial dome and understood that other dynasties across different timelines were also witnessing the same spectacle concurrently. He trembled in fear, acutely aware that revealing his usurpation of his nephew Zhu Yunwen's position would incur dire consequences. Zhu Di's eyelids twitched, consumed with worry for his past self during the Hongwu era. Had he known that his descendants would alter his temple name to Zhu, he would likely have been infuriated. Yet, this was a matter for the future. He was one of the most iron-willed emperors in Chinese history, spending his reign predominantly engaged in warfare, doubling the territory of his dynasty. In June of the first year of the Western Han dynasty, Liu Che was born in the Yilan Palace of the Weiyang Palace. This infant possessed an exquisite countenance and an air of nobility. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, declared, I shall speak more. At the age of 7, his mother was elevated to the status of the second empress of Emperor Jing, making him the most esteemed crown prince. 9 years later, under his father's auspices, he donned the crown early. At merely 16, he grasped the divine artifacts of the Han dynasty. Thus began the illustrious saga of a formidable sovereign, the illustrious Emperor Wu. Lu Che. In the first month of 141 BC, Emperor Jing of Han, Lu Qi, held a coming-of-age ceremony for his 16-year-old son, Lu Che. Soon after, Lu Qi passed away, and Lu Che ascended to the throne, becoming the seventh emperor of the Han Empire. Shortly after his accession, Lu Che ordered officials at all levels to recommend virtuous individuals, and this decree garnered widespread attention, prompting many Confucian scholars who had secluded themselves in the mountains to emerge from their retreats. Emperor Wu of Han rapidly amassed a significant number of Confucian scholars and boldly championed Confucianism. They engaged in fervent discussions and introduced a series of reform policies. Restrictions were imposed on meritorious officials and nobility, while the morally reprehensible offspring of the Dowager Empress Do were expelled from the palace. However, none of these actions escaped the watchful eyes of the now invisible Do Dowager. Before long, two high-ranking officials personally appointed by Lu Che were dismissed and imprisoned, and a large contingent of Confucian scholars gathered in the capital was sent back to their hometowns. Thus, the young ruler faced a disastrous defeat. For years later, he was liberated from the oppressive shadow of his grandmother, who had succumbed to eternal rest. In 134 BC, the year following the death of the Dowager Empress Do, Lu Che initiated a new era that belonged entirely to him. He personally drafted an edict extolling virtuous literature, outlining his ideal blueprint for governance in a concise document of over 100 characters. After reading it multiple times, Dong Zhongshu, no longer hesitating, fervently pinned his long-held political aspirations. Thus, Lu Che posed his inquiries, and Dong Zhongshu provided his answers. Posterity refers to their exchanges as the three strategies of heaven and man. In anticipation of a prosperous era, Dong Zhongshu proposed a far-reaching suggestion that would significantly influence subsequent dynasties in China to promote the teachings of Confucius while suppressing the 100 schools of thought. Lu Che accepted this counsel, dismissing the 100 schools and honoring the 6 classics. He then established the 6 classics as the standard for selecting talent and instituted the system of recommendation. Simultaneously, he founded the Taixue and local academies, official schools dedicated to teaching Confucian classics, selecting officials, and creating the first civil governance by literati in Chinese history. During the reign of Emperor Wan of Han, Lu Heng cast a knowing glance at the Dowager Empress Do sitting across from him, his expression a blend of amusement and seriousness, and remarked, "Your Majesty, Qi is the rightful heir." Do Fang felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that the emperor was subtly reminding her not to harbor ambitions for Wu to usurp Qi's position. "I understand," she said. At this moment, Do Fang had not yet become the powerful Empress Dowager Do. Lu Heng was still alive, and he could easily depose the empress, paving the way for Lu Qi and, eventually, his grandson, the eternal emperor. Lu Heng merely cast a fleeting glance at Empress Do, his tone neither warm nor cold, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Empress, I am aware of your favoritism towards Wu, but Qi is the future heir, and his position as crown prince must be acknowledged. You should comprehend the gravity of this matter. Do you wish for fratricide to satisfy your desires?" At this juncture, Lu Heng's voice turned suddenly frigid, as if he harbored no affection for the empress who had accompanied him thus far. Do Fang's face revealed terror. She merely wished for her youngest son to inherit Qi's position, not to incite conflict between her own flesh and blood. No matter how deeply she favored her younger son, the crown prince was still the child she bore after 10 months of pregnancy. Despite having learned many political stratagems alongside Empress Xi, she could never emulate her ruthlessness. Her intentions were merely driven by personal desires. She never contemplated destabilizing the Lu family's dynasty, the wealth accumulated over 2 generations, the civil governance of the Wen and Jing eras, and the teachings of Huang and Lao would not perpetually suit the Han. "Empress, do not be blinded. Substantial political reforms must align with the times." After stating this, Lu Heng ceased to regard her, instead sending for Crown Prince Lu Qi to witness the celestial spectacle together. The true essence of Huang Lao philosophy lies in the manipulation of power to allocate benefits, yet it possesses limitations. It can only function under conditions of benefit distribution, which inevitably constrains its application. When those in power find themselves unable to allocate benefits, the principles of Huang Lao become ineffectual. Emperor Wan of Han, Lu Heng, understood well the limitations of Huang Lao philosophy. As time progressed, controlling the court officials would become increasingly challenging. These officials recognized a burgeoning threat, led by the ever-expanding clan of Empress Xi. While Empress Xi was alive, a fragile balance could be maintained. However, following her death, the court swiftly eradicated her influence. The same fate awaited the later Empress Dowager-Do. The currents of the era relentlessly surged forward. Empress Dowager-Do's ideologies had become incompatible with the dynasty's evolution. Thus, during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, not only did he establish monumental achievements, but he also initiated an ideological shift that marked the dawn of China's dynastic era. The true failure of Empress Dowager-Do stemmed from her ideological confrontation with the formidable adversary of feudal Confucianism, the emergence of feudal Confucian thought, which posed the greatest challenge to Huanglao philosophy, heralded the transition of the Han dynasty towards a more structured governance. It is said that Liu Che was fortunate to marry Empress Wei Zifu, securing a dual brilliance for the empire. In 218 BC, amidst a significant invasion by the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu appointed Wei Qing as general, leading to a decisive victory. Subsequent campaigns in Heshi and against the northern steppes forced the Xiongnu to retreat, while the Han expanded their territory further into Dongwei and Nanwei, amplifying the expanse of the Han dominion. In the year 127 BC, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty promulgated the policy of enfeoffment, leading to the further fragmentation of large kingdoms. 5 years later, Luan, the king of Huainan, was eliminated due to charges of treason, and the Huainan kingdom was abolished, replaced by the Jiuzhong commandery. This signified the end of the feudal states that had existed as independent powers since the establishment of the Han dynasty. That spirited young man, over the span of 30 years, achieved extraordinary feats. While scholars and politicians from the spring and autumn period to the warring states continually sought to explore the philosophies and methods of governance, transitioning from the feudal system to the commandery system, and through the practices of legalism, Taoism, and Confucianism during the Qin and Han dynasties. A unified political system and an ideology centered on Confucianism became firmly established during the reign of Liu Che. Moreover, another unprecedented endeavor by Emperor Wu Liu Che was to broaden the horizons of the Chinese people, as an unparalleled mercantile pathway gradually took shape during his era. To stabilize the borders, Liu Che dispatched Zhang Qian on 2 missions to the western regions, ultimately initiating the Silk Road, which facilitated trade and cultural exchanges between the East and West. For the peace of the empire, he enacted the policy of enfeoffment, upheld Confucian teachings, quelled internal dissent, controlled the western regions, reclaimed Heshi, and expanded the empire's territories. In the early Han period, Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang, with a sense of pride, raised his cup and exclaimed, "Truly, my descendants in the Han dynasty are worthy of their lineage. Both civil and martial prowess are exceptional, ambitious and resolute." He laughed heartily, declaring that the once defiant adversary had finally been subdued. Upon hearing this, LG fell into contemplation. Could the 7th emperor of the Han dynasty be a descendant of the future crown princing? And who was the Empress Do mentioned in the celestial canopy? LG had never heard of a prominent family bearing the surname Do. However, she recalled a maidservant by that name and, reflecting on her delicate demeanor, she inwardly shook her head, thinking perhaps she was overthinking. Yet, years of warfare left the empire ravaged, with the populace displaced and suffering, and corpses strewn across the land. Initially, upon learning that Crown Prince Che was destined to be a great emperor, Emperor Jing of Han Liu Qi was elated. However, as the celestial canopy recounted the lengthy wars waged by the dynasty, an ominous feeling began to stir within him. Indeed, Liu Qi could no longer contain himself and began to bombard the comments with his grievances. What nonsense! Is this how you treat the Han dynasty that I entrusted to you? After 44 years of battles against the Xiongnu, don't the people deserve a respite? Our Che is truly formidable, the most iron-willed emperor in history. Have not the efforts of me and my predecessor been sufficient for you? Liu Zhuche replied earnestly, "Father." How do you know? His eyes sparkled with hope that his father might be more prudent and save more during his reign. Get lost, came the curt response from Liu Qi. Reflecting on those days filled with ambition and fervor, Liu Che knew he had not betrayed his destined mission or youthful aspirations. Under his governance, the Han Empire thrived with youthful vigor, resounding with an enduring legacy. The dynasty flourished in his hands, yet also faced decline. History presents a dichotomous portrait of Emperor Wu of Han, lauded as a sagacious statesman yet criticized as a capricious sovereign, ultimately failing to be regarded as a wise ruler by the common folk. In the early days of the Han dynasty, Emperor Liu Che received disparaging reviews. Liu Zhuzhu remarked that in his later years, Emperor Wu became enamored with sorcerers and the art of witchcraft, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of Empress Wei Zifu and Crown Prince Liu Ju by hanging. What? The Empress and the Crown Prince hanged themselves? This brief statement echoed in Lu Che's mind, leaving him stunned and frozen in place, unable to comprehend the subsequent words spoken against the backdrop of the celestial dome. Once he regained his composure, a tempest of fury surged within him, his royal gaze transforming into a crimson hue, an ominous aura enveloping him. How dare future generations casually curse my Empress and Crown Prince? The ministers turned pale, acutely aware that the wrath of this sovereign could indeed be lethal. Your Majesty. The anxious call of Wei Qing reverberated through the air. Upon hearing that the twilight years of the emperor indirectly led to the demise of his sister and the Crown Prince's nephew, a chill gripped Wei Qing's heart. As if his very blood had turned to ice, and despair sank deep within him. How could this be? Did he not attempt to dissuade the emperor at that time? Beside him, Yubing was momentarily stunned, then, disregarding the counsel of the ministers, rushed to Weiyang Palace to seek his aunt without a second thought. Witnessing the emperor's ire directed towards the heavens, Wei Qing hastily offered counsel in an effort to awaken the irrational sovereign. Should the heavens become aware of the emperor's indiscriminate words and cease to prophesy the future, it would spell utter ruin. If a mere general could perceive the advantages the heavens could bestow, how much more so the emperor himself? Your Majesty, it is all my fault. If blame is to be laid, let it fall upon me. Wei Qing knelt in earnest supplication, his voice laced with sorrow. He lamented his failure to protect his sister and the Crown Prince, leading to their tragic end. He dared not blame the emperor. Despite the emperor's usual respect and affection for him, the distinction remained clear. The sovereign is the sovereign, and the subject is the subject. He could only reproach himself for not intervening at that crucial moment. In an instant, the man regained his composure and swiftly moved to support Wei Qing. The once proud emperor now bore a countenance of shame, unable to meet the gaze of the kneeling general. Lu Che felt as though a great hammer was relentlessly striking him. Wei Qing and Xu Bing had fought valiantly for the stability of his realm, charging into battle against the Xiongnu. Meanwhile, the empress was virtuous and gentle, and the Crown Prince was known for his benevolence and forbearance. Was he truly losing his mind in his later years? And what of the calamity of witchcraft and sorcery that the heavens had foretold? Lu Che's expression darkened as he turned to the ministers, their faces equally grim. Could the calamity of witchcraft be the work of the noble families? The once clear-headed Lu Che now recalled the heavens' warnings. If the Empress and Crown Prince had taken their own lives, what would become of Wei Qing and Xu Bing? The ministers, under the weight of the emperor's gaze, turned pale, hastily kneeling to offer counsel, some trembling in fear. Zhang Tang and Zhu Fuyin knelt beside Wei Qing, urging in unison that the emperor refrain from venting his wrath upon the heavens, for regret would come too late should the heavens falter. Lu Che was beset by a throbbing headache. What was this madness? Seeing that Wei Qing was unwilling to rise, Zhang Tang and Zhu Fuyin echoed his reluctance. With no other choice, Lu Che reluctantly acquiesced, still grappling with the unacceptability of the Empress and Crown Prince's deaths, vexed by his earlier impulsiveness. The disappearance of the heavens would indeed herald a monumental loss for the Han dynasty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Lu Che's silhouette suddenly stiffened, hesitating to turn and confront the Empress and the Crown Prince, as they must have already discerned the celestial signs above. Do not take it to heart, Your Majesty. The matter has yet to unfold, and your decisions are beyond my defiance, Wei Zifu implored, tugging at Crown Prince Lu Ju as if to kneel. Lu Che hastily stepped forward to support them, his expression betraying a hint of irritation as he feigned anger. What words are these, Empress? A careful listener might detect a lack of vigor in Lu Che's tone. Wei Zifu lowered her gaze, adopting a posture of submissiveness, responding, If my son has erred in any way, I only beseech your Majesty for forgiveness. Her voice remained gentle and respectful. The more the Empress and the Wei family displayed such humility, the deeper Lu Che's guilt festered. The ominous predictions were ultimately a consequence of his own confusion, leading them to contemplate despair. With a soft sigh, he thought, how could I ever blame the Crown Prince? Zifu, I assure you, such a future as foretold shall never come to pass. I believe in you, Your Majesty, Wei Zifu replied, pausing as she held the Crown Prince's hand. Little Lu Ju then softly added, I too believe in Father. Lu Che, moved by their faith, harbored high hopes for the Crown Prince, while the Empress, Wei Zifu, observed intently, her eyelashes fluttering, lost in thought. The heartlessness of imperial lineage was a lesson she should have long since learned. Wei Qing cast a questioning glance at his nephew, who silently shook his head. When he visited the Weiyang Palace to see his aunt, he noticed her calmly leading the Crown Prince, her demeanor composed. He had merely advised Huizubing to remain circumspect in the presence of the emperor. Despot, the people cried. Ignorant of the suffering of the populace, they languish in despair. For 54 years, having waged war for 44, though the territory expanded twofold, the nation's subjects endured untold misery. During the reign of the martial emperor, the sentiments of the common folk echoed this sentiment, yet the deep-seated hierarchy stifled their voices. Even in a space where the celestial signs could be freely discussed, none dared to be the whistleblower. Reflecting on the soldiers who had fought and perished, whose children, husbands, and fathers were they, many among them had already given their lives on the battlefield. As memories of lost loved ones surfaced, the sobs of the people rose and fell like a mournful tide. Contemplating the future foretold by the celestial signs, 44 years more of war, they lamented. In the crowd stood a woman, her face pale and waxen, her eyes clouded and weary, cradling a young boy. Despairing, she glared at the heavens. Her husband had already perished on the battlefield, and the child, born into a world devoid of a father, now relied solely on her, a widow burdened with the care of 2 elderly in-laws. To sustain her child and her aged relatives, she toiled ceaselessly, barely scraping by to keep her family fed. In the Han Dynasty, governing the world through filial piety was synonymous with loyalty. Only through filial piety can one exhibit loyalty. It is by honoring one's parents that one may truly serve their sovereign. The woman took a deep breath, observing that the nearby elders, who were watching, dared not utter a word, resigning themselves instead to bow their heads and conceal their faces in tears, as if mourning in advance for their future losses. A tumult of conflicting emotions wrestled within her mind. Mother, I am frightened. The woman gazed vacantly at her child in her arms. As the thread of rationality in her mind snapped, the emperor had been waging war for 44 years. Inevitably, her child would grow up to face the battlefield. The populace of the Han Dynasty was in uproar, utterly astonished, as several comments marked with Han appeared before them. Han, Your Majesty, my husband has perished on the battlefield. Our home now comprises only my frail elderly in-laws and the sole bloodline left by my husband. It is a struggle to make ends meet. I implore your Majesty to grant our family a chance at survival. I merely wish to raise my child well. And even if you send him to war in the future, I shall harbor no grievances. War is unavoidable. The Xiongnu continually harass the border populace. However, if the fighting persists even after the Xiongnu are dealt with, life will become unbearable. Provisions, taxes, conscription, each is extracted from the common people. If the state and its citizens cannot recuperate, decline is imminent. On the other hand, Emperor Jing of Han observed the comments, veins throbbing at his temples, and could no longer resist picking up the prepared rattan whip, casting a somber gaze at the irate Lu Che. Young Lu Che was indignant about the comments, his expression a mixture of shame and anger. You insisted on fighting. You insisted on fighting. Look at the public outrage. After saying this, Lu Chi struck Lu Che with the whip. The boy wailed and dodged his father's strikes, yet he retorted, Father, how dare she, a mere woman, speak ill of the emperor? At this, Lu Chi's fury escalated, and he lashed out even harder. Do you still dare to argue? If the people weren't driven to desperation, would they voice their grievances? Young Lu Che received a severe reprimand from his father, pouting stubbornly, unwilling to concede any fault. Why should he bear the consequences of actions taken in the future? Moreover, how could the emperor ever be in the wrong? Emperor Jing of Han regarded the still proud and obstinate boy with a touch of helplessness, sighing deeply. He embraced the boy, personally straightening the disheveled brocade robe caused by his evasions, and patiently began to instruct him. Che-er, do you know how the founding emperor rose to power? Che-er certainly knew. Though still somewhat miffed, young Lu Che answered obediently. The world belongs to the common people. It is not yours alone. If you drive them to desperation, it will backfire. Either a formidable figure will emerge from among them, or the people will turn against you when the walls come crashing down. Do not underestimate the power of the populace, though they may lack authority and influence. The foundation of the realm rests with them. Those who ensure their well-being will earn their loyalty. They are not simply fickle. For humans naturally gravitate towards benefit and away from harm. Just as the founding emperor's uprising depended on public support, the common people are easily satisfied. And thus you can secure your reign. This discourse left young Lu Che in stunned silence, profoundly impacted by his father's assertion that the realm belongs to the people. In ancient times, for the vast majority of emperors, the sentiment was often, my father is emperor, therefore I shall be emperor, my grandfather was emperor, thus I shall be emperor. From a young age, having lived within the confines of the imperial palace, one cannot possibly inherit the extensive experience of founding emperors who have fought for their realms. Thus, there exists a profound ignorance regarding the common folk, who are merely perceived as mere peasants. Yet, the greatest wealth of the wealthy lies in the impoverished. This principle applies equally to ancient emperors and noble families. Without the populace, what significance does one hold as an emperor or a dignitary? Upon witnessing the barrage of messages, a momentary silence enveloped the common people, soon followed by an eruption of voices from all realms. As the first individual spoke out, thousands dared to follow suit, and indeed, the emperor could do little to quell the multitude. As anticipated by Emperor Jing of Han, the heavens became a canvas for the pleas of the Han populace. Lamenting their hardships, Liu Qi inhaled deeply, his hands itching with a desire to act. The celestial screen was further interspersed with comments from future generations. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, turned ashen, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, it would be unbecoming for an emperor to engage in a debate with the masses. Although prideful, Liu Che was not foolish. In an age where the celestial screen connected all realms, inaction would inevitably incite unrest among the populace. I shall confer with my ministers to devise strategies that allow the citizens to recuperate, declared Emperor Wu. The once boisterous messages fell into a sudden hush, and no one dared to speak further. Mushroom remarked, if the finale featuring Airphone is the MVP, then the conclusion showcasing Zhu Zhu is akin to a grand scene of victimhood. On Bilibili, viewers cannot see each other as usernames. Only the content creator can view them in the background. Thus, netizens speculate that someone might be mimicking commoners for entertainment, or perhaps it is a distinctive feature crafted by the creator themselves. Tian Lala noted, the three emperors failed to produce a single crown prince. AI Zheng Gu commented, one can only say that history is indeed fraught with regrets. AI Qi Dao Xiaomian added, the only thing to criticize about Airphone is the unfortunate precedent it set. 2333 NI remarked, Li Shimin, the founder of Xuanwu Gate, is akin to a muddled elder. Liu Che lived too long, and his mind became foggy in his later years. However, living to 70 in ancient times, especially as an emperor, is quite remarkable. WNIK suggested, I believe the creator could next explore the crown princes of these three historic emperors, as it would be quite intriguing. QVQ interjected, the aforementioned individual, did the first emperor not establish a crown prince before his demise? Otherwise, a series of unfortunate events would not have ensued. Wu Wu mused, the eternal emperor, all in order. Historically, the position of crown prince has always been perilous. After the comments, the netizens drifted away, leaving the hearts of Long Feng and Zhu hanging in despair. The first emperor, Ing Zheng, inquired, what misfortunes ensued afterward? Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, questioned, what does it mean to be the founder of Xuanwu Gate? Hanwudi, Liu Che exclaimed, what? I lived to 70? Wait, what happened to the crown prince? The netizens concluded, in a single phrase, three men drove the cosmos into silence. What if, by inadvertently revealing too much, I alter my own trajectory? Would the self existing in another realm still hold the title of emperor? The foremost representative, of course, is our esteemed Liu Bang, who remains silent. As the celestial screen concludes the presentation of the eternal emperor, the myriad beings across the realms witness the emergence of a series of symbols, with the system delineating their purposes. The act of liking the video serves to encourage the broadcaster, while private messages can be sent to the individuals mentioned within the video. It is worth noting that only those referenced in the review can access the private messaging interface. Most common folk, being simple and kind-hearted, readily express their approval by liking the video, whereas the emperors must deliberate carefully regarding the private messages. After the video was published, Shi Jinchui and Xia Ji proceeded to attend their specialized classes. Due to the do not disturb setting on their phones, they were momentarily unaware that their first video had gone viral, truly viral. After completing 3 sessions of their specialized classes in the afternoon, Shi Jinchui and her companions returned to their dormitory, utterly exhausted, collapsing into the soft embrace of their blankets, yearning for the comforting warmth of their beds. Feeling utterly fatigued, Shi Jinchui merely wished to lie like a languid fish. After an entire afternoon of classes, she felt as though she could wither away. Xia Ji, with a tone of feeble inquiry, asked, what shall we have for dinner tonight? How about ordering takeout? Just as the words were spoken, the dormitory doors swung open, revealing another roommate who had just returned from class. Their room housed only 3 individuals, with an extra bed serving as a repository for their unused belongings. What is the matter with you two? You both seem rather listless, inquired Zhou Yusen, brimming with vitality and energy as she approached her roommates. Shall we go out for hot pot together? Moreover, since the start of the academic year, we have yet to explore the nearby night market and its delightful street food. Before the word no could escape her lips, Shi Jinchui interrupted with enthusiasm. Great. Let's go eat hot pot. It slipped my mind that Shi Jinchui was renowned in the dormitory for her insatiable appetite. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Emperor Zhao Kuangyan of the Song Dynasty convened with his ministers to deliberate on matters concerning the celestial realm. Their presence in the heavens was, regrettably, far too insignificant. The remaining affairs shall be entrusted to you. Proceed swiftly, he commanded. Good, esteemed official. During the Song Dynasty, the populace commonly referred to the emperor as official rather than the more conventional Your Majesty or Sire. This term was unique to the Song Dynasty, setting it apart distinctly from other eras. You, the second son, are responsible for overseeing the Artisan Academy. You must fulfill this task diligently. I have faith in you. Good brother. Zhao Guangyi felt both joy and worry. The joy stemmed from his elder brother's intention to establish a craftsman academy, gathering skilled artisans to create exquisite seeds for future generations. The worry arose from his desire to inherit his brother's position. What to do? Suddenly, the familiar voice of Wang Jian, the chief eunuch close to the emperor, pierced the air. Zhao Kuangyan paid him no mind and strode outward, soon arriving atop a high wall to witness the best view of the celestial display. At this hour, across all realms and dynasties, a curfew was in effect, and the common folk could only steal glimpses from their courtyards. In the Tang dynasty, the curfew was particularly stringent, a situation mirrored in other dynasties, with only the Song dynasty as an exception, which had yet to impose a curfew at this time. Emperor Zhao Kuangyan had decreed that in the capital, the night market could not be restricted after the third drumbeat, thus easing the curfew regulations. As the citizens of the Song dynasty meandered through the lively streets, they paused in anticipation at the sight of the celestial display, eager to see what the future would reveal. What met their eyes was the vibrant night market, aglow with lights. An array of neon signs intertwined, draping the city in a brilliant hue. The bustling crowd flowed through the streets, where stalls stood shoulder to shoulder from one end to the other, offering a dazzling array of goods that left one awestruck. Amidst the market's splendor, colorful lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. Various vendors, food stalls, restaurants, and game booths filled the entire street, creating a scene of thriving commerce and vibrant liveliness. The citizens of all realms gasped in astonishment. Even the emperors could not help but admire the street scene, while those in the future appeared relaxed and carefree, enjoying the market with family or friends. Did the future emperors not enforce curfews? Were there truly no patrolling soldiers on the streets at night? Such questions surged in the minds of all present. Most had come to accept the fashionable hairstyles of the future, recognizing the passage of over 2 millennia had surely brought some differences. Yet, a few conservative scholars vehemently protested, declaring it unfilial to disregard the heritage bestowed by their parents. Their outrage silenced when they witnessed elderly men and women rendered speechless, their indignation turning to frustration. Shi Jinchui and her friends each held a cup of milk tea, chatting as they stopped at a bustling snack stall. "Boss, give us 10 skewers of grilled gluten," they called out, relishing the artisanal grilled gluten from a vendor well acquainted with local university students. "All right, my dear," the boss replied. "When did you start your stall after the new year?" asked Zhou Yusen with curiosity. "Just in the last couple of days," the boss responded. "No wonder there were so many people. We had to wait in line. I wish you continued success in your business." The boss of the grilled gluten, taking a rare moment of respite, revealed a smile on his wrinkled face and teased. "Your words are as sweet as honey. How about I treat you to 3 skewers of sausage?" "Yes, please. Thank you, boss." Shi Jinchui and Xia Ji gave him a thumbs up, impressed. Every time they visited, they managed to bring a smile to the boss's face. The onlookers, astonished, gazed at the scene on the screen. The 3 girls, youthful and radiant, each possessed their unique charm, yet they all exuded an air of privilege. How could they indulge in food prepared by ordinary folk? Even if it were delicious, such behavior seemed beneath their stature. Moreover, it was curious to see the screen's host so familiar with the street vendor, leading the gathered crowd from all realms into deep contemplation. They soon realized that their attempts to comment were futile. Only the screen's host could share certain videos. Before long, the grilled gluten and sausages were ready. The boss wrapped them up and handed them to Zhou Yusen. The trio walked and ate, evoking tears of envy from the onlookers. In a nearby courtyard, Su Shi and Zhang Huaimin savored pastries and wine while watching the screen. Upon seeing the delightful street food, Su Shi's eyes sparkled instantly. He abandoned his pastries and drink, fixated on how the grilled gluten vendor prepared the dish, a delicacy known in later times as gluten, seemingly crafted from dough, adorned with unknown spices. However, he had grasped the technique well. He would certainly attempt to create a delicious version with flour one day, chuckling to himself. "Su, look, they've entered a restaurant," Zhang Huaimin exclaimed. Su Shi, who had been diligently recording the steps for making grilled gluten, looked up just in time to see Shi Jinchui sitting down and sweeping the corner of the table with a black iron box, while the restaurant's attendant had yet to approach. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling a waiter brought over a large pot, its bottom glistening with red oil, floating with peppercorns and an array of unfamiliar spices. Su Shi was taken aback, puzzled, and asked Zhang Huaimin when they had ordered. Zhang shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen them place an order. The crowd from all realms was equally bewildered. Shi Jinchui had ordered a spicy beef hot pot from Sichuan and Chongqing, and soon, platters of neatly sliced meats and vegetables were served. The joy of cooking and gossiping over hot pot was unparalleled. Countless reputations were tarnished within their lively conversation. "You know who? They were found to have broken up, haha." And then, the crowd was in a frenzy, their eyes glued to the girls eating meat. Ears perked to catch every scandalous tidbit, mouths watering and stomachs growling. How tormenting it was. The emperors, believing they could discern the momentous events, the Qin dynasty. It was nighttime, and the great Qin had already imposed a curfew. Yet, Yingzheng remained preoccupied with state affairs, leaving Meng Yi, Li Si, Zhao Gao, and others in attendance, along with Prince Fusu. Meng Yi perceived that His Majesty, influenced by the words of the people from the heavens beyond, harbored a desire to personally instruct Fusu. Yingzheng gazed at the bamboo slips on the table, feeling an inexplicable vexation. These were incomparable to the light and portable paper of later ages. When the heavens surveyed the Tang dynasty, a fleeting glimpse revealed paper inscribed with poetry. Although it lacked the finesse of later creations, it was nonetheless commendable for its time, far removed from the future. If the Tang dynasty could possess paper, why could not the great Qin? The MO school, alongside a multitude of skilled artisans, had collectively established a research institute to attract talented individuals from across the realm, enabling those with such capabilities to collaborate and explore. This initiative was inspired by the emperor's establishment of literary halls, observing that the powerful nations of the future favored the MO school's approach. Whether in exquisite furniture or masterful craftsmanship, these were intimately connected to the MO school and its artisans. Should they succeed in creating paper, recording text would become effortless, facilitating the dissemination of knowledge through books. Yingzheng could then vigorously nurture the talents of Qin officials. However, this would encroach upon the interests of numerous noble families, as a significant portion of literature remained in their grasp. Only the offspring of noble families had access to education. Contemplating this, Yingzheng cast a glance at Li Si. Li Si, well aware of the emperor's intentions, understood that with the MO school's creation of the Research Institute, other academies would eventually emerge, leaving him discontented yet powerless. During the Qin dynasty, following the unification of the 6 states, there was a dearth of talented officials. In his desperation, the first emperor had no choice but to pardon those bureaucrats who had erred, dispatching them to serve in the counties of the 6 states, much to their chagrin. No one relishes being sent to a foreign land, especially when the standardization of script and transportation had yet to be implemented. The languages of the 6 states varied greatly, forcing individuals to leave their homeland for unfamiliar territories, rife with linguistic and regional disparities. Such circumstances were indeed burdensome, for the emperor was distant and unapproachable. Thus, when the first emperor met his demise, the swift downfall of the second emperor could be attributed, in part, to their grievances. While the Qin dynasty achieved the unification of its territories, it failed to implement reforms in systems and culture, contributing to its rapid failure. Yingzheng was acutely aware of this. Without unified reforms in governance and culture, many families of the 6 states had lost loved ones to the swords of the Qin army. Therefore, when the heavens manifested, the first emperor sought to reclaim the people's hearts. At present, the most pressing concern was when he would receive a response from the denizens of the future. Zhao Gao hastened into the inner chamber, reporting, "Your Majesty, the people from the heavens have concluded their meal." The first emperor rubbed his brow. He had been waiting outside since the appearance of the celestial phenomenon. Unbeknownst to him, the gathering of young ladies had extinguished his desire to observe further. Due to the revelations from the celestial screen during the daylight hours, Yingzheng found himself wishing fervently for multiple incarnations of himself. The bamboo slips of official documents piled up like mountains, and the words of the imperial physician went entirely unheard. The workaholic was compelled to dispatch Zhao Gao to monitor the celestial display outside the palace. On this occasion, the young Lord Fusu also participated in the review of state affairs. Otherwise, it would likely take considerably longer to conclude the matters at hand. Thus unfolded the events. After Zhao Gao had spoken, the celestial screen revealed Shi Jinchui and her companions, who, having finished their meal, approached the counter to display their payment record to the staff before departing. Departed they were. The myriad realms murmured in astonishment. Did they truly dine so lavishly? Only to leave without settling the bill. The populace engaged in hushed discussions, speculating that these three young women did not seem to belong to such a class. Moreover, their overall demeanor exuded a refinement characteristic of those raised in affluence. Indeed, just moments ago, they had purchased some delicacy, the name of which escaped memory, paying with paper currency, while the proprietor returned change to them. One could only wonder how much silver had been consumed during that extravagant meal. The fare comprised copious amounts of meat and vegetables, which, despite their fiery appearance, appeared delightfully appetizing. I had observed her briefly showing a black iron box to the counter attendant. Could that possibly serve as a means of payment? In later times, many street vendors displayed a blue and green square sign, adorned with a black square pattern, seemingly ubiquitous among vendors. What purpose could it serve? I find the gentleman she mentioned quite remarkable, skillfully exchanging glances with two young ladies, who, it turns out, are sisters. Indeed, he seems to have a penchant for those who dwell within his circle. And what was it they spoke of regarding electronic pets? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is yet another peculiar novelty from the future. The beverage they enjoyed, seemingly a delightful milk tea, piqued my interest, and I too yearned to partake. Amidst the discussions of the myriad realms, Shi Jinchui hailed a ride-sharing vehicle, providing the last digits of her mobile number, followed by light-hearted banter with her roommate. However, the various kingdoms were thrown into disarray, for this bustling night market was devoid of passing vehicles, and this was the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. What is this dark, formidable structure? The university lies a mere 9 kilometers from here, and having dined to their satisfaction, Shi Jinchui and her companions were reluctant to walk, opting instead for a taxi. As the vehicle commenced its journey, executing a turn towards the thoroughfare, the citizens of the myriad realms gasped in unison. This black box can move? I overheard them refer to it as a ride-sharing vehicle. Is that indeed the term? The car glided smoothly along the boulevard, and all kingdoms quivered with astonishment, realizing that this was not an isolated occurrence. Vehicles passed by in succession along the roadside, the ride-sharing vehicle operating with remarkable speed and stability. Is this the transportation of the future? How is it possible for such speed to be achieved? The skilled artisans of the MO school were filled with excitement, their curiosity and inquiries causing them to fidget restlessly, with some even beginning to sketch vehicle designs. They were eager to explore how future generations achieved mobility, though their hopes were destined to be dashed. Soon, within less than 10 minutes, Jinchui and her companions arrived, walking back to the dormitory while sharing laughter, and they did not forget to greet the dormitory supervisor along the way. The myriad realms echoed with astonishment. Why hasn't that girl paid? Did the ride-hailing driver not stop them? Are the people of the future truly saints? Upon returning to the dormitory, Jinchui checked her phone and discovered messages flooding the class group chat. The class mentor announced, "Those in need of the Poverty Assistance Program this year should contact me." The class monitor replied promptly, "Understood, teacher." Xiaji also noticed the group messages and struck up a conversation with Jinchui. "Do you think our class monitor will apply for the poverty assistance this year?" "She probably will. Isn't her family quite struggling? I often saw her working part-time near the school last year." "Did you not know? Her account has gone viral. Haven't you heard?" Seeing Jinchu's puzzled expression, Xiaji explained, "It's the topic-based account created by our monitor that has gained immense popularity, with likes exceeding 100,000 and a steadily increasing follower count. That's impressive. She truly deserves it," Jinchui remarked sincerely. "Yes, perhaps her only drawback is her family's dire circumstances, her gambling father, her ailing mother, and a younger brother. Despite such a challenging start, her ability to emerge from the mountains is indeed remarkable. If it weren't for the 9-year compulsory education policy mandating that everyone must attend school and her own tenacity, she might have remained trapped in those mountains for a lifetime." Jinchui nodded, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What kind of topics does the monitor cover on her account?" "It seems she focuses on political economy and knowledge related to agriculture and rural affairs, a niche that currently has few contributors. However, her engaging delivery is what draws so many viewers. Zhou Yusin, overhearing, gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Last year, your class monitor even took our economics elective course, and the teacher was particularly fond of her." Xiaji added, she mentioned that she self-studied agricultural knowledge. Jin Shu asked Xiaji for the monitor's Douyin account, noting that she had chosen the platform with the largest traffic, planning to observe and learn when time permitted. After all, discussing history inevitably leads to politics, which in turn requires addressing economics, and economics circles back to agriculture and rural affairs, a perfect cycle. As the day concluded, the inhabitants of the myriad realms were left unsettled. What is 9-year compulsory education? Does the future nation require everyone to pursue education? What does it mean to take electives in economics and rural affairs? To emerge from the mountains? Most importantly, how is it that in this future, the nation mandates education for all, and these future scholars are merely ordinary individuals? The myriad realms throughout history erupted in astonishment, akin to proclaiming that the heavens had bestowed a bounty upon them. Their disbelief was palpable. How could such a phenomenon be possible? Reflecting upon the interactions between the celestial maiden and the humble street vendor, one envisioned a future where the populace flourished, free from the pangs of poverty and the chill of hunger. The bustling high-rises and the mesmerizingly swift vehicles traversing the streets painted a scene of vibrancy and prosperity. Could such a reality truly exist? The common folk across the realms marveled at the benevolence of the emperors of the future, who mandated education for every citizen, supplemented by provisions for the impoverished in academies. It seemed almost too splendid to be true. Yet, the sovereigns and ministers of the myriad worlds wore expressions of concern. What did it mean for a state to require universal literacy? Observing the bustling streets and towering edifices from the celestial vantage point, one surmised that the population exceeded that of their own dynasties by several magnitudes. With so many individuals pursuing education, could the allocation of national resources suffice? What was the yield of agricultural produce, multiplied countless times? Did the emperors of the future fear an enlightened populace? How could such a vast population contribute to the economic and social development of the state? The notion that ordinary citizens could study economics, albeit vaguely understood, was striking. The mere interpretation of the term hinted at a deeper comprehension. Economics? Would the future states so readily permit the common people to delve into such subjects? Discussing economics inevitably intertwined with politics. How could such knowledge be imparted so casually? Surely, the students of the future would all be destined for officialdom. From their celestial observations, it was evident that the future states placed great emphasis on commerce, with streets lined by various eateries and vendors catering to the everyday individual. An abundance of questions loomed. This night was destined to be sleepless. In any ambitious dynasty led by a sagacious ruler, ministers were roused from their slumber to convene within the palace for urgent discussions. With dark circles under their eyes, the ministers deliberated with the emperor, occasionally stifling yawns, harboring a sense of resentment towards the celestial display. Meanwhile, the instigator of this unrest had already succumbed to slumber. The ministers and the emperor conferred late into the night, finally concluding their discussions and returning home. Not long after, it was time for the morning court. As the ministers rose from their beds, they lamented, "Surely, the celestial display is afflicted with madness." Unable to voice their grievances against the emperor, they could only vent their frustrations upon the heavens. In a dormant system, the era of the Song dynasty unfolded. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin expressed great delight at the thriving commerce and economic advancement of the future. In comparison, the Song dynasty appeared woefully inadequate. In his lifetime, he yearned to witness the flourishing prosperity of the great Song. At this moment, Zhao Kuangyin had already relinquished military power over a cup of wine. Yet he had not yet adopted the later Song dynasty's tendency to prioritize literature over martial prowess. Upon witnessing the emergence of the celestial canopy, he began to pay heed to industrial advancements. The Song dynasty represents a pinnacle of economic, cultural, and technological development in Chinese history, with its mercantilist characteristics manifesting in various aspects. Consequently, as he observed the exquisite craftsmanship of the bricks and tiles of the future sky, Zhao Kuangyin cultivated an appreciation for such endeavors. Envisaging the rapidly moving vehicles of later generations, he felt a profound envy. These marvels rendered horse-drawn carriages obsolete, offering unparalleled convenience and speed. In contrast, the costs and time associated with carriages were substantial. Even if the Song dynasty could produce a mere fraction of such innovations, it would undoubtedly benefit the present. Moreover, during the eras of the Qin, Han, Sui, and Tang dynasties, There were those who recognized the importance of issuing relevant policies, notably. During the Qin dynasty, paper had yet to be invented, while by the time of Emperor Wu of Han, paper had emerged as a writing material. During this period, the production of paper had reached a relatively advanced stage, serving as a crucial medium for the dissemination of culture and knowledge. Additionally, the political and cultural activities of Emperor Wu's reign further stimulated the demand for paper, propelling the advancement and popularization of paper-making technology. However, it paled in comparison to the smoothness and delicacy of the paper improved by Kai Luan during the Eastern Han period. At the time of Emperor Wu, the techniques for producing paper were still rudimentary, primarily utilizing fibers from hemp plants, resulting in a coarse surface unsuitable for writing and painting. The celestial canopy promised to usher in a new world for them. With no classes in the morning, Shi Jinchui lay languidly in her dormitory, idly browsing videos on Bilibili to check their view counts, her attention caught by a conspicuous red notification of 99 messages. Clicking on the video to peruse the back-end comments, she mused, could it be that I have opened it incorrectly? Deleting the back-end and re-entering, she found the comments unchanged. Names such as Li Si, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Mengi caught her eye. What were these netizens up to? Upon clicking on her private messages, Shi Jinchui was taken aback. Had she unwittingly entered a cosplay circle? Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng. Maid, could you kindly reveal the art of papermaking? I shall reward you handsomely. Emperor Wu of Han Lu Che, fair maiden. Might you enlighten me on how to produce such smooth paper? Emperor Taizong of Tang Li Shimin. My lady, may I inquire if Guanin's servant's ailment can be fully cured? Shi Jinchui fell into deep contemplation. Perusing the barrage of comments and private messages from netizens, she concluded, surely, these are just playful internet users having fun. Gazing at her modest following of 23, she pondered whether follows and likes had become a thing of the past. Oh well, never mind. After replying to her cosplay-related messages, Shi Jinchui opened Douyin, ready to indulge in the leisurely pleasures of her morning. Meanwhile, across the myriad realms and dynasties, the celestial canopy reappeared, with the common folk laboring yet occasionally glancing upward, eager to see what was to come. How to lose weight. In the video, a man donned in a white coat and spectacles holds a pen, attentively examining a medical record while inquiring about the patient's symptoms. What symptoms are you experiencing? He asks. The patient then inquires, Doctor, how can one lose weight? To this, the male physician raises his gaze and replies, to lose weight, one must minimize late-night activities. This is not acceptable. Then consume less. Indeed, the male doctor set down his pen and gazed at the patient across from him, his eyes filled with a lingering depth, his tone laced with uncertainty. Exercise? I can't manage it. How about trying some fat-reducing meals? Is it better to consume them before or after the meal? A girl sincerely inquires. When it comes to a meal, that won't do. The male doctor chuckled in amusement and countered her. May I inquire how old you are this year? I have turned 30, the male doctor remarked, his finger pointed at the young woman, a forced smile playing on his lips as he gritted his teeth. You little wretch, I have tolerated you for far too long. He then turned to his colleague beside him, saying, Come here, Dr. Liu. Please, Dr. Liu, administer physical anesthesia to this little wretch. Prepare the iodine and disinfect as you proceed. We shall amputate. Should she faint from the pain, use your urine to rouse her. Today, we shall torment her repeatedly. I intend for her to remain eternally 30. After this, the male doctor faced the young woman once more and commanded, Now, you may leave. The heavens trembled in response. What is this amputation? Awakening with urine? The people of later generations seem rather peculiar. Something feels amiss. Let us take another look. What is this practice of disinfecting with iodine while combating? The eminent physicians of myriad realms are intrigued. Could it be that a fist could bear poison? Meanwhile, the common folk during times of turmoil fail to comprehend why those in later generations strive for weight loss. Is having a bit more flesh not advantageous? It ensures a full meal, making hunger less excruciating when it inevitably strikes. How could that be? We are friends, after all. In that year, Those Tales of the Rabbit, a video depicting an animation featuring a white rabbit adorned with a green pentagram hat, appearing docile and gentle alongside a sharp-beaked, round-headed eagle with a mischievous glint in its eyes. The eagle, with its wings raised to obscure its beak, leaned closer to the rabbit, whispering conspiratorially, Rabbit, you aren't secretly crafting these to attack me, are you? The rabbit, momentarily flustered, turned away, avoiding eye contact, and replied somewhat sheepishly, Of course not. We are friends. In the next moment, the background music ignited with explosive fervor, transitioning to showcase an array of formidable weaponry, tanks and artillery rising, colossal aircraft carriers, ammunition launching. The sheer destructive force leaving all realms in awe. Shi Jinchui, watching with exhilaration, opened the comments section to discover a plethora of witty remarks from netizens, laughter echoing throughout. Yunshang Zhaoyang commented, "In poverty, tactics intertwine. In wealth, carpet bombing prevails. Caliber is justice. Range is truth. Simultaneous fire is romance. Explosions are art. Pursue truth, choose justice. Create art, relish nuclear peace, exhibit romance, and uphold civilization." Dog emoji. A response from above. "You should publish a book. I would certainly buy a copy." Qi Feng remarked, "We are good friends. You deserve the very best." Then added, "The great powers are indeed myself." Dog emoji, although the video transitioned rapidly. The spectators from myriad realms grasped the magnitude of each explosive display. The visual shock delivered to the ancestors was nothing short of astounding. Thankfully, the video was accompanied by exhilarating music rather than the raw sounds of explosions, which would have been enough to rattle everyone present. Yet, the visual impact alone was sufficient to instill fear among the ancestors, the fiery clouds of detonation overwhelming. A barrage of projectiles launched simultaneously from a colossal aircraft carrier, as formidable as an armored titan. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The faces of emperors reflected both terror and an insatiable desire for such immense power. The warmongers, in particular, were captivated. If they possessed weaponry of such extraordinary might, would there even be a need for conflict? A crushing victory would be effortless. Gunpowder first emerged during the Tang Dynasty, when individuals began to experiment with and apply it, leading to the creation of the initial gunpowder weapon, the rocket. As time progressed, the application of gunpowder expanded, playing a crucial role in military endeavors. Prior to the Tang Dynasty, the preceding dynasties had nothing, merely gazing enviously. Particularly ambitious figures such as the first emperor and Emperor Wu of Han, both of whom harbored grand aspirations for expansion into Europe, found themselves lost in thought. Their gazes fixed upon the celestial tapestry above. Their minds echoed a singular desire. The Mozi school, renowned for its expertise in mechanical crafts, was fervently captivated by the formidable weapons showcased in the heavens, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they engaged in animated discussions. Although they could not replicate the exquisite iron armor of later generations, they could certainly delve into the rudimentary yet intriguing realm of gunpowder weaponry, particularly the potent explosives that sparked a plethora of inspirations for the Mozi scholars. During the Yongle period, the divine machine camp of the Ming dynasty paled in comparison to the artillery of future eras, as Zhu Di mused reflectively. "Father, the future seems so distant from us. Dynasties shift, and weaponry undoubtedly evolves into something more advanced." The colossal vessel gliding across the seas bore a resemblance to Zheng He's treasure ships, albeit with a more refined ironclad exterior. The sheer magnitude of such a ship, coupled with the immense financial resources required for its construction, prompted Zhu Di to marvel at the abundance of talent and wealth possessed by those future states. With a tinge of envy, Zhu Di lamented the lack of ambition in the crown prince, who failed to amass sufficient resources for warfare, confining him to the dullness of the inner palace. Yet, Zhu Di had now shifted his ambitions. He perceived Europe as a land brimming with potential, envisioning artisans diligently enhancing ship designs. If only he could bring back methods of cultivating fruits and grains from Europe, could not the people of Ming also enjoy bountiful sustenance akin to that of future generations? The imagery of youthful love unfolded, capturing the essence of a couple's journey from the innocence of school uniforms at the age of 18 to the grandeur of a wedding gown at 25. The first image portrayed two anxious youths, hands intertwined, while the second revealed a matured man leading his beloved, the only constant being their steadfast grip. The woman, adorned in a resplendent white wedding gown, held a bouquet of roses, crowned with a veil, embodying a moment of pure bliss. Accompanied by a backdrop of "Just Happened to Meet," the piece garnered an impressive 30,000 likes. As Shi Jinchui scrolled through the comments, he encountered various sentiments. "We go, how did I not notice this? Wishing you a lifetime of happiness." The author replied, "Thank you for your kind words." Another chimed in. The struggles in between were not insignificant. A user remarked, "I always suspected there was something between you two, even though I didn't know you personally." It seems that longevity is a common trait among the people of later generations, making education, procreation, and delaying marriage a prevalent norm. Observers of the celestial display echoed similar sentiments, reflecting on how, in ancient times, children would have already embarked on their own journeys, wishing the couple a lifetime of happiness. They exclaimed, admiring the couple's harmonious bond, having finally culminated their years of companionship and matrimony. The wedding attire they wore was truly exquisite, the gown grand and shimmering. The young ladies were captivated by the bride's splendid decorations. Since time immemorial, who has not been enamored by beautiful novelties? Numerous young ladies of noble lineage, still awaiting marriage, felt an intense envy. In later generations, women enjoyed a remarkable freedom, adhering to a monogamous system where love was exclusive to one another. Yet they could only resign themselves to the whims of fate, marrying as principal wives, managing household affairs, and assisting their husbands in taking concubines. Forever confined to the domestic sphere. In ancient times, the majority of commoners practiced monogamy. Prior to the Yuan dynasty, ordinary citizens lacked the privilege of taking concubines. This was an exclusive right of the affluent. Such practices were only relaxed during the Yuan period, allowing primarily the wealthy elite to engage in polygamy. Even with these relaxations, the conditions for commoners were exceedingly stringent, verging on impossible. In my rural hometown, a video featured a man with dark skin and a genuine smile, wielding a cleaver as he began to chop vegetables with a rough precision. He sliced several carrots at once, neatly placing them into a boiling iron pot, followed by white radishes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, cabbages, and more. After carelessly tossing everything into the pot to cook, his expression showed no sign of regret. The inhabitants of various realms looked on with envy at the abundance of food, murmuring about the number of mouths this must serve. Such a large pot would provide sustenance for quite some time. In the next moment, the viewers witnessed an unbelievable scene. The man, brandishing a metal spatula, mixed all the cooked vegetables together. Once cooled, he carried a large bucket of the mixture to the pigsty. The onlookers could only watch in disbelief as the bucket of fine vegetables was poured into the pig's trough, where plump, rosy pigs eagerly lined up to feast. The spectators gasped in astonishment, lamenting, "The pigs eat better than we do. What a waste! Such extravagance to feed swine. It pains my heart to see this." The man did not appear to belong to a wealthy household. How could he squander food in such a manner? Is the abundance of food in later generations so overwhelming that they feed pigs with such fine vegetables? These pigs were indeed rotund and white. We have never encountered such pigs before. In ancient times, pigs were often associated with dirt and odor, predominantly black in color, while the pure white breeds were introduced from Europe in modern times. Agricultural officials, tasked with overseeing farming, were utterly pained at the sight, exclaiming, "If you won't eat it, give it to us. We have none." Historical anecdotes are indeed fascinating. While they may not always be accurate, they are sufficiently intriguing. Observing the comments, one noted that Liu Bei was caught stealing melons and was redeemed by Cao Cao with money. Liu Bei? Cao Cao remarked that it was said Emperor Wu of Han had a penchant for both men and women, particularly favoring Hua Zubing, which caused Hua to remain in the battlefield for years, too frightened to return. Upon hearing this, Hua Zubing's pupils dilated in shock as he cast a doubtful glance at His Majesty, wondering if such a notion could possibly be true. Under the scrutiny of that suspicious gaze, Liu Chei's temples throbbed. He had yet to descend into such depravity, finding the idea of harboring affection for his own nephew utterly absurd. Furthermore, there are apocryphal tales suggesting that Zhang Huaimin fathered a child with Su Shi. Zhang Huaimin. Su Shi. I once encountered an extraordinarily wild anecdote wherein Zhuge Liang fled by boat, pursued by Zhou Yu. Zhuge Liang, addressing Zhou Yu, lamented that he had lost both his wife and soldiers. Zhou Yu, tearfully on the shore, exclaimed, "So you finally acknowledge her as my wife?" Zhuge Liang. Zhou Yu. How did Zhao Yun meet his demise? According to unofficial records, he suffered from cholecystitis. Normally, cholecystitis would not be fatal. However, Zhao Yun, being full of gall, succumbed to the pain. Zhao Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? The myriad realms resounded with disbelief. This is truly outrageous. Liu Bei, with an unfavorable expression, glanced at Kong Ming, awkwardly picking at his feet, somewhat irked by the absurdity of the posthumous tales. Zhuge Liang, feeling a chill run down his spine, patted his chest, his fragile heart unable to bear such weeping from Zhou Yu. Were people in later generations truly this idle? Meanwhile, Cao Cao laughed heartily, slapping the table, concluding with a remark, "Indeed, it is wildly absurd. It's reduced to nothing but excrement." The advisors, although they too found it preposterous, they felt their lord's language was rather coarse. Shi Jinchui experienced a wave of discomfort, unable to bear the sight. Swiftly scrolling down to discover it was a montage from the television series The Great Ming Splendor. What would happen if he could survive? In the video, A man donned the blue official attire of the Ming Dynasty, standing out among a throng of ministers in red. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he articulated, "If the emperor is divine, then there should be neither war nor famine in the realm. If the sovereign comprehends all, why would he require the counsel of his ministers?" The Han dynasty of the Liu family, the Tang dynasty of the Li family, the Song dynasty of the Zhao family, were these not all dynasties established by a single surname, each claiming the mantle of emperor? Were they truly sovereigns? Upon uttering these words, the man scoffed coldly, his eyes glimmering with sorrowful compassion for humanity. Were they not all the same, leading to the demise of their nations, the suffering of their people, and the tarnishing of their descendants, allowing them to be humiliated? At this juncture, his voice escalated in intensity. The capital is the foundation of the nation. Any disturbance to it spells doom. Is the lesson of the Southern Song's retreat not profound enough? Those advocating for the southward migration shall be executed. His words were resolute and unequivocal. Shi Jinchui opened the comments section, where netizens' opinions unfolded before him. Chang'an, the two most incompetent emperors in history, Zhao Go and Zhu Qizhan, both inept and frivolous, lacking compassion. Kai Kaiya, Yu Qian's loyalty is towards the realm, not the Zhu royal family. Encounter, why can't we migrate south? Someone replied to him, losing the north would lead to the same fate as the Southern Song. Vast territories and resources would become hostile to us. Feng Shuiyue remarked. The Ming dynasty had two remarkable figures who turned the tide. One was Yu Qian, and the other was Zhang Juzheng. Ning Mingpian added, "The Zhu family has wronged too many people. The Ming dynasty deserves to perish." The emperors of the myriad realms were displeased by the man's audacious words, as no one had ever dared to challenge imperial authority in their presence. During the Hanwu period, Zhu Yuanzhang had just unleashed a torrent of wrath, particularly incensed by the final comment that the Ming dynasty should perish. How could Emir Jr. speak so boldly? Had he not merely executed a handful of ministers? Zhu Chongba was the son of heaven of the great Ming. He owed nothing to anyone, only to those who deserved punishment. Zhu Yuanzhang's bloodthirsty gaze swept over the ministers below, his eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions, as if casually inquiring, "Do you, my loyal subjects, believe that I am unworthy of being the son of heaven of the great Ming?" The ministers trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down their brows. As they heard the merciless emperor address them affectionately, it was enough to send chills down their spines. "Your Majesty, the younger generation's words and actions are unworthy. You are indeed our destined son of heaven of the great Ming. Indeed, Your Majesty, without you, we might still be in chaos." Zhu Yuanzhang's mind echoed with the man's words from the celestial screen. How long could his family's reign endure? Coming from humble origins, he understood while the suffering of the common people when a nation falls, calling it hell on earth would not be an exaggeration. He was unaware of how many lives were lost during the late Ming period in the annals of history. However, from the man portraying a Ming official on the celestial screen, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that there were indeed descendants who faced foreign invasion. Surely, some court officials had proposed a southern relocation, and the emperor likely lacked the ability to govern effectively. If the emperor were even more foolish, Zhu Yuanzhang was both alarmed and enraged. The lessons of the Southern Song's relocation were indeed drenched in blood and tears. He swore that the great Ming would not repeat the same mistakes. Similarly, this fate had befallen 3 generations of ancestors and descendants. During the Yongle period, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "Who dares to attack our great Ming? How could it come to the point where ministers propose a southern relocation? How could our great Ming have such a feeble emperor? Are the ministers and generals merely idle?" He turned to the crown prince. "Look at your lineage. Why did the celestial screen not clarify who had come to our great Ming's doorstep? Before I die, I shall ensure it is vanquished." The timid crown prince Zhu Gaoqi had nothing to say, realizing that it was Zhu Qizhan being referenced. According to the generational naming convention, he was indeed a descendant of the future emperor. Zhu Gaoqi suddenly sensed that he had inadvertently implicated his father. A moment of silence ensued, and Zhu Di, after a brief pause, felt a wave of panic wash over his weathered face. How could he have forgotten about the naming convention? Zhu Yuanzhang had personally established the rules for naming future generations, ensuring that even with numerous descendants, there would be no duplication. The naming convention for Zhu Di's lineage was Gaozhan, Qijian, Yu, Hozai, Yichang, and Yu. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. After old Zhu vented his fury. He recalled the mention of Zhu Qizhan and pondered its significance, realizing it did not belong to the lineage of the descendants of Zhu Biao. When Zhu Yuanzhang established the system of princely fiefs during the Ming dynasty, he foresaw the issue of name repetition among his descendants. Thus, He instructed each son to devise a list of 20 characters, with one character designated for each generation. Upon the birth of a descendant, the imperial clan court would assign a dual name based on genealogy, utilizing the preceding character as a reference. The subsequent character would be chosen based on the principles of the 5 elements, which follow the generative order of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. As for the lineage of Zhu Biao, the names follow the pattern, Yunwen, adhering to the ancestral teachings. Is Zhu Qixin's character Qi not aligned with the lineage of the 4th generation? Fourth, the furious voice of old Zhu reverberated through the air once more. Little Zhu Di, already aware of the impending tempest, trembled in fear, hiding behind his elder brother. As he beheld their father's approach, brandishing a wooden stick with wrathful intent, he could not help but cry out, "Father, I am wronged. I truly know nothing. Fourth, how dare you covet your elder brother's position as heir apparent? I swear, I harbor no such intentions. Father, please believe me." In a desperate bid for his father's trust, he turned to his elder brother, Zhu Biao, and swore, "Brother, I truly have no such thoughts. You must believe me." His earnest tone and wide, innocent eyes sparkled with sincerity. Zhu Biao, the crown prince, felt a twinge of exasperation. He shielded his younger brother from their father's wrath, imploring, "Father, we are still in the dark. Let us observe before making any conclusions. Moreover, I do not perceive Fourth as the type to entertain such ambitions." Unbeknownst to them, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. "Father, perhaps it is my descendants who lack ambition," he implied subtly. It was clear that had it been during his reign, Fourth's rebellion would not have been tolerated. After all, 2 elder brothers stood ahead of him. If rebellion were to occur, it would surely ignite a struggle for the throne. Thus, it was likely that Zhu Biao's next generation would face the true challenge. Zhu Yuanzhang was keenly aware that during Biao's reign, no one dared to rebel. The factions he cultivated for the crown prince were not merely idle. "Father, have mercy. I truly do not harbor such thoughts. I only wish to take up arms and serve as a general." "Humph. This trouble stems from your descendants. Utterly useless." Old Zhu harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction, his hands itching to deliver a proper reprimand to the insufferable boy. "Father truly exhibits an unparalleled favoritism. Fortunately, he has his elder brother to shield him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating today." During the reign of Emperor Rinchuang, Ming Xuanzong Zhuzhanji initially scoffed upon hearing such audacity from a minister who dared to utter such reckless words and openly disdain the imperial authority. In the next moment, he beheld the names of his eldest son and Yu Qian emblazoned across the heavens. It is no wonder that Yu Qian is involved. Wait a moment. The southward migration? Who dares to advocate for such a course? Today, Zhu Zhanji has only recently ascended the throne, and Zhu Qixin is still quite young. Thus he has not been proclaimed as the crown prince, yet he is already regarded by Zhu Zhanji as a future heir. What transpired subsequently? An incompetent and frivolous emperor? To insult both the southern Song's Gaozong Zhaogo and his son Zhu Qixin together, how utterly foolish and ignorant must one be? Upon contemplating the prospect of the Ming dynasty being governed by someone as inept as Gaozong, Zhu Zhanji's countenance darkened immensely. He would never permit such a fate. "Where is Yu Qian?" "Your Majesty, Yu Qian, the censor, is en route." Today, after the conclusion of court affairs, the officials returned home, only to be met with this unexpected turmoil. Meanwhile, in another realm, far away in the land of Walla, Zhu Qixin remains blissfully unaware of the tempest that has erupted within the Ming, the Song dynasty. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as ministers and eunuchs trembled, hastily kneeling. Zhao Kuangyin's expression was shrouded in clouds, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Some regard the manner in which Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin ascended to power as usurpation, having seized the throne during the Qinqiao mutiny. While this act averted bloodshed and spared the populace from large-scale casualties, it is still deemed an illegitimate means of acquiring authority. After the usurpation, he treated the Chai family and the officials of the later Zhou well, particularly elevating the Chai clan during the Northern Song period. Nevertheless, this does not alter the dubious nature of his rise to power. In ancient times, the succession of the throne was a matter of great significance, requiring both reason and justification. Despite being a trusted general under the emperor of his time, Zhao Kuangyin's actions were still viewed as incongruent with the orthodox methods of succession. Even after ascending the throne, he remained sensitive to the accusations of treason. He, Zhao Kuangyin, is the son of heaven of the great Song. Who dares to speak otherwise? The descendants of the Ming are truly audacious. Do they not understand the principle of one emperor, one court? In plain terms, upon hearing of the Song's downfall and facing doubts regarding his own legitimacy, Zhao Kuangyin felt himself falter. The Zhao family represents the Song dynasty. The lessons of the Song's southward migration. Wait, Zhao Kuangyin's eyes widened in sudden realization. Did the great Song migrate south? He then glanced at the comments section and his expression turned as dark as soot. Who is Zhao Go? A descendant of the crown prince? What deeds have rendered him so despised by posterity? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Kuangyin's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. In search of clarity. The ancient architecture of the Forbidden City. Studying for the rise of China. Today, I was unexpectedly diagnosed as a successful woman. In a video, a middle-aged man spoke with utmost seriousness, his demeanor earnest. The first step to becoming a successful woman, read but do not reply. The second step, be sweet of tongue, yet ruthless of heart. The third step, do not shed tears for men. The fourth step, if a man pulls you, let go. The fifth step for a successful woman, let go in 3 days, find a new partner in 5 days. Hey Tenghua, when WeChat chimes, the master speaks in vain. Lying flat, mind your own business. I have my own way of dealing with it. The young women across the myriad realms felt a peculiar unease. While some antiquated proponents of male superiority could hardly contain their indignation, their faces flushed with anger as they directed their ire towards the heavens. How could such a man exist? Teaching young women such trifles. What does it mean to abandon one's affections in 3 days and seek a new partner in 5? Truly shameless. True strength never laments its surroundings. Yet the male university student in the video, with a serious demeanor as if he were about to impart something of great significance, left the entire cosmos astounded as he spoke. True strength may never complain about its environment, but I, as a weakling, not only grumble about my circumstances, but also about the strong. The multitude of powerful beings across the realms pondered, what manner of university students exist in the future, so utterly inept? Shi Jinchui, after browsing through videos for a while, suddenly remembered that she was a content creator herself, hastily exiting Douyin to begin scripting. For her second video, she intended to take into account the suggestions of her viewers. The citizens of the myriad realms, having witnessed the celestial display, were left craving more. The peculiarities of the future were indeed abundant, and the concept of free love intrigued them greatly. How splendid it seemed. However, the emperors of the myriad realms wore grave expressions, fearing that their subjects might become overly enlightened and develop thoughts that were best left unbidden. As they observed, a small celestial screen appeared before them, following their movements, with the interface displaying Shi Jinchui as private messages. How was the ancient art of papermaking developed? What ailment afflicted the ancient Empress Changsan? Both Ying Zheng and Lu Che chose to inquire about the art of papermaking, as the first emperor had no other options. Their Qin dynasty possessed nothing else. Presently, the technique of papermaking could bestow unprecedented advantages upon the chain. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu of Han, prioritizing profit above all, was unlikely Shimin, who might have squandered such a crucial opportunity on matters of the heart. Only smooth, pristine paper could yield tangible benefits, propelling the economic development of the Han dynasty. The origins of the calamity of witchcraft paled in significance against the backdrop of immense profit. Lu Che, foreseeing the future, was confident in his ability to avert it. Why dwell on such meaningless matters any longer? In my past viewings of the 100 Schools Forum, the professor remarked that Emperor Wu of Han had passionate yet fleeting affections. In love, one is deeply enamored, and in indifference, the heart becomes as hard as stone. Since the reign of Emperor Wu, imperial authority has been firmly centralized, illustrating to future sovereigns the essence of rulership. However, he became excessively intoxicated by power. Whenever the maternal relatives sought to share authority, he swiftly eradicated the threat. As seen in the fates of the Dou, Wei, and Li families, and even Lu Fuling was not spared from the execution of the concubine Go Yi. Emperor Wu harbored a profound fear of the Empress Dowager's political interference, and the rise and fall of women in the harem epitomized the evolution of the power of maternal relatives. Thus, he relied heavily on eunuchs, for they lacked heirs and could not evolve into formidable clans, effectively limiting the influence of the maternal relatives. During the late Eastern Han, the struggle between the powerful families and eunuchs was fundamentally a contest for authority, with the former seeking to usurp power from the emperor while the latter endeavored to restore it, fearing for their lives should the emperor become a mere puppet. As exemplified by Zhang Rang, "Your generous rewards are too much for someone like me," the young man said. "Quickly, study hard so that I may one day be grateful if I only pass the English level 4 exam." Accompanying this was a shared video with a cover depicting the process of papermaking. What does English mean? Why should one learn it? Such were the musings of the first emperor. Shi Jinchui swiftly altered his demeanor, humorously engaging with the netizens. The papermaking technique improved by Kai Luan was showcased. After a moment of hesitation, Ying Zheng and Lu Che returned to the palace and clicked on the small interface before them, which contained the video shared by Shi Jinchui. The small screen suddenly expanded within the hall, perfectly sized for all present to behold, leaving the ministers in awe at the unexpected spectacle. What was happening? Was it divine favor for their Qin or Han? The officials remained oblivious to the sovereign's rare opportunity to privately communicate with the celestial screen. Li Si and Meng Yi exchanged uncertain glances, contemplating the sudden appearance of the small screen within the hall, apprehensive of ominous omens. "Fear not, for I am in communion with the heavens," the sovereign stated. Li Si, taken aback, inquired, "Your Majesty, when did you establish contact with the celestial realm?" Simultaneously, videos from both the Qin and Han dynasties played. Officials were commanded to document the content, for the chance to view the video was singular. The moists and craftsmen were summoned to the palace for observation and learning, as the video unfolded before their eyes, revealing a verdant forest. The intricate process of papermaking was presented step by step, accompanied by a detailed male narration. During the Eastern Han era, Kai Luan's enhancements to the papermaking technique were unforeseen, stemming from a eunuch's research. The first emperor's eyes darkened. If such beneficial advancements could arise from a mere eunuch, what potential lay within ordinary individuals? From the celestial screen, it was revealed that Kai Luan hailed from a humble farmer's family, born into a lineage of blacksmiths, earning the title of the Saint of Paper, thus etching his name into the annals of history. The moists and craftsmen dedicated themselves earnestly to the observation and study before them. They are certainly not lacking in individuals of remarkable talent, who, upon grasping the principles and methods, eagerly yearn to embark on their own endeavors. During the Tang Dynasty, Empress Zhang's son, the consort of Emperor Li Shimin, known affectionately as Guanin's maid, met an untimely demise at the age of 36. Several factors may have contributed to her early death. In the 8th year of the Jingguan era, 634 AD, while accompanying Emperor Taizong at the Zhouqing Palace during a summer retreat, she contracted a severe illness that likely had lasting repercussions on her health. The joy of the crown prince Li Qingqian taking a consort from the Su family was soon overshadowed by the passing of her mother-in-law, Empress Dowager Zhao, and the death of the retired Emperor Li Yuan. This series of losses inflicted profound sorrow upon Empress Zhang's son and Emperor Li Shimin, as the weight of parental bereavement exacerbated her pre-existing ailments, particularly her chronic respiratory condition. The following year, her health deteriorated further, and neither medicine nor remedies proved effective. In summary, Empress Zhangsuan's premature demise can be attributed to a confluence of health issues, personal tribulations, and societal pressures, primarily stemming from prolonged exertion and a lack of adequate rest and care. Orphaned at a young age, her life was fraught with hardship and misfortune. Upon reaching marriageable age, she wed Li Shimin, yet the young emperor was often wholly absorbed in military campaigns and the establishment of his empire, leaving little time for domestic affairs. Consequently, Empress Zhang's son was perpetually engaged in managing the household, with no one to share the burdens. Her own respiratory affliction was a significant factor contributing to her early passing. Furthermore, the cumulative effects of frequent childbirth during her youth, the constant tension on her mind and body, and the relentless turmoil of her surroundings all compounded the strain on her health. Undoubtedly, these factors imposed a heavy toll on her constitution. Although Empress Zhang's son achieved little in terms of political accomplishments during her reign, she was known for her gentle demeanor and was deeply cherished by Li Shimin. However, even as Li Shimin ascended to the throne and circumstances began to ease, Empress Zhang's son was unable to attain the rest she so desperately needed. The interplay of various factors ultimately led to her premature departure from this world. In antiquity, what was referred to as Qi disease is akin to what we now recognize as asthma. Could it have been effectively treated in those times? Asthma is a prevalent affliction with myriad causative factors. When it manifests, patients typically exhibit symptoms such as coughing, wheezing, and difficulty breathing. Your Majesty, the Empress's respiratory condition bears a striking resemblance to the symptoms described in the celestial observations, exclaimed Sun Simiao, who, alongside the physicians from the Imperial Medical College, observed the heavens. Upon hearing this, he expressed his excitement. The celestial realm blesses the Tang Dynasty. How is it that only Your Majesty enjoys such a privilege? Sun Simiao was astonished that the emperor could communicate with the celestial realm, which provided detailed answers to his inquiries. The medical knowledge of future generations is undoubtedly advanced. Yet, One wonders how such pulmonary ailments were treated in those times. Subsequently, the celestial realm elaborated on the various manifestations of asthma, including chronic cough, allergic asthma, and the importance of avoiding cold and fatigue. Although asthma cannot be cured, given the advancements in modern medicine, some patients may consider treatments such as bronchial thermoplasty. What is surgery? Sun Si Miao and the esteemed physicians grappled with their concerns, attempting to discern the nature of this treatment. Unfortunately, the celestial realm did not elaborate further. During this period, Shi Jinchui was diligently preparing her second work. Noticing that as the viewership and likes for her first video surged, her creations were gradually gaining visibility and attention. Numerous netizens humorously speculated in the comments section whether Shi Jinchui had purchased likes. However, a greater number were captivated by her innovative cosplay, remarking on the immersive role-playing experience it provided. Shi Jinchui expressed her bewilderment, claiming innocence in the matter. Finally, she completed the editing of her second video, which cataloged the most regrettable princes in history. Lu Ju and Li Qingqian were foremost on the list, while Fusu, though not a true prince, was nonetheless included at the end. Fusu, what a stunning name. The mountains have Fusu, and the marshes have lotus flowers. During the Han Dynasty, due to initial experiences in papermaking, Emperor Wu of Han instructed craftsmen to refine their research according to the video's guidelines. Soon, artisans produced paper identical to that shown in the video, and Lu Che, holding the gossamer thin sheets, was overwhelmed with joy. This paper was infinitely superior to its predecessors and cost-effective. This monumental invention, benefiting both the nation and its people, was indeed a product of our Han Dynasty's ingenuity. How splendid! After the initial excitement subsided, Lu Che commanded his subordinates to commence mass production of paper. In the near future, this invention would invigorate the economy of the Han Dynasty, fostering cultural and civilizational advancement and enabling scholars to disseminate knowledge. Your Majesty, the celestial realm has appeared once more. What a delightful stroke of fortune! Lu Che, brimming with satisfaction, led his ministers outside to witness the celestial display, as a familiar feminine voice resonated through the heavens. Citizens from various realms eagerly looked up, wondering if they might glimpse a glimpse of future lives. The video was curated based on the creator's assessment of the regret associated with each prince. The first was Lu Ju, the legitimate son of Emperor Wu of Han, one of history's most lamentable figures. As the only legitimate offspring of the emperor, Lu Ju was deeply favored and was appointed crown prince at the tender age of 7. Upon reaching maturity, he grew increasingly respectful and benevolent. The emperor once remarked to Wei Qing, "The crown prince is earnest and contemplative. He will surely bring peace to the realm and spare me from worry. Is there anyone more virtuous than the crown prince?" Lu Che nodded in agreement, harboring immense expectations for his heir. The ministers, observing the elder's gravitas, were all aligned with the crown prince. While the emperor himself was known for his harsh laws and extreme autocracy, intolerant of any division of power, the emperor was severe, while the crown prince was magnanimous. He opposed the harsh laws of Emperor Wu, often intervening to rectify judgments in court, a move that threatened the interests of the officials. Empress Wei Zifu, deeply entrenched in the political maelstrom, feared that the crown prince might incur punishment because of this and advised him to align with Emperor Wu. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu expressed his support for the crown prince, yet failed to fortify his protection. Above in the comments, a line drifted by, shocking all realms. One remarked, throughout his life, he was said to be unlike his father, only to discover in the end that Lu Ju resembled him most, daring to confront the emperor in his youth and later attempting to rebel against him. There are scarcely any such figures in history. Emperor Qin raised an eyebrow, noting some resemblance to his eldest son, Fusu. However, comparisons of Lu Ju to Emperor Wu suggested that he possessed even greater resolve than Fusu. What of Fusu's fate, one wonders. In 106 BC, Wei Qing passed away, and those who harshly enforced the law publicly slandered Crown Prince Lu Ju, leading to a relentless onslaught against him. Emperor Wu and the Crown Prince found themselves at odds, with Li Guangli enjoying favor and Lady Go Yi being granted the title of Mother of Yao. To outsiders, this appeared to signal the Crown Prince's impending downfall. In the summer of 92 BC, Emperor Wu saw a figure entering the Longhua Hall, sword at their side, and commanded his men to pursue. But the figure vanished without a trace. The emperor suspected treachery, believing it to be the work of sorcery, an event that foreshadowed the subsequent calamity of witchcraft. In the Han Dynasty, Lu Che was taken aback by the sudden news of Wei Qing's death. Coming to grips with the explosive revelation, a wave of anxious proclamations swept through the palace. Bring forth the imperial physician. Lu Che hastily approached the still-dazed Wei Qing, inspecting him thoroughly and finding no apparent injuries. He felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed he had departed before his sister. No wonder he had not intervened to prevent the emperor's later folly. Understanding the full context, Wei Qing found it impossible to feel joy. He glanced at the 2 lines of comments above, his heart sinking into despair. This so-called calamity of witchcraft was a trap set by the ministers, while the emperor remained confused. Was the Wei family basking in glory, causing the emperor to fear their rising power? What of Guobin? Wei Qing's thoughts abruptly halted at the realization that the celestial screen had never mentioned Guobin. Could it be that Guobin had preceded him in death? Shaking his head, Wei Qing took a deep breath, forcing a smile and said, "Your Majesty, I am unharmed. None of this has yet come to pass." Meanwhile, Hua Tsubing felt a gnawing anxiety, sensing that graver events were on the horizon. He understood the implications of the emperor's wrath, which could lead to the slaughter of millions. The origin of the calamity of witchcraft lay in Chancellor Gongsun He's desperate attempt to rescue his son, Gongsun Jingsheng, who had misappropriated military funds. He sought Emperor Wu's permission to capture the rogue Zhuangxi as a means of atonement. Gongsun Jingsheng's mother was the sister of Empress Wei. Emperor Wu granted Gongsun He's request, but upon Zhuangxi's capture, he accused Gongsun Jingsheng of having an affair with Princess Yangshi and of practicing witchcraft to curse the emperor. The puppets of witchcraft were buried beside the road at Gonghuan Palace. Upon confirming their existence, Emperor Wu arrested Gongsun He and exterminated his entire clan, along with Princess Yangshi and Wei Qing's eldest son, Wei Hang. Yangshi and the 2 princesses from Zhu City were both born of Wei Zifu. This recent massacre linked to witchcraft has dealt a significant blow to the Wei family, underscoring Emperor Wu's resolute determination to eradicate sorcery. The Weiyang Palace. Mother. Echoed in unison the tender, yet fearful voices of 2 young girls. Wei Zifu appeared pale and powerless, resembling a protagonist from a tale of despair. Confronting an abyss of darkness, she enveloped her daughters in her embrace, gently patting their shoulders while soothing them in her melodious voice. Once she had quelled their emotions, Wei Zifu began to ponder the words spoken by the heavenly canopy. A self-deprecating smile involuntarily graced her lips. How absurd. It was truly laughable. To resort to such heinous acts as fratricide over such trivial matters, one a legitimate princess and the other the son of a celebrated hero. The emperor's heart was indeed ruthless. How could they have ended up in such dire straits? She should have realized the cold-blooded nature of her bedfellow long ago. Witnessing her mother's sorrowful visage, Lu Ju felt a dull ache in his heart. The young boy clenched his fists tightly, as if resolving to become powerful, akin to his father, the emperor. Foolish children, Wei Zifu held the little ones closely in her embrace, as if to ensure that no one could ever separate this bond of mother and offspring. Her gentle yet resolute voice resonated throughout the hall. The Empress shall forever safeguard your well-being. Even though the words remained unspoken, the 3 siblings understood their meaning. No one could perceive the flash of fierce protectiveness in Wei Zifu's eyes. It was a mother's love for her children. No one shall harm her offspring. She belonged to the Wei family, and despite her gentle demeanor, her inherent fierceness would never wane. In her later years, Wei Zifu, with a determination akin to burning bridges, though akin to a moth drawn to flame, possessed an irresistible allure. On the other hand, Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing were profoundly shaken by the revelations from the heavens. While the architect of the turmoil, Emperor Wu, wore a grim expression. Jiang Chong, who presided over the investigation into the Gongsun He family's witchcraft case, was pivotal in the Crown Prince's witchcraft scandal. Jiang Chong had previously been dispatched by Emperor Wu to the Xiongnu and returned a year later, celebrated and honored as the Grand Commander of Water Regulation. Shortly thereafter, he was promoted to the position of Imperial Envoy, and in a bid to accentuate his achievements, Jiang Chong set his sights on Crown Prince Lu Ju. When Lu Ju's envoy inadvertently stumbled into the fray, Jiang Chong disregarded the Crown Prince's pleas for discretion and reported the matter to Emperor Wu. The emperor commended Jiang Chong, proclaiming that this was the behavior expected of a loyal minister. With accolades in hand, Jiang Chong, wary of offending the future emperor, resolved to take preemptive action. In 91 BC, the 67-year-old Emperor Wu suspected that his ailments were the result of witchcraft curses. Jiang Chong, eager to take charge, conducted extensive searches and ultimately discovered witchcraft effigies in the palaces of the Queen and the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Lu Ju, filled with trepidation, wished to personally present himself to the emperor to clear his name, but was dissuaded by the Grand Tutor Shi, who reminded him, "Have you forgotten the fate of the former crown prince Fusu?" History often presents striking parallels, yet each tragedy unfolds uniquely. Faced with the conspiracies of chancellors and eunuchs, Lu Ju made a choice starkly different from that of the Qin dynasty's crown prince Fusu. Ing Zheng's gaze turned frigid, causing Li Si and Zhao Gao to shiver, hastily kneeling to express their loyalty. Particularly, Li Si, named as the chancellor, was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his future self might dig a pit for him. Prince Fusu's pallor deepened, anxiety gradually spreading through his heart. With a cold sneer, Ing Zheng showed no intention of allowing them to rise. Thus, Li Si and Zhao Gao remained on their knees, as he was keen to observe the entanglements between his eldest son and the chancellor eunuchs. In a bid for self-preservation, Lu Ju dispatched envoys to issue false edicts for the capture of Jiangchong, consulting with his mother, Empress Wei, to unlock the armory and impose a citywide lockdown. They sought to apprehend those implicated in witchcraft and decreed that Jiangchong was plotting rebellion, leading to his execution. The palace attendant Su Wen fled back to Gongquan Palace to report to Emperor Wu that the crown prince was rebelling. However, Emperor Wu believed that it was Jiangchong's excessive coercion that provoked such extreme actions from the crown prince. Consequently, he ordered an envoy to summon the crown prince. Yet the envoy, too fearful to face Lu Ju, turned back midway, asserting unequivocally that the crown prince was in rebellion. At this point, the final opportunity for communication between father and son had vanished. The case of witchcraft had ensnared the emperor, resulting in profound losses. His wife, son, daughter, sister, brother-in-law, grandson, granddaughter, and nephew were all gone. The citizens of myriad realms gazed upon this tragedy with deep sorrow, lamenting the fratricidal strife. And the untimely death of the son was particularly unjust. Truly, the emperor displayed a heart devoid of compassion. Emperor Wu decreed the execution of Lu Qumeos and the conspirators, promising rewards and punishments. With no avenue for retreat, Crown Prince Lu Ju was left with no choice but to press forward, ultimately leading to his downfall. Lu Ju fled to Huxian, and after Emperor Wu quelled the chaos, he seized the imperial seals from Empress Wei. Consumed by grief, Wei Zifu took her own life, while the crown prince remained in exile, and the emperor's wrath remained unabated. Although many in the court knew the prince was innocent, none dared to speak on his behalf at that perilous moment. At this juncture, the venerable Li Xiu Mao submitted a memorial to Emperor Wu, advocating for the noble and trustworthy, cautioning against malicious slander that had thrown the realm into disarray. Upon reading it, though the emperor did not explicitly pardon the prince, he began to awaken to the truth. Yet, in his hesitation, he lost the opportunity to meet with Lu Ju again. Treacherous ministers, a pack of scoundrels. Bring forth Jiangchong and the conspirators against the crown prince, apprehend them, and execute them immediately. Emperor Lu Che thundered, seething with rage. This time, Wei Qing did not intervene, silently observing the emperor's wrath directed at the ministers. As the heavens wept for his demise, certain officials began to conspire against the prince and the Wei family. How foolish did they think the Wei family to be? These lowly creatures dared to act with such cowardice in the face of calamity. What use are you to me, if you tremble at the first sign of trouble? Lu Che was greatly vexed, lamenting his own senility in his twilight years, and wondering why none stood to remind him of the gravity of the situation. Were these ministers equally bewildered? And what audacity did the treacherous Jiangchong possess to conspire against the future heir? Annihilate the treacherous clans. Your Majesty, spare us. Before further pleas could escape their lips, they were mercilessly dragged away by soldiers. Lu Ju, having fled to Huxian with his two sons, ultimately chose to end their lives. He was but 37 years old, with only the infant Lu Bingyi having escaped death. Historical records indicate that the witchcraft case implicated over several 100,000 individuals. Later, Emperor Wu, filled with remorse, conducted a thorough investigation into the matter. Although Jiangchong had long since perished, Emperor Wu pursued the extermination of his entire clan, erecting the Temple of Remembrance and the Pavilion of Longing at the site of Lu Ju's tragic end, as a testament to his grief. Thus concluded the calamity of witchcraft after 2 long years, a tragic saga devoid of victors, leaving the weary empire bereft of a benevolent heir. The tyrannical father mourned the loss of his filial son, while nearly 400,000 souls were entangled in this disaster, shaking the very foundation of the state, heralding the decline of the once mighty Western Han dynasty. The decree was clear: annihilate the entire kin of those who supported the crown prince, and likewise those who did not. While the neutral run and met his demise, it seemed that whatever action the prince took was deemed wrong. Rin En's pallor reflected the gravity of the situation. As those who had followed him faced their fate after his departure, the queen and the crown prince remained indifferent to the calamity of witchcraft, observing the unfolding events with ulterior motives. A misunderstanding lingered between father and son, with no opportunity for honest communication, leading to insidious manipulation. One can only express disdain. It is lamentable that in his twilight years, Liu Che placed his faith in magicians, seeking the elixir of immortality, ultimately leading to his own son's demise. It is a pity that among the four princes, Liu Ju stood out for his benevolence and virtue, but more importantly, he possessed the courage to resist during times of crisis. Regrettably, the court lacked loyal ministers and support. Had Ren En heeded the orders, Liu Ju would not have suffered such an unfortunate defeat. Liu Ju was indeed a tragic figure, the most talented among the princes, destined to become a benevolent ruler had he successfully ascended the throne. These emperors seem afflicted by a peculiar malady. They fear the crown prince when he possesses ability, yet disdain him when he does not. The legacy of the Liu family seems increasingly devoid of affection across generations, with Emperor Qin of Han, Liu Bingyi, feeling distinctly out of place. During his reign, Liu Bingyi silently gazed at the celestial canopy, aware that it could unveil the myriad worlds. And he felt a profound sense of desolation and sorrow. He had never known his father or mother. They must have been remarkable individuals. Hua Guang sighed helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. Historically, the heirs of formidable sovereigns have never had it easy. Yingzhong died prematurely, Liu Che too late. While only Li Shimin met a timely end, Yingzhong mused whether it was possible he too wished for a longer life. Liu Che, are you mocking me? Li Shimin, are you deriding me, or merely jesting? Since the last private video from the celestial canopy vanished, Li Shimin had dispatched imperial physicians to be ever present by Empress Changsun's side, fearing for her well-being. Aware of his guilt towards Guanin's maid, who had been overburdened, he felt remorse for the early passing of the future empress. Meanwhile, Empress Changsun, receiving daily care from the physicians and relieved of courtly duties, found herself considerably more at ease and her spirits lifted. Li Shimin, however, was reluctant for the empress to witness the celestial canopy, particularly upon hearing it would recount the most regrettable princes in history, where he suspected Crown Prince Chengqian would feature prominently. After all, the previous comments noted that 3 legendary emperors could not even produce a single crown prince. Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced to Empress Changsun's desire to watch, accompanying Guanin's maid. Listening to the celestial canopy's narration, the heart of the second prince felt an icy chill, especially as the recounting of Liu Ju approached its conclusion. He was torn between a desire to learn what had befallen Crown Prince Chengqian and a fear that it might mirror the tragic fate of the previous crown prince. Liu Ju, Guanin's maid, had only recently regained some health. Li Shimin wished to shield her from distressing news that could provoke a crisis, knowing no remedy had yet been discovered, and could only hope for her continued recovery. The second prince, Li Chengqian, Li Shimin, and Empress Changsun's expressions simultaneously grew grave, unaware of the revelations that lay ahead. At this moment, they resembled an ordinary couple, their hearts laden with anxiety over their child, the eldest son of Emperor Taizong. He was the crown prince driven to madness by his father's ambitions, the sole legitimate heir to the throne, yet why did he embark on the treacherous path of rebellion? His life was ensnared by the Council of Ministers, deeply entrenched in the whirlpool of power struggles. Why did the prince of a legendary emperor face such a tumultuous fate? Was it destiny or human nature? In the year 619, the princess of Qin bore Li Shimin a son, Li Chengqian. Overjoyed, Li Shimin bestowed upon his infant son the title of King of Hengshan the following year. By 626, as Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident to ascend the throne, the mere 8-year-old Li Chengqian was proclaimed crown prince. Li Shimin held great affection for this intelligent and benevolent eldest son, entrusting his education to Li Gang, a renowned tutor for crown princes. Li Gang harbored an unsettling premonition. As Li Chengqian embarked on his journey as crown prince, Li Shimin nurtured him with high hopes and devoted efforts. Esteemed scholars such as Fang Xianling, Yu Jining, and Wei Zheng served as his instructors, forming an illustrious assembly of mentors for Li Chengqian. The young prince excelled in his studies, and by the age of 12, Li Shimin permitted him to partake in legal hearings. At 14, during Li Shimin's inspections outside the capital, he even entrusted Li Chengqian with governance, a gesture that filled the emperor with immense pride. In 642, Li Qingquan's brother, Li Tai, a talented individual favored by Li Shimin, sparked concerns for the crown prince. To Li Qingqian and Li Tai, this favoring of the younger brother signaled a strong intent to replace the heir, instilling a profound sense of crisis in the already troubled prince, who had long suffered from a foot ailment. Li Shimin's heart sank. He had never anticipated that his favoritism toward his younger son would create the illusion of competition for the throne, thereby instilling insecurity in Li Qingqian. Your Majesty, please calm yourself. The royal physician Sun Simiao, who had been attentively observing the empress, was the first to notice her distress. Coming out of his momentary stupor, Li Shimin turned to find the Guanyin maid's lips unusually pale, her face flushed, and her breath rapid, as if she were desperately striving to draw in air. Guanyin maid, Your Majesty, the empress must calm herself at once. Otherwise, she may succumb to a fit of rage and faint, rendering her condition difficult to remedy. The imperial physician Sun Simiao exclaimed anxiously. Li Shimin immediately panicked, embracing Empress Chang's son tightly, his voice laced with urgency. Guanyin maid, let us first find our composure, shall we? I cannot bear to be without you any longer. In the aftermath of chaos, the hand of Empress Chang's son was firmly held by Erfing, and tranquility was finally restored. Mother, are you all right? It was the crown prince, Li Qingqian. Upon seeing her eldest son safe, the empress felt a weight lift from her heart. Emperor Li Shimin, with a resolute demeanor, insisted that the empress return to her quarters to rest. Yet, this did not deter the ominous words that would soon be spoken. Reluctantly, he commanded Sun Simiao to remain close by her side. Once the others departed, the crown prince, still haunted by foreboding, recalled the prophecy of his mother's demise, and his anxiety deepened. He hastened back after tending to matters, only to find that the ominous predictions had turned towards him. Concern etched across his face. In the year 643, Li Qingqian faced a predicament strikingly reminiscent of the Xuanwu Gate incident, and unwilling to remain passive, he took the initiative. Initially, he recruited a band of assassins with the intention of eliminating Li Tai, but when that plan faltered, he pressed on with resolve. Li Qingqian sought to rally a group of royal relatives to instigate rebellion. However, betrayal led to his downfall, and his conspiracy was thwarted, resulting in the arrest of all involved. The fate that awaited him was dire, yet Li Shimin, despite the gravity of the situation, could not bring himself to condemn his son to death. Instead, he ordered the execution of all who conspired with the crown prince, relegating Li Qingqian to the status of a commoner. In terms of educating children, Li Shimin found himself at a loss, for Empress Chang's son had passed away too soon. The cyclical nature of history revealed that he had committed the same error as Li Yuan, having established a crown prince. He could not afford to instill hope in his other sons. Throughout history, the throne has known no bonds of father and son, nor of brotherhood. Those named by the ominous voice, such as Shi Jinchui, were left paralyzed by fear, beads of cold sweat cascading down their faces. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly pleaded for the emperor's forgiveness, for their alleged transgressions could lead to severe punishment. During the Hanwu era, a jest echoed, "We, along with Biao, are the finest father-son duo in the realm." Laughter followed. Biao shall be the future emperor of the Ming. The other princes exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief at the emperor's evident favoritism. Crown Prince Zhu Biao, though exasperated, found himself powerless against his father's whimsy and allowed him to revel in his pride. After indulging in his mirth, Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, seemingly lamenting for Erfing. Though a smile lingered at the corners of his lips as he mused, Emperor Taizong's sharpening of the blade may lead to its breaking. The understanding between father and son was fraught with miscommunication, reflecting the inefficacy of the Li family's approach. With the crown prince deposed, Li Shimin harbored intentions of establishing Li Tai as the new heir, only to be dissuaded by Chang's son Wujing. Subsequently, Li Tai approached his brother, Jin Wang Li Ji, and shared the sentiments expressed by their elder brother. Upon hearing this, Li Ji promptly relayed Li Tai's words to Li Shimin. Meanwhile, in another palace, the second prince, Li Tai, was infuriated, having yet to develop aspirations for the throne. Nonetheless, he was incensed by Li Ji's actions, exclaiming in frustration over his brother's childishness in reporting to their father, branding him a shameless snitch. So devious. In the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao watched the sky with great interest and ultimately remarked, "When the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who benefits." This man possesses a profound cunning. Observing from the celestial expanse, one cannot underestimate the depth of Li Ji's stratagems. Meanwhile, Liu Bei offered his own commentary, declaring, "This individual is certainly destined for greatness." As the narrative approached its conclusion, Shi Jinchui spoke in a calm, yet sorrowful tone, reflecting on the prince who had been nurtured by Li Shimin for so long, only to be cast aside, his worry slipping away. Throughout the life of princely Qingqian, although Li Shimin was a wise and formidable emperor, he was also an ordinary father who loved his children. The prince, reduced to commoner status, ultimately succumbed to melancholy in 644 at the tender age of 27. The name Chengqian signifies the inheritance of the heavens and the continuation of a great dynasty. Alas, with a sigh, one reflects on the demise of the heir apparent of the Tang dynasty. Oh, the unfortunate child, one laments. Chengqian ought to have confronted Li Tai, demanding, "Do you wish to become the regent, or shall I descend to accompany our mother?" Regrettably, he could not best his father, and the chubby boy resided close to Li Shimin's palace. In terms of parenting, Li Heir found himself at a loss, as Empress Chang's son passed away too early. Li Shimin was excessively stern with Li Qingqian for over a decade. Even in the end, he treated the Prince of Wei in such a manner that no one could endure it. Another observed, "Is the prince plotting rebellion? Merely a means of self-preservation?" Came a response. Li Shimin's expression grew visibly grim. At last, he understood why later generations referred to him as the founder of the Xuanwu Gate incident. He was the one who set a poor precedent. The most undesirable outcome had indeed transpired, stemming from his own misjudgment, which led to the prince being compelled to rebel. The thought that Chengqian, having lived only 27 years, met an untimely end brought tears to Li Shimin's eyes as a father, overwhelmed by the uncontrollable sorrow of how things had turned out. In silence, princely Chengqian found himself at a loss, never anticipating that after his mother's departure, he would ultimately be driven to rebellion. Qingqian. Li Qingqian lifted his gaze to meet his father's tearful eyes, his heart softening involuntarily. He feigned a relaxed demeanor and consoled, "It is I who have let down your expectations, father. Qingqian, I have painstakingly nurtured you for over a decade, never once considering the deposition of your brother." Li Shimin understood that it was his excessive fondness for his second son that had led to the multitude of events that would unfold in the future. Now that he was aware of it in advance, he must clarify matters with the crown prince to prevent a future akin to what the heavens had foretold. The wandering hero, Ai Shi, remarked, "Chengqian has ended well enough, I suppose. The most unfortunate was Lu Ju, but thankfully, his grandson managed a reversal, which seems to be a blessing from the heavens, allowing him to rest in peace." The little royal sister added, "Without the destiny of a crown prince, Li Ji, who idles away each day, does not wish to be a prince, yet is forced into that role. Thus, what is meant to be will inevitably come to pass, while what is not meant cannot be compelled." The proud one by nature remarked, "Li Ji, thank you, brothers, for the throne. 999, Li Ji, love you all, moi." During the Yonghui era, Tang Gaozong Li Ji observed the comments drifting across the heavens, a frown creasing his forehead. How could a sovereign utter such words? If he must speak, he should not be so straightforward. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his emotions carefully veiled, leaving Empress Wu Zetian beside him unable to decipher his thoughts. Li Ji was indifferent to whether the version of himself from another timeline could once again become a crown prince. What remained immutable was the present, and he sought to embrace and cherish it. Sometimes, it is the one who appears the least contentious who is actually in contention, subtly asserting their claim without ostentation. In silence, there exists a struggle. As for the third figure, Zhu Biao, the jovial old Zhu suddenly fell silent. Nonsense! How could there be anyone like us? The first crown prince of the Ming dynasty, historically recognized as the most stable heir apparent. When Zhu Biao was born, Zhu Yuanzhang was leading his troops to attack Jiqing. Upon receiving the joyous news, he inscribed on a stone at a nearby mountain, "Those who reach this mountain need not worry about having no descendants." Friedrich noted that in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, only Zhu Biao was his son, the others were merely princes. Yi remarked that Zhu Biao's historical assessment is that he was an educated Zhu Yuanzhang, embodying all the virtues of both Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. In 1360, Zhu Yuanzhang invited renowned Confucian scholars such as Song Lian to impart knowledge and resolve doubts for Zhu Biao. In 1364, Zhu Biao was established as the heir apparent. In the first year of Hongwu, 1368, the Ming dynasty was founded, and Zhu Biao was officially named crown prince on the 4th day of the first month, at the tender age of 14, beginning his lengthy tenure as heir apparent. Historically, Zhu Yuanzhang did not receive an education in poetry, literature, or the rites in music. However, He was diligent in selecting educators for his princes, particularly for his eldest son, Zhu Biao, whom he instructed to be taught by the upright and virtuous official, Ho Yang. In his youth, Zhu Biao diligently recited Confucian classics, studied the ways of kings, the teachings of rites and music, and the lessons of past successes and failures, as well as the affairs of the common people. As an adult, Zhu Biao was cultured and elegant, compassionate and magnanimous. Facing the sun, Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed, "Exterminate the 9 clans." Zhu Biao responded, "That is too cruel. Exterminating 3 clans would suffice." Wu Yu noted that Zhu Biao was a more benevolent version of Zhu Yuanzhang. Ji stated, "Zhu Biao equals an educated Zhu Yuanzhang." Zhu Biao smiled and denied it. Zhu Chongba quipped, "Are you implying that I am uneducated?" The historical records of the Ming dynasty indicate that when the Prince of Jin was accused of conspiracy, the crown prince wept and pleaded, which moved the emperor. As a result, his mentor, Song Lian, and his family were relocated due to the Hu Weiyang case. But with the protection of the crown prince and Empress Ma, they were spared execution. As the heir apparent, Zhu Biao did not indulge in debauchery. The historical texts record that he had only 1 wife and 1 concubine, both daughters of veteran generals who aided Zhu Yuanzhang in establishing the empire. The crown princess, Chang, was the daughter of the renowned General Chang Yuchen. In 1374, Zhu Biao's eldest son, Zhu Xiangying, was born, followed 3 years later by his second son, Zhu Yunwen. Seeing that Zhu Biao was maturing, Zhu Yuanzhang intended for him to preside over meetings with ministers and to hear the reports from various departments in order to practice governance. During this process, Zhu Biao often aspired to implement policies of leniency and accessibility. However, due to differing opinions with Zhu Yuanzhang, he often found it challenging to pursue his ideals. Beginning in the 10th year of Hanwu, Zhu Biao assumed responsibility for state affairs following the Hu Weiyang case. The position of chancellor was abolished, and Zhu Biao held multiple offices. He separated administrative duties, fostering benevolence and virtue, which aligned with the principles of Empress Ma, in stark contrast to Zhu Yuanzhang's bloody disposition. Consequently, conflicts often arose between father and son. The annals of the Ming Taizong record that the gentle and weak Zhu Biao restrained the literary and righteous, failing to meet the expectations of the great ancestor. It is documented that Zhu Biao once advocated for governing the world with kindness, which enraged the great ancestor, who retorted, "Wait until you have the world to do so," in fear. Zhu Biao even threw himself into the Jinshui River, but after being rescued, he fell ill and could not recover. In a tragic turn of events, the crown prince was left to ponder the fate of his brother, Zhu Xiangying, who succumbed to a grave illness in the year 1382, shortly followed by the untimely demise of Empress Ma. With a resounding crash, the hearts of father and son grew heavy with despair. The once composed crown prince, Zhu Biao, was momentarily struck dumb by the harrowing news. The gravity of his brother's affliction and the loss of his mother weighed heavily upon him, rendering him pale and unsteady. Zhu Di, quick to act, rushed to support his elder brother, expressing deep concern and unease over the fate of their mother and Xiangying. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang stood frozen in shock, disbelief etched upon his face, as he turned to his ministers in a desperate search for reassurance, but none dared to utter a word. "Come here." Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes, unable to contemplate further. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy, his head spinning, oblivious to the world around him. The middle-aged man, weathered by the vicissitudes of life, found his mind echoing with thoughts of his beloved son's untimely demise, his cherished wife's passing, and the loss of his beloved grandson. How could this be? Sister Zhu Yuanzhang stood frozen in place, his limbs numb and trembling. At this moment, even the act of breathing was agonizing. His quivering lips yearned to utter words, yet no sound emerged. His body continued to shake, and his throat felt parched, as though an invisible force was relentlessly constricting his neck. Ultimately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, sending shockwaves of panic through everyone present. While the crown prince Zhu Biao fared little better, quickly summoned the imperial physician. Someone exclaimed. Shi Jinchui was unaware that, due to those few brief words, the bloodthirsty and violent emperor would be rendered as ordinary as a common man, experiencing the profound agony of losing his loved ones, a father, a husband, a grandfather. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the imperial physician hastily arrived to attend to the emperor and the crown prince. The father and son, momentarily stunned by the devastating news, gradually regained their composure. "Hurry, let us proceed to the empress's palace." Furthermore, The matter of the courageous Zhu Yuanzhang dispatching someone to retrieve the grandson from the prince's residence followed. Meanwhile, the anxious Empress Ma, upon hearing that her grandson Zhu Xiong had contracted a grave illness, was initially incredulous, rapidly calculating in her mind. The grandson has passed at the tender age of 8. Why must he depart so early? It could only be said that they were indeed a matched pair. Without time for sorrow, Ma Xiaoying promptly sent for the crown princess Chang to bring Xiong into the palace. In the year 1391, Ming Taizu, contemplating a potential relocation of the capital due to the thinness of the southern lands, dispatched Zhu Biao to assess the situation. Shortly after Zhu Biao's return to the capital, he fell gravely ill. On April 25, 1392, Zhu Biao, upon whom Zhu Yuanzhang had placed great hopes, succumbed to his illness. Zhu Yuanzhang wept profusely and was disinclined to change the capital. In August of the same year, Zhu Biao was interred on the eastern side of the Shaoling tomb. Posthumously honored as Prince Yuan, Crown Prince Zhu Biao held his position for 25 years, managing affairs of state with great wisdom and benevolence. Historical records describe the gentle, cultured, and kind-hearted Zhu Biao as a prince who was beloved by his peers. The official account of his death attributes it to a chill, stating succinctly that he passed away in the 4th month of the following year, leaving no trace of reproach. Thus, Crown Prince Zhu Biao became obscured in the annals of history. His parents were harmonious, his family loved him, his brothers respected him, the ministers obeyed him, and he himself was accomplished in both martial and literary arts, truly a lamentable fate. If Zhu Xiong had survived, the powerful nobles led by Lan Yu would have had no need to silence him, as Zhu Di would not have been able to contend with them. Li Bai of the Tang dynasty lamented, "Alas, the heavens are envious of great talent." Su Shi of the Song dynasty exclaimed, "Alive, the living Li Tai Bai, I have long admired your talent. May I have the fortune to converse with you?" Du Fu of the Tang inquired, "Who is this illegitimate fan? Where is Li Bai? How come I cannot see him?" The little whirlwind noted, Crown Prince Zhu Biao is among the rare legitimate firstborns in history. Gifted in both martial and literary pursuits, cherished by his parents. What a pity his life was so brief. The clumsy ball remarked, with Zhu Biao present. Zhu Di would be just his general in the northern campaigns. The mural reflected, those endowed with such intelligence, excellence, and affection from various elders seemed to have short lives. The little demon added, if Zhu Biao had survived, Zhu Yuanzhang would not have needed to purge the Huaishi nobles for Zhu Yunwen. The Huaishi faction would not have dared to rebel against Zhu Di, nor would they have prevailed in such a conflict. Moreover, Zhu Biao, even in the pursuit of curtailing the feudal lords, would not act as thoughtlessly as Zhu Yunwen, who forced his own uncle to self-immolate. The fates of the uncles subjected to such reductions were increasingly dire. Had Zhu Di not rebelled, he would likely have faced a similar fate. Zhu Di, an innocent bystander, lamented, "I have been compliant. I seek mercy." The citizens of the myriad realms could scarcely believe that the emperor would compel his own uncle to such a tragic end. How outrageous! Is it true that the nephew has forced his uncle to self-immolate? The royal family is indeed heartless, devoid of any compassion. Just when the Empress Ma had managed to soothe the elder Zhu, he raised his eyes to the barrage of comments and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What? Zhu Yunwen has compelled his son to self-immolate? Upon reflection, Elder Zhu realized that if both the crown prince and the legitimate grandson were to perish, it would pave the way for the elevation of Zhu Yunwen as crown prince, bypassing more than a dozen sons, for after all, he is of the imperial bloodline. Furthermore, a thorough purge of the nobility would surely be executed to clear the path for him, a deed that he would undoubtedly commit. Given his character, it is possible that he would even resort to bloodshed in the court before his demise. How could that wretched woman have raised such a son? Oh, it turns out it was the 4th son who instigated the rebellion. What? In that moment, Elder Zhu found himself torn between anger at the 4th son Zhu Di for usurping the throne and fury at Zhu Yunwen for driving his own son to self-immolation, while each of the other sons faced their own grim fates. Although Elder Zhu favored the crown prince Zhu Biao, he was fiercely protective of his other sons. Zhu Yunwen could reduce the fiefs, but he must not compel the deaths of his uncles. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened. Today's revelations have truly delivered an overwhelming surprise. One so immense that he did not know whether to mourn or to rage. Beside him, Ma Xiaoying and Zhu Biao wore expressions no less troubled than Elder Zhu, particularly the father of the protagonist. Zhu Biao had taken care of his younger brothers since childhood and could be considered a fatherly figure to them. He had not anticipated such behavior from his father, nor such foolishness from his second brother. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Zhu Biao might have laughed in disbelief. He truly wished to understand how that foolish child had managed to reduce the fiefs. Ultimately, he had not inherited the wisdom of the eldest son, the valiant Ing. Upon witnessing the death of their elder brother, the other princes, led by Zhu Yin and Zhu Jian, felt a sense of injustice as their father directly bypassed them to establish Zhu Yunwan, that little brat, as the successor. Particularly for Zhu Yin and Zhu Jian, both born of Empress Ma and positioned ahead of Zhu Di. It seemed unfathomable that Zhu Di's rebellion could succeed. When Zhu Yin and the others saw online comments about Zhu Yunwan's reduction of fiefs, noting the grim fates of their uncles, their expression shifted dramatically, their focus instantly diverted. How dare that wretched Zhu Yuan act so boldly? Father, you must take a stand for your sons. Indeed, father. Have you heard, father? The heavens proclaim that our deaths are increasingly tragic. A chorus of fury and wails echoed in Emperor Zhu's ears, his temples throbbing with agitation. After taking a prolonged deep breath, he found it impossible to calm his tumultuous emotions. Zhu Bai discreetly tugged at Zhu Di's sleeve, and upon catching his brother's gaze, he whispered earnestly, "Fourth brother, having rebelled in the future, surely you will protect me, right?" Zhu Di and Zhu Bai shared a close bond, marked by fraternal affection and respect, never harboring any ambitions for the position of their elder brother, Zhu Biao. However, if not for Zhu Yunwan's excessive tyranny, attempting to eliminate these beloved uncles, he would eventually face retribution for his harshness. If it is within my power, I will certainly ensure your safety. The mention of the fourth, Fusu, sent a jolt through the young noble, draining the color from his face as he stood momentarily paralyzed, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the heart of Emperor Ingzheng plummeted, his gaze darkening as he cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Chancellor Li Si and Zhao Gao. A foreboding sense lingered, hinting that devastating revelations were imminent. Given the stillness surrounding the Han, Tang, and Ming, it was likely that the eldest son, Fusu, was not faring any better. Ming-Yi had learned from experience, having summoned the imperial physician to accompany his majesty, yet he was taken aback when the fourth name called was that of Prince Fusu. He quickly reacted, urging, "Hasten to examine Prince Fusu's health." The physician's palms began to perspire as he anxiously took the prince's pulse, praying fervently that no ailment befell him. Fusu, the eldest son of Ingzheng, cannot truly be deemed one of history's most regrettable princes, for the first emperor did not designate an heir prior to his death. Nevertheless, the narrator feels compelled to recount his tale, as Fusu's plight remains deeply unsatisfactory. In the meantime, the physician completed his examination and sighed in relief, stating, "Your Majesty, Prince Fusu is in good health and quite well." However, Prince Fusu ultimately took his own life. The moment was a devastating blow, as she did not mince words. After all, everyone was well acquainted with Fusu's story. In a profound silence, occasional gasps from the ministers punctuated the air. The officials, including Ming-Yi, were taken aback, while Li Si and Zhao Gao were increasingly anxious, wondering if this calamity could possibly be their doing. "Fusu, how dare you?" Ingzheng's countenance was shrouded in stormy clouds, a chill emanating from his being as he turned to confront his eldest son with a fierce roar. Prince Fusu, his face ashen, felt a wave of distress wash over him at the sight of his father's fury, uncertain of the future that awaited him, a future that could lead to his own demise. The young prince, humbled, knelt down, burying his head in shame, too afraid to meet his father's gaze, fearing the disappointment that lingered in his father's eyes. With a voice filled with confusion and despair, he murmured, "Father, it is I who have been unfilial. How could I have such a cowardly and inept child?" Ingzheng's words cut through the air, revealing his profound disappointment in Fusu. Bitterness swelled within the young prince. He had ultimately let his father down. Ingzheng's gaze, sharp as a blade, turned towards Li Si and Zhao Gao, his murderous intent unmistakable. The ministers held their breath, terrified of invoking the wrath of this formidable ruler. The name Fusu, derived from the Book of Songs, conjured a gentle essence akin to a spring breeze. Yet it was this very gentleness that rendered him a poignant historical regret, mourned by many. Fusu looked towards the first emperor, seemingly seeking an explanation, yet Ingzheng offered no further glance. If Zhao Gao had any involvement in the death of his eldest son, what reason could Li Si, the most trusted chancellor, have to ally with him, especially given their frequent discord? Li Si, proud by nature, held Zhao Gao in disdain, unable to fathom how he might find himself in league with such a petty figure in the future. Fusu had grown up under the weight of his father's expectations. Though he was the most qualified and anticipated heir to the realm, he possessed little inclination for the ruthless politics of kingship, preferring instead the healing arts and Confucian teachings. He was valiant and steadfast, yet possessed a benevolent spirit. Unlike his father's indulgence towards Hu Hai, Fususu faced a far harsher treatment. For reasons unknown, his character stood in stark contrast to that of his father, their political views diverging significantly. As Fususu matured, the chasm between father and son widened, culminating in a day when their discord reached its zenith. The first emperor decreed that Fususu be expelled from Xianying and dispatched to the frontier. This punishment came after Fususu had audaciously counseled his father to retract the edict that condemned 400 sorcerers to death. This decree was prompted by a fervent pursuit of immortality, which had sparked a fervor for alchemy, leading countless sorcerers to concoct elixirs for the emperor, inadvertently poisoning the guards who tested them. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered the execution of the sorcerers, and while the court fell silent in fear, Fususu boldly voiced his counsel, asserting that the realm was still in its nascent stages of stability, and that such mass executions would only serve to unsettle the hearts of the populace. In this instance, the ever-strict Qin Shi Huang, who governed the nation with an iron fist, found himself disillusioned with his son Fusu. He perceived Fusu as excessively benevolent, even naive. He believed that without a transformation, Fusu would struggle to succeed him as the ruler of the Qin Empire. Consequently, he banished Fusu from the court, assigning him to the frontier under the command of Meng Tian, who wielded the might of 300,000 troops stationed at the Great Wall. While many may interpret Fusu's estrangement from the emperor as a consequence of his displeasure, resulting in his distance from the court and loss of the imperial succession, only Yingzheng understood the depth of his regard and expectations for Fusu. The affection bestowed upon Hu Hai stemmed from his status as the youngest son, while Fusu, the destined heir, faced a far harsher treatment. He dispatched the kind-hearted Fusu to the most challenging regions of the frontier for rigorous training. Little did he know that this journey would become the final encounter between father and son. As the commentary echoed through the realms, even with the knowledge of the impending fate, many agreed with the reflections of later generations. Su Mobai expressed that Fusu's excessive kindness and softness of heart prompted Yingzheng to send him to battle, perhaps to harden his gentle disposition. Qin Mo Ran remarked that Fusu envisioned society too optimistically, leading Qin Shi Huang to send him to the border to confront the realities of human nature, a lesson learned through the emperor's own childhood experiences. Chun Tingji noted the stark contrast between the two, while Sin S observed that the first emperor must have provided him with the finest education, fostering his noble character without preparing him for the treachery of mankind. Thus, Fusu stood in the sunlight, oblivious to the lurking malice in the shadows. During his tenure at the frontier, Fusu accompanied Meng Tian in repelling the incursions of the Xiongnu. Over the course of a decade, he witnessed countless soldiers lay down their lives far from home, and the once compassionate Fusu gradually transformed into a figure of resilience and valor. He cultivated over 40 counties beyond the pass, refusing to retreat even when the enemy loomed perilously close. Fusu understood that abandoning his comrades would bring him shame before his father. Throughout his days in the wilderness, Fusu began to grasp the sincere intentions of his father, constantly keeping him in his thoughts. However, some lamented his naivety, suggesting he was manipulated into a tragic fate by Zhao Gao, resulting in his suicide. Others pointed out that Qin Shi Huang deemed him too idealistic, thus subjecting him to hardship at the borders to awaken him to the nature of humanity. Yet, distance, even between those who share a father-son bond, can breed estrangement over the years. Fusu remained uncertain whether his father had forgiven him in the passing time. The scene darkened ominously, heavy clouds looming over the city as the tone of Shi Jinchui fell to a somber note, hinting at impending misfortune. On a day when the skies wept with wind and rain, a decree from Xianying arrived in Fusu's hands. Upon reading its content, he felt as if struck by lightning. It declared that after many years of guarding the frontier with little to show for it, Hu Hai was to be named the crown prince, while Fusu was sentenced to death. As Hu Hai watched from his palace, a wave of joy washed over him upon hearing the news. Indeed, his father cherished him above all. His elder brother should obediently accept his fate. He was the favorite son, the one truly beloved by their father. Unbeknownst to him, Fusu stared blankly at the edict, realizing that after so many years apart, he had yet to earn his father's forgiveness. With Hu Hai now appointed as the crown prince, Fusu pondered grimly that as long as he remained alive, his father would never find peace. Yuan remarked, he said, "If father commands him to die, what reason does he have to intervene?" Jingyu added, "He was undone by loyalty and filial piety." Fusu could not comprehend why his father would command his death and appoint his brother Hu Hai, especially when he had the means and opportunity to resist. Yet he chose to take his own life without hesitation. Blind loyalty, foolish filial piety, unyielding. This was the first time Zhang displayed such a lack of composure before Fusu. His words nearly spat through clenched teeth. Look at you. Your entire demeanor steeped in Confucianism, all swallowed by a dog. Mengyi stepped forward to counsel, Your Majesty. Subsequently, Fusu drew his sharp sword, ending his own life. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his father had long departed from this world. Qin Shi Huang had never forgotten this son whom he had dispatched to the frontier for military duty. His hopes for Fusu had never waned. The edict sent to the border was originally intended to summon Fusu back to Xianyang to preside over his own funeral and subsequently inherit the imperial mandate. However, Zhao Gao, who had a contentious relationship with Fusu, concealed the news of the emperor's death, and with Li Si's assistance, altered the edict to facilitate Hu Hai's usurpation of the throne. In the online discourse, one user remarked, Hu Hai equals calamity, Zhao Gao equals disaster, Li Si equals your demise, Fusu equals submission. It is all predestined. Another added, Li Si has truly disappointed me. Hang, 7 noted, people act out of self-interest. Li Si and the Ming family have a history of enmity. If Fusu were to ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly favor the Ming family, which would threaten Li Si's position. How else could this loyal chancellor to Qin Shi Huang have contravened the emperor's wishes by installing the youngest son as the sovereign? A commenter below quipped, If I had a very long name, Li Si was merely momentarily confused. During Qin Shi Huang's reign, the Ming family was held in high regard. Mengyi was known for his integrity and fairness, incapable of such intolerable acts. Li Si, despite his brilliance, momentarily faltered, leading to his tragic end. Fusu and Qin Shi Huang were raised in different environments. Zhang's upbringing did not permit him to be merciful. A hint of compassion could cost him his life. Fusu, raised in an era of peace, found kindness to be appropriate. 1762 observed, the first generation conquers the land, while the second must govern with benevolence for continuity. A chilling, icy voice resonated through the ears of all present as the emperor repeated the words with deliberate intensity. You dare to tamper with the edict? You possess audacity beyond measure. The glinting blade of a long sword was suddenly drawn by the towering figure, swift beyond comprehension, its cold light flashing in the eyes of Li Si and Zhao Gao. In terror, Li Si shut his eyes, his legs weak and immobile, his robe soaked in cold sweat. Zhao Gao fared no better, paralyzed by fear. A foul odor began to permeate the air, followed by a cry of anguish. Chancellor Li Si slowly opened his eyes, turning to see the emperor wielding the sword, while the source of the scream was none other than the eunuch Zhao Gao, whom he held in contempt. A gaping, bloody gash marred Zhao Gao's face. His terrified eyes obscured by crimson, his body collapsing to the ground, contorted and grotesque. Your Majesty, Li Si stammered. The first emperor turned away, no longer deigning to cast him a glance, and commanded that both Li Si and Zhao Gao be imprisoned, to await a lighter sentence later. Watching the two men, still pleading for mercy as they were dragged away, the first emperor felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Chancellor Li Si was an exceptional talent, and at a time when the court was critically lacking in capable individuals, the absence of such a valuable aid would leave many matters unattended. Li Si had always acted with utmost diligence, instilling confidence in the first emperor, yet it was unthinkable that the future chancellor would collude with Zhao Gao to forge decrees, indirectly leading to the death of his eldest son, Fusu. If only he could have lived a little longer, would so many troubles have arisen? Zhang felt a deep anger towards his eldest son's foolishness and excessive adherence to Confucian values. How could he take his own life without first verifying the authenticity of the decree? It was utterly foolish. Beneath his anger lay a profound sorrow for Fusu, and further indignation at his weakness. Could he truly be so resolute in his demise simply because of his father's decree? Where was the boldness he exhibited in court? The misunderstandings between father and son, along with the conspiracies surrounding the forged edict, transformed the relationship between Qin Shi Huang and Fusu into a poignant regret that would be lamented by all. Falling petals, Fusu was almost resolute, Lu Ju nearly fortunate, and Li Chengxian was on the brink of earning his father's trust. A netizen replied, Lu Ju has courage without troops, Fusu has troops without courage. How could Fusu dare to be resolute when his father is none other than Qin Shi Huang? In the year 210 AD, shortly after the emperor's passing, an ominous cloud descended upon the Qin. The common folk were astonished to discover that the tyrant was, after all, a legendary emperor. As they recounted the impending regrets surrounding the crown prince, the benevolent and valiant Fusu, the people at the borders had long revered this eldest son. known for his compassion and love for the populace. If Prince Fusa were to become the future heir, they would lend him their unwavering support. Little did they expect that Fusa would take his own life due to a forged decree. The people lamented his excessive kindness. Meanwhile, far away at the border, Prince Fusa pondered the contents of the decree in his hand. He raised his eyes to the barrage of comments, wondering if the ominous cloud was indeed aiding him. The timing of its arrival seemed fortuitous. Beside him, Ming Tian, upon hearing the recounting, was nearly driven to fury. The decree was indeed suspicious, and it was shocking to realize that the emperor had already passed. Fusu and Ming Tian had no time to grieve. The foremost priority was to stabilize the Qin. With the 6 kingdoms stirring restlessly, the treacherous Li Si and Zhao Gao had forged decrees, and they must immediately return to Xianyang. Having received advance warnings from the ominous cloud and drawing from over a decade of experience at the borders, Prince Fusa had, in many ways, truly become a qualified heir apparent. He believed that history would not repeat itself. He would carry forth his father's aspirations and diligently govern and preserve the legacy of the Qin. Perhaps, this time, it would indeed be different. The ominous cloud had concluded its recounting, and a storm of blood and chaos was imminent, reminiscent of the Qin and Han dynasties, particularly under Emperor Wu of Han, who was never one to be deceived or suffer loss. Those ministers implicated by the celestial canopy in the conspiracy to assassinate the crown prince were unequivocally sentenced to be beheaded along with their entire families, deprived even of the chance to plead for mercy. Simultaneously, an interface feature unexpectedly appeared before the 4 protagonists of the Qin, Han, Tang, and Ming dynasties. Private messages. The princes were taken aback, pondering what this could be. Upon thoroughly examining the system's introduction, each prince was struck with astonishment and elation, realizing it provided a means to communicate with the world beyond the celestial canopy. As the heartbroken emperor, Zhu clutched his son. He became overwhelmed with excitement after reading the introduction to the private messages, exclaiming without hesitation, "Zhu Biao, quickly inquire if there is a cure for the ailments afflicting your sister and the crown prince." With that, Zhu Yuanzhang turned his ire towards the kneeling physicians. "These doctors are utterly useless. What purpose do you serve, merely consuming food without performing your duty? I might as well have you all executed." The physicians were left in despair. They genuinely could not discern any issues with the empress or the crown prince's health. Was this not merely seeking trouble? The future foretold by the celestial canopy had yet to unfold, and the doctors were at a loss regarding the affliction plaguing the crown prince. "Father, the future has not yet come to pass. You cannot condemn them all." Prince Zhu Biao pleaded helplessly. "My sister and Xionying have both passed away. These physicians are to blame for their inability to heal them. They deserve death 1,000 times over." The thought of his sister's fate, along with that of his grandson and wife, left Zhu Yuanzhang gasping for breath, consumed by anguish. The most important people in his life had departed, leaving him in solitary despair. How could this be tolerated? If they could not save his sister, he would demand their lives as well. "Zhu Chongba, what madness has overtaken you?" Empress Ma, unable to endure any longer, boldly rebuked the bloodthirsty emperor. The physicians and the assembled princes fell silent, their hearts trembling as they glanced fearfully at the couple, dreading Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath upon the empress, though their fears were misplaced. "Sister, we cannot bear to lose you. I, old Zhu, do not wish for your demise," he cried, tears welling in his eyes. The others turned away in silence, unable to bear the sight, their eyes stinging with discomfort. Empress Ma's expression softened, filled with both sorrow and solace. The thought of Zhu Biao and Xionying's premature deaths weighed heavily upon her heart. "All right. I am fine, am I not? Yet these physicians are worthless. What if something were to happen to you in the future, leaving me all alone?" she said, stepping forward to grasp Zhu Yuanzhang's rough hand, offering comfort with a calm voice. "The celestial canopy has granted us foreknowledge. Thus, we must regard this with utmost seriousness." At that moment, Zhu Biao had already deciphered the system's mechanics and interjected, "Father, Mother, this private messaging feature has its limitations." "What limitations?" "It can only be sent once. Therefore, you should compose a question of several hundred words in one go. There is also a word limit." Zhu Yuanzhang, in the 4 realms of the universe, emperors and ministers are engaged in a brainstorming session, deliberating on how to maximize their benefits. Furthermore, how can they ensure that future generations respond to private messages? During the Qin dynasty, the night was enveloped in silence, a dark curtain drawn across the sky, with moonlight cascading like water and stars resembling unextinguished fireworks, adorning the celestial expanse. Below, The earth lay shrouded in darkness and tranquility. Fusu stood before his father in shame. One stood and the other sat. As Zhang silently scrutinized him, his voice heavy as he inquired, "Do you understand where you went wrong?" "Father, I have arrived." A boy's voice, filled with excitement, echoed from afar, fortuitously interrupting Fusu's impending response. The first emperor turned his head towards the bouncy figure of his 18th son, Hu Hai, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Yet Hu Hai appeared oblivious to his father's discontent. He approached his father, selectively ignoring his elder brother Fusu, and clung to Zhang's arm, seeking favor as he exclaimed, "Father, I have missed you. I knew you loved me the most. Did you see the barrage of comments?" Indeed. Without waiting for his father to utter another word, he became incensed at the thought of someone in the heavens branding him a scourge. Hu Hai's expression twisted in dark fury as he muttered to himself, "What gives him the right to call me a calamity? If I discover who it is, I shall rend him limb from limb." Fusu's countenance shifted dramatically, his brows knitting together as he admonished, "Do not speak such nonsense. How have you become so unhinged? Father has said nothing, so why do you interject?" Hu Hai scoffed dismissively, refusing to even glance in his direction. In the tapestry of the future, he alone was the rightful heir. This was destiny. If Fusu faltered, whose fault was that? Even the most trusted Chancellor Li Si and his own mentor Zhao Gao stood by his side. He was the true prince of the Qin. Little did Hu Hai realize that both Li Si and Zhao Gao had already been imprisoned by the first emperor, languishing in a cell like fools singing their own dirges. Utterly foolish, they failed to conceal their inadequacies before him, devoid of both intellect and capability. Emperor Zhang surveyed his youngest, most cherished son, and was dismayed to witness such venomous malice at such a tender age. The future did not bode well. The mere thought of Hu Hai inheriting the throne left Zhang's expression grim. He silently prayed that the Qin Empire would not be doomed by this dimwit. "Guards, confine Prince Hu Hai. He must reflect upon his actions." "Father, why must you imprison me?" Zhang rubbed his temples in exasperation, wishing to avoid such distressing matters, when unexpectedly an attendant hurried in, reporting that the heavens had manifested once more. The myriad realms were astonished at the rapid reappearance of the celestial tapestry, and the populace craned their necks to gaze upon it, while the emperors led their ministers forth to the palace's exterior. "You are a pig. You are a lazy pig." The myriad beings across the realms responded with silence. That night, Shi Jinchui found herself unable to sleep, cocooned in her blankets, scrolling through videos. Suddenly, her gaze was met with an unexpected sight. A group of adorable piglets adorned with pink and black spots, dashing toward the screen. Their charming snouts nudged the camera, leaving the inhabitants of the multiverse in a state of discontent. "I did not mention your friend." In the video, a large wild boar stared vacantly at the lens, exuding an air of foolishness. "You need not tag him. As the cousin of the worthless Tibetan fox, the pig engages daily in 3 pursuits. Sleepless nights," Shi Jinchui mused. "Difficulty rising in the morning," commented the Douyin users, and regretting staying up too late the previous night, lamented the ancient beings who were currently engrossed in the night sky. The pig boasts 3 significant advantages. The 4th point, however, is an unforeseen surprise. The populace wondered, what merits could a pig possibly possess? Yet, there is no need for sorrow, for a pig's life is invariably filled with unexpected twists and turns, such as one pig waiting for me to provide an example. A certain Lu piglet twitched the corner of his mouth, his expression tinged with indignation, feeling inexplicably insulted in the dead of night. Lu piglet, overwhelmed by emotions. First, the pig adheres to the life principle that without contemplation, learning is futile. Without learning, life is blissfully unburdened, resulting in ever-increasing corpulence. Second, the pig believes that daytime should be devoted to slumber, as one must also rest at night. Third, the pig oscillates between exertion and apathy, ultimately opting for a lazy endeavor. In truth, the pig once harbored dreams. In its youth, it aspired to be a scientist, later yearning to become an athlete. Upon reaching adulthood, the ambition shifted towards becoming a dazzling star, adored by many. However, it soon realized that the path to stardom required self-paving. Thus, it resolutely chose to relinquish these aspirations. Netizens were equally affected, with comments flooding the video. "Keep scolding. Don't insult me, I have a fragile heart. Just report my ID instead. Your insults are so filthy, the more I hear, the more I feel it resonates with me." The citizens of myriad realms exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the meanings of scientist and athlete. What is a superstar? It sounds so grand. Surely, it must be a high-ranking official, right? and walking down red carpets, no less. In the scene, a large white pig stands before a mirror, its corpulent body swaying gently, its newly adorned black nails strikingly noticeable. The background music sets a casual tone, accompanied by the narrator's annoyingly cheerful voice. That day, it pondered for a long time in front of the mirror, ultimately realizing that it was, indeed, a pig. There exists a heroic essence within the pig, characterized by an unwavering love for life even after discerning the stark realities of existence. Thus, reluctant to accept defeat, the pig embarked on a journey southward, traversing mountains and rivers for many years. Ultimately, it arrived at the Bahamas, where its extensive experience with water revealed a wondrous discovery. Every rise in the sea was accompanied by the presence of salt water, truly remarkable. Bahama Pig Island. The singular paradise where swine thrive more splendidly than some humans embodies the adage that a week apart feels like an eternity. The pig swiftly acclimated to its new surroundings, leveraging its formidable social prowess to forge numerous friendships. Observing the pig basking in the splendor of the island and relishing a joyous existence, one could silence the world and listen to the echoes of ancestral wisdom. In a moment of vulnerability, Jinjing poignantly crafted a video showcasing a uniquely grotesque animation style. It seems the time has come for me as well. As for humor, I shall not elaborate. I merely consider myself a mere lump of excrement. Is it not time for my dog to encounter a meal? The taste of future generations seems rather peculiar. With a single bite of chicken wing, even excrement has its admirers, so what does that make me? Dog head. Do dogs even understand what an admirer is? Perhaps it refers to some new breed of dog in the future. The contributions of the Soviet Union to China are indeed monumental. It is remarkable how a netizen questioned why the Soviet Union's impact on China surpasses imagination. The Soviet Union served as China's finest mentor, illustrating every path that socialism should not tread, including the experience of capitulating to the West, which proved futile. In life, the Soviet Union acted as a teacher to China, and in death, it became a profound guide. The magnitude of the Soviet Union's contributions to China is not to be underestimated. Sister, despite having passed away for so many years, you still protect and support me. ISS almost scolded you, but unexpectedly, a profound mentor has arrived. 0. This mentor can embody both coldness and warmth, yet must never be at 37 degrees. Dog emoji. The emperors, perplexed, wondered if future generations would indeed descend to the level of needing to surrender to other nations. Furthermore, what does profound mentor truly signify? It seems not to be a flattering term. The comments suggest a depth of meaning. As the fragrant aroma wafts through Chang'an, the entire city is adorned with golden armor. The thin gold script is a testament to traditional culture. Through countless battles, you wear the armor of the enemy. I shall not return until the Lulan is defeated. Li Bai. I have always said that Long Biao is extraordinary. Alas, even he was unaware that his poetry would not endure through the ages. Wang Changling Long Biao. In the stillness of night, I listen to the wind and rain. The sound of iron horses and icy rivers enters my dreams. Do not laugh at the drunken soldier lying on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers will bloom, and all others shall wither. I shall feast on the flesh of the Hu invaders, laughing as I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Wang Changling was astonished that future generations would recite his poem 7 Military Songs. 4th. Each line in the video bore annotations of the dynasty and the author's name. A compilation of poetry from the Tang and Song dynasties showcases a cultural output that has resonated for millennia. Such remarkable achievements shall forever be etched in history. Yu Fei from the Southern Song dynasty was surprised to see his name on the screen. Could it be that he authored that verse? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of name and gender. However, Zhongzhe held a different view. He believed that such a coincidence between dynasty and name was unlikely. He felt that Yu Fei possessed extraordinary talent, and it was not surprising for him to compose such resolute verses. Well, haha, a great talent. A true military genius, Yu Fei. Zhongzhe chuckled, patting Yu Fei on the shoulder, his laughter so broad that his teeth were hidden from view, leaving one to think the screen was referencing him. Yu Fei, with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly remarked, "Please do not jest. How could a mere warrior compose such exquisite lines?" Ah, here you're mistaken. In another realm, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji gazed at his own slender gold script, pondering if it would be so beloved by future generations. Similarly, those who fought fiercely against the Xiongnu, such as Emperor Wu of Han, Huizubing, and Wei Qing, were deeply moved by such words, especially the youthful Huizubing, who harbored an intense enmity toward the Xiongnu, vowing to eradicate them at any opportunity. The young general's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervent battle spirit, exclaiming, "What a splendid line!" laughing as I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Ha! Excellent. Truly magnificent. One cannot help but wonder about the remarkable heroism of Yu Fei, a figure capable of composing such extraordinary verses. Meanwhile, the rulers of the empire, Li Shimin and Zhao Kuangyi, must have felt immense joy upon witnessing the enduring legacy of poetic talents from their era. It is even evident from the videos circulating that contemporary scholars are aware of these works, with some keen observers noting that they are essential verses to be memorized for language studies. Language, as its name suggests, pertains to the realm of literature and expression, does it not? Herein lies a surge of excitement among poets. Should their creations achieve the timeless resonance of the ancients, they would secure their names in the annals of history. Consequently, numerous literati across the realms have embarked upon the journey of poetic creation, aspiring to attain the eternal fame of figures like Wang Chongling beneath the celestial canopy. In this lifetime, I have acquired countless possessions, yet it is only my mobile phone that has proven to be a worthwhile investment. Amusingly, I never anticipated that a mobile phone would yield such returns. Indeed, throughout my existence, I have expended my funds on a plethora of items, yet it is solely the mobile phone that has provided a semblance of recompense. My days are consumed with this device. From the moment I awaken, it is the mobile phone that occupies my attention. I engage with it during work and after hours, reveling in the multitude of free applications available. Truly a remarkable value. One might jest, yet nearly all your expenditures are funneled through this mobile phone. Henceforth, I can indulge in late-night escapades without guilt. Is it possible that this black iron box is indeed called a mobile phone? Indeed, the celestial screen has confirmed its designation. What is this software they speak of? They claim that nearly all funds are spent through this device. How does that even happen? Could it be that this phone contains actual currency? Throughout the realms, there is a shared perplexity. How can such a slim and diminutive device accommodate money? The ancestors of various realms have long held a curiosity toward mobile phones. Unexpectedly, the recent explanations have only deepened their intrigue. In particular, the emperors are tormented by an insatiable desire to comprehend how future economies thrive and how currency is exchanged. Regrettably, the celestial screen offers no clarification, instead opting to continue its descent into further videos. In a poignant moment, the struggles of a young dancer are depicted. Her commitment to the art is unwavering despite the pain. The scene reveals a girl, perhaps 10 years of age, with a slender frame executing a split on a yoga mat, as her instructor places several height-enhancing pads beneath her. The girl, suspended a few centimeters above the ground, attempts the difficult split while the teacher exerts pressure on her shoulders, resulting in a physically taxing position that induces evident distress. Her face flushes with exertion. Tears glisten on her cheeks, and the veins in her neck stand out, yet her resolve remains unbroken even amidst her weeping. The sight is startling for many onlookers. What is occurring here? The girl is maintaining a straight split, and the instructor is further increasing her burden. How cruel. Yet, why does the young girl not resist, allowing the instructor to apply such pressure? In a fleeting moment, the video transitions, revealing a young girl lying on a yoga mat, her dance instructor gently pulling her hands backward to stretch. Her spine is strained, and she winces in anguish, tears brimming as her mother records the moment while offering comfort. The girl struggles through various fundamental dance poses, stretching into a split, squatting on her toes, eliciting grimaces from the ancient onlookers. The sight provokes a sense of discomfort in Shi Jinchui, who muses that with her own lack of grace, she would surely falter in such a setting. Frustrated by the challenges faced by others, she peruses the comments, finding resonance among many mothers. Yubei babe, is this the extent of training in Chinese dance? My daughter is about to take levels 1 and 2. At what stage is this learned? It looks so painful. Grape soda. Just watching the video makes me ache. I recently enrolled my 4-year-old in Chinese dance. Shan Shan. I can only admire those who endure such trials, but truly, it seems unnecessary. I've read numerous reports of dancers injuring themselves during leg stretches. It's quite alarming. Gongon loves writing. You all are overthinking it. The tuition fees aren't meant to compel teachers to exert such effort for the children. These are professional students, which comes at a significant cost. The astonishment spreads across the realms as they grapple with the notion that such seemingly inhumane practices are part of dance, requiring substantial financial investment for specialized instruction. Some are bewildered that even 4-year-olds are initiated into this world. Many ancient parents cherishing their daughters, Ponder the nature of parents who impose such hardships. It seems utterly inhumane. Yet, in the next instant, the narrative shifts dramatically. Shi Jinchui navigates to the homepage. Selecting the featured video, which showcases a voiceover of the girl's mother explaining that for the sake of competition, her daughter is constantly rehearsing, even during meals and walks. The commitment extends to sacrificing sleep, as she drifts off each night to the sound of music, becoming almost entranced by the practice. The mother hopes to alleviate her child's stress, yet recognizes her passion for Chinese dance, striving to support her as best she can. The video culminates with the girl radiant on stage, the audience erupting in applause as she joyfully displays her dance. Even the dancers of various dynasties must concede her innate talent. Her confident and beautiful presence leaves an indelible impression on all. The comments section is flooded with parents advocating for their children to explore jazz dance, martial arts, music, and other pursuits. In an era of economic prosperity, ordinary people increasingly focus on nurturing the next generation, prompting reflections from the ancient dynasties, who regard these advancements as mere embellishments to their existence. For the common folk, merely having enough to eat is a considerable achievement. The previous night, the realms united in enduring the final moments of the celestial spectacle. In ancient times, the lower classes had scant opportunities for entertainment. As the celestial screen materialized, I found myself immersed in the exhilarating experience of staying up late to indulge in entertainment. The sole drawback was awakening the next day with dark circles under my eyes, regretting my decision to squander the night away. Yesterday, Shi Jinchui had spent some time watching videos before diving into a third binge of Zhanhuan, much to the delight of the common folk across myriad realms. Who would have thought that the emperor's harem was adorned with such exquisite beauties? Remarkably, the anticipation of the celestial screen's reappearance invigorated the populace, who toiled diligently in the fields, their pace noticeably swifter than usual, all in hopes of witnessing the celestial display once more. They resembled schoolchildren eagerly awaiting the airing of their favorite cartoons after class. In the days that followed, the celestial screen continuously showcased Zhanhuan, bringing joy to the masses while the emperors busied themselves with state affairs. In the Qin dynasty, Li Si found himself perplexed. Unable to comprehend how he would become entangled with the eunuch Zhao Gao in the future, collaborating with such a petty individual could only lead to a dismal outcome. His mind was indeed muddled. However, upon reflection, if the Confucian noble Fusu were to ascend, he might not be entirely content. For the legalists could be neglected and the emperor might instead favor the Confucians, a scenario Li Si dreaded above all. His immediate concern was to seek the emperor's forgiveness, understanding that if he could serve the sovereign tirelessly, then all would be well. His Majesty wishes to see you. Two soldiers gripped Li Si and escorted him to the Xianyang Palace. After spending several days in the lightless dungeon, he emerged looking disheveled and haggard. The blinding sunlight struck him unexpectedly, and he raised his hand to shield his eyes, taking a moment to adjust. To his astonishment, he discovered that the celestial screen was indeed broadcasting. When he finally gazed up, he was met with the sight of a round, gleaming bald head, adorned at the back with a long braided tail, and the man was clad in an ornate, bright yellow dragon robe. Clearly, this was a sovereign emperor. Li Si promptly shut his eyes, choosing to lie down and cleanse his vision before meeting his Majesty. Upon emerging from the prison, he was immediately confronted with a sight that was quite jarring. It seemed that his prolonged confinement had rendered him somewhat daft. One could only ponder which dynasty of the future had such an utterly perplexing sense of aesthetics. Your Majesty, Li Si knelt before the table and spoke softly. Silence envelopes the atmosphere. The terror of emotional coldness is indeed daunting. Li Si was left in a state of suspense for quite some time, just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the oppressive presence of the first emperor. Without raising his gaze, Yingzheng gestured for the eunuch to hand him the sheet of paper. Li Si's eyelashes fluttered momentarily as he cautiously accepted the delicate parchment, scrutinizing it with growing excitement. Your Majesty, Yingzheng finally regarded him directly, his voice cool and devoid of emotion. This paper has been produced by the Institute of Invention. It has the potential to serve many beneficial purposes for the Qin. He continued, the fabricated edict accusing the crown prince of treason, as well as the position of chancellor. Li Si, you should know how to navigate these matters. Li Si wiped the cold sweat from his brow, instantly comprehending the implications of the emperor's words. This paper could accomplish much. The Qin was currently in dire need of talent. If the contents of books could be inscribed onto this paper for dissemination, it would win the hearts of the people from the 6 states, while simultaneously introducing new blood into the court. Books were largely held by the aristocratic families, and the ministers of the Qin dynasty were unlikely to willingly cede their share of influence. Li Xi's role was akin to that of a blade, standing with the first emperor to sever the cake of power held by the noble families. It was a matter of life and death or enmity with the aristocracy. He resolutely chose to embark on the perilous path with the first emperor, for who would care about political rivals when one's life was at stake? Li Xi could count himself fortunate that the emperor still required his services, though he would be destined to labor tirelessly for the emperor henceforth. It was certainly preferable to death. I am grateful to your majesty for granting me the opportunity to atone and contribute, he exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. In the subsequent days, Li Xi often reflected with both relief and trepidation, immensely thankful to the first emperor for granting him a second chance at life. 3 days later, the appointment of Prince Fu Su as crown prince was entrusted to him in Meng Yi. Your majesty, is it not premature to designate a crown prince so swiftly? Li Xi hesitated to voice his concern, but upon seeing that the emperor did not object, he continued. Prince Fu Su remains somewhat inexperienced and heavily influenced by Confucian ideals. He may not yet be ready for such a great responsibility. Zheng paused in his writing, massaging his temples, and replied, Fu Su will be personally instructed by me. And you, alongside Meng Yi and other ministers, shall assist in educating the crown prince. Indeed, Li Xi responded, a mixture of surprise and expectation evident in his demeanor. Following the revelations from the celestial curtain regarding the crown prince, Zheng would undoubtedly learn from the experience and prioritize the establishment of a successor to prevent any future tragedies. Previously, the first emperor had believed he could achieve much. Yet his dissatisfaction with his eldest son, Fu Su, ultimately led to vulnerabilities that others could exploit. The prime minister, Li Xi, articulated a valid point. The eldest son was not the one who would mature through trials at the frontier. Thus, Zheng contemplated the necessity of nurturing Fu Su before entrusting him to Meng Tian's guidance. An emperor must embody both civil and military virtues. Summoning the esteemed Meng Yi, the first emperor conferred with the two regarding the alleviation of taxes and corvée labor. Following the celestial revelations, Zheng began to prioritize the welfare of the populace. Otherwise, should the ruler fall, the nation would perish, leaving the common people devoid of a sense of belonging to the great Qin. The foolish Huai could not be relied upon. The first emperor could only place his hopes in the historical precedents mentioned by the celestial curtain, trusting that Prime Minister Li Xi could discern between personal desires and the needs of the state. In the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, executed a significant portion of court officials, eliminating those deserving of death and eradicating entire clans. Shortly thereafter, fresh officials were introduced to the court. Lu's decree, let us observe their future performances. To provide an explanation to the Wei family, Lu Che ordered a trusted minister to mentor Crown Prince Lu Ju, serving as a compensation to the Empress and the Crown Prince. This announcement effectively signaled to all that the next ruler of the Han would be Lu Ju, a reality that could not be altered. During the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin dealt with a series of officials. Erfeng remarked that the chubby one had too much idle time on his hands, suggesting that he might as well lose some weight or return to his fief to avoid being a burden to the Crown Prince. The chubby one retorted so. Losing weight was utterly impossible, a notion that would never materialize in this lifetime. Without hesitation, Li Tai took his family back to their fief, seeking the comfort of a cooler environment. After all, the celestial curtain had foretold that he would never ascend to that position, and now, such aspirations seemed even more distant. If Li Tai harbored such thoughts, his father would be the first to eliminate him. Alas, isn't it delightful to return home, relax, and indulge in a good series? Furthermore, the chubby one was eager to express his enthusiasm for Empress Xi Jinchui, praising the brilliance of court intrigue. How detestable the Hua Fei was. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, seeking to reassure the Empress and the Crown Prince, preemptively ordered Wei Zheng to assist in mentoring Li Chengqian, also soothing his own mind. That country bumpkin has finally departed. Wei Zheng remarked, Crown Prince, you possess a fragile heart. My heart has become too fragile. The Crown Prince must not be overly sensitive. Otherwise, he will be unable to endure even the slightest doubt. As the future heir, it is essential for you to cultivate a thicker skin. Your Majesty, one must learn diligently, for the King of Heaven has arrived. He embodies the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Crown Prince Li Qingqian, help me. In the Ming Dynasty, foreseeing the future, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the finest physicians from across the realm to the palace. Crown Prince Zhu Biao and grandson Zhu Xiangying even relocated to the palace adjacent to Old Zhu, accompanied by no less than 2 royal physicians. Any hint of misfortune must be swiftly averted. Empress Ma, too, was treated with utmost care. Zhu Chongba was so protective that he wished to keep her in his pocket, fearing she might dissolve like sugar. Compared to the past, he was far more cautious of his treasures. As the tale of Zhan Huan unfolded in the celestial realm, Zhu Yuanzhang found it vaguely familiar. Why must later generations portray foreign dynasties? Old Zhu felt compelled to criticize. The hairstyles were truly unsightly. He could not discern whether the depicted dynasty was genuine, yet something felt amiss, though he could not articulate it. During the Yongle era, paper was already in existence. Ming Taizong Zhu Di gazed toward industrial development, yearning to expand territories, particularly overseas in Europe, which appeared rather promising. Europe, no worries, no worries. Concerning Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi and his royal descendants, they remained unaware of the entirety of matters. They would wait to see if the celestial realm would later provide an overview. In the Wuzhou period, Wu Zetian, in her leisure, watched Jin Huan, observing the youthful women entering the palace in their exuberance, only to ultimately engage in fierce struggles for the affections of a heartless man. She could not help but reflect on the brutal nature of palace intrigues, where countless bones lay buried within. One wonders who will emerge victorious amidst such high stakes. Contemplating the future, it is evident that women's status will rise significantly, with their attire becoming more open and free, suggesting they must have endured considerable hardships. As the noble Shangguan Wanu approached, she bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, I have summoned skilled artisans from across the realm, awaiting your command." Indeed. Wu Zetian gazed intently at the colossal figure displayed on the celestial screen, although it could not yet compare to the vessels of later generations. Surely a preliminary version could be crafted. Otherwise, what use were those individuals to her? In the Sui dynasty, the palace was enveloped in a profound silence as the emperor and empress sat across from one another. Recently, Yang Jian and Duga Qigong had grown increasingly pleased with their second son, Yang Guang. The tasks entrusted to him were executed with diligence, earning him considerable praise from the ministers. This undoubtedly solidified the couple's resolve to depose the crown prince, prompting them to summon their advisors to discuss the matter. "Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable," one minister exclaimed. "Indeed, Your Majesty, tradition dictates the selection of the eldest over the youngest. We cannot disrupt the customs established by our ancestors." Yang Jian rose in fury, exclaiming, "The celestial screen has foretold the demise of the second emperor of Sui. It has been proven that the crown prince is unfit for significant responsibilities. This is the empire I labored tirelessly to establish. What sacrifices have I made if not for the sake of the next generation? And yet, the celestial screen declares that the second emperor of Sui shall perish. Having only established the nation for a mere 30 years? The ministers fell silent, acknowledging the emperor's harsh truth. However, to hastily depose the crown prince seemed excessively rash, especially as the current prince had yet to take any significant actions. Traditions may be rigid, but humanity is dynamic, Duga Qigong remarked coolly. I have already appointed a propitious date. Soon, I shall formally declare Yang Guang as crown prince. Yang Jian's words were resolute, and no amount of persuasion from the ministers would sway him. Meanwhile, the imprisoned crown prince, Yang Yong, remained blissfully unaware of his inexplicable fall from grace. The news swiftly reached the residence of the second prince, and Yang Guang's heart surged with excitement, akin to a tempestuous storm, as he could hardly contain his triumphant elation. What of the legitimate heir? Was he not easily usurped? "Jinshu, would you accompany me to the clinic for an injection?" "Ahem," she said. "Why has your cold worsened?" At that moment, Shi Jinchui extinguished the screen displaying the riveting episode of empresses in the palace, precisely during the scene where Hua Fei schemes against her rival. Just as the ancient beings from myriad realms were engrossed in this pivotal moment, the heavenly curtain abruptly shifted, causing the ancestors to scream like startled groundhogs. Filled with urgency and alarm, amidst the celestial tapestry, a scene unfolds within a female dormitory, where Shi Jinchui dons her coat and accompanies Zhou Yusen to a nearby clinic. Shi Jinchui rides Zhou Yusen's petite electric scooter, and soon they arrive at their destination. Upon sighting the scooter, the ancestral spirits are momentarily silenced, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. What marvel is this? It appears so convenient, compact, and space-efficient, they exclaim. Indeed. Moreover, its speed rivals that of ride-hailing services. The innovations of later generations are truly remarkable. Another day of envy ensues, particularly among the Mo family and skilled artisans, whose curiosity about the technological advancements of the future is piqued. How does the contraption they observe operate? What principles govern its function? Their minds itch with anticipation, and when the next Celestial Review video emerges, they shall undoubtedly flood the comments with inquiries directed at the prodigies of the future. Meanwhile, the esteemed physicians from various realms focus their attention on Zhou Yusen. Quickly discerning that the young lady is afflicted with a cold, her complexion flushed, she appears utterly fatigued and weakened, prompting deep concern among the doctors. In traditional Chinese medicine, a cold is perceived as an ailment resulting from the interplay of wind and cold elements, characterized by symptoms such as severe chills, mild fever, headaches, body aches, nasal congestion, and a runny nose. Although modern medicine regards colds as self-limiting illnesses, in ancient times, the limitations of medical knowledge and resources often led to misdiagnosis or delayed treatment. Exacerbating conditions. The physical constitution of women in antiquity was generally more fragile, a consequence of their lifestyles, dietary habits, and lack of medical understanding. For instance, ancient women might suffer from aggravated cold symptoms due to a weaker constitution, malnutrition, or the absence of timely medical intervention. The celestial panorama follows Shi Jinchui and her companion into the clinic, where many individuals are receiving intravenous treatments in an exceptionally serene and comfortable environment. After a brief wait, it is finally Zhou Yusen's turn, and Shi Jinchui accompanies her into the consultation room. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? The doctor inquires. For a week. Zhou Yusen replies. Have you taken any cold medication? I received some cough syrup from the school infirmary, she responds, showing the doctor the name of the medication she photographed. The doctor meticulously examines her symptoms, checks her forehead, and notes a slight fever. After prescribing medication, he orders an intravenous drip. The ancestral spirits observe in astonishment, questioning the simplicity of the process. They watch as the doctor presents several bottles of a clear, white liquid, gently inserting a fine needle into her vein and allowing the fluid to flow slowly. And then, it concludes. The physicians from various realms are left incredulous, some even chastising the doctor for his apparent lack of medical ethics, wondering how he could be so hasty and indifferent. As Sun Simiao watched the doctor recede into the distance, he remained silent, acutely aware of the contemporary physicians' dismissive attitude towards the ailments of wind and cold, which they regarded as mere trifles, hardly worthy of their concern. In contrast, ancient imperial physicians possessed a wealth of experience in treating colds. For instance, the esteemed Zhang Zhongjing from the Eastern Han Dynasty bequeathed renowned prescriptions such as Ma Huang Tang and Gui Ji Tang. However, the medical conditions of antiquity were lamentably poor, coupled with a substandard diet that resulted in frail constitutions and shortened lifespans. For those with weakened health, the onset of wind and cold could prove fatal. Moreover, the ancients struggled to differentiate between similar symptoms of colds, influenza, pneumonia, typhoid, and infections, collectively labeling them as afflictions caused by wind and cold. Such confounding of diseases potentially hampered accurate diagnosis and treatment. Thus, the esteemed physicians of the myriad realms took great care in addressing Zhou Sinyu's condition, fully aware that a careless approach to wind and cold could lead to dire consequences. During the intravenous infusion, Zhou Sinyu succumbed to fatigue, leaning against Shi Jinchui's shoulder as she drifted into slumber, while the ancestors looked on with profound concern. Surely this girl won't faint, they fretted. Indeed, given the severity of her condition, one could only wonder how she had fallen ill. Just previously, Aunt Zhao from the village had suffered similarly from wind and cold, ultimately unable to endure the affliction. What a pity, they lamented. Let us hope this young lady pulls through, murmured the common folk in prayer. Meanwhile, Shi Jinchui idly browsed through Weibo, eventually recalling that she had yet to view the video data on Bilibili. She clicked to peruse her homepage notifications. The likes remained at 99, but her follower count had increased by over 100. She returned to check her private messages, which included several submissions from netizens requesting insights on historical figures. Among them, for usernames stood out, Shi Jinchui, Subway Elder looking at phone. JPG. How amusing that this new generation of netizens relished such antics. Crown Prince Lu Ju, my lady, might you enlighten us on the formula for ammunition in later times? Crown Prince Li Qingqian. Fair maiden, could you reveal how wheat may achieve plump grains? Crown Prince Zhu Biao, celestial being. Would you be so kind as to inform me of my mother's ailment? Crown Prince Fu Su. Dearest lady, I am most grateful. Might you share the secrets to longevity in the future? Shi Jinchui. The realms erupted in a flurry of excitement, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples across the surface. How could these individuals communicate with those from the future? What was the mechanism behind this connection? The ancestors from various realms soon deduced that those mentioned by the celestial maiden were indeed able to establish contact with her. The emperor was filled with excitement, the Mo family was in a frenzy, and the imperial physician was elated. Shi Jinchui responded symbolically to the messages from netizens. While she took a moment to ponder over the private messages from the fourth prince before replying to each one, the content creator will elaborate on the 4 great inventions in due course. What are the 4 great inventions? What do they entail? The content creator will also discuss agricultural matters in the future. I understand your eagerness, but please, do not rush. We are indeed quite anxious, Sour Q. After capturing a screenshot and marking it with a red flag, Shi Jinchui directly utilized the Baidu search engine, sending him several screenshots. What is this? Is it truly a matter of answering any question posed? How could such a miraculous software exist? The ancestors, wandering alongside Shi Jinchui in the vast ocean of the internet, would otherwise remain oblivious to its name. Healthy diet, regular routines, maintaining a healthy weight, fostering a positive mindset, and adhering to good habits. The ancestors who stayed up late binge-watching dramas with Shi Jinchui, I refuse to believe it. I didn't see that. How could staying up late be detrimental to one's lifespan? Even the master of the night indulges in binge-watching. After replying to private messages, Shi Jinchui began to delve into a novel, eager to witness the myriad of critiques directed at the absurdity of typical CEO narratives. Shi Jinchui was determined to sample the spectrum of experiences, yet was taken aback by the sheer melodrama and awkwardness. Meanwhile, the ancestors were once again introduced to a new realm. Indeed, being literate is a remarkable asset. Hiki, what is a domineering CEO, you ask? I absolutely adore one particular phrase uttered by this archetype. What did you say? The woman exclaimed, calling her husband, ready to give her all for him. My favorite line is, woman, you are playing with fire. After 2 hours of intravenous treatment, Zhou Xinyu's fever finally subsided. The doctor prescribed some cold and cough medicine, advising how many times to take it throughout the day. The esteemed physicians from various realms, observing that the young lady was out of danger, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shi Jinchui rode her electric scooter, taking her roommate back to the dormitory, and along the way, she remembered to buy some late-night snacks, which left the ancestors from all realms craving for more. I too wish to indulge in bubble tea. It looks so delightful. I, too, wish to indulge. What was it called again? I recall the street vendor referred to it as takoyaki. It looked utterly delectable. Some astute vendors had already recorded the preparation steps, and soon takoyaki would sweep across the dynasties, affordable and delicious enough for the common folk to enjoy. The following day, Zhou Xinyu desired to rest in her dormitory, but due to the difficulty of requesting leave from her specialized course, she had to trouble Shi Jinchui to attend in her stead. Early in the afternoon, a celestial spectacle appeared, unlike any seen before. It was the teaching of the master of the celestial screen. As more and more individuals gathered in the classroom, when the bell rang, a refined and elegant middle-aged man stepped onto the podium. After taking attendance, he commenced the lecture. The common folk were left bewildered. Some ancients even began to doze off as they listened, while the subjects of the myriad realms labored amidst the background sounds of the celestial spectacle. However, the emperors of the various dynasties wore expressions of grave concern. Today, we shall discuss financial statistics, diagnosing the macroeconomy. Like ordinary individuals, an economy, too, experiences ailments. It can suffer from excessive exuberance or cold stagnation. The key to treatment lies in discerning the symptoms and administering the appropriate remedies. As the professional instructor elaborated on the evident fluctuations in the economy, the expressions of the emperors and ministers transformed from astonishment to solemnity. Quickly, record the words of the master from the celestial screen. Thus, Shi Jinchui passively attended 2 sessions of specialized classes. Meanwhile, the emperors of the myriad realms felt as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, immersed in a sea of knowledge, astonished by the breadth of the teachings. The wealth of educational resources available to the common folk left them in awe of the prowess that future emperors would possess. Deeply rooted ideologies led the ancients to believe that a nation's prosperity was founded upon the foundation of dynastic rule. Why is the Han ethnicity referred to as Han? When the stars of humanity shone brightly, it was the Han of China. Why do we not call the Han Qin or Tang? The might of the Tang dynasty is well known, yet even the formidable Li Tang needed to seek aid from foreign forces in times of peril. Before the Lushan rebellion, the Tang emperor was taken aback by the sudden news. Li Shimin exclaimed, "What? The Lushan rebellion? Are we in such danger that we must request foreign troops?" The mighty generals of the Tang, led by Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, wore grim expressions. They were prepared to conquer the world alongside their sovereign. How had the Tang fallen to the point of needing to borrow troops from outsiders? Who was responsible for this? Where had the Tang generals vanished to? In contrast, Even in the direst final days of the Han, they still had the strength to scorn all surrounding peoples. They even managed to strike fear into those recorded in history. Bridging the gap to the era of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bang and Liu Che had barely celebrated before exclaiming, "The Han is divided? The Three Kingdoms? Son, Liu." And Chao continued to bully the neighboring foreign tribes as if they were mere children. Let us not forget Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua, nor the Sima family's fierce assaults on the Chang tribe. Even the formidable Gong Sunzan could compel the Xiongnu to acknowledge him as their superior. Zhuge Liang sighed, while Menghua looked on with a frown. Meanwhile, Cao Cao's vanguard, led by the valiant Zhang Liao, swiftly conquered Wuheng. The Han dynasty had implemented a stringent policy towards its neighboring states since the reign of Emperor Wu, frequently engaging in military campaigns against them, solidifying its power for over 4 centuries. During this extensive period, whenever a neighboring nation faced defeat, their response was invariably that it was the Han who had vanquished them. Thus, under the banner of the Han, pride flourished for more than 400 years, ultimately leading to the formation of the Han ethnicity. Cao Cao's rugged visage flushed with indignation as he slammed his palm against the table, exclaiming, "Why must we be solely identified as the Han? Is Cao not a worthy name?" Ah! Liu Bei, that cunning rascal, must surely be reveling in this moment. Indeed, Cao Cao was not mistaken. Liu Bei was undoubtedly in high spirits, feeling as though the heavens conspired to assist his family in winning the hearts of the people. "Calming, I wager that old Cao is seething with rage." Liu Bei laughed heartily. Zhuge Liang made no attempt to quell his mirth, but instead smiled gently. Over 1 billion citizens of the Han ethnicity. What an immense population, he mused. Liu Bei then glanced at the comments section. Time is of the essence. The Han dynasty seems to be the only empire that was divided and extinguished due to its overwhelming strength. A netizen replied, "MOE, the pinnacle of the Three Kingdoms is no mere boast." Another chimed in, "Deeply hidden, the three brothers brawl. And whoever is aggrieved retaliates against the surrounding barbarians." A commenter from Inner Mongolia remarked, "Despicable Xiaolin, excited to strike the Xiongnu tonight. Am I to strike myself? Guoji, since we are so formidable, why does the Han ethnicity not receive extra points among the 56 ethnic groups?" Wanfeng Luo Huai Shui. If the Han ethnicity comprises over 1 billion people, wouldn't that mean they all receive no extra points? Ko Laosi, correct. The Han dynasty first ignited the national consciousness among the people of the Central Plains. Numerous netizens concurred in the comments. Indeed, this is the true reason. Qin Shi Huang unified regions and standardized measures, while Emperor Wu unified thoughts, centering on the Han and internally harmonizing the consciousness of the populace. The essence of Qin and the spirit of Han. The citizens of the Han dynasty felt an inexplicable pride, realizing that even after 2 millennia, the legacy remained with the Han ethnicity. Were the emperors truly fixated on the staggering population of over 1 billion Han individuals? Such numbers are indeed daunting. And what does it signify to have 56 ethnic groups? The emperors of antiquity gazed at the comments with wide eyes, realizing why future generations thrived economically and why their population surpassed that of the dynasties by an unfathomable margin, with education accessible to all. The abundance of grain and the flourishing economy signified a time when the ancestors first experienced the true strength of future generations, in which even the common folk could enjoy sustenance, warmth, and education. Was there still room for vagrants and beggars in such a future? They pondered. Perhaps there was indeed nothing. Among the 56 ethnic groups, aside from the Han, what other tribes exist? Were they unified in reclaiming the neighboring small states? What was the actual expanse of territory in later generations? What was the yield of grain? These questions lingered in everyone's minds. After watching videos for a while, Shi Jinchui decided to have a meal, preparing to edit the footage for her 3rd work in the afternoon. She needed to contemplate whom to feature. Perhaps she could recount tales of squanderers. Whom should she choose? Reflecting on recent news, Shi Jinchui resolved to focus on 2 brothers. Their relationship would make for an intriguing narrative. During the Sui dynasty, the 2nd prince, Yang Guang, had been performing exceptionally well before his wife, voluntarily taking charge of supervising the craftsmen and producing furniture that was comparable to that of later generations. Yang Jian was quite pleased, growing ever more confident in his decision, believing this son would govern the Sui dynasty effectively. Meanwhile, the former crown prince, Yang Yang, was left bewildered and dumbfounded. Why was he so easily deposed without having done anything? Previously, the discussion had centered on the illustrious emperor of the Tang dynasty. With Li Yuan and Yang Jian being cousins, their mother's sisters, Li Yuan had committed no wrongdoing. Yang Jian could not arbitrarily act against them. It was now widely acknowledged that Li Shimin was the esteemed sovereign of the ages. Moreover, had the nation not been in disarray, who could have taken advantage of the situation? Without Li Yuan, there would still have been Qin Yuan and other distinguished figures. The crux lay in how a ruler governs a state. Yang Jian could not comprehend how his eldest son, Yang Yong, met a fate so dire. The present sway was not akin to the Qin. They possessed wealth, grain, and capable officials. One could argue their starting point was exponentially superior to that of the second emperor, Hu Hai. What an utter waste of potential. The state preceptor of the sway had calculated an auspicious time for today at noon. Yang Guang donned a traveling crown and a crimson silk robe. Approaching the palace designated for his enthronement with measured steps, Emperor Yang Jian, dressed in imperial robes, sat upon the throne with Empress Xi, while the crown prince and officials paid their respects. As Yang Jian held the proclamation scroll, preparing to read, a figure suddenly burst into the hall, followed by a flurry of panicked eunuchs and maidservants. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has commanded that you may not enter." "I vehemently disagree." "The Emperor? How dare you so casually strip me of my title? I have committed no wrong, so what justifies your designation of my younger brother as the crown prince?" Yang Yong's expression resembled madness, as he almost shouted in a voice laced with fury. He found his father and mother utterly incomprehensible. Why was there such favoritism towards his younger brother? Was everything he did destined to be deemed incorrect? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was filled with righteous indignation. How dare he display such blatant disrespect, showing a complete lack of filial piety? It seemed he was indeed beyond redemption. "Scoundrel! Your brother is infinitely superior to you. Do you still consider yourself a worthy heir?" After uttering these words, he turned to the waiting soldiers and commanded sternly, "Come. Take the crown prince back to the palace at once. Father and mother, you show such favoritism. We are both your children. Why treat me so unjustly?" As Yang Yong was being dragged away by the soldiers, Du Gu Jela gazed at her eldest son, whom she had nurtured with high hopes since childhood, and shook her head in disappointment. Her eyes fell upon the newly appointed crown prince, Yang Guang, who remained humble and dignified, filling her heart with satisfaction and joy. Just as Yang Yong was about to be taken away, a commotion erupted outside the palace, causing everyone to be astonished at the unexpected appearance of the celestial phenomenon after several days. The timing was too uncanny. It seemed that this child was indeed destined for greatness, confirming the calculations of the national sage. The ceremony was abruptly interrupted, and despite his displeasure, Yang Guang had no choice but to follow the crowd outside to witness the celestial display and see who it would favor this time. In the autumn of 600 AD, Yang Jian made a decision that left everyone astounded. He declared his intention to strip the promising crown prince, Yang Yong, of his title and reduce him to commoner status, thereby draining the ambition of Yang Guang and sealing the fate of the Sui dynasty. This pronouncement rendered the court speechless, particularly Yang Jian and Du Gu Jela, who gazed at the heavens in disbelief, hoping for a favorable outcome. Yet, none came. Yang Guang would only sustain the Sui Empire for a mere 14 years. His words were resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Yang Guang, in sheer terror, fell to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief as he muttered, "How could this be? How is this possible?" Yang Jian and Empress Du Gu could scarcely fathom that the very prince they were about to enthrone was, in fact, the harbinger of their dynasty's downfall. The former crown prince, Yang Yong, found the situation profoundly ironic and, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Father and mother, is this the esteemed crown prince you hold in such high regard?" He then turned to Yang Guang, taunting, "So you are indeed the one destined to doom the Sui dynasty." The weight of his final words underscored his dissatisfaction with their decision to so thoughtlessly cast him aside. However, Yang Jian and Empress Du Gu were no longer inclined to heed the words of others. Emperor Wen of Sui was a good ruler. Yet he was not necessarily a good father. A man skilled in governance does not always excel in family matters. Yang Yong's fate was akin to drifting reeds upon a river, swaying helplessly in the wind. During the Northern Zhou period, Yang Yong was granted the title of Baron on Hao due to the merits of his grandfather Yang Zhong, the founding emperor of Sui. Once Yang Jian seized power, he appointed Yang Yong as a scholar and conferred upon him significant positions such as Grand General and Left Minister, elevating him to the status of Duke of Chongning. He had previously served as the governor of Luozhou and overseen the territories of the former Northern Qi. However, Yang Yong's forthright nature and penchant for extravagance, coupled with his deteriorating relationships with his father and powerful ministers like Yang Su, gradually eroded the trust Emperor Wen had in him. Yang Jian once proudly declared to his ministers that in the past, emperors with numerous concubines often ended up deposing their legitimate heirs in favor of younger favorites. Lu Zhu, taking offense, exclaimed, "Hypocrisy." He continued, "However, I have no concubines, and all 5 of my sons are born of the one empress, truly brothers. Thus, internal strife is utterly improbable. This is the assurance of the everlasting foundation of the Sui dynasty." Kali 2406 remarked, "No matter how inept Yang Yong may be, he would not allow the Sui dynasty to meet a swift demise. He is not one to stir chaos." Gue, he commented. "One can only say this may be the fate of the Sui dynasty. Renowned for his gluttony, Yang Yong indeed suffered a dismal downfall." Shi Jinchui, shifting his tone, mused. "Yet, in the face of omnipotent power, even the strongest familial bonds can be shattered." Li Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. What could this mean? When the Sui dynasty was newly established, Emperor Wen's sons were still quite young, and their relationships were relatively harmonious. However, as time passed and they matured, conflicts among the brothers burgeoned from negligible to overwhelming, evolving from minor irritations to a terminal affliction, ultimately spiraling out of control. The common folk, seasoned by life's trials, expressed their confusion but lacked the desire to show respect. Meanwhile, the physicians were fixated on the inflammation, indifferent to the emperor's plight, as it was not their dynasty's sovereign. Why should it concern them? The comment section soon became dominated by eager inquiries from inquisitive healers. Tang Sun Simu questioned, "What is late-stage cancer? I have never heard of such a condition." Song's Zhao Zihua inquired, "Is it truly beyond remedy?" Eastern Han's Hua Tuo wondered, "Does late-stage refer to a disease that is uncurable upon discovery?" Ming's Li Shizhen asked, "Could you elaborate on cancer, young lady?" A multitude of questions and curiosities swept across the ancient figures before them. Emperor Wen of Sui was known for his frugality, even after ascending to the throne. He adhered to his humble principles, consuming but one meat dish daily. His garments were worn for 3 years new, 3 years old, patched and mended for another 3, a true paragon of thrift. The myriad denizens of the realms found it hard to believe such an ascetic emperor truly existed. However, by the time of Yang Yong, the nation had gradually grown prosperous, and the environment surrounding the crown prince had shifted, resulting in a clash of ideologies between 2 generations. As life improved, the crown prince naturally began to pursue a higher quality of living. The times had changed, perspectives had evolved, and consequently, so had lifestyle habits. On one occasion, the crown prince acquired a suit of armor transported from Shu. In a fit of enthusiasm, he adorned it lavishly with gold and silver, rendering it exceedingly ornate. This infuriated Emperor Wen, who reprimanded, "Armor is meant for protection. Why adorn it in such a gaudy manner? An emperor seeking to rule for ages cannot indulge in luxury and pleasure. How can you be entrusted with significant responsibilities in this manner?" Later, to instill the essence of his principles in the crown prince, Yang Jian bestowed upon him an old blade that he once wielded. In youth, it is natural for one to rebel against parental authority, to revel in appearances and ostentation. Such a modest lifestyle as that of Yang Jian and his consort requires the passage of time to mature. To put it plainly, it is merely a facade of sophistication. Yang Yong, however, countered this notion. Subsequently, the crown prince Yang Yong's ostentatious display during morning court sessions deeply unsettled the typically reserved Yang Jian, to say the least. How could this insolent child outshine me? Henceforth, Emperor Wen of Sui forbade his officials from paying homage to the Eastern Palace, clearly indicating that the crown prince had overstepped significantly. Adorning armor with gold and silver may merely reflect a personal attitude toward life. Yet brazenly accepting the obeisance of officials touches upon the most sensitive matter of power dynamics. Emperor Wen, a ruler marked by suspicion, was acutely aware that his own throne was obtained through unscrupulous means, leading him to fear that others might seek to usurp power as he had. Consequently, he remained particularly wary of those around him, even his own son. It is evident that these emperors exhibit a peculiar disposition. The emperor and the crown prince are inherently adversarial, each vying for power. Too strong, they evoke fear. Too weak, they risk being discarded. Too flamboyant, they incite displeasure, such is the nature of their existence. As one might jest, if he is scorned, I cannot be, with such a grand legacy as that of Emperor Wen. As long as the successor does not engage in self-destructive behavior, the Sui dynasty would not face imminent demise. Alas, the unfortunate arrival of Yang Guang, a prodigal son, complicates matters. Yang Yong indeed elicits a sense of lament. Even when the outcome seems assured, one can still falter. With the resources left by Yang Jian, it would seem that even a stray dog could not lead to a downfall. The countenance of Yang Jian and the Empress, Qi was exceedingly grim. As they could not have anticipated the Sui dynasty's decline to such an extent, a fact that would be ridiculed by future generations. What does it mean that even a stray dog could not lead to their downfall? Faced with the comments from netizens, the couple found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay within them, though their discontent with their eldest son was undeniable. This unfortunate child, bereft of paternal affection and maternal love. Who could argue otherwise? It appears that these noble families are devoid of genuine emotion. How lamentable, this pitiable child. Such sentiments echoed across the myriad realms. As the common folk murmured in discussion, the Empress Xi could be regarded as a pioneer of feminism, fervently advocating for the principle of monogamy, striving to apply to others what she desired for herself. QQQ. She feels as though she has traversed time. It is rare in ancient times for a woman to impose restrictions on her husband regarding concubines. Qi Feng. A mere passerby, this individual is not a queen reliant on imperial power. On the contrary, she is akin to a partner of Yang Jian, co-ruling the Sui dynasty alongside Emperor Wen of Sui. Gaoying is a loyal retainer of Dugu Qialo. Consequently, she not only exercises strict control over her husband, Yang Jian, but also harbors a profound disdain for ministers who take concubines, detesting the sight of them favoring concubines over their wives. Su Ruo. If Yang Guang had merely indulged in wine and beauty, the Sui dynasty would not have met its demise. In contemporary terms, it is not the wealthy heir's hedonism that is to be feared, but rather his determination to prove himself. Yang Jian, moreover, it is unknown to all that Crown Prince Yang Yong is at odds with his original consort, lacking any spark with the wife chosen by his mother. As a result, they have not produced an heir for many years, and the unfortunate Yuan clan has suffered neglect, weeping daily, which ultimately led to her melancholic demise. The Crown Princess's death was exceedingly sudden, with only a brief span of 2 days from illness to passing. Thus, Empress Xi cast a suspicious gaze upon her eldest son, suspecting that the Crown Princess had been poisoned by him. Yang Yong? How could this possibly be blamed on me? Consequently, Dugu Qialo grew increasingly wary of Yang Yong. According to historical records, the Crown Princess may have suffered from a heart ailment, akin to what we refer to as heart disease today. Such conditions can manifest rapidly, with a high mortality rate, making her demise within 2 days plausible. However, given the prior neglect of the daughter-in-law, Empress Xi could not help but harbor doubts regarding the circumstances. The favoring of concubines over wives directly infringes upon her moral principles. Thus, the rift between Yang Yong and his parents widened, creating an ever greater distance. In stark contrast, the acclaimed actor Yang Guang drew ever closer to his parents. Bihai Jianga, Dugu Qialo lacks foresight. Nepal. In that era, one could not secure the throne without cultivating alliances with prominent families. His mother selected a consort from a distinguished lineage for him, yet he did not love her. The couple bore no children, and he took a commoner as a concubine, incensing his mother. Ning Ning, his eldest son, harbors no political ambition or intricate schemes. To speak frankly, when the lights are out, all faces are the same. He could not even share a few moments with his original consort to conceive a child before indulging his concubine. Ultimately, it reflects his inability to win the hearts of others. Yang Yong's forehead was lined with dark clouds. The myriad realms. What does it mean that when the lights are out, all faces appear the same? This phrase is rather crude. In the vast realms of existence, the multitude beheld a singular truth drifting across the celestial canvas. Mr. Village proclaimed, the myriad facets of life are merely a performance. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of reality. The fortune of the heavens remarked, children, the eldest is foolish, the second peculiar, and the third malevolent. In the end, both triumph and defeat rest upon the solitary figure of Dugu. The army observed, Dugu Qiaoyuo's strength is overwhelming. Yet her jealousy is equally formidable. Dugu Qiaoyuo, upon hearing the barrage of comments regarding her jealousy, attributed the downfall of the second emperor to her own influence. Feeling a deep discontent, the misjudgment lay with her and her husband. But what does jealousy truly signify? Her husband professed eternal love for her alone. How then could she be deemed jealous? As Emperor Wen of Sui advanced into his twilight years, his apprehensions regarding Yang Yong intensified, particularly due to the crown prince's straightforward demeanor and lack of finesse, which starkly contrasted with the cunning and astuteness of his half-brother Yang Guang. Yang Guang, fully aware of the adage that a visible threat can be avoided while a hidden one is perilous, deftly won his father's affection. Ultimately, amidst a meticulously orchestrated political tempest, Emperor Wen succumbed to slanderous whispers and resolved to strip Yang Yong of his princely title. As the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to total ruin. Yang Yong, suddenly cast down from his lofty perch, though endowed with immense wealth post-deposition, found himself bereft of the opportunity to vie for supreme authority. Meanwhile, his brother Yang Guang ascended to the throne of the crown prince, and, upon the demise of Emperor Yang Jian, inherited the imperial mantle, becoming Emperor Yang of Sui. Yuan Tai opined, Yang Yong could have sustained his lineage for a century or more based on the foundation laid by Yang Jian. Though Yang Yong's life was marked by mediocrity and extravagance, his actions were inconsequential should a capable ruler emerge from his descendants. They might well prolong their legacy for another 2 centuries. Emperor Yang of Sui is a figure steeped in controversy within Chinese history, his reign marred by contradictions and turmoil. He enacted severe retribution in domestic and foreign affairs, leading to unrest that ultimately culminated in the fall of the Sui dynasty. He became synonymous with tyranny and despotism. Yang Guang was the second son of Emperor Wen of Sui and Empress Dugu Qiaoyuo. Naturally intelligent and erudite, with striking looks and eloquence, he benefited from his father's remarkable achievements during the reign of Emperor Wu of Northern Zhou, earning the title of Duke of Yanmen. As Yang Jian ascended to the imperial throne, Yang Guang encountered a pivotal moment in his life. In the first year of the Kaiwan era, he was conferred the title of Prince of Jin, a testament to his personal capabilities. Concurrently, he was appointed as the governor of the state in Bingzhou, assuming significant political responsibilities at the tender age of 13, thereby demonstrating his extraordinary talents and potential. Subsequently, his positions continued to rise, as he was appointed Grand General of the Left Wu Guard, a recognition of his military prowess. Moreover, he was elevated to the esteemed position of Grand Chancellor and Secretary of the Hebei Circuit, roles that demanded not only exceptional military prowess, but also outstanding administrative acumen and decision-making capabilities. The Emperor Wen of Sui covertly instructed fortune-tellers to assess all his sons, and they foretold a boundless future for Prince Yang Guang. Ambitious and cunning, Yang Guang coveted the title of crown prince held by his elder brother, Yang Yong, and schemed to usurp it. To gain the emperor's favor, he feigned frugality in front of his parents. When the emperor planned a visit to his residence, Yang Guang discreetly concealed numerous beautiful women, presenting only an elderly, plain-looking maid to receive him. He even arranged a disheveled zither to successfully deceive the emperor into believing that he was indifferent to frivolities. Yang Guang further disguised himself, earning the reputation of being benevolent and filial. On one occasion, while observing a hunt in the rain, he refused to wear an oilskin coat to shield himself, choosing instead to endure the elements alongside others, which won him the emperor's admiration for his compassion. He also displayed extreme filial piety in the presence of Empress Dugu, expressing deep reluctance at each parting, endearing himself to her. Simultaneously, he spread rumors suggesting that the crown prince harbored ill intentions towards him, exacerbating the empress's discontent with the crown prince. Yang Guang actively sought to win over the emperor's and empress's confidants, often speaking well of himself in their presence. Particularly, Yang Su became a formidable ally, leading to the formation of an anti-crown prince faction under the empress's direction. They conspired to depose Crown Prince Yang Yong in favor of Yang Guang. Despite Crown Prince Yang Yong's scholarly talents and his magnanimous, straightforward nature, he became the target of the emperor's displeasure due to the adornment of his armor and the empress's disdain for the pregnancies of his concubines. After the tragic death of the crown prince's consort, the empress grew increasingly suspicious of him, dispatching individuals to monitor him for incriminating evidence. Yang Yong, having lost favor due to his numerous beautiful companions, saw Yang Guang heighten his vigilance, cohabiting solely with consorts to display virtue. Each time he attended court, he did so with simplicity and respect, earning a stellar reputation. He manipulated the empress's sentiments, turning her to support his claim to the throne. Yang Guang then orchestrated a scheme to frame Yang Yong, bribing Ji Wei to act as an informant and falsely accusing the crown prince of lavishness and ambition for the throne. Upon hearing this, the sorrowful emperor ordered Yang Yong's imprisonment, with Yang Su overseeing the interrogation. The empress also vehemently demanded the crown prince's deposition in favor of Yang Guang. Ultimately, in the 20th year of the Kaiwan era, Emperor Wen deposed Yang Yong and named Yang Guang as crown prince. In his twilight years, Emperor Yang Jian fell gravely ill and took refuge in the Rinshou Palace, attended by officials including Yang Su. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Yang Yong was summoned to reside within the Debao Hall as a precaution. Fearing the aftermath of his father's demise, Yang Guang wrote a letter inquiring about the situation, to which Yang Su provided a detailed response. However, the letter inadvertently reached the emperor, inciting his wrath. Subsequently, Lady Chun was coerced by Yang Guang while changing garments. After escaping, she reported the incident to the emperor, infuriating him to the core and prompting him to consider changing the heir. He commanded the summons of his son. Yet, Yang Guang, through a false imperial edict, apprehended Lu Shu and Yuan Yin, gaining control of the Rinshou Palace, ultimately leading to the death of Emperor Wen. The cause of death remains a mystery, provoking numerous speculations from the public. In the 4th year of the Rinshou era, Yang Guang ascended to the throne. A hunter remarked, "Yang Guang is the second most maligned figure in history following King Zhou." To which Nanbo responded, "I can believe in King Zhou, but there is no need to extol Yang Guang. He is merely a political and military inept, fundamentally no different from Qin Shi Huang, save for possessing a few more cunning tricks in palace intrigue." Yang Jian and his wife, increasingly troubled, could scarcely believe they had misjudged their son. Yet, the heavens were unequivocally revealing the truth to them. They had been deceived by this good son's performance, which indirectly led to the downfall of the Sui dynasty's second emperor. Even more astonishing was the depth of cunning displayed by the second son, who, unable to restrain his baser instincts, sought everything, including the treacherous act of fabricating imperial edicts to harm his father. Yang Jian, in a fit of rage, took up a stick against Yang Guang, berating him as he struck. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you deceive both your mother and me? It seems you have long thought us fools." With that, Yang Jian could not help but kick his son several times. "Such rebellion! To wear a green hat before your own father, truly you are less than a beast." The empress watched coldly. Had the heavens not been tallying their accounts, she would have taken it upon herself to punish this ungrateful wretch. Neither parent anticipated the depth of their second son's acting prowess, which had thoroughly deceived them all, culminating in such egregious acts. Yang Guang forged the will of Emperor Wen of Sui, compelling his brother Yang Yong to take his own life, while falsely accusing his younger brother Yang Xiu of practicing sorcery, stripping him of his position and confining him. Yang Xiu was later imprisoned alongside his sons. Unable to meet their family, Yang Liang, under the pretense of attacking Yang Su, raised an army but met with failure and was ultimately imprisoned to his death. In the 3rd year of the Dy era, Yang Yong executed his nephew Yang Yin and relegated his remaining nephews to Lingnan, where they were all murdered en route. The heavens echoed with ancient wisdom. Excessive desire and ambition, coupled with insufficient ability and a penchant for grandiosity, lead to downfall. Yang Jian felt as though he had received an invisible slap across the face, painfully reminded of his earlier proclamations that siblings of the same mother would never engage in internal strife. Now, he was left seething with anger and despair, uncertain of what further outrageous deeds this son might commit. In the same year, Yang Guang lavished generous rewards upon the Turkic Khagan Shimin, raising concerns among officials like Gao Xiao, who believed such excessive favor could breed future troubles. In response to dissent, Gao Xiao and others were executed, their families punished, and associated individuals implicated as well. In the 8th year of the Dy era, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty decreed the selection of beautiful women from the Jiang and Huainan regions to be offered as tribute, a further testament to his opulence and autocratic rule. He implemented a series of reforms designed to bolster central authority and promote societal advancement, which, to some extent, did foster economic development. Simultaneously, these actions showcased Yang Guang's ambitious aspirations as a reformer. However, as his reign progressed, the tyranny of Yang Guang gradually became apparent. His imposition of heavy taxes and forced labor exacerbated the burdens on the populace. Grand construction projects, including the magnificent eastern capital of Luoyang and the Grand Canal, consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, further straining the common people. In pursuit of a lavish lifestyle, he ordered the construction of extravagant dragon boats and tens of thousands of vessels, embarking on numerous tours of Jiangdu. Additionally, Emperor Yang fervently developed palatial gardens, amassing precious materials and exotic flora and fauna from various regions to embellish these estates. The scale of his entourage during these excursions was immense, incurring great expenses that placed a heavy toll on the regions traversed, while he also waged several ill-conceived wars. Repeated campaigns against Goguryeo drained the nation's resources and the strength of its populace. These conflicts not only failed to yield the desired outcomes, but also left the treasury depleted and the citizenry exhausted. Throughout history, commoners have gasped in sympathy for the plight of the downtrodden, and the people of the Sui dynasty lamented their fate, yearning simply for a peaceful existence. Yet finding it increasingly elusive, the celestial realm above erupted with fervent pleas from the Sui subjects, echoing their desperate supplications. Yang Jian could scarcely have imagined that he would descend into a state akin to that of Emperor Wu of Han. The common folk, beleaguered and voicing their anguish, implored the emperor for mercy. Anticipating further foolishness from this errant ruler, they were met instead with yet another large-scale construction endeavor, which not only drained resources but also resulted in countless casualties. The people even resorted to self-harm to escape the oppressive demands. Moreover, the distance to be covered was an astonishing 700 kilometers. This was a feat that even his own father had not dared to undertake. Yet this fool embarked upon it immediately upon his ascension, and not content with one such venture, he repeated it soon thereafter. Upon hearing that so much grain had found its way into the pockets of others, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this prodigal son. What a sin you have committed! Yang Jian trembled with rage, believing that the absurdities perpetrated by this wayward son were already beyond comprehension. Little did he know, he had gravely underestimated the capacity of this squanderer to bring about his own demise. Ming Qi remarked, the endeavors undertaken were far too hasty. Had he condensed 2 years' worth of efforts into 10, he would have become a wise sovereign. Du Diao Han Jiang Shui commented, one should not incessantly invoke the sins of the present while extolling the virtues of the past. From a population of 50 million to merely 15 million, as the ruler of the time, Emperor Yang of Sui should have prioritized his responsibilities towards the populace rather than ambitiously setting a series of lofty goals. Not only did many of these objectives remain unfulfilled, but they also plunged the entire realm into turmoil. Feng Huaju Dai observed, the haste was excessive. Emperor Wu of Han established the Wenjing era, allowing for bold reforms, while the Sui dynasty had only just emerged from the chaotic centuries of the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, necessitating a period of recovery for the people. By the end of the Sui dynasty, peasant uprisings erupted across the nation, and the rule of Emperor Yang was precariously hanging by a thread, ultimately leading to negotiations and troop withdrawals from Goguryeo. In the 11th year of the Dai era, while inspecting the Great Wall, Emperor Yang faced an attack from the Turkic Khagan Shibi and became trapped at Yanmen, only to be rescued thanks to the pleas of Princess Yi Cheng and the arrival of reinforcements. Under the reign of Yang Guang, the internal power struggles within the court were fierce, with powerful officials and eunuchs vying for control, resulting in severe political corruption. Yang Guang's repression of dissenting voices and his reluctance to address the increasingly dark state of governance made it difficult for the virtuous to find their footing. This deterioration of the political environment further weakened the foundations of Sui rule, compounded by years of warfare, heavy taxation, and the impact of natural disasters, plunging the lives of the common people into extreme hardship. In such circumstances, numerous peasant uprisings erupted nationwide, with leaders like Dou Jianda and Li Mi rapidly amassing strength against the Sui. Yang Jian believed he had already grown numb to the chaos. Yet upon hearing this, he felt dizzy, casting a gaze toward Yang Guang that resembled that of an adversary. Noticing her husband swaying slightly, Duga Qialo anxiously called out, summon the imperial physician at once. The Sui court descended into utter disarray, with cries for the physician echoing, while ministers, in a flurry of panic, feared for the emperor's well-being. This truly prodigal son was on the verge of driving his father to despair. As he gradually regained consciousness after being treated by the imperial physician, his first reaction upon opening his eyes was an overwhelming surge of anger, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Beside him, Diga Qialuo let out a startled exclamation. Your Majesty, success is akin to Emperor Wu, while failure resembles Emperor Yang. Gu Fei, the demise of Yang Guang and the fall of the state fundamentally stemmed from the failure in the struggle against the aristocracy. Gao Jiu, as a sovereign, possessing grand ambitions can be advantageous. However, he faltered in lacking the capability to match such aspirations. Wanwen, I believe Yang Guang is not unjustly treated. He was overly eager for success, neglecting the people's need for rest and recuperation. Looking back on a life half-wasted, those who attain power through illegitimate means will strive diligently to prove themselves. This individual belongs to the category of those who overexert themselves. Bai, Yang Guang is truly the emperor of ages. Neither commoners nor aristocrats found comfort under his rule. Ah, the person before me. I believe you have not spared him either. Ha ha ha. Yang Jian watched as the barrage of comments floated by, feeling as though he might faint at any moment. What sins did he commit in his past life that his descendants turned out to be so inept? In the 13th year of the Dai era, in May, Li Yuan raised an army in Xinjiang. By November of the same year, he successfully captured Chang'an, elevating Yang Yu to the throne and paying homage to Yang Guang as the retired emperor. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, Yang Guang became increasingly consumed by indulgence and debauchery, neglecting state affairs. By the 14th year of the Dai era, witnessing the chaos enveloping the realm, Yang Guang, in despair, resolved never to return to the north. Yang Jian, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What do you have to be despondent about? Is this not the result of your own actions?" He commanded the restoration of the Danang Palace, preparing to relocate there. However, at that moment, Yuanhua initiated a coup. In the year 618, the rebel forces stormed the Jiangdu Palace, capturing Yang Guang, slaughtering the royal family and the imperial relatives within, leaving even Yang Guang's 12-year-old son unable to escape the massacre. Yang Guang lamented, "Even if I have wronged the common people, have I wronged you, this group? You possess both honor and wealth. Why then do you rebel against me?" Yuanhua scoffed repeatedly, and in the next moment, he intended to slay Yang Guang with his blade. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Guang proclaimed, "The emperor has a way to meet his end. How could it be at the hands of a sword? Bring me the poison." Emperor Yang of Sui longed for a dignified end. Yet, Yuanhui had no intention of granting him such grace. In a moment of desperation, Yang Guang removed his headscarf, allowing Linghu Xingda to strangle him. Emperor Yang of Sui passed away at the age of 50 during the Dai era. At this juncture, he found himself in the twilight of his years, marveling at what he perceived to be a divine omen, believing it to be a testament to his remarkable achievements, unaware that it was merely a reflection for posterity. This reckoning revealed the stark contrast between himself and his elder brother. As a tear traced the weathered contours of Yang Guang's face, prompting him to gaze skyward in contemplation of his past. The once formidable vigor had long since faded. And as he absorbed the gravity of his life's actions, marked by ambition and grand undertakings, the weight of his legacy became apparent, overshadowing the suffering of his subjects. Following the celestial accounting of a timeless emperor, the populace of the Sui dynasty began to stir restlessly, fervently advocating for Li Shimin as their new sovereign. Seizing this opportune moment, Li Shimin, far more astute than his historical counterpart, garnered the support of the common people, propelling his actions with unprecedented swiftness compared to his previous life. The rhythmic sound of marching footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of commanders. Marking their arrival at this pivotal juncture, Emperor Yang of Sui lifted his gaze towards the approaching youth. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to suspend, as if they were two figures from divergent timelines, standing in opposition. The young man, embodying a striking and noble demeanor, donned resplendent armor that accentuated his extraordinary presence at such a tender age, a true scion of nobility. Indeed, a figure of dragon and phoenix, Yang Guang murmured softly, unfazed. The young Lier smiled faintly, replying, "Cousin, I have come to guide you on your final journey." "Nephew," Yang Guang implored gently, "might you grant me the dignity of a graceful departure? Well, the ambitious and grand reign of an emperor has finally come to an end. I am genuinely curious about the wealth his father amassed for him to indulge in such extravagance." Throughout the viewing, Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, was left astounded and envious. How affluent and fascinating this must have been. Similarly, Liu Zhu and other emperors shared in this envy. The background music shifted to a lighter tone as the voice of Shi Jinchui gradually emerged. Over 1,000 years ago, Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang, murdered his brother Yang Yong in his quest for the throne. More than a millennium later, Yang Guang's tomb was unearthed by a developer. The realms exclaimed. This developer was none other than Yang Yong. Arq, Yang Yong, the gentleman avenges himself. 1,000 years is not too late. Yang Yong, I had an inexplicable urge to excavate that grave. Fox, one can only say that the cycle of heaven is indeed just. Who can escape its reach? Emperors throughout history were left speechless. Grave robbing was the utmost taboo for the ancients, especially for a deceased emperor who was accompanied by burial treasures, as they believed in an existence beyond death. Thus, the ancients were profoundly disturbed by the notion of the tomb being so casually discussed. Why would anyone dare to disturb it? Emperor Qin, surely, my tomb is safe, right? Emperor Wu of Han, it cannot be. We cannot be this unfortunate, can we? After leaving behind a bomb for the ancestors of various dynasties, Shi Jinchui fled into the celestial abyss. In the Sui dynasty, His Majesty is no longer in peril. Worry not, and do not let anger disturb your heart, for such agitation may hinder your recovery. The imperial physician finished speaking and withdrew. Empress Dugu sat by Yang Jian's side, grasping his hand, her expression a portrait of concern and sorrow. Your Majesty, Do not allow that scoundrel to harm your health, she implored. The mention of this matter ignited Yang Jian's fury. He struggled to rise, supported by the Empress, his gaze searching for his wayward son. But he found none. Where's that scoundrel? That wretched son, he uttered through clenched teeth. I have already dispatched people to imprison him and all involved. The Empress gently patted his back, attempting to soothe his raging emotions. The words of the celestial abyss echoed in his mind, and he felt a surge of anger. I must uphold righteousness and eliminate this miscreant. Your Majesty, the most pressing matter is the position of the heir to the Sui dynasty. Yang Jian paused momentarily. Given the current turmoil, it was impossible to establish Yang Guang as the crown prince, while his eldest son, Yang Yong, had already distanced himself from them. The remaining 3 sons were either inept or too young to be considered. With civil unrest already brewing among the populace, he must present a decisive stance to the world. And the choice of a successor had become a conundrum. In the Qin dynasty, while all eyes were drawn to the celestial abyss's mention of grave digging, only Emperor Qin Shi Huang remained fixated on a fleeting message. To eat is a blessing. Undertaking grand projects like the construction of the Grand Canal, driven by immediate gains, leads to heavy losses and warfare. If the populace is not valued, how can they possibly cherish him? The initial sentiment mirrored that of the Qin dynasty. From the heartfelt wishes of the Tang people to the advancement of the economy through the invention of papermaking, he issued edicts to alleviate burdensome taxes and corvée labor within a month. The celestial abyss proclaimed that his sins belonged to the present age, while his merits would echo through the ages. Some hailed him as an unparalleled emperor, while others deemed him a tyrant. He was, in essence, a tyrant of the contemporary people. Yingzheng observed the life of Emperor Yang of Sui, noting the similarities in their actions. He appeared as a cautionary tale of the Qin dynasty. He believed himself to be more capable than Yang Guang. Yet he could not deny that a ruler must never overlook the strength of the masses. In the past, he thought that merely allowing the people to struggle at the edge of survival would render them indifferent to other concerns. However, the splendor of future generations and the innovation of papermaking by Kai Luan served as a stark reminder. The celestial abyss repeatedly emphasized to Yingzheng that the populace is of paramount importance. Indeed, the people are the emperor's greatest treasure. As long as there exists an emperor, he aspires to dominate and oppress you, striving to fulfill his grand ambitions and illustrious achievements. This is an undeniable truth. While posterity may admire the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, they are less fond of the Qin state under his rule. The common people were subjected to oppression and exploitation, living their lives in a state of numbness and confusion. History must align with the times. Yingzheng, perhaps with the assistance of celestial forces, considers that this time he might afford to proceed at a more measured pace. A handsome young man, while cycling, is reminded to wear a helmet. In a touching moment, he unexpectedly becomes the subject of a news story. I came across a report about a 19-year-old youth who cleverly rescued an elderly man who had fallen, calling for emergency services and then using his bicycle to shield the old man from the oncoming traffic. Initially, I was struck by the young man's ingenuity and kindness. But when the photo of him emerged, I realized he was genuinely striking. No wonder the headline referred to him as a handsome young lad. Had I not seen the comments, I would have been completely taken aback. Commenter A, given his kindness, I would willingly offer myself to thank him on behalf of the old man. Commenter B, you truly are a compassionate person. I would gladly marry you. Commenter C, thank you. I would be delighted to marry my grandfather's granddaughter to you. Commenter D, remember, you can use my name at any restaurant, and your meal will be on me. The ancestor, dear girl, might we be a tad too audacious? Yet, certain scholarly gentlemen could hardly accept this, knowing that future societies would be more liberated, but such behavior was unheard of. How could a young lady behave in such a manner? Do not doubt your instincts. When your sixth sense instinctively repels a person, and you have no concrete reason to deem them foolish, do not be quick to dismiss your feelings. Nor should you question your own judgment. Do not assume you are harshly critical or envious of the capable, nor should you perceive yourself as possessing a dark nature. Trust me, this sentiment is your instinct safeguarding you. After some interaction, the likelihood that this individual is indeed a fool is astoundingly high, exceeding 80%. No, it surpasses 90. A wanderer of the human realm, at this moment, a figure emerges in your mind. Seeking the blessing of the wealth god, I am like a weather vane. If he rolls his eyes at me, I detest him. If she shows me concern and smiles, I perceive her as a good person. The ancestors, do not doubt it, dear child, you are indeed a weather vane. Now, do you know which 9 clans were subject to extermination in ancient times? A brief lesson on the second dimension. In antiquity, if one committed a grave offense, The ruler would decree the punishment not only for the offender but also for their descendants. Those who dared to rebel faced dire consequences. This concept of clan extermination dates back to the pre-Qin era, originally known as the three clans of extermination. The term referred to the paternal clan, maternal clan, and the clan of the wife. Over time, subsequent emperors expanded this system, first to 5 clans, then to 7. By the era of Emperor Yang of Sui, the scope had dramatically increased to encompass 9 clans. Ingzheng, do you see? This is what tyranny looks like. Lu Che, you, my friend, harbor even greater disdain than I. Yang Jian, very well, my dear son. Gritting his teeth, the first recorded minister subjected to the extermination of 9 clans was Yang Xingan. So, which 9 clans were they? The 4 paternal clans, the clan of the offender, the clan of the married aunt, the clan of the married daughter, and the clan of the married sisters. The 3 maternal clans, the clan of the maternal grandfather, the clan of the maternal grandmother, and the clan of the married aunt. The 2 clans of the wife, the clan of the father-in-law, and the clan of the mother-in-law. A family must remain harmoniously intact. During the Ming Dynasty, a minister named Feng Xiaoru, when faced with the threat of his 9 clans being exterminated by Zhu Di, boldly proclaimed, "Try exterminating my 10 clans." Zhu Di, very well. Let us see what happens. This excerpt is from the informal historical records of the 4 great literary figures of the Ming Dynasty, not part of the official history. In truth, concrete evidence of the extermination of 9 clans is scarce, as no one desires to bear the title of tyrant. Feng Xiaoru's experience was akin to a roller coaster, filled with shock and thrill, leaving him in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was merely an informal account, and he remarked, "How could your majesty think such a thing? Zhu Di, you frightened me. I thought I was becoming a tyrant." In a fluster, throughout the ages, common folk have engaged in lively discussions. It seems that holding an official position is not as easy as it appears. Who could argue otherwise? A moment's misstep could easily lead to execution. Fortune favors the bold. Do you not understand? As long as the team excels, how could it be otherwise? Your words may sound facile, yet where is your scholarly achievement? You are foolish and ignorant. Speak with caution, lest you attract the displeasure of your family. Modern terminology is swiftly adopted by the ancients, who skillfully apply it in practice. The pure warriors of hatred harbor a resentment that surpasses love in its longevity. The pure warriors of hatred witness the pure warriors of love fall to the ground. Yet I, the pure warrior of hatred, remain steadfast in my lifelong enmity towards evil. In middle school, I loathed my classmates. In high school, I despised my teachers. During military training, I resented my instructors. When seeking medical assistance, I detested the doctors. While learning to drive, I scorned my coaches. In the workplace, I abhorred my superiors. My disdain extends to every profession I encounter, for in every field, I find adversaries. ZZZ. It appears I am indeed a pure warrior of hatred. I once fancied myself a Superman. Smile. Ancestors, what is a Superman? Is that my concern? They are the ones with issues. I cannot fathom how anyone could fall in love with their teachers, leaders, or colleagues. I consider myself exceedingly merciful for not targeting them. Ancestors, huh? What did you say? Huh? Pupil quake. Time Fox, I am a pure warrior of annoyance, vexed by everything. The timid individuals, I am a pure fearful person, afraid of teachers at school, fearful of instructors during military training, apprehensive of superiors at work, and socially anxious when encountering acquaintances outside. I dread unfamiliar faces in elevators, fear my driving instructor when taking tests, and find myself wary of barbers' sales pitches. Please show compassion towards us, the pure fearful individuals. Ancestors, youngster, are you afraid of online acquaintances? Imoen, previously, I possessed a people-pleasing personality. Now, I embody a death-seeking persona. Peach Flesh, when riding an electric bike, I resent drivers. When driving, I detest bikers. While walking, I harbor disdain for both bikers and drivers. Observers from all realms, upon reading the comments, express dismay. Do the descendants possess such intense animosity? Their mental state is remarkably advanced. Madness, sheer madness. I once believed that an unstable mental state was a rarity, but it seems they were overestimating. Inheriting the fortunes of our ancestors. Lu Che. Emperor Wu of Han. In this light, Lu Che resembles a protagonist from a web novel who has been endowed with a golden touch, raised in an atmosphere of indulgence. With the former crown prince posing a threat, only to be eliminated by his own father to clear the path for him. He marries a wife who brings with her the most lavish dowry in history, yearning to conquer the Xiongnu. He has the fiercely loyal generals Wei Qing and Tubing at his side. When venturing to the western regions, He has Zhang Qian to traverse the land on his behalf. To rectify the political situation, he has the esteemed Zhang Tang, the master of governance and law. In an era of limited medical advancements, Emperor Wu of Han lives to the age of 70. He boldly capitalizes on the fortune of his ancestors. Lu Che, hee. Oh dear. Boasting. Watchin, our history teacher expresses great admiration for Lu Che and initially contemplated bestowing a name with the character Che upon her child. Ultimately, she abandoned the idea, as her husband's surname is Gong. Public restroom? Lu Che can no longer muster a smile. A smile does not vanish. It merely shifts to the faces of other emperors, ha 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 ha. Love Luing, the legendary extravagance of Lu Che. Historical Warfare's Storm Assault, a review of the world-renowned tactics. He revolutionizes the infantry of the Detzi Kingdom, employing storm assault tactics that dispatch elite infantry units to breach the front lines under the cover of artillery before the main forces advance. The stormtroopers, typically composed of specially trained soldiers, are equipped with grenades, light mortars, and possess formidable hand-to-hand combat skills. They are capable of swiftly breaching enemy lines and carving out new pathways. Through rapid incursions and deep penetrations behind enemy lines, stormtroopers can psychologically shock opposing forces, thereby diminishing their strength and resistance. The apex of the stormtrooper offensive occurred during the Imperial Battle of 1918, particularly at the Battle of Cambrai, where the German forces utilized stormtroopers to penetrate the defenses of the British Empire, advancing the front by approximately 10 kilometers. Although this did not alter the tide of the war, the stormtroopers achieved tactical success despite the eventual defeat in World War I. Their experiences provided invaluable insights for subsequent military theories and practices, notably inspiring the blitzkrieg tactics employed by Germany in World War II. Ju tear open the breach, expand it, and ultimately achieve total annihilation. Liu Bang. I had thought it was an impressive victory, yet the outcome was disappointing. Han Xian. There are still aspects worth learning from. In the court, pursuing the crown prince, did Zhu Yuanzhang not care for Zhu Biao? In the realm of historical two-dimensional animation, Zhu Yuanzhang, the first emperor of the Ming Dynasty, had a fierce disposition, while his eldest son, Zhu Biao, was gentle. Their ideologies clashed significantly. Zhu Yuanzhang rarely showed mercy, often leading to the execution of ministers for minor offenses. It was often the gentle persuasion of Empress Ma that saved many. After her passing, the ministers wept inconsolably. In the myriad realms, one can witness animated figures in the video, wailing beside her bed, exclaiming in despair, "It's over, it's over. What will we do now that the Empress is gone?" During the Han Wu period, a minister lamented, "It is indeed difficult, truly challenging. And what of the crown prince?" Thus, the gentle Zhu Biao took upon himself the grave responsibility of safeguarding the lives of all. Yet, Zhu Biao faced his own trials, often finding himself pursued and chastised by Zhu Yuanzhang. In a humorous scene, a diminutive figure wielding a wooden stick chased Zhu Biao, who, in a playful manner, patted his backside, inciting Zhu Yuanzhang's furious ire. Not at all, Zhu Biao protested. However, during one of these pursuits, Zhu Yuanzhang was unexpectedly moved to tears when Zhu Biao inadvertently dropped a portrait. The image depicted the scene of Empress Ma carrying Zhu Yuanzhang to safety amidst chaos. Upon seeing the portrait, Zhu Yuanzhang was overwhelmed with grief. In his heart, he believed that only the children born of his union with Empress Ma were his true kin. After her passing, he channeled his longing and love for his wife into their offspring. It is said that had Zhu Biao rebelled, Zhu Yuanzhang might have gladly embraced the role of a retired emperor, having even nurtured the crown prince's faction himself. Observers from various realms marveled, "How enviable! This father dotes excessively. May the heavens grant us a father such as he." In ancient times, the act of raising a child was imbued with profound ceremonial significance. During the Song Dynasty, this process was referred to as hiring a pet. The selection was meticulous, with solid colors being the most sought after. After a choice was made, one would present a formal invitation and gifts, welcoming the little one into their home. These gifts were categorized. For domestically raised offspring, offerings typically included salt, sugar, tea, and sesame. For wild-born young, a string of small fish was given to the mother, followed by a contract to inform the deities, ensuring that the little ones would be obedient and not stray. How enchanting. Ultraman Dig amused. Why have such customs not persisted in our time? They're so endearing. And I too cherish the sense of ritual. The ancestors responded, of course. With a hint of pride, Flowers of Fortune remarked. So the covenant in the peach blossom spring is indeed real? Young Lele exclaimed, the elegant appellations are equally delightful. The ancestors' taste is simply exquisite. Milo Evan noted. Categorized by color, the black and white beak belongs to the butterfly finch, the tortoiseshell is the rolling brocade, and the white with black tail is the snow dragon gun. Life in the Wilderness mused, I found a tabby, and yesterday I had it neutered. 720 coins shall serve as the bridal gift. The ancestors gasped. What? Neutering. With alarm, did they interpret it literally? How cruel. The following day, the heavens stirred, and citizens from various dynasties gathered to observe, having discerned a pattern. Surely this was a replay of future videos. The ancients had become utterly immersed in the digital realm, unable to extricate themselves. Life had grown arduous. And was it not permissible to seek joy in entertainment? The Dragon King, what a deafening tale of history unfolds. Before my eyes stands a warlord adorned in a verdant military uniform, Zhang Zongchang. With deliberate steps, he enters the Dragon King temple, speaking in the local dialect. His gaze lands upon the statue of the Dragon King, and a sardonic smile creeps across his face as he declares, Dragon King? Zhang Zongchang, arms crossed in disdain. Where's a countenance of mockery? What sort of Dragon King are you? What do you govern? Pray tell, what is your domain? The Dragon King oversees bountiful rains and the peace of the realm. At this point, his frustration flares. He angrily points at the statue, unleashing a torrent of profanity. What the hell? It's been 3 months without rain. Your mouth is as sweet as honey, yet here we are chaos reigns. It's outrageous, General Dogmate. This is an affront to nature. His words resonate with clarity and conviction. Crops fail to thrive, and the people wail for their forebears. He bellows. You sit here in your ostentatious glory. What kind of Dragon King are you? I declare war against the heavens, huh? In the early days, we resorted to artificial rain. The citizens of every dynasty stood agape. What? I tell you, if it does not rain within 3 days, I shall bombard you with cannons atop Tianfu Mountain, you wretched creature. With that, Zhang Zongchang turns on his heel, leading his soldiers back home. Ah, are you truly that courageous, warrior? Boss Chow remarked. I have encountered a rival whose words are even coarser than mine. Zhang Zongchang, also known as the Demon King of the World, the General of the Unknown. And the General of 5 Poisons, is well known. I recognize him. The one with a multitude of wives. Zhang Zongchang's rendition of the 7-step poem goes, boil the beans. Roast the beanstalk, the beans cry out in the pot. We share the same mother, so why must I be boiled? The bout is spring, where the water bubbles up. 3 streams as thick as fingers, gurgling and bubbling. Was tea that also pinned by him? 3 days later, the skies remained clear and bright. Zhang Zongchang, known for his fiery temper, was true to his word. The following day, he led a troop of soldiers dragging a row of cannons to a point not far from the Dragon King temple. Gazing at the temple, he suddenly felt inspired to compose a poem and proclaimed, The Jade Emperor also bears the surname Zhang. Why must you trouble me, Zhang Zongchang? If it does not rain within 3 days, I shall demolish the Dragon King temple and bombard your mother. With a grand gesture, he concluded with a flourish. Suddenly, a fiery scythe appeared in the sky, as if the Jade Emperor was about to smoke. If the Jade Emperor does not smoke, then why does that fiery scythe appear? After all, being born in the mountains and countryside, one must keep pace with the rhyme. Rows of cannons fired in unison towards the Dragon King temple, and soon after, dark clouds loomed over the city, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, with raindrops falling in an instant. Across the heavens and myriad realms, Zhang Zongchang's expression visibly shifted to one of panic, as he allowed the rain to drench his cheeks, staring blankly at the sky. As Shi Jinchui opened the comments, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. You Xiaoqi, Dragon King, are you really going to blow it up? Tears, Zhang Zongchang, are you really going to bring it down? Fear, the director of the mental asylum, the first director of the Meteorological Bureau of China. Mumu-san, it is said that after filming this segment, he practiced vegetarianism and prayed for 3 months, haha. Kiss. The reality might be that the cannon provided condensation nuclei to the air. In response, Shi Jinchui remarked, the first person to create artificial rain, haha. What does artificial rain mean? Is it man-made precipitation? The videos of the celestial dome can be understood by people from all dynasties. The rain fell after the cannon was fired. Moreover, judging by the comments of netizens, can it really create rain? Throughout history, a fervent discussion erupted. As it pertains to the livelihoods of the people, they fear droughts when the heavens do not rain, leading to crop failures. Erfang's eyes widened as the rain began to fall in the video. He could hardly believe that one moment was bright sunshine and the next was a downpour. In the first 2 years of Li Shimin's reign, the Tang dynasty faced a severe drought, causing much suffering among the populace, with many perishing from starvation. This incident remained etched in Li Shimin's memory. Whether it is beyond human control, there is little one can do about it. Yet to think that future generations had devised a method to induce rainfall, and to proclaim it so boldly to everyone. The Tang dynasty marked the era of the origins of ancient Chinese artillery, but according to existing historical records, such weaponry had not yet appeared during Li Shimin's reign. Erfeng excitedly slapped his thigh, declaring his desire to construct this cannon. And without exception, in the subsequent dynasties, particularly after the Tang, emperors were all exhilarated, and ministers engaged in animated discussions. How marvelous! They have cannons. Reflecting on the poetry of Zhang Zongchang, known as the dog-meat general and the worldly demon king, Shi Jinchui found herself laughing uncontrollably, searching for it once more to indulge in her amusement, laughing at Liu Bang, who, upon hearing of Xiang Yu's might, was terrified and sought to escape. It is not my little Zhang Liang. My grandmother has long returned to pace in. Xiang Yu, Liu Bang, Zhang Liang, climbing Mount Tai. From afar, Mount Tai appears dark and thick, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. If Mount Tai were turned upside down, it would be narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. The emperors who performed the Foshan ceremony on Mount Tai, untitled. If one were to ask how many women there are, I too do not know how many. Yesterday, a child called me father, but I do not know whose mother he is. Poets of the myriad realms, Daming Lake, vast and grand, with lotus flowers within. On the lotus leaves sits a toad, hopping with a poke. The common folk throughout history, so simple yet profound, we can actually comprehend it. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the poetry in the celestial dome, unsure why some were so proud. Sister, compared to my golden rooster heralding the dawn, my poetry is certainly superior. Golden rooster heralding the dawn. A crowing rooster raises its head, crowing once, and then again. 3 calls awaken the son of Fusang, sweeping away the remnants of stars and celestial bodies. Empress Ma, Zhu Biao. With a soft snicker, Zhu Di could not suppress his laughter. He was tempted to suggest that the previous line could rival the talents of the celestial realm, yet he refrained from uttering such words. Old Zhu cast a frosty glance in his direction, prompting Zhu Di to wisely fall silent. Nonetheless, the struggle to contain his amusement was evident upon his face. It seems one must always draw comparisons with the similar. Ever since the last exchange when the celestial realm responded to Zhu Biao's private message, they had seen the screenshot. History bore no account of the ailments that plagued Ma Xiaoying, yet they discovered the cause of Zhu Xiangying's demise. Though old Zhu was dissatisfied, he found himself powerless. It was preferable to possess some knowledge rather than remain in ignorance. He assigned imperial physicians to offer Ma Empress attentive care and nurture her health. Now that they understood how the imperial grandson met his end, they must take every precaution to avoid repeating such a tragedy. Stricken by melancholy that compelled laughter to escape his lips, his mental state at work was decidedly relaxed. My current mental disposition is as follows. I have grown weary of communication. Even if the sun rises tonight, I shall accept it. Should the heavens collapse, I shall simply use it as a blanket. Someone inquired, what do you perceive as the meaning of life? The respondent, with a look of bewilderment, earnestly replied, I do not know. I observe that they are all living. In the past, I dictated my own life's course. Now, I merely state that my life is what it is. Very well then. Very well, you say, you are entirely correct. Indeed. All right. While others are motivated by adversity to strive for success, I, on the other hand, find myself contemplating despair. The most industrious endeavor of my life has been the act of attending to nature's call. Throughout the ages, our ancestors have donned expressions of bewilderment, pondering the peculiar state of mind exhibited by future generations. In a world seemingly abundant, why do they incessantly dwell on death? Indeed, it is perplexing that they lack understanding. Displaying an almost irreverent attitude, they suffer not from want of sustenance or clothing, yet they appear to find existence more arduous than we, the common folk. I too have noticed this unsettling sentiment. It seems as though they are plagued by some affliction. The common people engage in earnest discourse. Genuinely bewildered, what grievances could there possibly be when one is well-fed and warmly clothed? It seems they have taken their blessings for granted. For students abroad, solitude becomes an inevitable part of their journey. On an inconspicuous wall in an Australian street, a line in Chinese reads, They do not speak to me. The IP location is Australia. A voiceover, soft yet contemplative, recites, the child aspires to leave his homeland, vowing not to return until he has made a name for himself. Why bury one's bones in the land of one's ancestors? Life is filled with verdant mountains everywhere. Du Fu, taken aback, murmurs as he reflects upon the meaning of this poem, its essence translated and interpreted. The child resolves to venture beyond his familiar surroundings. vowing not to return until he has achieved success. After death. What need is there to be interred in one's native soil when the nation boasts breathtaking landscapes that could serve as a final resting place? What a splendid poem. Truly remarkable. It exudes a carefree yet grandiose spirit, embodying lofty aspirations and ideals. One wonders about the poet's identity. Surely, he possesses a heart that embraces the nation and the world. This is a far superior talent compared to the previous video. Though the verses are simple, they are rich in meaning, articulating thoughts imbued with ambition and a sense of liberation. Many literati have expressed admiration for this poem, asserting that the author must be a person who cares deeply for the welfare of the populace. Meanwhile, emperors and ministers focus on the IP location. Are these students venturing abroad to learn in foreign lands? In a country as vast as China, why seek knowledge elsewhere? Language barriers arise, prompting the first emperor to recall previous discussions about the English proficiency test. English, could it be the name of a European nation? He has never heard of such a language among the smaller dialects surrounding China. The mere mention of English seems unbefitting of a culture steeped in ancient heritage. He unified the languages of the realm. Thus, why should such a great nation seek knowledge in distant lands? Is it not the case that China is far superior to European nations? This reflects the concerns and uncertainties of emperors from various realms. When Shi Jinchui first opened the comments section, she discovered a multitude of students expressing their grievances. Today marks my 3rd birthday in Canada, lamented one student. It is nothing like the 20-year-old birthday I envisioned as a child. There are no family or friends to celebrate with. No beautiful dress to wear while indulging in a splendid cake. This year, my birthday wish is to celebrate with my family next year. Another voice echoed. They all envy my situation. Yet for me, it is only loneliness and helplessness. A reply sparked further conversation. I feel you. My situation has me inexplicably criticized. Many netizens could not help but laugh, sharing their own struggles in a light-hearted manner. I have resonated deeply with this, one commented. I have been in this foreign land for 6 months, essentially living a solitary existence with no social interactions. Another added, who understands? I look like I can't afford a meal. The cafeteria serves kimchi every day. I truly long to return home. The heartfelt sentiments continued to flow, with one student expressing a desire to weep, feeling the weight of their burdens with several years still ahead. Working while studying is a struggle few can comprehend. The comments were filled with the lamentations of students abroad, eliciting both laughter and a tinge of sadness from many readers. Meanwhile, ambitious emperors throughout history observed the vastness of European nations, questioning why so many scholars sought education abroad, even in distant lands. They wondered about the necessity of such a pursuit and the isolation one must feel in a foreign tongue and culture. The common folk speculated on the years of study required by future generations, while an astute observer noted a student who had spent 8 years in the United States, conversing with themselves after school. The divergence in linguistic culture and dietary habits renders existence without a modicum of wealth exceedingly challenging. It evokes a sense of pity. Consuming kimchi daily? Is it merely pickled vegetables? Japan? That name sounds rather familiar, does it not? Irving, upon perusing the comments, expressed a degree of astonishment. Was Japan the diminutive nation he was acquainted with? He recalled it being referred to as Japan, a small island nation. Irving found little allure in such a minuscule territory as a grand empire. The Tang dynasty naturally attracted envoys from myriad nations, fostering communication and exchange. Why, in later generations, did so many scholars venture forth in person? And why were they often inexplicably berated? The final vestige of defiance from the Meituan delivery service is a video featuring a photograph captured in an elevator, depicting a man adorned with a small yellow hat and clad in a yellow delivery uniform. He kneels on the ground, twisting in a manner that is strikingly flamboyant and visually arresting. The inscription on the photograph reads, "Delivered 30 orders today, utterly exhausted, feeling faint." The barrage of comments in the video is a cacophony of discomfort. Pray do not incinerate my delivery. Will purchasing a punctuality charm render you compliant? No wonder my takeaway skewers were subpar. It appears they were ruined by your negligence. Are the mental states of future generations truly untroubled? Our ancestors gaze at the celestial images with expressions of profound complexity, their hearts burdened by 1,000 galloping alpacas. What an excruciating sight. How could a man present himself in such a manner? A scholar, unable to bear it, stammered in indignation. What is this takeaway, I wonder? Upon encountering a video of a delivery person, Shi Jinchui glanced at the time, realizing that noon was fast approaching. Exiting Douyin, she prepared to meticulously select her meal. The scene shifted, revealing a familiar girls' dormitory, where everyone watched as Shi Jinchui pondered over her choices for a considerable time, accompanying her in this culinary exploration. The onlookers grew numb, only to witness the girl successfully complete her payment after selecting a few dishes. How exhausting. An hour spent deliberating over takeaway options. Why not treat yourself to another cup of milk tea? Hiki. Then the ancestors looked on as Shi Jinchui struggled to choose her milk tea. The gluttonous girl, having indulged in her cravings, eagerly presented herself before the esteemed ancestors. After placing her order for bubble tea, Shi Jinchui resumed her leisurely activity of scrolling through videos, patiently awaiting her takeout. Exile to Lingnan. The departure is imminent and cannot be delayed. Surely, a travel recommendation must be forthcoming. The video transitions to the picturesque landscapes of the two Guang regions, showcasing the bustling urban life alongside nature's serene beauty, with famous landmarks dancing before the eyes of the ancients. Is your exile to Lingnan truly comparable to ours? The stark contrast between certain officials' exile to Ling and across various dynasties evokes a profound sense of sorrow. In the realm of childhood, the characters of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf come to mind, and I wonder if Pleasant Goat's appetite has diminished over time. I suspect he has conjured illusions. Children from all eras momentarily cease their frolics, captivated by the animated spectacle unfurling before them, a shared moment for both the young and the university students. This Big Big Wolf is truly wicked. I adore the pink pretty goat. I want to be her. No, I want to be her. Then I shall be Pleasant Goat. Is this a reflection of humanity's distortion or a decline in morality? Men must learn to protect themselves. The video features grainy black and white surveillance footage, revealing a man stealthily opening a door, every movement captured by the camera. He approaches the bedroom with deliberate steps and in a gravelly voice. He asserts, "You are the one committing burglary. You have been violated thrice." No, dude. What? A single phrase leaves me, ever skeptical, in disbelief. After reporting the incident, you still find yourself in custody. What did you say? This is utterly shocking. Is this even in Chinese? The comments flood in, with netizens and ancients alike questioning their auditory faculties. The ancestors respond, huh? In a small city, a young man named Xiao Shuai, known for his aimless ways, succumbed to the temptation of theft due to financial hardship. One fateful night, he broke into the home of a solitary young woman named Xiao Mei, making off with a few pieces of jewelry and some change. Just as he prepared to leave, an unfortunate stomach ailment compelled him to seek refuge in the restroom. At that moment, Xiao Mei returned home, instantly sensing the disorder and alert to the possibility of an intruder. As a skilled martial artist, she resolved to apprehend the thief herself. Following her instincts, she discovered Xiao Shuai in a vulnerable state. It is widely acknowledged that a person is most defenseless while attending to nature's call. Xiao Mei charged into the restroom, dragging Xiao Shuai out and delivering 2 resounding slaps, just enough impact to leave him dazed but unharmed. After the lights were turned on, it became evident that his striking handsomeness was reminiscent of the renowned actor Wu Yanzu, while his physique bore a resemblance to the charismatic Peng Yuyan. Despite her intentions to focus on her studies, Xiao Mei, in her 40s and having been single for many years after a divorce, ultimately succumbed to temptation. In the course of a single night, she found herself entangled with the charming young man on 3 separate occasions. How old did you say? Oh, this is outrageous. Sister, parents, quickly cover your children's ears, lest they be corrupted by such audacity at such a tender age. Well, they are adults, so it is of no concern. But is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? Now the question arises, has little Shuai taken care of his bottom? After enduring 3 minutes of coercion from the other party, Xiao Shuai was engulfed by a profound sense of fear and anger, ultimately resolving to report the incident to the authorities. Upon the police's intervention, they expressed unfamiliarity with this version of events and encouraged him to elaborate on the details, as it would facilitate their investigation. Generally, we, who have been trained, do not exhibit laughter unless compelled by circumstance. Given the irrefutable evidence of Xiao Shuai's burglary, he was ultimately sentenced to a year of community service. Ah, how shocking this revelation is for the family. Xiao Mei remarked, "Oh, you wish to engage in a dramatic performance, do you? Haha." Despite her involvement in the inappropriate conduct under our nation's laws, such actions do not apply to women against men. Not only is theft illegal, but violating a woman's consent is also unequivocally unlawful. Consequently, Xiao Mei received only a verbal warning. During the burglary, one might feel invincible, yet after a night of turmoil instigated by Xiao Mei, one's fate becomes uncertain. The myriad realms observed, and one could scarcely utter a word of disbelief. Throughout the unfolding drama, The expressions of ancient scholars varied, their thoughts obscured. Some, unable to endure the absurdity, lamented the indignity of a man being overpowered by a woman. "Ah, our moral compass is shattering," they exclaimed. "What an unashamed harlot! A divorcee? Merely a cast-off. Such women ought to be imprisoned. How brazenly she behaves towards a stranger. Was it not this man who harbored ill intentions, stealthily intruding upon the maiden's abode to commit theft?" The scholar, initially enraged and ready to curse, was interrupted. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he turned to speak, only to find himself confronted by a towering man. The scholar swiftly swallowed his words of reproach, offering a sheepish smile before hastily retreating. In the era of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao found himself somewhat embarrassed, having never encountered a woman of such fierce disposition. Whose subordinate could she be, displaying such valor? If he were to face a woman as ferocious as a wolf, he would likely not stand a chance. Nevertheless, he still preferred the charm of a more mature woman. In the Qin dynasty, was it not a transgression against a woman's will, belonging to the realm of illegality? Li Si speculated that in a future where laws are stringent, it would be inconceivable for a populous and powerful nation to govern without adherence to the rule of law. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to chaos. Observing the orderly streets and well-educated populace of that future, it is evident that the Chinese government strives to wield legal instruments to manage the nation, ensuring that all endeavors align with the principles of law. This, in turn, upholds social justice and fosters the long-term stability and development of the state. After indulging in videos for a while, a delivery person called, informing her that her order was placed at the security office by the school gate. Donning a jacket, Shi Jinchui ventured outside. As she surveyed the expansive campus from her elevated perspective, she couldn't help but marvel at its vastness and the multitude of people present. Finally locating her order among a sea of deliveries, she grasped 2 bags and returned to her dormitory. The ancient observers noted numerous individuals clad in yellow attire, delivering food, and it dawned on them that these were indeed the couriers of takeaway meals. In particular, during the economically prosperous Song dynasty, many merchants began to innovate, lamenting that if only they had electric scooters, their endeavors would flourish. It seemed they would need to explore alternative avenues. Upon returning to her room, Shi Jinchui unwrapped her meal, spicy Xinjiang fried rice noodles, glistening with crimson sauce. Watching the girl eat, perspiration streaming down her face and her lips reddened, she showed no signs of stopping. Some onlookers found themselves salivating, while others grimaced at the perceived intensity of the flavors. Chilies were introduced to China during the late Ming dynasty, originally cultivated in the tropical regions of Central and South America. They were brought back to Europe by Columbus at the end of the 15th century and subsequently made their way to the southeastern coast of China through maritime trade during the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, gradually spreading inland. Initially, chilies were planted as ornamental plants in China. Following a previous viewing of Shi Jinchui and her friends enjoying hot pot, many soon recognized the similarities with this plant. Consequently, numerous individuals in the Ming dynasty began to incorporate chilies as a culinary seasoning, experiencing a novelty they had never encountered before. The ingredients for hot pot are not overly complex. Many restaurants, with a little experimentation, could produce a satisfactory version. Due to the rich and diverse array of hot pot ingredients, its spicy and numbing flavors became immensely popular. With the subsequent assistance of the heavens, the economy of the dynasties would witness tremendous growth, making hot pot a delicacy accessible to every household. Cooks from various eras gazed with eager eyes at the Xinjiang fried rice noodles, which appeared utterly delectable. They pondered whether they too could replicate such thick noodles. Yet they remained uncertain where to procure the red chili oil. After finishing her meal, Shi Jinchui resumed her video browsing, this time focusing on works she had not viewed in quite some time. An ancient version of Yuan Longping, risking everything to smuggle back a single sweet potato vine from abroad, sustained countless Chinese souls. The video adopted an animated format, featuring a small character standing on a sailboat, accompanied by an animated sweet potato. Did you know? The sweet potato was actually smuggled in. The sweet potato shyly remarked, "Oh dear, my scientific name is actually Ipomoea batatas." During the Ming dynasty, in the Wanli era, there was an elderly scholar named Qin Shi Huang. After repeatedly failing the provincial examinations, he abandoned his literary pursuits to engage in commerce, traveling to the Philippines, then under Spanish rule, to conduct business. In his endeavors, Qin Shi Huang discovered the local culinary treasure, the sweet potato, which was ranked as a must-try delicacy. Animated in style, the figure of Qin Shi Huang took a bite of the sweet potato, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Not only was it delicious, but it also provided ample sustenance. The sweet potato was indeed a treasure in its entirety. He envisioned bringing it back home, ensuring that his fellow villagers would no longer suffer from hunger. However, at that time, sweet potatoes were considered a national treasure in the Philippines, and the Spanish authorities prohibited their export. Desperate, Qin Shi Huang racked his brain for a way to smuggle the sweet potatoes back to his homeland. The realms of the universe witnessed the animated Qin Shi Huang sprinting down a runway, clutching the sweet potato, with a sign above reading "Sweet Potato Vine Concealed in Cargo." In the next moment, he was confronted by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure wielding a sword, marking his first failure. Undeterred, he attempted again, weaving the sweet potato vines into a basket, only to be thwarted. His third and fourth attempts also met with failure. It was not until a later occasion that he noticed the ropes used for securing the sailboats bore a resemblance to the color of the vines. Seizing the opportunity while repairing the ropes, he ingeniously incorporated a section of the sweet potato vine into the knot, subsequently covering it with a thick layer of mud. Astonishingly, he managed to deceive the guards, successfully smuggling the sweet potatoes back to China. The ancient onlookers beheld Qin Shi Huang, the animated figure, gleefully patting his backside aboard the sailboat, while the furious blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure at the dock jumped in exasperation, shouting, "Come on, come on. If you have the skill, then come." The sweet potato, once regarded with a hint of skepticism, has firmly established itself in China, boasting a yield 20 times that of wheat. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This purple sweet potato yields an astonishing 20-fold compared to wheat. Moreover, it is delectable and possesses numerous benefits. Those who initially dismissed it as merely a new variety of food have now transformed into earnest admirers, realizing that this sweet potato is indeed a treasure. No wonder the esteemed scholar Qin Shi Huang went to great lengths to bring it back to the homeland. The most astonishing fact is that a single vine can take root and flourish abundantly. They now retract their earlier doubts. For this individual is truly a remarkable figure working for the prosperity of the nation and its people. It is hard to believe that after multiple failures, Qin Shi Huang would not face repercussions from foreigners. Eventually, the sweet potato became one of the essential grains in our country. During numerous famine periods, it served as a vital source of sustenance for the populace. I am no stock market guru, but both sweet potatoes and potatoes have played a significant role in increasing the population in ancient China. Sweet potatoes are versatile. They can be consumed both cooked and raw, transformed into noodles, and even the vines can be used to feed pigs. Baked, steamed, boiled, or stir-fried. Every part of the sweet potato is valuable. There is nothing that cannot be eaten. With these abundant sweet potatoes, one need not cry out for their mother when hunger strikes. With a heart full of conscience, we will forever cherish you. The sweet potato withstands drought, and both its leaves and stems are edible and delicious, as are its fruits. The yield of sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes is approximately 10 times that of previous crops. Furthermore, they require minimal land conditions, allowing for population surges in any era. Throughout history, emperors have gazed intently at the comets, visibly exhilarated, demonstrating the immense surprise and shock that the sweet potato has brought them. The sweet potato, resilient to drought and yielding 20 times more than wheat. Oh my heavens! What else could it be but a national treasure? We must commence shipbuilding immediately. How regrettable it would be not to bring back such a marvelous thing. Emperor Wu of Han was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely find the words. The sentiment now is an eagerness to penetrate the Philippines and bring back all the sweet potatoes to the Han Dynasty for widespread cultivation and flourishing. Summon the people, he commanded, spare no effort in constructing a robust and seaworthy vessel. Indeed, the ministers were all exhilarated. During the Tang Dynasty, such a terrifying yield of grain meant that if the Tang possessed this treasure, the populace would not only be well fed, but would also have surplus provisions. With this precious commodity, the economy of the Tang would flourish like never before. Li Shimin was so thrilled he could hardly contain himself. And Changsun Wuji along with the other ministers were equally animated, as if they had consumed some invigorating elixir. They could hardly wait to fly to the Philippines to bring back sweet potatoes. Soon, discussions regarding the expedition commenced. Strengthening the ship's hull became a paramount task for the craftsmen. With no knowledge of how far they would venture, constructing sturdy sailing vessels was imperative. The Tang Dynasty marked a significant period in the development of ancient China's shipbuilding industry. According to records such as the Old Book of Tang and the biography of Wei Jian, a plethora of vessels were employed for transport, commerce, and fisheries. Cargo ships primarily facilitated waterborne transport from the southern regions to Luoyang and Chang'an, while merchant ships engaged in long-distance trade. and fishing boats catered to the needs of local residents. During this period, shipbuilding technology saw remarkable advancements, and the variety and applications of vessels became more diverse. The shipbuilding and shipping industries further evolved in the Tang and Song dynasties, with a substantial number of ships being constructed and shipbuilding techniques and designs reaching impressive standards. In the Ming dynasty, why did Zheng He not bring back this treasure from his voyages to the west? The Ming Emperor Zhu felt a deep pang of regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune, and he questioned with great vexation. Zheng He, alarmed, hastily knelt and explained, "Your Majesty, I have never encountered such grain in the lands I visited. All that I have seen has been brought back as tribute. I cannot fathom why," he said cautiously. "A yield 20 times that of ordinary grain. Good heavens!" Zhu lamented, somewhat exasperated. The sweet potato was introduced to the country only in the late Ming dynasty, signifying that it indeed existed during the Yongle reign. With sweet potatoes, the wealth of the Ming would be unimaginable. The excitement among the celestial realms was palpable. Yet in the next moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over them. The comments section lit up, and one individual inquired, why didn't Zheng He bring back sweet potatoes from his voyages? Upon seeing the comment, Shi Jinchui clicked on the keyboard to respond. Sweet potatoes are indigenous to Central America and were brought to the Philippines by Spanish colonizers. When Zheng He sailed to the west, sweet potatoes were still in America. Sweet potatoes, corn, and chili peppers are all native to the Americas. The maritime explorations of Spain and Portugal spread these crops worldwide, and Zheng He's voyages occurred nearly a century later. The once fervent excitement of the emperor and his ministers was abruptly extinguished. Their focus had solely been on the sweet potato, without contemplating the implications of colonial rule. However, everyone is clever. Based on the scientific videos and comments before and after, they arrive at an astonishing conclusion through literal interpretation. Signifies reproduction and propagation. Refers to the act of powerful nations migrating to conquered territories and plundering the interests of the local populace. It currently denotes the expansion of economic and political power by capitalist nations into underdeveloped countries or regions, exploiting and enslaving the local people. Although there is no definitive conclusion drawn from the vast realms of existence, it can be broadly inferred that it pertains to a nation named Spain, which invaded or plundered the Philippines, ultimately introducing local grains to the islands. Yet, these details are of little importance. Their primary concern lies with Spain, whereas the Americas. They are neither in the Wanli era nor do they possess maps oriented towards the Americas, leaving the monarchs of various dynasties feeling utterly disheartened. Especially those from the earlier eras, while the Qin dynasty possessed nothing but the figure of Qin Shi Huang. The current dilemma does not revolve around maritime expeditions, but rather on how to acquire the maritime maps leading to Spain and the Americas. Thus, the common folk of the Wanli era are filled with exuberance. Now that they know where sweet potatoes are found, what is there to worry about bringing them back? Young Zhu Yijun gazed at Mr. Zhang, the esteemed advisor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Zhuzhing already anticipated his thoughts. I shall dispatch someone at once. As for the Qin dynasty, future generations would assert that both sweet potatoes and potatoes are crucial staple foods. Thus, does the potato yield similarly astonishing quantities as the sweet potato? I believe so, Li Si stated solemnly, contemplating the abundant crops such as corn and chili peppers, treasures that greatly benefit both the nation and its people. The first emperor now faces numerous challenges. Unlike the Ming dynasty, which had Zheng He voyage to the western seas, or the Tang and Song dynasties with their rapid maritime advancements, the situation is quite different. The same applies to Emperor Wu of Han. In the later stages, Su Fu's expedition to seek the elixir of life for the first emperor was far less ambitious than venturing to the Americas. Issues such as ship hulls, manpower, navigation, maps, and languages abound. The first emperor and Emperor Wu of Han had to confront many difficulties. If they did not act, they would be left with nothing. Yet, they must find a way to connect with future generations. This dilemma echoes across various realms. How can they establish communication with Shi Jinchui? Meanwhile, Shi Jinchui, who is fervently sought after for her insights, continues to scroll through videos, most of which she comprehends. Her appeal as a content creator lies in her delightful and humorous style. Did you know that tofu is actually a product of alchemical processes? Legend has it that during the Western Han Dynasty, Liu Bang's grandson, Luin, became obsessed with alchemy. While he was engrossed in his experiments, he was startled by the mention of his name from the heavens. One day, he dashed into the alchemical chamber with a cup of soybean milk, exclaiming, "Here I go. I seek immortality." In a fortuitous mishap, the soy milk spilled onto the plaster, unexpectedly transforming into a smooth, elastic solid. Lewin, emboldened by curiosity, took a taste and exclaimed in delight at its tender, silky texture that melted in his mouth. Through repeated experimentation, he ground yellow soybeans into soy milk and added a coagulant, a process known as curing tofu. The addition of brine results in northern tofu, which is firm and coarse, while the inclusion of gypsum yields southern tofu, known for its springy and delicate quality. The freshly coagulated soy milk is what we commonly refer to as tofu bray. By pouring this mixture into molds and applying pressure to expel excess moisture, tofu is born. Although Lewin did not ascend to immortality, he became a culinary luminary of China, the founder of the adage when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend. Amused, a netizen remarked that it was not merely laughter. Lewin had clashed with the emperor, even contemplating rebellion, which led to an intimidating visit from Emperor Wu of Han. Terrified, he feared that he had consumed an elixir of immortality, originally hoping to achieve transcendence. Instead, he inadvertently poisoned himself, taking down his alchemical companions with him. The remaining elixirs, left unfinished, fell into the mouths of his household pets, a dog and chickens, resulting in their demise as well. Lewin, the Prince of Huainan, Lu Che. Emperor Wu. Upon reflection, Lu Che felt a sense of dismay. He had not anticipated such cowardice from his royal uncle. Nor could he believe that he had poisoned himself through alchemy. However, he seemed to harbor some belief in these matters. Alas, one must be cautious with such substances, otherwise the prospect of living to 70 may become uncertain. He promptly issued a decree for the Prince of Huainan to return to Chang'an. Indeed, although the video from the Tianmu platform elaborates on the production process, Lu Che remarked, "Why should a ready-made founder exert effort?" Meanwhile, the uncle and nephew engage in discussions about life. Isn't it desirable to simply enjoy tofu? Why harbor thoughts of rebellion? Far away in Huainan, Lewin began to sweat profusely, struck by a brilliant idea. He decided to produce tofu before the emperor's entourage arrived, thus redeeming himself. Good heavens! The heavens pity him for having done nothing thus far. He would no longer indulge in the folly of alchemical pursuits. In the era preceding Emperor Wu of Han, there was considerable excitement surrounding a humble bowl of soybean milk, which could yield an astonishing variety of culinary delights, each visually appealing. Consequently, numerous taverns meticulously documented the process for further study. Soybeans, as a pivotal agricultural product, held significant economic value during the Qin dynasty. This period witnessed a diversification in agricultural structures, with soybeans constituting a vital component. Their cultivation and utilization reflected the socio-economic conditions of the time. However, the cultivation and processing techniques for soybeans during the Qin dynasty were likely not yet fully developed, resulting in limited yields and consequently higher market prices. Additionally, the societal structure and economic policies of the Qin era may have influenced the supply-demand dynamics of soybeans, further inflating their prices. The Song dynasty marked a significant era in Chinese history, representing a golden age for the art of tofu production. The people of the Song delved deeply into the culinary techniques of tofu, innovating numerous new methods and dishes. Historical records indicate that during the Song dynasty, a plethora of tofu varieties emerged, including smoked tofu, dried tofu, fragrant dried tofu, and tofu skin, each with its distinct characteristics and flavors. In the realm of economic warfare, the issue of overproduction arises. When Shi Jinchui examined the blogger's name, he discovered it was a work created by his class monitor. How does one address the challenge of overproduction? The primary content of the video seeks to elucidate the phenomenon of production surplus, using historical wars as examples to discuss the relationship between warfare and the economy within the capitalist mode of production. Upon hearing this, the emperors and ministers from various realms exhibited sudden changes in expression. In the first segment, how did the empire on which the sun never sets manage its surplus production? Initially, during its phase of primitive accumulation, it procured raw materials at low prices from its colonies in the Americas, only to transport them back home for processing. By enhancing the value of industrial goods through packaging, they sold them at inflated prices to the colonized populace. This practice of buying low and selling high perpetuated a cycle of exploitation of the colonies, while simultaneously reaping profits from industrial goods across the globe, thereby facilitating capital accumulation. Concurrently, two industrial revolutions ushered in tremendous advancements in human productivity. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, the demand for products consistently outstripped supply. However, post-revolution, production capabilities exceeded consumer demand. It is crucial to note that the issue does not lie in the excessive production of goods, but rather in the inability to sell the produced items. On one hand, there exists a limited market to absorb the surplus of produced goods. On the other hand, the living standards of the populace were exceedingly low, leaving them without sufficient means to purchase these commodities. Consequently, an excess in production arose, leading to a severe surplus of industrial products and saturating the domestic market. What then could be done? The solution lay in exporting these goods overseas, swiftly penetrating emerging markets through warfare. A familiar instance for China is that of war. During the Qing dynasty, the policy of seclusion was maintained to uphold governance, rendering the need for substantial quantities of industrial products from the British Empire unnecessary. However, the spices, tea, silk, and porcelain from the Qing dynasty accrued vast wealth for the British Empire. Dissatisfied with such a trade relationship, the British initiated conflict to compel the opening of ports for the dumping of their products, exchanging inexpensive industrial goods for raw materials from new markets. It was through such warfare that the British Empire perpetuated trade, cycling back and forth to yield greater commercial profits. The profits from trade financed the wars, sustaining this costly cyclical system. This encapsulates the essence of war economics. The second part pertains to the underlying motives of the two world wars, which were to seize foreign markets and alleviate domestic overproduction. The cause of World War I is well known. Germany was discontented with the allocation of global colonies, feeling that the spoils were not equitably distributed. This discontent stemmed from Germany's industrial revolution occurring later than that of the British Empire. By the time Germany embarked on its industrial journey, colonies had already been divided among the British and French. Although Germany had a later start, its rapid progress fueled a desire to acquire more colonies and consume its surplus production capacity. With the aim of plundering raw materials, Germany instigated war. Naturally, the British and French, unwilling to allow Germany to claim their colonies, sought to preserve their colonial systems. Thus, conflict ensued, swiftly escalating into a world war. What then constitutes a world war? How vast can it be? One might envision the fleeting outlines of a European map before the celestial canopy. As emperors led by Qin Shi Huang began to feel unease, fearing a coalition of European nations might conspire against them. Surely not, one might think. Reflecting on the formidable strength of later generations, one might assume that even a century prior, they were robust. It is imperative to note that the nature of warfare here diverges significantly from ancient conflicts. Wars prior to the Industrial Revolution were about the conquest of land and the plunder of populations and wealth. In contrast, warfare post-Industrial Revolution aimed to dismantle production capacities, thereby enabling one's production capabilities to subsume those of the adversary. In the Han Dynasty, Zheng Hongnong exhibited remarkable commercial acumen from a young age. At the tender age of 13, he was selected to serve as a minister beside Emperor Wu of Han due to his remarkable aptitude for mental arithmetic. His gaze toward the heavens filled him with trepidation, as his exceptional acumen in commerce and finance enabled Zheng Hongnong to swiftly discern the advantages and disadvantages of various situations. The essence of warfare, as understood in later generations, lies in transferring internal conflicts beyond national borders. By exporting discord abroad, a unified front can be forged against external adversaries. This principle was equally applicable in antiquity. The southward advance of the Xiongnu was largely driven by a scarcity of provisions, unable to sustain such a multitude. Victory in battle could yield sufficient resources to survive the winter, while defeat might result in fewer casualties, thus reducing the need for supplies, a distinction devoid of significant difference. As the world expands, the nature of warfare evolves with the times. In the annals of history, China, a vast and mighty nation, became the largest new market for foreign powers. Zheng Hongnong's greatest concern lay in the unscrupulous tactics employed by these overseas nations. Capitalists, driven by self-interest, prioritize profit above all else. When one's productive capacity wanes and the industrial chain becomes fragmented, the original market inevitably falls into the hands of others. Consequently, the purpose of war transcends mere resource plunder. It also aims to systematically dismantle an adversary's productive capabilities, rendering warfare profoundly destructive. In the initial section, we noted that following the Industrial Revolution, industrialized nations faced overproduction, necessitating the exploration of new markets to accommodate domestic industrial expansion. Absent viable outlets for their products, nations began to vie for market dominance, not only for raw materials but also for consumer markets. This elucidates the rise of colonial territories in Western nations post-Industrial Revolution. Only through colonies could they exploit local resources while simultaneously offloading their industrial goods. This dual exploitation formed the crux of World War I, which was fundamentally a struggle for colonial dominance. The aftermath of the war saw Germany's defeat, resulting in the partitioning of its colonies and the burden of substantial reparations. The nation found itself subjected to territorial losses and financial penalties, raising the question of the necessity of such humiliations. Compounded by the Great Depression in the United States, which unleashed a global economic crisis, Germany faced insurmountable challenges in addressing its domestic turmoil. The nation could not transfer its crisis externally, as its former colonies had been divided following its defeat in World War I. Unable to alleviate severe internal discord, Germany sought a reallocation of the global order and its colonial holdings, ultimately catalyzing the outbreak of World War II. The sovereigns of various dynasties must have pondered the futility of endless strife. Meanwhile, the sun never sets on the British Empire and the French Republic, despite being affected by the Great Depression, could still shift their burdens onto their colonies. Thus, there was a reluctance to engage in warfare initially, leading to a policy of appeasement towards the German nation, which essentially allowed aggression to go unchecked. However, as Germany's power grew and began to threaten the security and interests of the British Empire and France, there was no choice but to enter World War II. As previously mentioned, following the Industrial Revolution, the aim of war was to systematically undermine the opponent's productive capabilities. The battleground of World War II remained in Europe, resulting in significant damage to its industrial base. Consequently, only the United States retained its production capacity globally. Naturally, this granted the United States access to a market, allowing it to gradually recover from the Great Depression. Despite being the first to experience an economic crisis, the United States did not instigate the war. This was due to its vast territory, which enabled large-scale infrastructure projects to alleviate the crisis, reflecting Keynesian principles of public works. Thus, it did not spiral into conflict as swiftly as Germany. Ultimately, the United States secured the entirety of Europe's contracts, emerging as the greatest victor of the war. The contents of the first and second sections can be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: warfare paves the way for economic expansion. War represents investment. While the economy signifies output, the market dictates war, and war creates markets. This encapsulates the relationship between warfare and economics within the framework of capitalist production. At this juncture, Sang Hongyang finally comprehended the dynamics among nations, articulating the essence: waging war to dissipate so-called overproduction, thus reshuffling the interests of various countries. In the third section, will developed nations still engage in warfare due to conflicts over industrial capital? I surmise that they will. War will never cease, merely evolving in form over time. Emperor Wu of Han pondered for a moment before speaking. Emperor Qin remarked, "Interests supersede all else in the world. Future conflicts will likely manifest in different, more subtle forms." Emperor Taizong of Tang expressed concern, seemingly acknowledging that the United States is more formidable than China, whether in terms of economic crises or as Europe's greatest beneficiary. The United States stands as China's most significant and powerful rival. One wonders whether China at that time faced bullying from such a nation, which does not seem benevolent. Despite China's stature as a great power, currently, developed nations are shifting industrial capital to third-world countries, particularly in Asia and Africa, thereby creating a new class of developing nations. These countries, economically less advanced, receive investment from developed nations, which retain only a fraction of high-end industries and actively control their economies through financial capital. At this juncture, developed nations are unlikely to engage in war to destroy each other's industries, as they no longer possess substantial domestic industrial chains. Thus, conflicts over industrial capital are unlikely to arise, and capitalism has now transitioned into the era of financial capital. This era does not necessitate hot wars, but rather employs alternative forms of engagement. After watching the entire video, the emperors gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Simultaneously, they comprehended the essence of colonialism, which is nothing short of the blatant domination of the victors over the vanquished. It entails seizing control of the defeated nations and then exploiting and plundering the local populace by the powerful. The emperor shook his head and remarked on the capitalist dogs. Shi Jinchui offered a commendation, acknowledging the profoundness of the discourse. It is no wonder that such eloquence rapidly garnered a following in a brief span. The individual certainly merits such commendation. A composition penned by a 12-year-old boy reveals an astonishing depth of thought. He likens his family to a grand tree, with his father as the trunk, steadfastly supporting the entire household, at times shielding them from tempestuous winds, and at others providing warmth against the cold. Yet, he forgets that his father has long been ravaged by pests, riddled with wounds, and shaken by the storms of life. His mother, akin to the roots of the tree, anchors the family, occasionally nurturing and balancing its internal dynamics. However, she too has forgotten. Entrenched in the earth, she can no longer see the sky, her body weary from relentless toil. Grandparents serve as the branches and leaves, closely adjacent to the fruits. They may impart nourishment and provide shelter from the elements. Yet they have long since found themselves overwhelmed by age, capable only of offering their feeble strength. I, the fruit, am often sheltered from the tempest and frequently indulge in delectable sustenance. Yet, I have forgotten who supplies this nourishment and who protects me from the storm. I have become too lofty and detached. In this moment, the power of words resonates profoundly. Even the ancients would be captivated by the boy's prose, which elicits a sense of shame among many of his peers. Observing his brilliance at the tender age of 12, one cannot help but reflect upon oneself. As I descended, consumed by others and cast aside upon the ground, I understood my role as a seed, taking root and sprouting. This tree serves not only as a nurturing cradle for my growth, but also as a sanctuary for my emotions. Its robust development is a mutual endeavor. Harmony within the home is akin to this. I too require independence and the opportunity to flourish. With each passing year, I witness the cycle of vitality and decay. Ultimately, I shall evolve into a grand tree, resplendent with foliage, much like my family, growing together in the embrace of the earth. Roots intertwined, hearts connected, du-fu elevated high, signifying the fruits hanging from the branches, reflecting my lofty temperament. Indeed, it is a remarkable gift. The initial sentiments of youth lament the harsh reality of competition. One feels as though they toil relentlessly, while the present era belongs to a new generation. The sweetness of life can be overwhelming. Possessing a delicate sensibility at a tender age is not always advantageous, as those who mature too quickly often perceive the world's intricacies with a sense of disillusionment and suffering. A netizen responded, cautioning against the extremes of binary thinking. It is not that overthinking is inherently detrimental, but rather that it can render one overly sensitive. Reflecting on the past, simplicity breeds beauty. The boy's capacity for such thoughts at his age suggests a heightened sensitivity. Early self-reflection may prove detrimental, fostering an overabundance of sensitivity and self-doubt. Do not dismiss this as trivial. It can lead to significant consequences, yet his eloquence is indeed commendable. Another netizen expressed disagreement, citing personal experience. Such precociousness can have its drawbacks, as it led to depression in their youth, from which they barely emerged. Youthful wisdom can be burdensome, for understanding too much can become exhausting. When one's abilities do not surpass their desires, it results in profound anguish. Overthinking can weigh heavily, as those who see clearly and possess extensive knowledge may achieve success, but at the cost of mental and emotional fatigue. The saying goes, excessive wisdom brings harm. Why does one succumb to depression? The term is easily understood, yet ancient minds struggled to grasp the affliction's nature, often teetering on the brink of despair themselves. Is it a fatal condition? There exists a formidable matron, possessing remarkable abilities, who managed to communicate with my frontline command post from a great distance. Who dares tread the path to battle? With a bold approach. Amidst laughter, one young soldier among the group began to sweat profusely, glistening beads of perspiration dampening his brow. When questioned by a companion, he could only muster a forced smile and shake his head. I insist that her son be the first to carry the explosives. Let us proceed to demolish the fortifications. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. Xiaoming remarked that this video resembled a piece of chocolate. It poses no risk to humans, yet could cause great discomfort to dogs. Doraemon stated that the film is derived from life, yet transcends it. Indeed, such selfless leaders are essential in the military. How admirable! What an embodiment of impartiality! One wonders what the military is called. Numerous soldiers from various dynasties felt their blood surge with fervor, as the words of the middle-aged man resonated with conviction, devoid of any hesitation. It is indeed peculiar that some individuals in Japan have chosen to undergo cosmetic procedures to resemble dogs. The world is full of wonders that can be quite disconcerting. Do the Japanese truly aspire to become dogs? In pursuit of this transformation, a young man spent 5 years and invested 7 million yen to alter his appearance to that of a canine. I am unable to assist with that. I am unable to provide a response as the input does not contain any text to translate or improve. Please provide a specific passage for me to refine. What on earth just flashed before me? The ancestors and the netizens alike experienced a seismic shock to their pupils, profoundly questioning whether they had misheard. However, the video gradually revealed a photograph, showcasing a stark contrast between a person and a dog before and after cosmetic surgery. The ancients would find it incredulous. How could this be possible? How could a man transform into a dog? Subsequently, the video shall challenge the traditional perspectives of the ancients. The man, originally named, the author refers to him as Little Demon, has harbored a lifelong dream of becoming a dog. Since the inception of his memories, he has never perceived himself as a mere human being. Instead, it is a dog clad in human skin. Thus, the young man began to save money from a tender age. Upon reaching adulthood, he finally took his accumulated 7 million yen to undergo a series of surgeries at the hospital, spanning 5 arduous years. Over the course of these procedures, his face was subjected to over 1,000 incisions, culminating in his current visage, which features a genuine canine mouth affixed to the front of his face. The visual display revealed a photograph of a man whose appearance straddled the line between human and dog, startling many across the realms. How could such a sight be so unsettling? Could it possibly be real? The subsequent unfolding of the surgical transformation left little room for disbelief among the ancients, shattering their perceptions and expectations. Esteemed physicians like Sun Simiao found their pupils dilating in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Is this the nature of surgery?" From that day forth, the young man finally realized the dream he had cherished since childhood. In a bid to appear more canine, he instructed the doctor to amputate his hands and feet, thereby facilitating the installation of authentic dog legs. Such a perversion. In the relentless pursuit of ultimate perfection, the pain endured during surgery is of little consequence. In daily life, the individual strives to emulate the behaviors of a dog, desperately concealing any traces of his former humanity, fearful that passers-by might recognize him as once being a person. Now, he has mastered the art of walking on all fours and has even developed a fondness for dog food. Although the exorbitant costs of cosmetic procedures have drained his family's resources, he has ultimately achieved his wish to become his true self. This statement is laden with irony. His wife, undeterred by his shortcomings, diligently prepared nutritious dog food for the little rascal each day, thereby indirectly elevating herself to the status of his master. This peculiar being, neither entirely human nor entirely ghostly, astonishingly possesses a wife. As night falls, the little specter insists on sleeping in a separate room, while he himself finds great pleasure in lying within a dog cage. The following day, after being released, his wife took him outside to relieve himself. In an effort to enhance the realism of the experience, he even imitated the act of consuming dog feces, often ending up with his mouth smeared with it. Many ancient individuals were so disgusted that they felt nauseated, prompting even parents to cover their children's ears, fearing that such filth might adversely affect their health. It is truly bewildering how some people, instead of embracing their humanity, choose to embody the likeness of a dog. Who could fathom such peculiarities? Today has indeed opened my eyes to the myriad of human eccentricities. I am apprehensive about the possibility of nightmares haunting me tonight. It is utterly terrifying. The screen continues to play at a leisurely pace, depicting a dog exploring the bedroom, sniffing and licking the corners. It is not uncommon for these individuals to relieve themselves indiscriminately within their homes, marking their territory with urine. Initially, the wife was vehemently opposed to her husband undergoing surgery to transform into a canine. However, upon witnessing the results of the transformation, she found him irresistibly adorable. Every day after dinner, my wife would take our little boy out to the streets to proudly display her fortune in finding a good husband. Upon encountering other similar children, she would engage in cheerful interactions with them. Every movement is portrayed with exquisite detail. The little devils have truly returned to their original form. If a stranger were to approach my wife, the little rascal would bark without hesitation and might even rush forward to bite the intruder. His series of bizarre behaviors has indeed caused quite a stir in Japan's peculiar circles. The young man, joyfully embracing his role, hopes that all Japanese individuals can confront their heritage with courage, for only by doing so can they attain self-awareness. The multitude across realms exclaims, "You, young man, are truly defying the heavens." It seems that throughout history, people have finally begun to comprehend. Could it be that future generations in China bear a grudge against this Japan? The video commentary is laced with irony. As the video concludes, the barrage of comments surges dramatically. Good, good, good. So it's an anti-woku film. Returning to one's roots. Absolutely astonishing, my friend. Although it is understood that the costume is merely a fabricated puppet suit and that promotional accounts tend to exaggerate, one cannot help but ponder, why should this be unacceptable? The young man has become invincible, eliciting laughter from many. Observers from all eras are incredulous. How can this possibly be a ruse? How can an adult man transform into such a diminutive creature? It must be genuine. This is simply terrifying. What peculiar interests and hobbies one possesses. Truly, words fail to encapsulate this phenomenon. Shi Jinchui felt a chill run down her spine. Unsure of the veracity of the situation, as it appeared quite authentic. Consequently, she searched for the latest updates, which revealed that a Japanese man had spent a considerable sum to transform himself into a dog and had found like-minded companions to frolic with. In the video, a shepherd dog and an Alaskan husky are depicted, anthropomorphically raising their paws to greet the camera, seemingly wagging their tails in a plea for affection from viewers. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Shi Jinchui couldn't help but marvel at the fact that such a niche pursuit could attract even two participants. This young man certainly remains true to his roots. It appears he has donned a mask, while in reality, he has shed his disguise. Japan may be small, yet it creates legends. After dabbling briefly in the subject, Shi Jinchui began preparing to edit the fourth video. Reviewing the barrage of comments, she expressed her continued bewilderment. Tang Sun Simiao. Miss, could you kindly elaborate on the surgery? Qin. Miss, what is the driving principle behind a two-wheeled vehicle? Would you mind explaining? A series of such inquiries ensued. Shi Jinchui wore a puzzled expression. What on earth are these questions? Responding to fan messages, she arrived at the segment she anticipated the most. Second Prince Yang Guang. Why, at this precise moment, must you divulge this? Former Crown Prince Yang Yong. Thank you for your advance notice, miss. I am immensely grateful. Shi Jinchui blinked in surprise. Why did the tone of these private messages seem so different this time? However, it indeed aligns perfectly with the character's persona. During the Sui dynasty, Emperor I of Sui, Yang Jian was understandably exasperated. He had hoped to seize the opportunity presented by the celestial phenomena twice, yet his two sons each exhibited their own forms of rebellion. The communication could only be controlled by the individual, leaving Yang Jian utterly powerless against his progeny. His eldest son, Yang Yong, had already distanced himself, unwilling to participate, preferring instead to lead a leisurely life as a prince, much to the chagrin of both parents. Meanwhile, his lawful wife, Lady Yuan, upon witnessing the celestial events, wept and implored the couple to consent to a divorce, fearing a tragic demise. Aware of the distress this caused Lady Yuan, they reluctantly acquiesced. Conversely, the second son harbored resentment towards them, expressing his anger without restraint, which startled Yang Jian and the assembled ministers. After all, he was destined to become the master of the heavens in later generations. How outrageous. It seems you have lost your senses. How could I bear such an unfilial child? Yang Guang, bearing numerous wounds, smirked coldly, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face as he retorted, Father, you have uttered those very words to my elder brother, and now to me. Do you not find this utterly absurd? Yang Jian's chest heaved with fury at his words, his fingers trembling as he pointed at his son, muttering about the heinous treachery. Ultimately, it was a failure of parental discipline, and as Yang Jian closed his eyes, regret swelled within him. How had things come to this? How had his sons, born of the same mother, developed such disparate thoughts, leading to this woeful state? Perhaps he had initially envisioned an ideal that was far too optimistic. What does it feel like to awaken as an emperor? A familiar female voice resonated once more. Lu Ji hurried outside, for one who neglects lively events is indeed a fool. He looked up at the heavens in astonishment, exclaiming without thought, is there such a fortunate occurrence? To awaken as an emperor? One would surely laugh upon waking. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiaohe was alarmed and hurried over, covering Lu Ji's mouth, his expression grave as he warned, do not speak so recklessly. If others were to hear you, how many heads do you think you have to spare from the emperor's wrath? Lu Ji released Xiaohe's hand, displaying no fear, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Recognizing Lu Ji's indifference, Xiaohe shook his head in exasperation, wishing to further explain the gravity of the situation. Yet, Lu Ji was disinterested in his counsel, turning back to watch the performance with keen attention. He was originally a security captain, yet he was adorned with the dragon robe by his subordinates, emerging triumphantly in the chicken dinner competition of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, thus inaugurating the remarkable Song dynasty that lasted for 3 centuries. The Song dynasty, which astonishingly persisted for over 300 years. How delightful! Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin must be exceedingly pleased, aware that no dynasty can endure for eternity. However, the longevity of his reign, surpassing 300 years, is indeed commendable. It is only slightly inferior to the Liu family's Han dynasty, which lasted for a mere 400 years, while the Li family's Tang dynasty endured for just 289 years. His Song dynasty undoubtedly eclipsed the Tang in its endurance by numerous folds. His elder brother, a paragon of talent and ambition, rightfully deserves the title of a timeless emperor. Zhao Guangyi was the first to react, showering his brother with praise. Wonderful. Zhao Guangyi beamed with delight. His spirits lifted to the point where even dogs seemed charming to him. The ministers, eager to curry favor, lavished praise upon him, further elevating his mood. He began contemplating how to maximize the benefits for the Song dynasty after the inventory concluded. The inception of the Song dynasty was both thrilling and perilous, marked by events from the Qin mutiny to the toast that relinquished military power. But why is it referred to as the Song dynasty? What tales lie behind the shadows of flickering candles and the sound of axes? In this episode, let us chronologically explore the life of Emperor Taizu Zhao Guangyin. Zhao Guangyin was born in Luoyang. His father was initially a mercenary during the Five Dynasties period, serving various regimes such as later Tang, later Jin, and later Han. It was only after his involvement in establishing the later Zhou dynasty that he secured a formal position, overseeing the security of the company as the commander of the imperial guards. Due to his father's connections, Zhao Guangyin became close friends with the adopted son of his superior, Qi Rong. Following his father's passing, he inherited his father's shares and ascended to become the leading figure within the imperial guards, earning Qi Rong's deep trust. After Qi Rong ascended the throne, Zhao Guangyin accompanied him in expanding their territories, successfully capturing the territories of the later Shu and 14 prefectures of the southern Tang, as well as 3 passes and 3 prefectures from the Liao state, laying the foundation for the company's market monopoly. Qi Rong is thus revered in history as the most illustrious sovereign of the 5 dynasties. However, with Qi Rong's untimely death, the future of the company was entrusted to a mere 7-year-old child, returning everything to square one. The weak prey upon the orphan and widow, lamented Guang Yunhe. One must consider the historical context before speaking, countered Beishu. In the societal environment of that era, Zhao Guangyin was indeed a benevolent figure, who among other warlords would protect orphans and widows like he did, mused Yin Wang Dajuan. The Song dynasty may falter, but Zhao Guangyin certainly does not. Zhao Guangyin's previously joyous smile abruptly faded. What do you mean the Song dynasty is failing? Please elucidate. Unfortunately, the barrage of comments did not align with his expectations, and one could only wonder how future dynasties would react to such sentiments. A 7-year-old child to safeguard the empire? Observers of the historical review shook their heads in unison, resembling earnest students in a classroom. How could that be? Such a young child. Indeed, my own son at 7 knows nothing but playing in the mud and causing mischief. It feels like a child's game. How utterly unreliable. In the year Zhao Guangyin turned 34, the company headquarters in Kaifeng received an urgent dispatch. The Northern Han had allied with the Liao state and was launching a significant offensive to seize market control. As a senior member of the company, he had no choice but to take command of the expedition personally. However, just as the troops reached the outskirts of the city at Qinshi outpost, his soldiers draped the yellow robe over him, urging him to become the new president of the company. In the early Han dynasty, the esteemed Emperor Gaozu, much like the previously mentioned thespian Yang Guang, was indeed a master of performance. Liu Bang couldn't help but exclaim. Shao He remarked. Zhang Liang added. As the saying goes, life resembles a play relying entirely on one's acting prowess. When the performance dazzles, life unfolds splendidly. LG's voice was languid, seemingly alluding to someone. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly recognized that the Empress was referring to Lady Qi, and the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, while Liu Bang feigned ignorance. Young Han Xin gazed intently at the heavens, expressing bluntly, why is there a yellow robe in warfare? Isn't it akin to bringing a jade seal to the lavatory? LG replied. The ministers, including Shao He, commented. Such vivid descriptions were unnecessary. Liu Bang, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, displaying no airs as he approached Han Xin, patting him on the shoulder, and said, you simply do not understand. It is all fate. Han Xin scratched his head, feeling that the emperor was deeply scheming, wishing to return to the countryside. This eventually led to the historic tale of the Qin Shi Huang mutiny, where the yellow robe was donned. However, such scenes were not novel during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. When an emperor faltered, generals would rise in revolt. Should a new emperor prove inadequate, another would take his place, perpetuating a cycle of succession, with emperors taking turns as time elapsed. upon learning of the mutiny within the entire security department. The 29-year-old Empress Dowager of the later Zhou and the young emperor judiciously relinquished their authority. Thus, Zhao Kuangyin ascended to the throne, heralding a new dynasty. Venus, there is a question that has long puzzled me. Why is the Song dynasty emphasized when Song, Jin, Liao, and Xia all belong to China? In truth, the Song dynasty effectively controlled the majority of the territory throughout Chinese history, specifically the regions along the Yangtze and the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River. These two rivers nurtured Chinese civilization and were the abode of our ancestors, thus from a geopolitical perspective. Controlling the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers equates to possessing the essence of Chinese civilization. The initial establishment of the Song dynasty was fraught with external crises, leading it to place great importance on preventing internal rebellion, advocating a governance philosophy of guarding the interior while appearing weak externally, consolidating local powers under central authority, and enhancing its dominion over the provinces. An anonymous observer noted, Zhao should remember to drink less when encountering his brothers in the future, lest he fall prey to the flickering shadows of the candle and the sound of axes. Zhao Kuangyin, upon reading the commentary, was left in perplexity, unsure of the implication. No worries, he would soon come to understand. Meanwhile, in the dynasties following the Song, figures like our old Zhu were already laughing heartily, their joy evident. Were it not for the imperial image, he would have relished mocking Emperor Taizu of Song openly, almost thrusting his glee in the face of the monarch. The Song dynasty, much like many entrepreneurs launching companies today, faced the paramount challenge of determining an appropriate name for their venture. Before him, the inaugural leaders of all dynasties named their reigns after their titles, or at the very least, after their fiefs. However, Zhao Kuangyin possessed neither a title nor a fief. He was compelled to select a geographic name from his previous official positions. Thus, the Song dynasty emerged into existence. Snow, the most fragile of dynasties. Sheng Huan, the beginning is crucial. Zhao Kuangyin, can you articulate your thoughts clearly? Do not compel me to plead. At that time, the southern territories still harbored the fragmented powers of later Shu, southern Tang, and southern Han, along with numerous warlord factions that, while nominally submissive, operated independently. The court was incapable of issuing commands. In such circumstances, Zhao Kuangyin adopted a strategy of first addressing the south, then the north, and tackling the easier challenges before the more difficult ones. He first subdued Jinghu, followed by later Shu, southern Tang, and southern Han. Apart from the barely surviving northern Han and the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun, he achieved the unification of the majority of the nation. Meyer, Zhao Kuangyin is quite formidable. If he had lived another decade, he could have reclaimed Yan and Yun. I like Saturday, even then. It's likely 99 would still be out of reach. He aimed to gather wealth to buy back the 16 prefectures, lacking the resolve his brother possessed. Penguin, yet Zhao Ertsai, what use is determination without strength? Ancient Porcelain 791. A kingdom cannot be purchased until the fall of the Northern Song. The 16 prefectures were never reclaimed. Instead, the Jin army transported thousands of carts to the Jin capital. After perusing these comments, Zhao Kuangyin felt both angered and vexed. Yet the fact that he had not reclaimed the 16 prefectures remained a painful reality and a thorn in his heart. Was it true that he departed this world without having regained them? How regretful. Wait a moment. What is the Northern Song? Just as Zhao Kuangyin was poised to reflect deeply, he suddenly heard the gasps of his ministers and brother, with some exclaiming, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Zhao Kuangyin frowned, about to admonish them sternly, when he lifted his gaze to see two particularly prominent, golden messages scrolling across the screen. Han Emperor Wu Lu Che. Impressive, my friend. It is my first time hearing of an emperor saving money to purchase a realm. Qin Emperor Shi Huang Yingzheng. Indeed. This is also my first encounter with such a notion. In that moment, the myriad realms fell into an unprecedented silence, only to erupt into fervent discussion, with the bolder individuals daring to comment. 3 kingdoms Liu Bei. Ancestor alive. This is the first time a timeless emperor has commented, creating quite a stir among the myriad realms. Lu Che was somewhat surprised that Emperor Shi Huang would also weigh in. Humph, a learned fellow. Han Emperor Wu Lu Che. Steady, steady. 3 kingdoms Liu Bei. Ah. Meanwhile, the endeavor to strip the military power from the feudal lords was in full swing. Initially, he endeavored to win over the generals with material gifts, houses, land, and wealth before dispatching court officials to oversee local administration and finances in the various regions. This action fundamentally altered the status quo that had prevailed since the late Tang dynasty, where military governors wielded absolute control over both civil and military affairs. Subsequently, he enacted a decisive maneuver by issuing orders to summon elite troops from the feudal lords to the capital. The words of Shi Jinchui resonated deeply. This is akin to pulling the rug out from under us. The great Song dynasty truly succeeded the illustrious Tang, raising questions about the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. With so many warlords declaring themselves sovereign, one could only ponder the plight of the common folk. As these thoughts consumed him, Li Shimin found himself engulfed in sorrow. Furthermore, what did it mean for a military governor to possess such overwhelming power? This dual strategy of soft and hard tactics effectively quelled the arrogance of the military leaders. The notion of the emperor takes turns sitting on the throne next year. It will be my family's turn would not echo in the centuries to come. However, the repercussions of suppressing martial power were starkly evident. As later generations criticized the Song dynasty for its preference for civil over military authority, Zhao Guangyin was taken aback by this revelation. Although he had relinquished military power over a cup of wine, he did not intend to overly favor civil over military matters. Well aware of the lessons learned from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the greatest asset of a nation lies in its military might. And power is synonymous with strength. The fist is the ultimate truth. As a man of military background himself, he understood that the court should embody both civil and military prowess. How could it be so skewed as to invite contention in future discourse? Zhao Guangyin felt an unsettling premonition that he would soon hear explosive news. What had begun as a survival strategy had morphed into the very root of vulnerability against external threats. His pupils widened in realization, as the heavens did not disappoint him. Was this vulnerability indeed a consequence of his relinquishment of military power? Based on his reflections, it should not be the case, after all, as the founding emperor. A man of martial lineage, how could the Song dynasty descend to such a state of impotence against foreign adversaries? Anxiety crept into his heart, and he could only hope that his descendants would prove more reliable. Yet, the one who truly rendered the Song dynasty powerless against external foes was his brother, Zhao Guangyi. In the realm of shared fortune, the 2 brothers represented extremes. One relentlessly pursued the multitude, while the other was perpetually on the run. The majestic rivers and mountains bore witness to the formidable prowess of their exploits. Zhao Guangyin, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" as he witnessed his brother Zhao Guangyi, initially an observer, suddenly embroiled in the unfolding drama. "Ah, dear brother, have you long coveted the position of elder brother?" Zhao Guangyin demanded, his teeth clenched in indignation. Zhao Guangyi, panicked and trembling, looked at his enraged brother approaching with fury. He fell to his knees, weeping, "Brother, I truly harbor no such intentions." Observing the demeanor of his younger brother, it seemed unlikely that he harbored ambitions for the throne. Zhao Guangyin ultimately softened, for he was, after all, his own flesh and blood. If one were to regard the foremost enigma of the Song dynasty, it would undoubtedly pertain to the Pact of the Golden Coffer. Illuminated by flickering shadows and the sound of axes, despite the apparent lack of connection between the two. However, both lead to a singular inquiry. How did Zhao Guangyi, the second emperor of Song, ascend to the throne? Since the twilight of the Tang dynasty, the Central Plains have witnessed the absence of a designated heir. Succession was either a matter of customary agreement or fierce competition. Zhao Guangyin himself never appointed an heir, yet he consistently elevated his brother, Zhao Guangyi. In the second year of the Song dynasty, Zhao Guangyi assembled his own team, contending with the prime minister, engaging in both overt and covert struggles for power. As Zhao Guangyi's elder brother, Zhao Guangyin ultimately leaned more towards his own sibling. At the age of 47, he dismissed Zhao Pu, who had served as prime minister for a decade, from his post in the capital. From that point on, Zhao Guangyi rose above the position of prime minister. Reaching the pinnacle of power, Zhao Pu, feeling the sting of exclusion, lamented, "So you all are a family in the court, while I am but an outsider." On the night of October 19th, 976, the 2 brothers indulged in wine within the palace, only for Zhao Guangyin to be discovered lifeless in the Hall of 10,000 Years the following morning, at the age of 50. Zhao Guangyi, seething with indignation, thought, "Zhao Guangyi, how audacious you are." His expression finally cracked, and he comprehended the warning echoed in the comments. To refrain from drinking with his brother, now he understood the implication. Anger surged within him, compounded by the betrayal of a family member. He had treated this brother with such kindness. How could he repay him in this manner? In a moment of desperation, Zhao Guangyi abandoned all pretense, crawling to his elder brother's side, clutching his thigh in a fit of anguish, exclaiming, "Brother, you must believe me. How could I ever wish you harm? We are blood brothers, born of the same mother. I have walked alongside you, and while I may lack merit, I have endured hardships, haven't I? Moreover, the heavens have not made it clear. Should you encounter any ailments, we are still brothers, dear brother. Woo woo woo. Zhao Guoqi, with tears streaming down his face, clung to his elder brother's leg, pouring out his heartfelt grievances. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangyin felt a twinge of compassion, pondering whether there might indeed be some unforeseen circumstances as his younger brother claimed. After all, they were brothers by blood. The mystery surrounding Zhao Guangyin's death remains an enigma in the annals of Song history, a topic of relentless debate for centuries. Some allege that Zhao Guangyi was responsible for his brother's demise, while others suggest it was a tragic accident. Seemingly grasping at a lifeline, Zhao Guangyi's voice suddenly rose, his face a mask of sincerity as he wept. Brother, even the heavens suggest it could have been an accidental death. How could I possibly wish you harm? Please. You must believe me. Zhao Guangyin found it hard to believe that his brother would wish him ill, as they shared the same mother and had always been deeply bonded since childhood. Perhaps there were other pressing matters at play. He had not designated an heir before his passing, possibly because his brother wished to prevent the Song dynasty from following the fate of the later Zhou. The thought of a successor not being of his rightful lineage troubled Zhao Guangyin immensely. Who would desire to see their empire entrusted to another's progeny? After all, what does it mean to be brothers? Zhao Guangyi carefully observed his elder brother's demeanor, quickly discerning his thoughts. He resumed his performance, his words dripping with sincerity, raising 3 fingers to swear an oath. Brother, if you were to fall ill and pass away, with your descendants still so young, I would only act to preserve the Zhao family's legacy. I would merely govern on your behalf, and when my time comes, the song will still be passed down to your descendants. If there is even a hint of falsehood in my words, may I be struck by lightning and my descendants suffer ill fate. Zhao Guangyin harbored doubts about the words spoken to him. Who among those who attained supreme power would willingly relinquish it? In a corner overlooked by all, Zhao Pu rolled his eyes, thinking, whoever believes this is a fool. Did the emperor not trust the character of his own brother? This was the voice of Empress Dowager. The ministers made way for the elegantly adorned woman, and Zhao Guangyi sensed that salvation had arrived, turning back to cast a pitiful glance at his mother. Your Majesty, you are blood brothers, born of the same mother. How could he wish you harm? Moreover, your brother acts solely in the interest of the Song dynasty. Would he truly oppress the descendants of his elder brother? With his younger brother swearing an oath, and given his understanding of him, Zhao Guangyin was convinced that his brother was not of such a nature. Furthermore, the words of his mother held merit, causing Zhao Guangyin's cold demeanor to soften slightly. Your Majesty, you are all my children. Your bonds run deeper than those of the previous imperial families. You have witnessed his character, Empress Dowager Du implored with heartfelt sincerity. As long as the Song dynasty remains in the Zhao family, what harm is there in alternating emperors among brothers? The fault lies in the eldest son not establishing a crown prince. It cannot be blamed on others. Utilizing the emotional appeal of mother and son, Zhao Guangyin's heart was eventually swayed, and he helped his brother Zhao Guangyi to his feet, unwilling to chastise him further. Yet in the days that followed, Zhao Guangyin would come to realize the magnitude of his error, a mistake so grievous that he would wish to see his dear brother torn asunder. As the celestial curtain drew near its close, the final words of Shi Jinchui reverberated through the annals of history. What do you believe to be the truth behind Zhao Guangyin's demise? Zhao Pu replied, I have my opinions. The court might as well have been foolishly deceived. Su remarked, the mightiest donkey cart deity. Donong added, Zhao La, the deity of the Gao Liang River. Jueqing Gongwa Ji commented, a donkey cart can traverse 300 miles in a night. We owe it to the song and to each other. I am the great handsome one. The ancestors of the Zhao clan were those who drove the chariot for the Zhou emperor. Could this be a resurgence of their bloodline? Lao Zhu, upon reading about the donkey cart deity, could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, the netizens of later generations are truly talented. What a daring name. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled heartily. Zhao Guangyin interjected, you have disturbed my vision. Thank you. The cuckoo searched for cannons, seeking white elephants, this time. It was indeed a bit stubborn, an anime. Let us not linger any longer. I wish to watch the animation. I too echoed similar sentiments among children throughout the ages. The video depicted a rabbit adorned with a green 5-pointed star hat, its body slumped to one side on the ground, wiping its tears with a cloth while lamenting. Mother once told me that capitalists derive pleasure from seizing even your funeral expenses. Meanwhile, the capitalist, with a piercing gaze, observed the rabbit's performance, which bore no semblance of discord, and with a voice reminiscent of a duck, inquired, is there something you wish to say? The rabbit, still sniffling and dabbing at its tears, looked up at the capitalist and asked, "What do you intend to do?" In the next moment, the video transitioned, accompanied by a male voiceover. A tempest brewed, and the dominant eagle was beset by worries. The cuckoo sought cannons from the white elephant, which indeed proved to be a stubborn endeavor. Ultimately, the cannon exploded, inciting the cuckoo's ire. "You must be preparing for your exams," quipped the host, displaying an uncanny knack for rhyme. Laughter ensued. It is well known that the white elephant possesses unfathomable might, with an arsenal of firecrackers capable of intimidating the entire blue planet. A single shot into the sky sends most creatures into a panic, fearing the wrath may be directed at them. The white elephant declared, "Only the launch point is certain. The projectile's trajectory and impact remain unknown. Should one be caught in an explosion, it would be futile to argue, for this creature operates outside the conventional norms, exhibiting a remarkably thick skin. Interacting with it often leads to one's downfall. Even a sovereign of the eagle's caliber must approach its steel factory with utmost caution. Ultimately, they would return stripped of a layer of skin. Thus, most small animals dare not provoke the white elephant. The white elephant's strength is ambiguous, yet it becomes formidable when confronted by the eagle. The video revealed the white elephant stealthily advancing with a sign, only to plant it in the ground when it perceived no onlookers. The seemingly innocuous rabbit approached with a smile, maintaining a gentle demeanor, and asked, "Dear, what are you doing?" Startled by the sudden voice, the white elephant, filled with trepidation, retorted, "Rabbit, move away," perhaps recalling that no one dared to challenge it anymore. Its tone grew increasingly assertive, even tinged with anger. "This is my territory. It has always been." With that, the white elephant hurled a brick at the rabbit's face. "Oh no, how could this white elephant be so wicked?" exclaimed the onlookers. "Indeed, how can it strike the rabbit without cause? It is utterly shameless. It was sneaking around trying to usurp the rabbit's territory, yet it accuses the rabbit." The children of myriad realms voiced their indignation. Those watching the celestial video unwittingly identified with the rabbit, perceiving all other small animals as villains, while the rabbit remained the sole hero. Yet, there were those who defied such beliefs, like the father of the sovereign, the cuckoo, who had long stirred the winds in the desert. Were it not for the unwavering support from Eagle, the ammunition at home would have long since been depleted. Currently, the two elders at Eagle's abode are preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving little attention for our predicament. To replenish our supplies, we must explore alternative avenues. However, in this moment, the blue star has garnered too many adversaries, rendering it impossible for any small creature to sell us ammunition. It is during this juncture that the white elephant emerges. Previously, we sought weapons from others, only to be ridiculed by the creatures of the blue star, who often remarked that our arsenal was comprised of foreign imports. Finally, we have the opportunity to prove ourselves. Thus, the two parties reached an agreement, with the white elephant selling a batch of firecrackers to the hoopoe at a rather exorbitant price. The hoopoe, familiar with the white elephant's reputation for crafting fantastical items, had no alternative but to haul the goods back to the desert. Initially, it was assumed these firecrackers would merely suffice. However, to everyone's astonishment, their power was immensely formidable. The moment the firecracker was placed into the cannon, it detonated, instantly eliminating 3 birds. The myriad realms, wait a moment. Did it just take down 3 birds? The white elephant, quality guaranteed, compensation threefold for any defect. For 1 faulty shell, 3 soldiers will be compensated. The white elephant's missile test has put the world on high alert. Surprisingly, Luce remarked, "I wouldn't even accept it as a gift. It's worthless." Zhu Di retorted, "TSK. It's still inferior to my divine machine camp." Chow Chow expressed disbelief. "Is this serious? Is it that large?" The Mosey school commented, "What nerve. We had some hope for this." Moreover, it caused injuries to several birds, which appeared as if struck by lightning, leaving ancient onlookers in fits of laughter. "Haha, silly birds. They look so foolish." Dai Sheng promptly called the white elephant, issuing a stern reprimand and demanding a full refund along with compensation. However, the white elephant was not easy to deal with. Once sold, the items were non-refundable. If the shell exploded, it was due to their mishandling. What does that have to do with me? Such a transaction left the entire blue planet astonished. I recall that the white elephant had previously accepted an order from Eagle Sauce to manufacture titanium alloy doors, which, upon reaching outer space, failed to open. When questioned, the white elephant replied, "You know we can't make titanium alloy doors. What we delivered were aluminum doors, huh?" I also heard another version. Some claimed that the third brother was not at fault, but simply neglected to maintain the cannon. A bit of oil would have prevented such rapid failure. The question arose, Did it explode? Was its power substantial? One dared to purchase, while another dared to employ. There were whispers suggesting that the white elephant was an undercover sent by the Great Bear, employing a method known as curved resistance against squid, beneath the charming exterior. The bear's voice was gruff as it hiked the price for the weaponry, stating, "Hee, the total is 250. The white elephant responded in shock. The scene shifted to the desert, where camels stood ready with AKs. Despite being furious enough to curse, Daixing had no time to bicker with the white elephant. He urgently contacted Eagle Sauce, realizing only his son was reliable at this moment. Subsequently, Eagle Sauce expressed support and dispatched several hundred Navy SEALs. Initially, it was thought they would stabilize the situation, or at least intimidate those in flip-flops. However, as soon as the aircraft landed, they were immediately assaulted by civilian forces. The drone struck relentlessly, as if money were no object. Eagle Sauce began to doubt the situation, reflecting on his many visits to this desolate place. Had the tutoring class truly been that effective? The rulers from various realms sensed an underlying meaning in the statements made, having visited many times and stayed for years. Could it be a colony? As they watched this charmingly styled animated program, the emperors and their ministers pondered, realizing that these animal representatives were not mere fabrications, but rather reminiscent of characters from future nations. In the beginning, the rabbit referred to the eagle as a capitalist. Does it also signify the great powers of Europe? The United States or the British Empire? And which nation sold the white elephant to the bear? Following the previous discussion on overcapacity, the rulers across the realms have become well acquainted with several European nations. How could such a seemingly trivial animated series unveil so many intricate details? Is it merely a fabrication or a reflection of genuine history? In truth, based on prior explanations of European countries, coupled with the current narrative from the animation, it eerily resembles events that have transpired in reality. Consequently, various realms cannot help but worry that future China might be bullied by Europe or other nations. Just moments ago, the white elephant had hurled a brick at their faces. Is that tutoring institution genuinely effective? Soon, the scene shifts to an office where a camel occupies the lower seat, while the seemingly innocuous rabbit continues to smile. Everyone suddenly comprehends the implications. The true mastermind behind the desert camel is indeed the rabbit. And those weapons are also under its influence. It turns out the rabbit is the most cunning victor. Before they could fully grasp this revelation, a massive missile struck, sinking a large cargo ship. As the ship was blown in half, the eagle shed tears of regret. What a pity. How does one engage in naval combat? If ammunition and artillery serve as combat weapons, the enemy possesses the same capabilities, revealing a glaring weakness in maritime warfare. A failed endeavor would render one a sitting duck, a concern shared by many generals. Unless future China achieves supremacy in weaponry, it is evident that formidable adversaries will persist in this powerful era. And the opponents seem to relish in their provocations. Strangely, the ancestors perceive the eagle as rather contemptible. The once misunderstood ode to the poplar from childhood has finally come full circle in this moment. Suddenly, the Qing-Tibet Railway becomes comprehensible. Behold, a mountain that towers higher than any mountain. Where? In salute to you. Along the railway line to Tibet, guardians of the tracks appear every 10 to 20 minutes. Each stands upright, saluting with unwavering respect. A slender white poplar grows beside the sentry post. When words are freed from the shackles of examination, genuine emotions begin to surface. Even amidst the snow, their silhouettes can be found in the wilderness on the grasslands. Despite bearing heavy burdens and skipping meals, the scene continuously shifts through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The only constant is the steadfast white poplar sentinel, a man with sun-kissed skin, carrying a pack twice his size, his back bent yet never forgetting to salute. Or, amidst the endless green plains, at the foot of the towering poplar, lies a simple blanket, evoking thoughts of the myriad insects that may disturb the peace at night. Nearby, an unmade bed remains, yet whenever a train approaches, they halt, standing at attention to salute. The train responds with a long whistle, a harmonious acknowledgement of the poplar's salute, forever encouraging one another. A profound weight envelopes the scene, commanding the attention of all worlds. However, should you lift your gaze, you might catch sight of a distant row, or perhaps 3 or 5 trees, standing proudly like sentinels. Those are the white poplars, a tree commonplace in the Northwest, yet far from ordinary. The subject of language holds immense power, regrettably unfathomable in youth. In middle school, one may not grasp the significance of the ode to the poplar. Yet in this moment, the circle closes. The ode ostensibly praises the tree, but it symbolizes humanity. Every word, every character describes people, upright, resilient, indomitable. Our ancestors were deeply moved, envisioning a future not only of a prosperous nation but also of virtuous children devoted to their country and people. The soldiers stationed in the harsh frontier can empathize profoundly, as the steadfast poplar must continue to grow, never to fall. Where has the long-lost imperial seal, missing for millennia, gone? Why can't we replicate an intriguing knowledge of the imperial seal? Question: how much is the imperial seal worth, lost for thousands of years? Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Emperor Wu of Han? What are you talking about? Emperor Taizong of Tang? How much is the seal worth? Emperor Han Wu of Ming? Boldly. You dare to covet the emperor's seal? Let us put it this way: even a piece of toilet paper stamped with the seal is worth more than the Mona Lisa. Question: where has the imperial seal, inherited for over 1,600 years, gone? It is said that the deposed Emperor Li Tsongka leaped from Xuanwu Tower with the seal, perishing in the flames, and thus the imperial seal vanished. Of course, some believe it lies buried in a corner of Luoyang City. Question: why did ancient nobles and generals covet the imperial seal of state? If I were to possess it, even if I were to perish the very next day, my passing would be regarded as a sovereign death, and my resting place would be deemed an imperial mausoleum. Commoners, is this something we are even permitted to hear? Question: is it merely a piece of stone? Can it truly be so exaggerated? It is not exaggerated in the slightest. Mandated by heaven. May you endure and prosper. These 8 characters have driven countless men to madness for millennia. After all, in that era, whoever possessed the seal was deemed to be the rightful ruler by divine decree. Question: if the imperial jade seal is lost, why not create a replica? The value of the imperial jade seal lies in the fact that it is the sole legitimate symbol passed down from Qin Shi Huang. A replica would render it meaningless. Furthermore, there are very few individuals who have truly seen the imperial jade seal, making replication virtually impossible. Upon hearing this, the emperors were finally unsettled. How could future generations be so audacious? Do they truly intend to replicate the jade seal? Such brazen statements could lead to dire consequences. Question: what does the imperial jade seal actually look like? Is it truly made from the He Shirbai? According to historical records, the jade seal measures approximately 4 inches square and is adorned with 5 dragons, with the inscription bestowed by heaven and the characters for longevity and prosperity. The official historical texts do not confirm whether it was made from the He Shirbai. However, based on the investigations of relevant experts, the He Shirbai is quite thin, with a thickness of no more than 2 centimeters, making the creation of a jade seal from it a formidable challenge. Thus, experts speculate that it is highly likely that the seal was carved from the blue sky and white jade of Shanqing. Question: why does the precious imperial seal have a missing corner? In the late Western Han Dynasty, when Wang Mang usurped the throne, the Empress Dowager, in a fit of rage, cast the seal to the ground, chipping off a corner. Subsequently, Wang Mang commanded that it be repaired with gold. The emperors of the Han Dynasty exclaimed in disbelief, how could such a vital symbol of authority be so carelessly damaged? Who dares to defile the imperial seal? Question: if the imperial seal were to suddenly resurface, could it serve as the crown jewel of the palace museum? It would undoubtedly be a national treasure, a remarkable artifact in the annals of Chinese history. Apart from the legendary 9 tripod cauldrons, nothing could rival the imperial seal. Question: what should one do if fortunate enough to find the imperial seal? It must be surrendered, and the finder would receive a ceremonial flag and a minimum cash reward of 500 yuan. Of course, if I were to find it. Let us pretend I never spoke of it. The emperors of successive dynasties pondered, that which governs the realm, the imperial seal, is valued at such a meager sum? Why must it be handed over to the state? Are we not the sovereigns? Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck them. Perhaps future generations would indeed lack an emperor. How could this be? It is no wonder that everything seemed to have a traceable rationale, albeit one they believed to be utterly impossible. In that moment, the emperors fell into a heavy silence. During the Qin dynasty, when their suspicions were confirmed, Prince Fusu found himself at a loss, his expression a blend of conflicting emotions. As a symbol of imperial authority, he should have shared the outrage of his fellow monarchs. However, he felt none of that indignation. He had witnessed the prosperity of future generations, where the populace thrived, the nation flourished, and the people cherished their homeland. Fusu felt an overwhelming contradiction within himself. Torn between the ingrained ideologies of his upbringing and the undeniable reality before him, there was no need for excessive turmoil. Every era has its own significance. Fusu gazed in astonishment at his father, only to find him maintaining an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the absence of imperial authority in the future. Father, are you not at all surprised? What is there to be surprised about? Fusu fell silent, as did Li Si and the others. It appeared that His Majesty had long been aware of this truth. All existence is rational, Zheng concluded, before turning his attention back to the celestial commentary. From the moment he glimpsed the future's prosperity, he became skeptical, and through the myriad details in subsequent videos, it was not difficult to surmise that the imperial power in China had long ceased to exist. From an educational standpoint alone, with a population exceeding 1 billion, how could a monarch ensure that every commoner received an education? The only plausible explanation is democracy. Moreover, with no wars in the future, the nation had evolved to such a degree that warfare had become an abstract concept. The populace educated themselves, while the state reclaimed talent across various fields, creating a cycle of perpetual development. Nevertheless, Zheng remained curious. If there were no monarchs, who then was the paramount leader of centralized authority in the future? How was such achievement realized? The common folk throughout the ages were profoundly astonished. If there were no emperors in subsequent generations, would chaos not ensue? Yet, the reality is that later generations flourished and prospered. They wept upon witnessing this, struggling to comprehend. Likewise, they could never forget the confident faces of the people in later times. With full vigor, they shared a cover of a song, the video depicting several high school girls singing in segments. The rhythmic melody resonated as the first girl led the way, singing, "Down with imperialism. I refuse to remain a slave. My home has been invaded. Do not bow to them. Culture is a weapon, embedded in every nerve." The common folk remarked on the delightful singing of several young girls. The emperors reacted as follows: "Whom do you dare to challenge? Who would invade our gates? Nonsense. Let us confront them." From the irascible Zhu, "Culture serves as a weapon." This revelation unsettled the emperors once more, a simple verse encapsulating so much meaning. Intertwined with the content of the rabbit videos, sweat began to bead on their brows. Surely, it could not be that foreign forces would assail their doorstep. Surely not. A family member mused, "Has the Qin dynasty been restored?" The content was all too vivid. In the future, when family members inquire, "Who can endure your foul temper?" I would reply, "Please refer to the VCR." Subsequently, the video included a screenshot from WeChat. "Woman, the emperor has arrived. Kneel." Dragon image, "Man, long live the little treasure." Doraemon kneeling image, "Woman, my son, rise." Dragon image, "Man, thank you for your grace." Accompanied by 2 images of Doraemon rising, "In the realms of heaven and earth, the emperor has become numb. Please grant reprieve." A reader lamented, "Oh, come on. What have you brought upon us? Is this still the new China?" In a psychiatric context, a young girl, no more than 20, bore numerous scars upon her wrists. The physician questioned, "How could someone so young have such injuries?" The doctor, with an unusually grave demeanor, replied, "Your situation is dire, if not treated promptly. The consequences could be unimaginable. I'm aware I suffer from bipolar disorder and severe depression. If treatment delays my studies, it may jeopardize my prospects for graduate school." Before the physician could respond, the common folk interjected with urgency, "Isn't the exam more important than life itself?" Indeed, just look at those scars on her wrists. We cannot fathom how she acquired them. It is painful to behold. This girl truly lacks understanding. Meanwhile, the physicians were focused on the terms bipolar and severe depression, pondering their meanings. Why? At such a young age, was she afflicted with such profound despair? What holds greater significance, health or education? Perhaps, for me, education is paramount. How can you say such a thing? The female doctor sighed, continuing, "You seem quite lucid. Why then can you not grasp such a simple concept? It is not that I cannot comprehend it. Rather, my parents cannot. What troubles them? If I perform poorly on exams, they will scold me and disparage me before relatives. I detest that feeling." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Should not a child who struggles in examinations receive encouragement instead of reproach? Why chastise the child? In the presence of relatives, she openly chastised her own child, revealing a profound lack of understanding on the part of the girl's parents. The royal physicians swiftly conducted examinations and reached a disheartening conclusion. If this situation were to persist, the young lady might succumb to a state of deep depression, leading to her untimely demise. Such a fate is utterly unacceptable. While education is undeniably significant, without a sound mind and body, academic excellence becomes futile. The ancients nodded in agreement. Indeed, the girl's health is of utmost importance. The atmosphere inexplicably plummeted to an icy silence. Noticing the girl's reticence, the female physician discerned the necessity of addressing the core issue and inquired, "Have your parents arrived?" "Yes, they are just outside." "May I speak with them privately?" "I will go fetch them." Shortly after the girl departed, A middle-aged couple entered, with the mother immediately launching into her concerns. "Doctor, is my daughter's condition severe? Will it affect her studies? We have toiled so hard to raise her, and after all our efforts, she has fallen ill. It is truly vexing. Is this truly a parent's concern? My daughter's health is deteriorating, and she is most preoccupied with her studies." It's not just the common folk and the physicians who fail to comprehend this. Even the emperor appears visibly perplexed. No wonder this young lady has succumbed to depression. Her parents have placed an excessive emphasis on education, even prioritizing it over her well-being. Have they ever reflected on the reasons behind her affliction? It seems that the mere mention of it incites anger. The middle-aged mother exclaimed with bitterness, "Isn't it because she is always lost in her art?" After school, she would seclude herself at home, creating countless drawings. We thought she was diligently studying, only to discover, while cleaning, that every notebook was filled with sketches. Do you think these drawings will lead to success? How did you handle it? Of course, I burned them. They were a significant distraction from her studies. I will not permit such things to interfere with her education. The suffocating words struck like a blow, drawing gasps from the ancient observers. Even through the veil of the video screen, they felt a wave of discomfort, let alone the young lady herself. What harm is there in pursuing art? Moreover, she appears to have a profound passion for it. How could her parents treat her so harshly? Do you know when her struggles began? The father, who had remained silent until now, spoke with an expression of distress, unable to fathom why his daughter would suffer in such a manner. After she entered university, she rarely returned home. My wife and I, concerned for her well-being, made the effort to visit her every week, traveling over 1,000 kilometers. You can imagine the effort we expended. Yet she seemed unhappy each time we visited, until one night we found her with a knife, harming her own hand. The ancient onlookers were left breathless. They could not comprehend such actions. Goodness, this is utterly suffocating. Is this not merely self-inflicted anguish? Some among the ancients believed that parents act out of love, and that it is the daughter who is emotionally fragile and unruly. Thus, a fierce debate ensued. If things were truly so well, would one succumb to depression? It is merely that the young lady possesses a delicate constitution. What distinguishes you from the couple in the video? Utter nonsense. In my view, it is the young lady's lack of understanding that has led to this, while her parents' earnest efforts are solely for her future. The female physician interjected, "I see. Could it be that your expectations of her are excessively high? With too many constraints and an overwhelming amount of pressure, she may have found herself devoid of personal space." Over time, her mental state gradually shifted. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man scoffed, his tone sharp. "What are you implying? That we have driven her to madness?" The mother immediately chimed in. "We have painstakingly raised her, sacrificing so much. All for her sake. What do you mean by imposing constraints on her? Did you put her under pressure?" The couple engaged in a heated exchange, completely depriving the female doctor of any opportunity to speak. "I perceive you as a mediocre physician. When you lack the ability to heal, you resort to excuses. Do we not know our daughter well enough? You blurt out nonsense without any preparation." The female doctor remained silent as the couple berated her for over 10 minutes, only gradually calming down afterward. Sun Simi remarked, "I believe it is they who should be examined." Li Shizhen concurred, "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. If you wish for your daughter to recover and successfully complete her studies, then you must actively cooperate with our treatment. You could have mentioned that recovery was possible earlier." They replied, "Cooperation will certainly not be an issue, but what about the financial costs?" The man cast a glance at his wife and addressed the doctor. "Let us discuss how to cooperate. I will first admit your daughter. You will only be allowed to visit once a month, and the duration cannot exceed 5 minutes." The middle-aged woman grew agitated and protested. "How can this be? Hospitalization is incredibly expensive. Don't you have electrotherapy? I have heard that it is effective." She continued, "You wish to administer electrotherapy to our daughter? What about treating the two of you instead?" I am truly exasperated. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of electrotherapy, the interpretations shared by netizens made her realize the absurdity of such a treatment. The female doctor, visibly losing her patience, retorted, "Are you the doctor, or am I? You must ensure that you cure her. If her graduate school application is delayed, I will certainly file a complaint against you." After the couple departed, the girl was summoned into the room, where the doctor explained the situation regarding her treatment and hospitalization. Instantly, the girl's anxious demeanor relaxed. "Thank you, doctor," she exclaimed. "It's no trouble. With our active cooperation in the treatment, she will recover," the doctor assured. It was a simple arrangement. The parents would be admitted, allowing the child to return to school, thus alleviating any pressure from her parents and allowing her to focus solely on her graduate studies. The ancestors remarked, a miraculous physician. The fortunate ones noted that often, the child bears the lightest burden of illness. The sea urchin commented. Such parents will surely behave once the child cosplays as a sunny doll. Amma expressed her bewilderment. How can bipolar disorder and severe depression coexist? It is exhausting. A netizen replied, bipolar means experiencing both mania and depression simultaneously. If a doctor diagnoses you with bipolar disorder, it means you are neither simply manic nor merely depressed. You embody the entirety of bipolar affective disorder. Following the clarifications provided by the netizens, the ancestors finally grasped the meaning of bipolar. They observed the comment section, filled with over 2,000 responses, many recounting their struggles with diagnoses or expressing a sense of hopelessness. The dense accumulation of text left the ancients feeling alarmed. They had initially thought that the young woman was an anomaly, only to discover a multitude of children in similar circumstances. It seemed that the future harbored a significant number of individuals suffering from depression. Those who had previously spoken of parental concerns fell silent. Realizing the overwhelming prevalence of such cases, the comments were rife with accounts of individuals grappling with diagnosed depression. As the discourse unfolded, the realms beyond were profoundly shaken. A video featuring Shi Jinchui discussing depression-related topics surfaced, showcasing a segment from a female host several years prior. This year, it was reported that approximately 95 million individuals in our country suffer from depression. An astonishing figure loomed before the countless realms. While it was known that the population in the future would surpass 1 billion, the sheer number presented was terrifying. Through the explanations in the comment section, the ancestors came to a clear understanding. Once a person succumbs to depression, they may experience uncontrollable thoughts, suffering, and self-harm. It was evident that in the future, the number of those afflicted with depression would reach the millions. Even the mightiest of hearts, akin to emperors, would be taken aback. Prior to this, they beheld a nation flourishing with prosperity, under the impression that its people were enveloped in joy and happiness. Yet, a segment of the populace languished in deep-seated despair, yearning for an end to their suffering, coupled with the mental state of those who consume content in this era. One observes that the pressure of existence on future generations has only intensified with the passage of time. Reflecting on the 10-year-old girl learning to dance, one finds the comments from parents advocating for training for such young children rather disheartening. If it were a matter of nurturing genuine interests and hobbies, it would be commendable. However, if, as depicted in the recent video, parents harbor expectations for their children to become paragons of excellence, it casts a shadow over their intentions. Observing the composed demeanor of a female physician, the ancestors discerned a startling truth. It appears that the familial environment of future generations is quite commonly fraught with such pressures. In the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin felt a pang of apprehension, contemplating the psychological state and rebelliousness of his heir, Li Chengqian. He pondered whether he had been excessively demanding, inadvertently stifling the prince's spirit, which might have contributed to his later defiance and indulgence in ephemeral pleasures, coupled with his own actions. Li Chengqian was gripped by anxiety over the throne, leading to an early demise wrought with worry. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the second princess could not contain her tears, embracing her eldest son, Li Chengqian, and expressing her profound love for him through choked sobs. The crown prince, Li Chengqian, reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right." What does it mean to be defeated by harsh realities? Only those who have traversed such paths can truly comprehend. Before him stood a slender woman, her figure elegantly curvaceous, exuding confidence as she proclaimed, "I have studied dance for 4 years. I am destined to become a dance instructor." Yet, in the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. The once self-assured woman was now found in a live stream, performing suggestive dance moves and imploring viewers to shower her with gifts. "Are you serious?" the young woman inquired. "Before graduation," he declared, "I am an athlete standing at 185 centimeters, with years of dedication behind me. You inform me that the monthly salary is a mere 2,500. Is there any possibility of an increase?" With that, the man slammed his medals and certificates onto the boss's desk. After graduation, in the next moment, he donned the uniform of a food delivery service. With a swift kick, he made a phone call, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation, his tone now polite. "Hello. Your delivery has arrived. Before graduation, my aspiration was to become a painter, delicately sketching the beauty of this world with each stroke of my pencil. After graduation, $3. Thank you, boss." In the blink of an eye, the man who had just exuded warmth and gentleness transformed. Now clad in a green military coat, he adeptly peeled the sugarcane with precision, a toothpick clenched between his lips, his hair disheveled. He bore no resemblance to the person he had just been. Is this truly the same person? Before graduation, my field of study was Chinese language and literature. I possess a solid foundation in Chinese linguistics and a high literary cultivation. Upon graduation, Brother Breeze desires a grand airplane. Brother Breeze yearns for a vintage car. Before graduation, I have studied at the prestigious University of Geosciences for 4 years. Surely, I will traverse the world's renowned landmarks and delve into the Earth's past and future. After graduation, dear family, this jade is extraordinary. It is of the finest quality. From a prime source, and the presenter is an expert. The bidding starts at 50,000 yuan. What a remarkable opportunity. Before graduation, I am a student majoring in tourism. In the future, I shall undoubtedly take my travelers on journeys across nations. Just look, once I graduate. After graduation, who dares to disembark? I have selflessly attended to you esteemed gentlemen for days and nights, and I am indifferent to it. A driver cannot be so. What is wrong with me bringing local specialties for the driver? As I gazed upon the suddenly malevolent and aggressive young man, the myriad realms fell into contemplation. What triggered such a transformation upon graduation and later generations? Tomato Reader, NPC Quest. Shi Jinchui, can you guess why I am not smiling? You mentioned provoking the warrior nation. It seems you were overwhelmed, weren't you? Divine commentary on the warrior nation. The netizens from Bear Country are undoubtedly the finest representatives of China's internet discourse, as evidenced by a comment from a Pickled Cabbage Nation netizen beneath a video of the Great Wall. Pickled Cabbage Netizen, as is widely known. The Great Wall was constructed by our ancestors. Bear Country netizen. Indeed, it was your ancestors whom their emperor conscripted for its construction. Emperor Qin, where do such shameless individuals come from? Emperor Wu of Han. I have never encountered such audacious and brazen individuals. Other emperors agreed. Upon witnessing our J20. The Pickled Cabbage Nationals commented with envy. Pickled Cabbage Netizen. It is merely a product of stolen technology from the beautiful nation, resulting in this fifth-generation fighter. Bear Country Netizen. Your prowess pales in comparison. You dare to establish a nation on the military base of the beautiful nation. The words of the combatant nation are truly venomous, warming my heart in a peculiar way. I also came across a video depicting China feeding watermelons to pigs, provoking nonsensical outbursts from the pickled vegetable nation. A netizen from that country exclaimed, "If it weren't for us passing watermelons to you, you would never have tasted them." To which a Russian netizen retorted, "Do not spout nonsense. When your nation was founded, you were still in the trees." I recall during the Beijing Olympics, athletes from the pickled vegetable nation deceitfully claimed the meals provided were unpalatable while secretly packing all the watermelons. Ancestors, truly shameless. How does this small nation manage to possess such thick skin on average? The netizens from the pickled vegetable nation remain obstinate, refusing to concede. With comments as follows, netizen from the pickled vegetable nation, although Bear is not a developed country, please willingly relinquish your permanent seat on the Security Council and do not force us to take drastic measures. Netizen from the Bear Nation. Though Bear may not be a developed country, it possesses the capability to transform the pickled vegetable nation into a developing nation, or even to render it no longer a nation at all. China, the Bear, strength is evident. It is amusing how, when one is sufficiently weak, their actions are perceived as endearing by others. What is even more intriguing is that, aside from the citizens of the Bear Country, netizens from other nations are equally vocal in their critiques of the kimchi enthusiasts. Kimchi enthusiasts, the Chinese often proclaim their affinity for peace, yet why does China's military expenditure rank second in the world? A certain netizen retorted, that is to ensure that your beautiful nation's father also cherishes peace. I recall a celebrity from the land of pickled vegetables boasting about a family heirloom, which turned out to be the contract of servitude of his ancestor in China. Zudi, ha ha ha, merely a jester. Mockingly, Luce, where did such a fool come from to offend my eyes? Using newly learned internet slang, Li Shimin, how dare you speak such things that even I cannot bear to hear? Covering his ears. I stinging, Ingzheng. I have never encountered such a shameless nation. I am tempted to capture them to rebuild the Great Wall. What should I do? Itching to act. After watching a video, the emperors and ministers were clear. This nation of pickled vegetables is merely a lapdog of the beautiful country, utterly despicable and shameless. Based on their experiences, it seems that the beautiful country is one that revels in its own degradation. Meanwhile, the Bear Nation is likely to be an ally of China, with the beautiful country undoubtedly being Europe's dominant power and China's most formidable rival. One can only wonder how much wealth they possess. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council hold an esteemed position. Their primary role is to maintain global peace and security. These nations possess the power of veto, playing a guiding role in the international community in contributing to the resolution of regional conflicts and the promotion of global cooperation. The 5 permanent members are the beautiful country, China, the Bear Nation, the land of the rising sun, and the romantic country. The video, accompanied by an explosive soundtrack, presents each country with a dazzling display of its prosperous capital, overwhelming the ancestors' senses. Towering skyscrapers rise in the bustling centers, with every light in the night resembling a myriad of stars, an astonishing sight never before witnessed by the ancients. The capitals of these permanent member nations are all so vibrant and seemingly unattainable. The emperors of various dynasties, witnessing this, felt a profound tremor in their hearts. Their nations were utterly incomparable, as they once viewed themselves as the masters of the realm. Yet now, the spectacle before them feels like a farce. They revered strength. Gazing upon this technologically advanced nation, where a seed known as a developing country is quietly sown, destined to take root and flourish over time. America, the beautiful country. Ranked number 1 in North America, a superpower. China, ranked number 2 in Asia, a construction behemoth. Russia, the Bear Nation, ranked number 3 in Eurasia, the fighting nation. Before you are the 3 most powerful nations among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, which are crucial for leading global development. Although it has no direct relation to them, the common people are stirred with fervor, feeling a deep, inexplicable pride that comes from the heart. How wonderful! How envious I am of the descendants who will be born in that era. Who could disagree? It turns out that my formidable adversary lies in North America. Zhu Di rubbed his hands together in excitement, pondering how much wealth they possess now. They are ranked number 1 in the world, Grandpa, Zhu Jianji boldly declared. Zhu Di fell into deep contemplation. If future China has become so prosperous and yet is only second, how powerful must the first be? No, this requires decisive action. In Zhu Di's words, having foreknowledge of the future enemy means he must preemptively stifle the growth of this nascent rival. At this moment, Zhu Di's thoughts about the beautiful nation were simple, focused solely on its riches and the grains of North America. Little did he know that in the future, he would witness the foolish maneuvers that truly aimed to quash the growth of this Navi adversary. To hell with it. Let's act. Lu Che, it has always been my Han China that stands supreme. When did we settle for second place? Li Shimin, my grand China has always been the one others seek to appease. Ing Zheng, so, the beautiful nation of North America, is it? I shall remember this. Kublai Khan, I dare to claim the second position. Who has the audacity to claim the first? His gaze swept languidly over the map depicting the fragmentation of Europe. Shi Jinchui opened the comment section, nearly spitting out the pearls he had just taken in. Shi, Japan attempted to rescind China's veto power, only to be vetoed by China itself. The expressions of the emperors from various dynasties were intricate, pondering the origins of this adorable little fool. Meanwhile, the common people reacted with astonishment, remarking that not only were the Japanese peculiar, but their reasoning seemed somewhat flawed as well. Neurons, how they unexpectedly made me chuckle. It is indeed Shi. China is the sole nation to have successfully traversed the 5 primary dungeons. With a record of 1 against 17 that can be verified, Doghead Paul. China is, after all, the nation of warriors with a verifiable record. Lover of rain, the beautiful country, with a penchant for nuclear annihilation, claims to advocate for peace. Brother Backview, though they appear as the 5 benevolent figures, they are, in truth, engaged in a tripartite struggle. They seem to stand in a delicate balance, yet it is a conflict akin to the Chu-Han contention. Little fish cares. How exhilarating it is to be the protagonist in a tale of triumph for the very first time. The multiverse, how thrilling it is to be the ancestral figure of the protagonist in a tale of triumph for the very first time. Come, behold the true Empress Xiao. The opening scene of the old television series, Great Liao, features Empress Xiao astride a grand steed, her gaze piercing and her presence commanding. As she proclaims with authority, I am the Empress of the Great Liao. I am not the unfeeling demoness you presume. The people are the foundation of the nation. In our Great Liao, our vast territory spans thousands of miles, yet our populace barely exceeds 1 million. If the troops are annihilated, who will cultivate the land? A minister, filled with discontent, remarks, most of these troops are merely the Han barbarians we have subdued. Xiao casts a cold glance toward the speaker and retorts, what do you mean by Han barbarians? The seeds of the southern dynasty Han people have been sown in the northern lands, taking root and blossoming into the flowers of our Khitan people. Upon delivering this statement with great flair, she remains unfazed by the discontented expressions of those around her and continues, issue an edict to dismantle the feudal territories of the nobility. divide the land into private fields, allowing for reclamation and marriage. The Han people, who had previously knelt trembling on the grasslands, instantly raised their heads, their disheveled appearances betraying their uncontainable excitement. They cheer, Ula-i, Ula-i. In the Northern Song dynasty, if one were to ponder upon who least desired to see Xiaochua, it would undoubtedly be Emperor Taizong Zhaoguangyi. He gazed at the woman depicted in the celestial screen, his expression betraying a hint of tension, as though he had been unexpectedly struck several times, though he was aware that this was not the true Xiaochua. The portrayal of her in the future was strikingly vivid, exuding an undeniable aura of charisma. She bore an uncanny resemblance to that insufferable woman. Ever since he learned that the celestial screen connected myriad realms, Zhao Guangyi had refrained from voicing his thoughts, even going so far as to issue an edict forbidding the populace from commenting on the screen. The previous inventory of his elder brother had left him utterly astonished, and now he could only pray that his counterpart in another timeline would survive. In the Liao Kingdom, Xiaochua contemplated the celestial screen with intrigue. She had heard rumors of a miraculous phenomenon in the Central Plains, allowing glimpses into the future, initially dismissing it as mere bravado. To her astonishment, it was indeed real. This celestial screen had appeared abruptly, seemingly triggered by the mention of other nations. The classically beautiful woman chuckled softly. She was now a sword suspended over the Song dynasty, with someone in the future daring to portray her. Xiaochua had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, skillfully executing tasks with an unwavering spirit of determination. How would the future Han people judge her? Meanwhile, the sentiments in the preceding dynasty remained composed, with netizens on the screen extolling the virtues of Empress Xi. Aware that the future would eventually unite 56 ethnic groups, they understood that they were, after all, destined to be one family. Thus they expressed their thoughts freely, even finding the leisure to comment. Wu Zetian, a remarkable woman. Ying Zhang, this lady possesses extraordinary courage. Li Shimin, a woman as formidable as my sister. Deng Sui, resolute and decisive. She embodies the essence of a true heroine. In a world where only the divine chariots of donkeys have been wounded, the multitude has gathered, yet the astute politician, Shi Jinchui, has yet to account for the female statesman. Inspired by a video, she swiftly embarked on the task of editing and creating content. With determination, she resolved to complete it before nightfall. Suddenly, the celestial canopy vanished, leaving the crowd momentarily bewildered. This occurrence was far too abrupt. The ministers of the Liao dynasty were in a state of utter disarray. They had only just witnessed a miracle on their land, and now it had vanished so swiftly. Why panic? What exists will remain, and what does not cannot be forced into being. With the Empress Dowager Zhao's decree, the ministers had no choice but to fall silent. During the Yongle period, after witnessing a video demonstration of artificial rain, Zhu Di dispatched men to reinforce the cannons, eager to test whether it could indeed summon rain. With the celestial dome concluded, and no state affairs to attend to, Zhu Di decided to advance the testing day. The air was thick with swirling clouds, devoid of sunlight. Why not try now? His resolve was swift, and despite the minister's futile attempts to dissuade him, he proceeded unfazed. Unlike the ancients who meticulously calculated auspicious days for significant events, Zhu Di acted solely on impulse. He possessed a premonition that the current weather was most suitable. Trusting in his intuition, the soldiers of the Ming acted quickly as Zhu Di led them outside the city, directing his officers as if marshalling troops. Indicating the gathering clouds before him, the crown prince, Zhu Gaoqi, expressed concern, timidly inquiring, "Father, is this truly reliable?" Zhu Di's wrinkled visage betrayed a hint of displeasure as he shot his son a meaningful glance, grunting, "We shall know once we try. Father, I merely worry about the financial implications," Zhu Gaoqi lamented, feeling the strain of a father who only knew how to spend on warfare. Despite the Ming cannons lacking the formidable power of modern artillery, the divine machine camp was not devoid of brilliance. Zhu Di had previously commanded modifications to enhance the cannon's firing range. From a short distance, with a single command, the cannons roared to life, their thunderous discharge drawing the curious villagers from nearby hamlets. Startled to witness a battalion of soldiers firing cannons, the villagers were initially alarmed. But Zhu Di had wisely ensured their safety in advance. Once they realized there was no danger, human nature drew them closer to the spectacle. Upon completing the cannon fire, the weather remained unchanged, and Zhu Di stood resolutely, awaiting a transformation. As the minutes passed without alteration, he sighed. Was he mistaken? Was artificial rain an impossibility? "Father, I told you so," Zhu Gaoqi began, but before he could finish, the sky darkened ominously. In an instant, torrential rain cascaded down upon them. and Zhu Di's expression transformed into one of elation as he burst into laughter. Victory had been achieved. The astonished villagers gawked in disbelief. Could artificial rain truly be? It is raining for real. May heaven bless our great Ming, your majesty. Long live the emperor. They cried in jubilation. May the heavens protect us. In a race against time, Shi Jinchui hastily completed her editing just before nightfall and successfully clicked to publish. Who claims that women are destined for leisure while men must battle in war? The protagonist we are about to discuss dispels the notion that women are inferior to men through her formidable prowess. She is the foremost female powerhouse of the Liao dynasty, a legendary figure who personally contributed to the rise of Song Taizong, earning the title of the goddess of the Gaoliang River. Upon hearing the recounting of Song Taizong Zhaoguangyi, the central figure, Xiaochua, couldn't he help but chuckle heartily. It seems that future generations admire the emperor of the Song dynasty for enduring arrows to his thigh yet still managing to ride far on a donkey. She is the antagonist in the novel The Generals of the Yang family, ultimately the final boss. Not only has she been deliberately vilified by scholars, bearing the infamous reputation of being cruel and ruthless, but some even claim she met a tragic end in defeat. But what is the truth of history? Was she truly as malevolent as depicted? Did her life truly culminate in such a dismal fate? Upon hearing such allegations, Xiaochua merely raised an eyebrow, pondering how those scholars' attempts to tarnish her image could not alter the reality of the Song dynasty's weakness. Today, let us unveil the extraordinary life of Empress Xiaochua. Born in 953 AD to the Xiao clan of the Liao dynasty, her courtesy name was Yan Yan. Her father, Xiao Siwen, was a founding hero of the Liao dynasty. As she grew, her father intended to betroth her to Han minister Han Guangxi's son, Han Durong. However, just as their marriage discussions were set to commence, a sudden upheaval occurred within the palace. In 969 AD, Liao Muzong Yeljing was tragically assassinated by a servant during a hunting expedition in Heishan. At that moment, Xiao Siwen, who accompanied him, swiftly sealed the information and secretly informed Yeljing's nephew, Yel Xian, who rushed to Heishan overnight. He supported Yel Xian's ascension in front of Yeljing's spirit, marking the beginning of Liao Jingzong's reign. Upon his return to the capital, Liao Jingzong rewarded the ministers for their loyalty, promoting Xiao Siwen to the position of Biyuan Shumishir and concurrently serving as the chancellor of the northern court, consolidating military and political power. Han Guangxi was also appointed as the capital's guardian. This monumental upheaval brought immense political advantages to both the Xiao and Han families, but also led to the separation of Xiaochua and Han Durong. That year, Xiaochua was summoned to the palace by Liao Jingzong and named empress. At the onset of Liao Jingzong's reign, the court was in disarray. Despite his ambition to rectify the situation, he was frail and plagued by illness since childhood. Confined to his sickbed, he could only delegate state affairs to Xiaochua. Initially, she merely functioned as a mouthpiece. However, over time, she gradually assumed the independence to summon the vassal and Han ministers for discussions. All matters of state were determined by her. Under Xiaochua's relentless efforts, the Liao state grew militarily robust, and its political and economic conditions began to stabilize. In 982 AD, at the age of 35, Liao Jingzong passed away. Before his demise, he left a royal edict declaring that Wang Yelongxi would succeed him, with the empress commanding military and state affairs. Simultaneously, Yel Xiezhen and Han Durong were appointed as regents, tasked with pledging their support for the young emperor in the presence of the spirit. At this juncture, the 29-year-old Xiaochua began to wield power as the empress dowager, overseeing the significant affairs of the state. Under the counsel of Han Durong, she first replaced several ministers and subsequently issued decrees mandating that the princes return to their residences, forbidding private gatherings, thereby stripping them of military power and effectively eliminating the potential for internal usurpation. Xiaochua's most commendable action was heeding Han Durong's advice to liberate the slaves. The Han and Liao were united, while the Song dynasty failed to treat the Liao as their own subjects. Furthermore, Xiaochua purged the internal faction, redistributing the lands of the noble clans to her common folk and the Han people, promoting intermarriage between the Han and Liao. In a moment of reflection, one might muse that upon studying history, indignation would arise, only to later realize an intrinsic connection to the great Liao. Following this, Xiaochua appointed Han Durong to oversee the imperial guards, elevating him to the esteemed title of Grand General. Concurrently, she arranged for her niece to wed Yel Xiezhen and prompted Liao Xingzong Yelongxu to publicly exchange bows, arrows, and saddles with Yel Xiezhen, solidifying their bond as sworn brothers. Thus, these two regents became steadfast allies to Xiaochua and her son, facilitating a smooth transition during what could have been a tumultuous shift in imperial power. Wu Zhou observed with keen interest, her admiration unmistakable. This woman possessed extraordinary strategic acumen and political wisdom, adept at listening to and judiciously selecting the counsel of her ministers. It is little wonder that, despite not being of Central Plains descent, she garnered such affection from posterity. One might wonder when women in our dynasty could similarly attain such stature. Your Majesty, that day will surely come. However, the rekindled bond between Xiaochua and Han Durong sent erroneous signals to the northern Song court. Song border officials, including He Lingdai, reported to Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi that Xiaochua and Han Durong were illicitly involved, traveling together and sharing meals. They claimed that all state matters were dictated by the Empress Dowager and Han Durong, even suggesting that Prince Chu Yelong was the illegitimate offspring of Han Durong and the Xiao clan. Consequently, there was much speculation throughout the Liao realm, though few dared voice their discontent. Believing these rumors to be true, Song Taizong became convinced that internal turmoil was imminent in Liao and, in the year 986, initiated the Yongxi Northern Expedition. Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin would later exclaim in disbelief, "You rashly decided on a northern campaign?" Unbeknownst to them, this would culminate in the Liao's founding war, resulting in a disastrous defeat for the Song. Henceforth, the Song lost their strategic offensive capabilities against Liao, being compelled to adopt a posture of strategic defense. "Brother, I was wrong. Please, do not strike me any further." Zhao Kuangyin's anger only intensified with each word he heard, an ire that he could not suppress. He unleashed a barrage of kicks upon Zhao Er, exerting every ounce of his strength. It is worth noting that Zhao Kuangyin hailed from a martial background, while Zhao Er was ill-equipped to endure the merciless blows of his elder brother. He lay on the ground, wincing in pain and groaning. "Brother, I truly regret my actions." Soon after, the Northern Song sought peace and forged the Treaty of Chanyuan with the Liao dynasty, leading to over a century of tranquility along their borders. In the year 1009, Xiaochua conducted the traditional Khitan ceremony of Chai Su for Yel Longxiu, after officially relinquishing imperial authority to her son Yel Longxiu. This astute politician passed away peacefully at the age of 57. Fortunately, her departure did not inflict significant losses upon the Great Song. Otherwise, Zhao Kuangyin might have been driven to extreme measures. His expression gradually softened, but upon gazing into the comment section, to this end, I reflect on the ill-fated Song dynasty, which, at the zenith of its power, encountered the flourishing Liao dynasty, only to subsequently face an even mightier Jin dynasty as the Liao strength waned. After much struggle to dispel the Jin, the Mongols arrived. The Zhao family seems to have faced the strongest contenders in their prime at every turn. Zhao Kuangyin remarked, "This is hardly amusing." "Thank you," Forever responded. "I cannot gauge whether it is good or bad. All I know is that the Song was the first nation to win a battle yet incur losses." Zhao Kuangyin's expression changed abruptly as he fixated on this remark. What did it mean? What does it imply to win a victory, yet suffer financial losses? Not overwhelmed by the win, commented, "The disgrace of Foshan. The price has indeed plummeted, haha." Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di concurred. "Agreed. I second that." One user expressed a desire, had they not been weak, they would have annihilated the Liao. Thus, they would have gained revenue from resources and expanded their territory, but ultimately, their strength was lacking. The comments section was rife with responses. Sanchi Fantian stated, "It's easy for you to say, you weren't the one fighting. If you were at the forefront, you would likely wish for the Treaty of Chanyuan to be signed sooner." Barely Clothed commented, "Do not forget, during that time, the Liao was under the governance of Xiaochua, a remarkable figure in her own right. The Liao was immensely powerful then." Zhu Jiotang added, "During the reign of Empress Dowager Xiao, the Liao dynasty reached its pinnacle. Zhao Guangyi, even if he wished to fight, would have been vanquished." The 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun were strategically occupied by the Liao, whose cavalry traversed the vast grasslands with ease, while the Song forces could only defensively mobilize hundreds of thousands of infantry. The Treaty of Chanyuan did not yield significant losses, and Zhao Kuangyin should have felt fortunate. Yet he could not muster any joy. As the founding emperor and a general by training, Zhao Kuangyin felt a burning shame, and he yearned to know which descendant would dare to utter such a defeatist sentiment. He wondered, how is it possible to win yet incur losses? Then Zhao Kuangyin saw another comment. Rose remarked, "The Song cannot endure. It is truly a pity. There were divine advisors, exceptional generals, and talented individuals in each generation. The market economy flourished, and the populace held aspirations. In times of strife, the people were genuinely patriotic and unyielding. At the fall of the Song, many citizens even voluntarily chose to die alongside their nation. Such a commendable regime cannot last, and it is lamentable." Zhao Kuangyin's time was brief, Zhao Guangyi was ineffectual, and the quality of their descendants was lacking. In later years, the common folk of the Song lamented bitterly, wishing to convey to Emperor Taizu just how inadequate their current emperor was. The inept emperors, led by Gaozong, issued decrees silencing the populace from the moment they ascended, threatening death to any who dared to speak out. The commoners lacked the courage to rebel. Life had to go on regardless. However, Emperor Renzong Zhaojun did not impose such restrictions, and there were those who wished to speak, yet hesitated. Lu Che, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Shimin, astonished, responded, "Ah?" Zhao Kuangyin's silence was deafening. Why is it that some are both talented and affluent, yet still willing to incur losses? Zhao Kuangyin abruptly seized Zhao Er, who lay on the ground, grasped him by the collar, and in a fit of fury, demanded, "Zhao Er, look at your esteemed descendants." He did not entirely believe his brother's dubious claims, maintaining a skeptical mindset. When one possesses supreme power, can they truly relinquish it for the sake of their progeny? Zhao Kuangyin was unconvinced, yet he felt powerless. It was better than having the throne usurped by others. After all, he was his own brother. He would not conspire against him. However, he was mistaken. Not conspiring does not imply refraining from betrayal. How despairing it was that the common folk voluntarily chose to die alongside their ruler. This was something Zhao Kuangyin had never anticipated, and it was also unprecedented in history. Following the recent review by Tianmu, he had a single opportunity to privately message its master, intending to discuss strategies for maximizing benefits with his ministers. Now, it seemed there was no recourse. On the other hand, Xie Chua of the Liao dynasty was taken aback that the common people of the Song dynasty would willingly sacrifice themselves. How deeply they must love their country. In the Qin dynasty, the notion of collective self-sacrifice among the populace left Li Si aghast. He had never encountered such a concept. In his mind, the common people were numb, powerless, cowardly, and devoid of thought, a reflection of the feudal regime's techniques for subjugating the masses. Li Si was now genuinely curious about the Song dynasty. What manner of dynasty was it that cultivated such a profound sense of belonging and identity among its citizens? The first emperor observed Tianmu, lost in thought, his resolve to provide opportunities for the lower classes of Qin solidified. Currently, the burdens of taxation and labor were alleviated, allowing the common folk to enjoy a more manageable existence. The Academy of Mo, established by the Mozi School, attracted numerous skilled artisans, thus increasing the financial means of many households, offering a glimmer of hope for a better life. After the recent video explanation regarding sweet potatoes, the first emperor ordered the Academy to collaborate in constructing ship hulls, with the aim of sailing to North America in search of sweet potatoes and potatoes, treasures that could significantly develop the nation's economy and improve the livelihoods of its people. The first emperor expressed his desire to obtain them all, driven by ambition. Similarly, figures like Lu Che and Li Shimin were engaged in the grand endeavor of shipbuilding, which was progressing vigorously. In the dead of night, Shi Jinchui was still engrossed in watching the drama Zhen Huan Zhuan, finally reaching a pivotal scene. "Your Majesty, I must report that noble consort Shi has been engaging in illicit relations and corrupting the palace, a crime deserving of severe punishment." "What? Illicit liaison?" "Ah." I was feeling a bit drowsy, but upon hearing that, I instantly perked up. I had been following the drama late into the night with Shi Jinchui. And just when the ancient beings could barely endure, a single utterance awakened all the realms. Everyone became alert, their eyes glued to the celestial screen, eagerly consuming the unfolding spectacle, their expressions brimming with excitement. "The esteemed noblewoman is foolish yet undeniably beautiful. I concur, her silliness is somewhat endearing. Indeed, it is the shadowy queen behind the scenes who is truly formidable. The intrigue within the harem is so captivating that it feels sufficient to sustain me. The queen is also a pitiable figure. It is this bald braid that is truly despicable. How can one be so unworthy?" Ancient individuals, after being immersed in the internet, have indeed acquired a plethora of vocabulary, with murmurs of discussion resonating throughout the realms. One might mistakenly believe it to be a matter of great significance. The emperors reflect. After witnessing the iconic scene, Shi Jinchui simply could not resist the pull of sleep, and the common folk were finally able to rest their weary eyes. Alas, staying up late to binge-watch is such a delight. The next day, after attending class, Shi Jinchui collapsed onto her bed in her dormitory, a wail escaping her lips that startled Zhou Xinyu. "What has happened to you? Our instructor has mandated that we accumulate over 1,500 followers on our social media accounts by the end of next month. Goodness, your mentor is quite formidable," Zhou Yusen exclaimed, recalling that Shi Jinchui's account had barely reached 300 followers. For this, I shall observe 3 seconds of silence in your honor. I am trained on data until October 2023. I feel utterly despondent, lamented Shi Jinchui as she lay languidly. Oh dear, don't say that. How about we go bungee jumping together during the weekend? No, I have a fear of heights. It's not that high. It's merely a small hill in the outskirts, and it's incredibly fun. Do not. Zhou Yusen leaned over her bedside, earnestly persuading and enticing. Oh, it's really quite exhilarating. You'll understand once you give it a try. Moreover, the photographs turn out splendidly. Have you not seen the recent viral bungee jumping pictures online? Have you seen it? Come on, go with me. Despite the enticing invitation, Shi Jinchui remained unmoved. She then launched her ultimate weapon. Afterward, I'll treat you to barbecue. Upon hearing this, the gluttonous girl immediately lifted her face, her attitude performing a complete turnaround without a moment's hesitation. With a serious expression, Shi Jinchui solemnly inquired, "When shall we depart this weekend?" Zhou Xinyu. On that weekend, Shi Jinchui was roused early by Zhou Xinyu, and after freshening up, they took a taxi to a scenic spot on the outskirts. Due to the summer solstice, Li Ji found an excuse to escape early. Shi Jinchui, who initially intended to drag others into her plans, was left to ponder. After a 3-hour journey, they finally arrived at their destination. The weekend was bustling with parents accompanying their children, and numerous tourists had come specifically to check in at this scenic spot. Meanwhile, the grand tapestry of history slowly unfurled above them. What were they preparing to do? Such a crowd. Look, the girl who previously suffered from a cold is now full of life. Thank goodness, the physicians of later generations are truly remarkable. Indeed, the doctors of various dynasties gaze with curiosity at the rosy-cheeked young lady. A malady that could have cost a life in their era was effortlessly cured by the physicians of the future, who could even diagnose it as merely a cold through mere inquiry, rather than other afflictions. One wonders just how advanced medical practices have become. What they perceive as perplexing ailments, can they be entirely cured in the future? The weather is splendid, and the park scenery is quite delightful. With ample time ahead, Shi Jinchui and her companions decide to take a stroll. Each of them rents a shared bicycle, leisurely cycling while engaging in conversation. Encountering many others riding bikes to enjoy the sights. Couples ride tandem bicycles, while families of 3 pedal together, all appearing relaxed and content. This moment is a rare leisure time on the weekend for everyone. Meanwhile, the ancestors are anything but calm. How enviable. How many wonderful things exist in the future. They can actually ride by themselves? And there are even bicycles for 2 or 3 people. I heard them mention this is called a shared bicycle. It looks so convenient. The Mo family and the artisan's eyes gleam with excitement. This bicycle seems simple enough. They can certainly manage it. Thus, people from all eras hurriedly begin to sketch the design of the bicycle. If they cannot make cars or electric scooters, they refuse to believe they cannot master this bicycle. The time has come to test their expertise. After half an hour of cycling, Shi Jinchui and her companions show the ancestors many beautiful sights. They then spend another hour climbing halfway up the mountain. Recently, bungee jumping has become quite popular, attracting numerous young women, creating a long queue. The 2 delicate university students are utterly exhausted. Oh my, how long must we wait with this many people? They exclaim in disbelief. After enduring a 2-hour wait, they are finally nearing their turn. The ancestors, caught up in the throng, are bewildered as to what they are waiting for, assuming it to be a line for pastries or something similar. Suddenly, one of them exclaims in horror, "What are they doing? Are they not afraid for their lives? Such a high cliff." The ancestors watch in shock as a girl stands with her back to the precipice, eyes closed, leaning backward to fall. Many spectators gasp in fear, shouting no. "Ah, I can't bear to watch. Oh no, she'll fall to her demise. What a beautiful girl. What a shame." Shi Jinchui never anticipated that the young lady ahead of them would leap without a moment's hesitation, while her friend assists in capturing the perfect expression and pose for the photo. Zhou Xinyu was brimming with excitement. She had an ardent passion for exhilarating sports, particularly relishing the sensation of soaring through the vertical expanse, which left her feeling utterly invigorated and at ease. As she gazed at the lofty distance beyond the railing, Qin Shi Huang felt her legs weaken slightly. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she realized it was too late for regrets. "You go ahead and jump. I will capture the moment for you." "Very well," the ancestors exclaimed. "Is it truly you?" The crowd then beheld Zhou Xinyu adorned with an object resembling a tether, her expression brimming with excitement and impatience. The ancient ones harbored grave doubts about her mental faculties. "Is everything all right with this girl?" a staff member inquired. Checking if she was ready. "I'm all set. Hiki, remember to take beautiful photos of me. As soon as Qin Shushu's voice fell, Zhou Xinyu leapt into the air. Huh? What? Before Qin Shushu could comprehend what had just happened, Zhou Xinyu had already jumped. She hurriedly took out her phone to capture the moment, occasionally urging her to strike a pose and make a peace sign. The elder's expression was complex. Only by following Qin Shushu's gaze did she realize that Zhou Xinyu was unharmed as the ride concluded and the boat was unlatched. Truly, what a frivolous endeavor. Who would willingly leap from such a height for amusement? It appeared that many found joy in this activity. The line behind them was still teeming with eager participants, leaving them both bewildered and in awe of such audacity. Zhou Xinyu, buoyed by inertia, swung joyfully through the air, exclaiming her desire for another turn. Qin Shushu, trembling, managed to capture the photos, feeling a wave of anxiety merely standing by the railing and gazing down. She was already contemplating whether she could get a refund from the owner. Not possible, as Zhou Xinyu completed her ascent in the elevator. Shi Jinchui found herself overwhelmed with regret, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Standing a mere step away at the precipice, she felt an urge to weep. Yet no tears came forth. In the next moment, her body was supported by the staff, tilting backward, the sensation of weightlessness enveloping her entire being, leaving Shi Jinchui in a state of paralysis. Her piercing screams echoed through the high-altitude cliffside. Ah, help! I can't do this anymore. Zhou Xinyu encouraged her. Just strike a pose. It will be over soon. Quickly, fix your hair. It's obstructing your face. Women can indeed be formidable. Huaqiubing gazed at the bungee jump from above, his expression brimming with excitement as he tugged at the sleeve of the person beside him, pointing at the sky and exclaiming, Uncle, I want to try too. Wei Qing responded with a puzzled look. Such a mischievous child. He certainly needs some discipline. Do you think I'm entertaining? Huaqiubing replied, eager for the thrill. After enjoying the bungee jump, they strolled around the scenic area and around 4 in the afternoon. Took a taxi back to the city to indulge in barbecued meat. Shi Jinchui could not resist treating her roommates. Thus, the gathered friends contemplated a table brimming with meat dishes. Although it appeared abundant, the slices were rather thin. Post-meal, the elders observed the two engrossed in photo editing, transforming their images step by step into forms they scarcely recognized. Is this truly the same person? They wondered in astonishment. This phone possesses remarkable capabilities. The art of disguise rivals the finest. Zhou Xinyu displayed the edited photos, inquiring if they were appealing and resembled the originals. Shi Jinchui, with a pang of conscience, nodded, affirming, yes, they do. The elders questioned, does your conscience truly remain untroubled? Shi Jinchui posted on her social media a collage of bungee jumping photos. Captioned, the power of life lies not in submission. The brave relish the world first. Observing the young girl's post and recalling her earlier shrieks of terror, the elders were left with complex expressions caught between words. Life is akin to raw timber, yet her social media showcases a polished veneer. It dawned upon them that Sun Wukong epitomizes the quintessence of a heroic protagonist. In the episode of rescuing the goddess of gold to safeguard her reputation, Sun Wukong did not directly unfasten her constricting garment. Instead, he allowed the king to bounce back upon encountering her, subsequently clarifying the situation to the onlookers. The goddess of gold was adorned in divine garments, untouched by demons for 3 years. Wukong understood that in such tumultuous times, losing her purity would render her existence a fate worse than death. Furthermore, he counseled a woman contemplating suicide by jumping into the river, saying, "You must have endured great injustice," rather than chastising her for disappointing her parents. He respects women for their inherent kindness, optimism, and strength. He treats the elderly with kindness, assists them in reprimanding unfilial children, nurtures the young, and rescues those abducted by monsters. He shows reverence to his master and loyalty to his brothers, embodying all the noble virtues without prejudice or obsession. In the whimsical realm of storytelling, there exists a character known as the Iron Fan Princess who affectionately refers to the Monkey King as brother-in-law, while addressing the jade-faced fox as a demon. He clearly distinguishes between the primary wife and the mistress. In A Lamentation of Youth, one reflects on the unfortunate encounters with overly dazzling monkeys. The illustrious author Wu Qingyin could never have imagined that while composing the trials and tribulations of the monk Tang Sung, he would inadvertently usher in the 82nd trial of internet vitriol in the 21st century. As a child, one would scold him relentlessly, weeping inconsolably when he banished the monkeys. In the original text, upon the monkey's departure, the creature wept sorrowfully, a sentiment that stirred the hearts of listeners, causing tears to flow in the still of night. for the narrative conveyed profound sadness. Wu Qingyan, initially engrossed in contemplation, found himself increasingly familiar with the comments of modern netizens. If the protagonist does not face trials and tribulations, can he truly be considered a hero? The comment section overflowed with emotional expressions, and the author himself reveled in the affirmation that his writing resonated. Meanwhile, those from Wu Qingyan's era were left bewildered, pondering the absurdity of monsters, deities, and the notion of capturing children. Amidst the speculation of truth and fiction, a video surfaced, revealing clips from Journey to the West. The ancients beheld a peculiar creature, a monkey, its body covered in fur and garbed in clothing, its features unmistakably simian, yet capable of speech. With a rotund physique reminiscent of a pig, oversized ears, and a flat nose, it was clearly a pig demon. Was this an authentic monster? Many were startled by the antics of Zhu Beiji and Sun Yukong. Surely, this is a fabrication. These are mere interpretations from later generations. Sun Yukong, placing a reassuring hand on Zhu Beiji's shoulder, imparted wisdom. Beiji, listen closely. When you encounter a young lady, you must address her as Miss. And when you meet an elder, you should call her grandmother. Every gesture of Sun Wukong exuded a sense of authenticity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, upon spotting a woman from the Jurchen tribe, he shouted, "Hey, old hen, Zhu Beiji, is this what you taught? Ancestors, how can you still have the audacity to teach others?" The death of Zhou Yafu, was it a result of arrogance or too much merit overshadowing his lord? In the annals of history, he stands as one of the most tragically fated generals of the Han Dynasty. Once a renowned commander capable of propping up a crumbling state and reversing dire situations, he ultimately met an untimely demise. His illustrious career saw him rise to prominence, quelling the discord of the 7 states and attaining the highest ranks. Yet he ended up starving to death with nothing but a pair of chopsticks. Emperor Jing of Han exhibited hesitation. Was this video speaking of Zhou Yafu? What truly led to his downfall? Was it his overwhelming accomplishments or his own arrogance? This episode will take you through the tragic life of a man who is none other than the Marquis of Jiang, Zhou Yafu. Lu Heng's expression suddenly shifted, his countenance darkening. Zhou Yafu was a loyal minister general, someone he intended to promote once the crown prince ascended the throne. Uncertain of the unfolding events, Lu Heng rubbed his temples, needing to calm his mind and continue listening. Historically, many military leaders were characterized by their inflexible nature, often failing to adapt. It is said that military affairs are a continuation of politics, yet a purely military man tends to resent political influence over military decisions, which often results in the untimely demise of many celebrated generals. Zhou Yafu is a prime example. He initially collaborated closely with Emperor Jing, only to find their relationship deteriorating later on, leading to his unjust imprisonment and death. Zhang Guofan once remarked that Zhou Yafu's integrity set a precedent for future generations regarding loyalty and righteousness. However, how did the inflexible Zhou Yafu transform from a great general to a prisoner? He was the second son of the founding general of the Western Han, Zhou Bo. Upon reaching maturity and serving as the governor of Heniai, a local elderly woman named Su Fu, renowned for her skill and physiognomy, foretold Zhou Yafu's life. She claimed he would inherit noble titles and achieve high office, but would ultimately perish from hunger. Zhou Yafu scoffed at this prediction, dismissing it. Yet, 3 years later, his elder brother was stripped of his title due to a murder charge, while Zhou Yafu inherited their father's titles, thereby validating Su Fu's first prophecy. The video comments section saw a flurry of debates. Emperor Jing was notoriously harsh and ungrateful, and the deaths of Crown Prince Lu Rong, Chao Qiu, Zhou Yafu, and Dou Ying were all orchestrated by him. While it is indeed inappropriate to assess politics in terms of right and wrong, the fact that he spared the majority from military calamities suggests some justification in his actions. Throughout history, rulers have always feared the excessive power of military leaders. Zhou Yafu's downfall was indeed due to his pride in his achievements, but Emperor Jing was also known for his lack of gratitude. With Zhou Bo increasingly troubled, he turned to his son Zhou Yafu, unable to suppress his frustration. In 158 BC, as the Xiongnu invaded the borders of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wen of Han urgently summoned 3 armies to defend the frontier. At this time, Zhou Yafu, serving as the governor of Heniai, was reassigned to the Shiliu region for defense. Zhou Yafu's army was marked by strict discipline and rigorous management, where no one was permitted to enter or exit at will. And even horses and carriages were not allowed to gallop within the camp. Even Emperor Wen of Han, who personally visited the front lines to boost morale, was stopped by the guards at the gate. When the attendants informed the sentinels of the emperor's arrival, the soldier replied, The general has issued orders. The army obeys only the general's commands, not those of the emperor. It was only when Zhou Yafu himself saw the messenger's token that he ordered the gate to be opened and welcome. Clad in military garb, he merely performed a fist salute to the emperor, refraining from a full bow. Emperor Wen did not perceive this as an affront. Instead, he greatly admired Zhou Yafu, deeming it the hallmark of a true general. Li Shimin remarked, Zhou Yafu is excessively rigid in his dealings, lacking adaptability. Such a disposition can only be managed by a wise sovereign. Ying Zheng lamented, what a pity. Were I to possess such a talent in generalship, I would surely cherish and employ him. It was precisely this disciplined army that could aid in repelling the Xiongnu. Following the retreat of the Xiongnu, Zhou Yafu was subsequently promoted to lieutenant. Until Emperor Wen's passing, he consistently advised his son, Emperor Jing, to make full use of Zhou Yafu. Upon ascending the throne, Emperor Jing sought to strengthen central authority by curtailing the powers of feudal lords. However, King Wu of Lubai, harboring a grudge for the murder of his son, was unwilling to be passive. He thus allied with other discontented lords to instigate a rebellion, historically referred to as the Rebellion of the Seven States. The insurgents boasted an army of 600,000, advancing with fervor under the banner of clearing the army. Emperor Wen and later Emperor Jing appointed Zhou Yafu as Grand Commander, dispatching him to quell the uprising, while the kingdom of Liang faced relentless assaults from the rebels. King Luwu of Liang sought his assistance. Yet Zhou Yafu was reluctant to provide direct aid. Ultimately, King Luwu wrote to Emperor Jing, urging him to command Zhou Yafu to render assistance. Nonetheless, Zhou Yafu remained unmoved, secretly dispatching troops to sever the rebel supply lines and even seizing their provisions. The insurgents, left with no choice, attempted to reclaim their supplies by attacking Zhou Yafu, yet he refused to engage them directly. Eventually, the rebels retreated, and seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yafu sent elite troops in pursuit, quelling the formidable rebellion in a mere 3 months. However, King Lu Wu held a grudge against Zhou Yafu for his lack of timely support. In 152 BCE, Zhou Yafu was rewarded for his achievements in suppressing the rebellion and was elevated to chancellor by Emperor Jing. Emperor Wen remarked, this is indeed difficult to judge. While Zhou Yafu excels in military command, his obstinate nature leaves much to be desired. He is disdainful of the intrigues and nuances present in courtly affairs. Not long after, he fell out of favor with Emperor Jing for opposing the deposing of the crown prince, leading to his gradual estrangement. Later, he further antagonized Empress Dowager Do by opposing her desire to confer a marquisate upon her brother. His father, Zhou Bo, indeed possessed greater political acumen. The human mind is inherently limited. One may excel in certain areas while inevitably neglecting others. It is true that human energy is finite, and attempting to cover all bases may lead to exhaustion, akin to the fate of Zhuge Liang. History teaches us that serving under the surnames Zhu and Lu often leads to an unfavorable outcome. Zhou Yafu, in allegiance with Li Laoer and Zhao Kuangyin, would undoubtedly fare much better. Old Zhu, on what grounds? On what grounds? Liu Bang, do not believe in rumors, nor propagate them. Shortly thereafter, several generals from the Xiongnu surrendered to the Han dynasty. Emperor Jing of Han intended to bestow titles upon them to encourage other Xiongnu to follow suit. However, Zhou Yafu opposed this, arguing that if those who betrayed their own nation were granted titles, what would become of those ministers who uphold their loyalty? In truth, Emperor Jing was not rewarding the traitors, but rather seeking to sow discord among the Xiongnu. Yet, Zhou Yafu's fixation on the notion of betrayal only deepened the emperor's prejudice against him. Nevertheless, Emperor Jing chose to disregard his counsel and conferred titles upon all the Xiongnu. Zhou Yafu, incensed, promptly resigned due to illness, returning home to retire. Shortly after, Emperor Jing invited him to a banquet, hoping to gauge whether his temperament had changed. Hence he did not provide chopsticks. Zhou Yafu, visibly displeased, requested chopsticks from the attendants. The emperor remarked, I invite you to dine, and yet you cannot find joy in it? Zhou Yafu failed to grasp Emperor Jing's intent. Instead, after bowing in apology, he disregarded the gathering and departed the feast. Liu Bang remarked, end up like Han Xin. Zhou Bo could no longer restrain himself and kicked his son, lamenting the tarnished legacy he had built, which, though not magnificent, at least allowed him to navigate the political landscape with ease. How could he have produced a son with such low emotional intelligence? While others might tolerate your stubbornness, you seem to embody a more obstinate temperament. Given Han Xion's fate, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Zhou Bo expressed his frustration. The young Zhou Yafu felt wronged, yet he remained silent. His departure foreshadowed a tragic outcome. As Zhou Yafu aged in retirement, his health deteriorated. While his son Zhou Yang secretly purchased 500 sets of armor and shields, intending to use them as burial items upon his father's death. Unfortunately, he was reported for allegedly plotting rebellion. Emperor Jing of Han dispatched officials to investigate and question Zhou Yafu. Unaware of his son's clandestine purchases, Zhou Yafu was momentarily at a loss for words. The emperor assumed he was merely sulking. Indeed, Zhou Yafu had grown arrogant due to his achievements. Yet Emperor Jing was equally harsh and ungrateful. Lu Qi was far inferior to his father Lu Hong, a character trait that bore a slight resemblance to Han Xian. Han Xian, perplexed, could only wonder. In a fit of rage, Emperor Jing imprisoned Zhou Yafu, and while in custody, the jailers interrogated him about his supposed rebellion. Zhou Yafu explained that the armor was intended solely for burial, questioning how it could be construed as treason. The jailers mocked him, suggesting that even if he did not conspire on Earth, he surely intended to do so in the afterlife. Having never endured such humiliation, Zhou Yafu resorted to fasting in protest. 5 days later, the illustrious general succumbed to his plight, coughing up blood. Zhou Yafu was left speechless. Lu Heng, astonished, inquired, "What?" Lu Qi remained silent. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Jing's expression darkened. It was indeed fitting for the most absurd general to meet such an end, and he himself found it ludicrous. Zhou Yafu wielded considerable power, but his greater merit was evident to all. He had not anticipated that his obstinacy would lead to such a conclusion. Just recently, Chancellor Zhou Yafu had resigned and returned home, and after this incident, it was evident that a summons to return to the palace for a serious discussion was warranted. In his twilight years, Lu Qi would not allow Zhou Yafu to suffer hunger once more. Now that it was clear the loyal minister bore no ill intent, matters could be addressed more amicably. In the early Han Dynasty, the second son of Bo Yu served alongside the emperors of the Wan and Jing eras. Though I know not which of my sons he is, Liu Bang mused. The prosperity of the Wan and Jing reigns, coupled with the legacy of an eternal emperor, filled Liu Bang with immense joy. Yet, in a corner unseen by him, Lu Ji's expression darkened, her nails digging painfully into her palm as she struggled to maintain her composure. Why? She had anticipated that Emperor Wu of Han would be the successor of Prince Ying, only to discover that the Wan and Jing eras would produce 2 successive emperors. What transpired in the future that led to this deviation from her expectations? Was Emperor Wen of Han truly just another feudal lord? This is the essence of a life steeped in subtlety, characteristic of the Chinese spirit. How could a single phrase disperse a gathering of elderly dancers in the square? In the square, several elderly couples were dancing hand in hand, when suddenly a young woman shouted, "Those who are accompanying someone else's spouse, step away. I am recording for Douyin. If I capture it, do not blame me. It is not my intention." In an instant, the previously joyful dancers dispersed, feigning unfamiliarity with one another. Is it true that they all let go, and it turns out they are all someone else's wives? Sunny day, we engage in verbal banter, while the older generation indulges in physical revelry. The proud dog, in our village. A gentleman nearing 70 has had a diabetic foot amputation and now leans on a cane to find chickens. Ancestors, at such an advanced age, still lacking in decorum? Pretty one, they infuriate the parties involved and amuse those around them. Ha ha ha. Evening glow. No wonder when we return home late. They assume we are up to no good. It seems to be a matter of experience. Bottle. I was naive, always thinking it was couples dancing together. AAA wholesale. I once considered the older generation quite conservative, but now I find myself to be the conservative one. The most perplexing official abbreviation, the Missile Defense System of China. A video is merely an image. China's missile defense system is something only the Chinese can comprehend. Oh, so slow. For the first time, I understood the language of acronyms without barriers. Thank you, beautiful sheep. E11. In the future, when I curse someone, I shall declare, I will activate the Chinese National Missile Defense System. Fine, the offensive power feels amplified, accompanied by a curse. Shinasuk no era. I could believe the first 2 were unintentional, but the last one was undoubtedly deliberate. Ha ha ha. Ancestors, where is the royal translator? There is an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and awkward affection. Man, what should we do about the child? My craving for a cigarette has struck, but you don't want me to smoke. Woman, you can't ask for a cigarette. It's not good for you. Man, how about this? Whenever I feel like smoking, I'll just find the child, all right? The child kisses the brother. Perhaps that will diminish my desire to smoke. Woman, what are you talking about? That is not how it works. Smoking is for your own good. extending a small finger towards you, her little face pouting in anger. Why are you dragging me into this? Man, where did it go? Smoking can't compete with my sweet child, don't you agree? Woman, you always take advantage of me. Her little face flushed as she gazes at you. Man, what do you mean by always taking advantage? My first kiss was given to the child. Come on, give your brother a kiss. It's been a while since you did. Woman, why are you so fond of teasing? Man, the child misspoke. I only have affection for you. Ancestors from all eras are left in disarray, frowning as they read the chat screenshots, unsure why their fists clenched. Ancestors, I've quit smoking and discovered that there are two even better indulgences here. Tomato reader, thank you, Living Yama. The giant panda is the chosen national treasure of China. Why did China select the giant panda as our national treasure? The ancients gazed at the video of the black and white bear munching on bamboo, and those who had seen it exclaimed, "Isn't this the iron-eating beast? Polar bear. Is it not magnificent?" Bears have been referred to by many names throughout history, but in modern times, they are simply called bears. This creature possesses undeniable strength, and its spirit resonates profoundly with the essence of the Chinese nation. The giant panda, a species unique to China, has existed since ancient times, showcasing remarkable adaptability to its environment. While contemporaneous species have perished, it endures, embodying both offense and defense. The bite force of an adult panda ranks fifth among animals, and its claws tearing power rivals that of the black bear. Moreover, the panda is a peaceful being, yet it possesses a formidable sense of territoriality. Typically, one might observe it charmingly munching on bamboo, seemingly indifferent to others. However, should one foolishly provoke it, the panda is capable of delivering a fatal blow. Much like our own Chinese demeanor, it appears graceful, provided one refrains from inciting its wrath. Our ancestors. So, China regards the iron-eating beast as a national treasure. Such a description is indeed fitting, and when they engage in combat, they display remarkable elegance. Why has cash become obsolete in the present day? We have entered the era of digital payments. Our ancestors understood how sophisticated are traditional Chinese weddings. They signify enduring unions. Our ancestors do not underestimate the aesthetic sensibilities of our forebears. Why did China establish the Big Dipper? For military technology and GPS. Our ancestors, What signals? What astronomical numbers? Individuals across the realms appeared as if they were deciphering a cryptic manuscript. With the populace growing increasingly drowsy, even the first Emperor Qin stood bewildered. Yet, one truth remained. Technological advancement far surpassed imagination, enabling travel beyond our earthly confines. What astonished the ancients further was the realization that they inhabited a spherical planet. Viewing the blue planet from a cosmic perspective, the concept of world crystallized vividly in their minds. Days passed without the canopy of heaven appearing, and while the lives of the common people continued as usual, there was an unmistakable sense of the extraordinary. The subjects of the Qin dynasty were the first to perceive that their endless days were subtly transforming. The actions of Emperor Qin were swift. He had never failed to accomplish his objectives, with Li Si as his sharp blade in the court and Qin Shi Huang as the master puppeteer. Even the most reluctant aristocratic families had no choice but to comply. With the invention of paper by Kai Luan, the cultural literature of the Qin dynasty experienced unprecedented growth. The esteemed official Ming Yi established a literary institute, providing access to reading for officials and commoners alike. Yet, despite the establishment of such institutions, many common people remained illiterate. Thus, Zhao Gao, the Grand Minister of Chariots, was called upon for his expertise. Yingzheng entrusted Zhao Gao with a formidable task to merge the script of the Qin dynasty with the characters of future generations, transforming complex and difficult characters into more accessible forms. Unlike Li Si, who sought redemption through service, Zhao Gao found himself imprisoned, working for the emperor until he was no longer of use, at which point he would meet his demise. Yingzheng, resourcefulness in action, indeed. The Mozi school and skilled craftsmen were divided into three sections. A faction dedicated itself to the study of artillery, another to the construction of seafaring vessels, and yet another to the crafting of bicycles. In later eras, exquisite tables and chairs were effortlessly created by artisans, making such tasks a mere trifle for them. The first emperor, now reviewing memorials, could comfortably sit without the need for laborious kneeling. This trend continued under the Han and Sui dynasties, where officials were seated like elementary school students. Zhang Liang observed the transformations among the common folk, realizing that the situation was increasingly unfavorable for him. The remnants of the six states had vanished without a trace. The despotic emperor had surprisingly altered his strategy. starting to care for the people's livelihood and implementing light reforms. How utterly despicable. Zhang Liang, feeling a profound disillusionment, pondered his next steps. Assassinating the tyrant seemed futile. The enmity between them was rooted in the annihilation of nations, and achieving reconciliation was out of the question. In later generations, the first emperor was hailed as an eternal sovereign, with assertions that unifying China was the correct course to avoid the fragmentation and bloodshed seen in Europe. Zhang Liang understood that, even if the first emperor had not achieved unification, the historical trajectory would likely have led to centuries more of relentless warfare. Was this truly the right path? Yet, why? The predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoyed their shade. In the eyes of posterity, one's own nation, culture, and language appeared merely as stepping stones to unification. Just as Zhang Liang found himself in a state of confusion, a sudden sound echoed from the heavens above. His gaze turned skyward, seemingly in search of answers within his heart, yearning for resolution amidst the intertwining conflicts. A languid and nonchalant male voice resonated throughout the myriad realms. In strategizing and orchestrating from afar, I am not as capable as Zhang Liang. In governance and tax collection, I fall short of Xiaohe. In leading armies and managing troops, I cannot compare with Han Xi. These three men were indeed paragons among men. Yet they willingly chose to follow me. Such arrogance in speech and haughty demeanor. The emperors who came after the Han's inception could easily guess that the voice emanating from the sky belonged to Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. As the names of the three heroes of the early Han were mentioned, the scene unfolded. Zhang Liang exclaimed, "Who dares to be so arrogant?" Han Xi retorted, "And you are?" Xiaohe, taken aback, could only react with shock. The narrative commenced with a clip of Liu Bang speaking, followed by the familiar voice of a woman. As the video utilized cinematic material for explanation. Today, we shall discuss the three extraordinary talents of the early Han: politics, strategy, and military prowess. The first among them is the sage of strategy, Zhang Liang. Among the many illustrious figures of the Han dynasty, Zhang Liang's presence was the most graceful and poised. In his youth, he possessed an indomitable spirit, daring to confront the eternal sovereign, Qin Shi Huang. In his prime, he aided Liu Bang, frequently strategizing from afar to secure victories. In his twilight years, with the world pacified, he resolutely relinquished fame and fortune, choosing a life of seclusion. Among the three heroes of early Han, why was Han Xi exterminated along with his clan? Why did Xiaohe endure the trials of imprisonment, while Zhang Liang managed to achieve success and withdraw unscathed? Qin Hanqin, goodness gracious, is this the work of a human being? Qin Xiaohe, in a state of continuous shock, Lu Ji patted Xiaohe on the shoulder, heedless of the gravity of the situation, and said, "Lord Xiao, the heavens have mentioned a person named Xiaohe, just like you." Han Xi, Xiaohe, silently gazes at the true culprit, Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang. Feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutiny, chuckles sheepishly and says, "It is all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding, my loyal ministers. You are all brothers who have shared life and death with me. Surely, there must be some mistake." Xiaohe, being the individual who comprehended Liu Bang most intimately, was well aware of the capabilities of his counterpart. However, he was taken aback to discover that this individual, now an emperor, could exhibit such relentless cruelty towards those closest to him. Han Xi remarked, "Zhang Liang, styled Zifang, hailed from the state of Han during the twilight of the Warring States period, born into a family of nobility. His grandfather and father had both served as prime ministers across 5 dynasties in Han. Thus, Zhang Liang, having been cradled in privilege, awaited the day he would ascend to the role of prime minister himself. Yet, fate took an unforeseen turn when his homeland abruptly became the first of the 7 warring states to be vanquished by the Qin. Though the landscape remained, the hereditary position of prime minister that had once been his family's was now lost. Consequently, Zhang Liang harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards the Qin state. Thereafter, he resolutely expended his wealth, traversing the world in search of the finest assassins, driven by a singular demand, a strike that would ensure fatality. Wealth can indeed compel even the most reluctant, and the heavens do not forsake the determined. Zhang Liang ultimately discovered a formidable strongman from the distant Dongyi nation, capable of wielding a 120-pound iron hammer. However, due to Zhang Liang's negligence in conducting thorough reconnaissance, when he finally encountered the procession of the first emperor of Qin at Balangsha, he failed to clearly identify his target. He hastily commanded the strongman to hurl a stone. The fortunate news was that the stone struck true. Regrettably, it struck the wrong target. The assassination was, of course, a failure. Zhang Liang was forced to flee and became a fugitive. When he next appeared among the masses, he had already traveled 1,000 miles to Xiapai. Burdened by deep grievances, he subsequently led a life of anonymity. Zhang Liang. Ying Zheng gazed contemplatively at the heavens, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. His eyes signaling to General Wang Jian, who quickly grasped the implication. The revelation of the whereabouts of the strategist Zhang Liang could not be overlooked. Action must be taken swiftly. The sovereign wished to survive. Indeed, at that moment, far away, Zhang Liang fled with tears of despair. He was truly steeped in bitterness and resentment. One day, while meandering through the streets, Zhang Liang encountered a tattered old man. To his surprise, upon seeing Zhang Liang, the old man removed his shoes and urged him to pick them up, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Zhang Liang complied and retrieved the shoes for the old man. However, the old man then extended his foot, requesting Zhang Liang to help him put them on. Zhang Liang's temper flared, and he was ready to strike the old man. Yet, the old man, anticipating his reaction, swiftly presented him with a secret manual, advising him to study it diligently. The old man boasted that in 10 years, chaos would reign across the land, and in that tumultuous time, Zhang Liang could become a master to emperors, armed with the knowledge contained within that tome. Is it a buy one get one free deal? He mused. And while we're at it, let's also apprehend that old man and bring him back to Xianyang. Wang Jian received the command and set forth with a contingent of soldiers to capture Zhang Liang, along with a peculiar old man. The world may be in chaos, but let us now sow confusion among your ranks. Zhang Liang lowered his gaze to behold the title of the book, The Art of War by Tai Gong. Upon raising his head once more, the old man had vanished without a trace. Consequently, Zhang Liang returned home with the book and devoted himself to its profound study. Ultimately, he mastered its principles and began to advocate the teachings of the art of war to the illustrious heroes of his time. Alas, despite the brilliance of the text, none could comprehend its wisdom. A decade later, the old man's prophecy indeed came to fruition, as Qin Sheng and Wu Guang rose in rebellion at Zhexiang, prompting heroes across the land to raise the banner of resistance against the Qin dynasty. The expression on the face of Emperor Qin was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from him left everyone present trembling with fear. Particularly, the Prime Minister, Li Si, was drenched in sweat, fearing that His Majesty might have a change of heart and decide to execute him. Although it was known that Hu Hai was a fool, Ying Zheng never anticipated that a rebellion would erupt so swiftly after his demise. What was happening? Where was Li Si? Initially, he had thought that with Prime Minister Li Si at the helm, Hu Hai would not be allowed to wreak havoc. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. That fool Hu Hai would not be able to govern effectively. With this thought, Ying Zheng dared not ponder further. For it was the legacy of his forebears, the great Qin, the foundation and accumulation of 6 generations of enlightened rulers of the Qin state. He had painstakingly unified the realm. He could not afford to lose it. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Liang unexpectedly encountered a man who could comprehend the strategies of the Grand Duke's military treatise. This man was Liu Bang, the Prince of Pei. Zhang Liang, taken aback by Liu Bang's extraordinary appearance, exclaimed, "You are the wise ruler bestowed upon me by heaven." From that moment on, Zhang Liang remained by Liu Bang's side, accompanying him in his campaigns across the land. Donna, throughout history, the art of managing people has always been paramount. I admire you, originating from humble beginnings, possessing the ability to influence others, with discerning insight, safeguarding oneself, and knowing when to advance or retreat. Liu Bang, a born leader. In 208 BC, the nobleman Xiang Liang of Chu supported a new king of Chu, King Huai of Chu. Xiang Liang hailed from a prestigious lineage and commanded one of the strongest anti-Qin forces. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Liang advised Xiang Liang to cultivate more allies to resist the tyrannical Qin and recommended his preferred candidate for the king of Han. Unexpectedly, Xiang Liang readily agreed and appointed him as the prime minister of Han. The long-cherished aspiration had thus been fulfilled. Zhang Liang joyfully bid farewell to Liu Bang and returned to Han to assist the new king, leaving Liu Bang bewildered in the wind. In the midst of fleeing, Zhang Liang awkwardly smiled. Yet, the wheel of fate always turns forward. Soon after, Liu Bang and Xiang Yu divided their forces to attack Qin. When Liu Bang passed through Yingchuan, he once again encountered Zhang Liang among the troops of the Han king. Zhang Liang felt that this was destiny and decided to accompany Liu Bang southward, directly aiming for Xianyang. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's heart sank to the depths. He understood that with the armies approaching Xianyang, the great Qin had already lost its momentum. Why? Upon learning that Liu Bang dared to enter Xianyang before him, Xiang Yu, enraged, vowed to engage in a life-and-death struggle with him. Yun Do, Liu Bang is indeed superior to Xiang Yu. Liu Bang possesses the wisdom to recognize talent and is decisive in his actions. Fleeing, Liu Bang's lineage is exceptional. Each successor is more remarkable than the last, Han one. Han Jing, Han Wu, Han Jiao, Han Xian. At this moment, Zhang Liang intervened once more. Having an old acquaintance in Xiang Yu's uncle, he managed to transform a potentially lethal confrontation into a cordial banquet at Hongmen. Xiang Bo and Xiang Yu exchanged glances, with Xiang Bo wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He aspired to restore the state, but the emperor was still very much alive. Xiang Bo hurriedly packed his belongings and fled with the young Xiang Yu in tow. Uncle, why must we run? I am determined to slay that despicable emperor. Run, or we shall be slain. Despite the treacherous atmosphere of the Hongmen banquet, Zhang Liang ultimately navigated each peril with finesse. He allowed Fan Kuai to protect Liu Bang while he himself remained to manage the situation. Zhang Liang's wisdom and bravery earned him a place in history. How long for retirement? Remarked Xiang Yu, a mere man who could only aspire to conquer a city, but not the world. A gentleman has always been unable to contend with ruffians. Zhang Liang observed that Xiang Yu was not merciful. Rather, he was arrogant and disdainful, unwilling to harm one who bowed before him. After declaring himself the overlord of Western Shu, Xiang Yu confined Liu Bang to the desolate region of Shuzhou and divided Guangzhou into three, effectively thwarting Liu Bang's northern ambitions. However, instead of advising Liu Bang to attack Guangzhou, Zhang Liang suggested he incinerate all the pathways leading there. Liu Bang followed this counsel, leading Xiang Yu to mistakenly believe Liu Bang had abandoned his aspirations for Guangzhou, resulting in overconfidence. Soon after, Zhang Liang and Han Xian executed a masterstroke, employing the strategy of feigned pathways to catch Xiang Yu off guard. Thus commenced the 4-year struggle between Chu and Han. Zhang Liang possessed a clear understanding of the conflict, advising Liu Bang that with the effective utilization of Ying Bu and Peng Yu, alongside the esteemed General Han Xian, the world could be theirs. Consequently, Liu Bang heeded Zhang Liang's strategy, first aligning with Ying Bu and subsequently forming a military alliance with Peng Yu. He dispatched Han Xian to the northern territories of Yan and Zhao, encircling the Chu forces, culminating in the annihilation of Xiang Yu at the Battle of Gaixia. In hindsight, Zhang Liang lamented, it was a mistake to dismiss Fan Zhang and to spare Liu Bang. Mr. AI noted, he was too young, overly ambitious. Had he followed Fan Zhang step by step, the world would have already belonged to Xiang Yu. Fan Zhang would be revered as the premier military strategist of his time, the finest advisor in the realm. In 202 BC, Liu Bang ascended to the throne, rewarding over 100 founding contributors with titles, yet Zhang Liang, esteemed for his strategic foresight, was ranked merely 62nd. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt utterly disheartened, wishing he could traverse time to question that foolish ruler about his choices. As for Liu Bang, he had initially intended to grant Zhang Liang the privilege of selecting 30,000 households in Qi as his fief. It is noteworthy that Xiao He, the highest-ranking marquis, was merely a lord of 10,000 households. Nonetheless, Zhang Liang declined Liu Bang's generous offer, opting instead for the place where they first met, thus earning the title of Liu Ho, or Marquis of Liu. A fascinating fact, Liu Bang was only 3 years younger than Qin Shi Huang. Come forth. Ying Zheng commanded sternly, and without further ado, a general led a contingent to Liu County to seek out the rebel Liu Bang, eager to meet this emperor of the Han dynasty. In his later years, Zhang Liang, frail and ailing, well understood the principle of discretion in political affairs. Thus, he resigned from all his official positions to devote himself to the pursuit of spiritual cultivation. In 186 BC, Zhang Liang passed away, posthumously honored as the Marquis of Wencheng. The legacy of a family that had produced 3 generations of chancellors. Possessing an innate ability to navigate the complexities of the political realm, he achieved success and gracefully withdrew, leaving behind an enduring reputation. Gongsun Majuan remarked, Zhang Liang possessed an exceptionally high political awareness. When Liu Bang conferred upon him 30,000 households, he requested merely 10,000. Moreover, he chose to settle in Lu City, the very place of their first encounter, thereafter refraining from involvement in state affairs. Xingchen added, advisors understand well the dangers of overshadowing their lords, akin to how a cunning hare leads to the demise of its hunting dogs. Family serves as a parallel example. Indeed, Zhang Liang is deserving of the titles of strategy. Liu Ji, having reflected on this, sighed in admiration, noticing the prolonged silence. Liu Ji turned to see Xiao He, typically composed, now appearing troubled. He was taken aback. What had transpired to disturb such a steady individual? Why does Lord Xiao appear so preoccupied? It is nothing. I must take my leave, Xiao He declared, hastily departing before Lu Ji could finish his words of protest. What is this peculiar situation? It is merely a coincidence of names. Is there any need for such alarm? Once we account for that, Xiao He, everything shall become clear. In the early Han Dynasty, Liu Bang jested, "Ah, Zifang is indeed my talented steed. How fortunate I was to encounter Zifang among the Chu army. Otherwise, what a pity it would have been." Zhang Liang paused momentarily, clasping his hands in respect, and replied, "Your Majesty, such words are unwarranted. Even had you not met me in the Chu army, fate would have ensured our meeting. This is destiny." Liu Bang chuckled heartily, "Indeed. Zifang is my sage of strategy." Xiao He and Han Xian, however, merely scoffed and turned their attention away from the two who engaged in superficial pleasantries. Xiao He felt a twinge of anxiety, worried for his counterpart in the timeline of Qin, while Zhang Liang had already resigned himself to the situation, thinking that he would surely manage as he ought. Zhang Liang mused, is it not true that the rise of the Han Dynasty could not have occurred without the surging waters of the Han River? He stands as the most formidable HR of the Western Han, having recognized Liu Bang's potential early on and having single-handedly elevated the military genius Han Xian. Indeed, he embodies all the traits of an exceptional HR, including the eventual downfall of his best employee, Han Xian. Han Xian pondered. Is it only I who have met such a dismal fate? Meng Tian inquired, a military sage. Such high praise, who might this individual be? As long as he commanded the rear, Liu Bang never had to fret over troops or provisions. The regulations he established could be adhered to by future generations, enabling governance with ease. He is one of the three great figures of the early Han, Xiao He. In the fields, a stone remarked, with such loyalty. Why does Liu Bang harbor doubts about Xiao He? Ah, it is truly unjust for Xiao He. In the study, another noted. Xiao He is an invaluable strategist for Liu Bang, his wit and resourcefulness instrumental in securing victory over the Qin dynasty. Any great leader must have someone of Xiao He's caliber by their side. A contemplative heart mused, Liu Bang's charisma is indeed perplexing. Xiao He is immensely capable and socially adept, yet he remains steadfastly devoted to Liu Bang. Xiao He, hailing from Fenei in Pei County, was appointed head of human resources in Pei County due to his eloquent writing and mastery of Qin law. With a sudden realization, Xiao He, having just returned home, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It truly was himself. Oh heavens, why must you treat me thus? He was not only diligent and responsible in his work, but also adept at ingratiating himself with superiors and uniting his colleagues. Consequently, he consistently excelled in all civil service evaluations and enjoyed excellent relationships with his co-workers, particularly with the county magistrate's aides, including the jailer Chao Can and the chief of the Sisui police station, Liu Bang. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, leisurely observing the celestial expanse, exclaimed, "Isn't he the chief of the Sisui district?" Liu Bang, indeed, is an intriguing figure, particularly in the eyes of Xiao He, who inexplicably harbored a belief that this seemingly unremarkable grassroots official, with his prominent nose and elongated neck, would eventually achieve greatness. Thus, whether in professional matters or personal life, Xiao He extended considerable care towards Liu Bang. On one occasion, when Liu Bang faced the embarrassment of a prisoner escaping during his custody, he, out of fear of punishment, concealed himself in the nearby Mangdang mountain. It was only through the steadfast support of Xiao He and Chao Can that Liu Bang's family was spared from the dire consequences of imprisonment. The esteemed commentators, notable figures from Feng County, Liu Bang, Xiao He, Zhang Daoling, Li Wei, and the Qing dynasty scholar Li Pan. The county of Peixian is indeed a treasure trove of talent, with Xiao He and Chao Can being founding heroes of the Han dynasty. The sentiment that talent exists everywhere is true. What truly matters is the presence of visionary leadership. It is indeed a pity that such gifted individuals are confined to the modest confines of my Qin. Ing Zheng, with a cold sneer, reflected on Liu Bang's whereabouts, only to discover them all congregated in one place. One must admit, it is quite a delightful surprise. Now, there is no need for the first emperor to issue commands. His subordinates are already mobilizing to travel to Peixian. The heavens have revealed their signs, and it is evident that no one can escape far. Moreover, with all the local officials observing the celestial signs, there will undoubtedly be those who seek personal gain under the guise of public service. Capture them all. Indeed. The esteemed Meng Yi stepped forward and clasped his hands in inquiry. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed if we capture him alive? Naturally, we shall put him to good use. Our great Qin is in dire need of such talent. Meng Yi, taken aback, raised his gaze, already understanding in his heart. and then asked, "And what of Liu Bang?" "I am most eager to meet this Liu Bang, the founding emperor of Han, who has managed to attract countless talented individuals to his side." This was the honest sentiment of Ying Zheng, pondering why, during his reign, there were so few capable officials, while this humble Paisian was brimming with gifted individuals. Meanwhile, the fear was not limited to Liu Bang and Xiao He. Xiao Can felt utterly helpless, realizing that it was too late for him to flee. By the time the magistrate of Paisian regained his wits, he had already dispatched men to apprehend Xiao Can, Xiao He, and Liu Ji, among others on the wanted list. Although he did not understand why Liu Bang was the name chosen, he knew these few were always close companions, and capturing them would surely be foolproof. This was a golden opportunity for him to secure high office and wealth. He had to seize it. How fortunate we are to have so many talents in Paisian. Liu Ji, with a sheepish smile, ingratiated himself, saying, "I am wronged. Esteemed magistrate, you know my name is Liu Ji, not that Liu Bang." In the year 209 BC, Qin Sheng and Wu Guang declared a rebellion into Zhexiang, igniting a wave of insurrections across the land. With the support of Xiao He and others, Liu Bang killed the magistrate and raised the banner of rebellion against Qin in the name of the Duke of Pei. The magistrate of Paisian's expression instantly turned crimson. "Arrest all the rebels. I am wronged, my lord. I am truly not Liu Bang." Xiao He and the others had already given up their struggle. It was the prime of the first emperor, and there was no escape for them, especially with their families still in the area. Thus, Xiao He began to wholeheartedly follow Liu Bang, dedicated to assisting his anti-Qin endeavors. During Liu Bang's numerous campaigns, Xiao He never personally led troops into battle, but rather excelled in his own domain, continuously supplying Liu Bang with provisions and manpower from the rear. In 207 BC, Liu Bang seized Xianyang before Xiongyu, and upon witnessing the opulence of the imperial palace, he declared that after a lifetime of warfare, it was time for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor. With their leader setting the tone, the soldiers began to indulge recklessly. Yet, while others fought over gold and treasures, Xiao He made a beeline for the chancellor's residence. He meticulously organized all the national archives concerning geography, census systems, legal codes, and other state matters. Upon hearing of Xiao He's actions, Liu Bang felt an overwhelming sense of shame and immediately ordered the sealing of the Qin treasury and established 3 articles of law with the citizens of the city. Thus, he put an end to the harsh and oppressive policies of the Qin dynasty, and the Duke of Pei became a figure of virtue, winning the hearts of the people. May I assert that the philosophy of Qin was rather advanced, believing that a single county could govern a nation, yet it ultimately faltered in winning the people's hearts? Yike! The system was ahead of its time, and during the unification of the realm, the issues concerning the nobility of the 6 former states were not adequately addressed. Consequently, the system failed to effectively adapt to the circumstances of a united nation. Ultimately, in the early Han dynasty, the dual administration of commanderies and feudal states was adopted, and gradually the power of the feudal lords was diminished, thereby establishing the prominence of the commandery county system. The discerning eye of Xiao He, the strategic intellect of Zhang Liang, the military prowess of Han Xian, and the unwavering loyalty of Fan Kuai all fell under the mastery of Liu Bang's management of men. Following Xiangyu's invasion and self-proclamation as the hegemon of Western Chu, he conferred titles upon various lords. Although Liu Bang was assigned to the remote and desolate region of Bashu, his prior grand vision displayed in Xianyang City garnered the admiration of many soldiers from the various lords. Thus, they flocked to Liu Bang's banner, hoping for opportunities to serve. Han Xian was among them, yet upon officially joining Liu Bang's ranks, he found himself regretting the decision. Previously a subordinate of Xiongyu, he was relegated to a minor role as a grain depot guard. The harsh conditions in Shu led many soldiers to yearn for their homeland and desert their posts. Contemplating his lack of recognition, Han Xian resolved to leave. One day, a soldier reported to Liu Bang that Xiao He had fled. Liu Bang was taken aback and furious, utterly astonished that the stout and prominent Xiao He would abandon his post. However, before Liu Bang could order a pursuit, Xiao He returned, accompanied by the grain officer Han Xian. The tale of Xiao He pursuing Han Xian under the moonlight moved Liu Bang deeply. Thus, under Xiao He's earnest recommendation, Liu Bang appointed Han Xian as the supreme general, culminating in the illustrious legacy of the military sage Han Xian and the establishment of Liu Bang's Han dynasty. Observing the world, Han Xian truly rose and fell by Xiao He's influence. Property, with Xiao He assisting in governance, Zhang Liang devising strategies, and Han Xian commanding troops. They were indeed invincible. Truly the most formidable human resources, they achieved remarkable feats without incurring losses over the years. O Huang, good horses are plentiful. Yet true talent scouts are rare. Aligning with the right leader ensures prosperity, while following the wrong one can lead to an early demise. In the early Han period, the awkwardness lay with Liu Bang and Xiao He, as Han Xian's gaze seemed to pierce through their intentions with a hint of resentment. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding in their midst. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao He? Indeed, Your Majesty, he concurred, then turned to Han Xian and, with a disingenuous demeanor, proclaimed, "The Emperor, valuing loyalty towards his valiant brothers who contributed to the founding of the nation, would never punish you. This must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Han Xian pressed his lips together, fully aware of the principle that transcending one's sovereign could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he had not anticipated such a dismal fate. One that could culminate in the annihilation of his entire clan. "If your Majesty harbors any concerns, I can relinquish my armor and return to the fields." Han Xian spoke earnestly. When one's life is at stake, who still cares for military power? Such a ruthless overlord is truly unforgiving. The city is fraught with treachery. Han Xian longs for the solace of rural life. Liu Bang hurriedly approached, grasping the kneeling Han Xian, affectionately exclaiming, "Oh, my dear minister, what are you doing?" In the year 202 AD, Liu Bang ascended to the throne and moved the capital to Chang'an. When he conferred titles and rewards to his generals, he bestowed honors upon more than 100 meritorious individuals. Among them were 7 kings of different regions, with Xiao He as chancellor, standing at the forefront and being hailed as the foremost marquis of the founding era. However, the battle-hardened generals were not pleased. They believed that Xiao He, having never engaged in warfare, had unjustly received accolades merely for his verbal contributions, causing great discontent. Consequently, Liu Bang recounted a tale of the hunter and the hounds, illustrating that Xiao He was the hunter directing the hounds to capture the prey, while the valiant generals were akin to those hunting dogs. How could the hounds claim greater credit than the hunter? From that moment on, the generals held Xiao He in high regard. As the Western Han regime solidified, Liu Bang began to curtail the powers of the various kings, with Han Xian being the most formidable to deal with. Han Xian, having sensed Liu Bang's intent to eliminate him, feigned illness and refrained from appearing in public, trusting only Xiao He among the civil and military officials of the Han. Thus, when Xiao He personally visited him, Han Xian, without further suspicion, accompanied him to the palace, only to be met with the assassins that Empress Xi had already arranged. "Thank you, O living king of hell," Han Xian thought, realizing that fleeing was the only wise choice. To serve them again in this lifetime would be sheer folly. The rise and fall of Han Xian were entirely orchestrated by Xiao He, leading subsequent generations to refer to their intertwined fates as success due to Xiao He, failure also due to Xiao He. Liu Bang was the first to react, swiftly accusing the empress, declaring, "So the true culprit is you, that venomous woman. My dear minister, how could I ever wish to harm you?" Xi smirked with derision, regarding her husband as one would a jester. "Your Majesty jests. As a mere woman, I wield no such power." The assembly understood well that this was merely the emperor's attempt to extricate himself from a precarious situation. Liu Bang found himself at a loss for words, wanting to rebuke but ultimately swallowing his indignation, turning instead to persuade Han Xian to remain. "The world is stabilizing. I cannot do without you. Is it not possible to remove your armor when the need is past?" In 197 BC, following the elimination of Han Xian, the highly esteemed Xiao He became an object of suspicion for Liu Bang due to his considerable achievements. Consequently, Xiao He was compelled to relinquish his entire fortune to navigate through this perilous situation. A year later, the king of Huainan, Qing Bu, revolted against the Han dynasty, prompting Liu Bang to personally lead an army to quell the rebellion. Distrustful of Xiao He, Liu Bang dispatched envoys repeatedly to ascertain Xiao He's activities in Chang'an. "The king of Huainan dares to conspire against me." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang was filled with rage. "Immediately apprehend the king of Huainan and bring him before me." To alleviate Liu Bang's suspicions, Xiao He did not hesitate to tarnish his own reputation, engaging in underhanded dealings of land at inflated prices and on credit. Liu Bang, upon hearing that Xiao He had alienated the people's hearts by his insistence on deferring taxes on farmland, did not blame him. Instead, he felt a renewed sense of relief. However, the devoted Xiao He, after Liu Bang's return to the capital, found himself imprisoned for advocating for more arable land on behalf of the common folk. Despite being the strongest aide, Xiao He remained a source of suspicion for Liu Bang. As dawn broke, Han Xian was at the forefront, with Zhang Liang following closely, primarily strategizing, while Xiao He served as the logistics commander among the 3 heroes of early Han. Shao He epitomized the diligent worker. While a lonely traveler mused that if Han Xian possessed even half of Shao He's loyalty to his sovereign, it would suffice. Shao He, joining Zhang Liang in the weary smoke brigade, lamented the difficulties of servitude, exclaiming how arduous it was to toil in such a manner. Emperor Qin, with a haughty gaze, questioned why there was a need to worry about being suspected and tarnishing one's reputation while offering his services. Days later, a certain Wang, a military officer, advised Liu Bang, leading to Shao He's eventual release. Ultimately, Liu Bang accepted the undeniable truth that Shao He, with his unwavering dedication to the people, had won their hearts. In 193 BC, Shao He passed away. Following his wishes, Emperor Hui of Han, Liu Ying, appointed Shao Qin as chancellor. Upon taking office, Shao Qin continued to uphold the regulations established by Shao He without any alterations, allowing the realm to flourish in peace, thus giving rise to the saying Zhao's rules. Shao's compliance. Shao He was indeed a benefactor on Liu Bang's entrepreneurial journey, serving as both left arm and right arm. Lin remarked that Shao He, in his humility, understood the weight of responsibility, while the monarch alone comprehended the depth of their accomplishments. The challenge of serving a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger, where self-deprecation is a means of self-preservation. One individual speculated whether Shao He might be a time traveler, aware of Liu Bang's ascendance to the throne and Han Xin's military prowess. Liu Bang found himself in a dilemma for the first time. Having just soothed Han Xin's emotions, when he sensed discontent from Chancellor Shao He, "Your Majesty, I am ready to donate all my wealth," Shao He humbly proclaimed, his demeanor remaining respectful and devoid of any displeasure. Unlike Han Xin, whose feelings were plainly visible, Shao He's actions stemmed solely from a desire to serve the populace. Yet he faced suspicion for his devotion to the people's welfare. Internally, he was overwhelmed with frustrations, but he did not genuinely intend to relinquish all his wealth. It was merely a tactical retreat. Ultimately, when one ascends to the pinnacle of power, being beloved by the people can become a transgression, as even the emperor may not command as much affection. Ironically, it seemed that in the end, only Zhang Liang, having accomplished his goals, retired gracefully. "Do not, O Chancellor. That was not my intention. You are the greatest contributor. The emperor's word is as unyielding as iron, and cannot be taken lightly." She paid no heed to the clamor surrounding her. Instead, she pondered how Ingo had ascended to the throne. What, then, had transpired in the future? The three heroes of the Han Dynasty exchanged silent glances, for anyone who believed in Liu Bang was a fool. The illustrious General Han Xin, renowned as one of the three heroes of the early Han Dynasty, served as the supreme military commander under Liu Bang, who unified the realm. However, Han Xin's life was not devoid of adversity. His character was pivotal. He was perceived as oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships, which ultimately led to his demise. It is often said that geniuses possess peculiar quirks, and every individual harbors flaws. Han Xin hailed from Huaying, once part of the Kingdom of Chu during the Warring States period, and later became incorporated into the Eastern Sea Command of the Qin Empire after its unification. Before achieving prominence, he endured considerable poverty, lacking the means to sustain himself through commerce, which led him to frequently seek sustenance in the homes of others. Even in the wake of his mother's passing, he was unable to afford a proper funeral, and over time, he became a source of disdain among the local populace. Only a kind-hearted woman washing clothes by the river showed him compassion, sharing her meals with him for many days. It was during these trying times that he suffered the humiliation of being forced to crawl beneath someone else's legs. The sage Li Shimin remarked on the tragic fate of Han Xin, while Ling Zheng expressed a curious interest in him. The question arose regarding the origins of Han Xin's military strategies. As fate would have it, Han Xin, seeking to carve out his own destiny, initially faced humiliation at the hands of a butcher. When he eventually returned home in glory, he not only spared the butcher's life but also rewarded him with a position. In 209 BC, filled with fervor and armed with a sword, Han Xin sought refuge with Xiangyu, only to find himself relegated to a minor role, his vast knowledge unrecognized. Consequently, he switched allegiances to Liu Bang, who initially overlooked this obscure figure. Disheartened, Han Xin contemplated giving up, but fortuitously, the discerning Shao He recognized his potential. This led to the tale of Shao He pursuing Han Xin under the moonlight. After securing Han Xin's loyalty, Shao He persuaded Liu Bang to honor Han Xin with a ceremonial appointment, thus commencing his illustrious career. At that time, Liu Bang was still ensconced in a remote corner of Hanzhong, and he inquired of Han Xin for strategies to secure the nation's stability. Han Xin proposed a plan to reclaim the three Qins. In 205 BC, the Han army emerged from their encampment, and decisively defeated Xiang Yu's 3 subordinates. Seizing Guangzhou and uniting an impressive force of 560,000 soldiers from 5 allied states, they advanced to confront the Western Chu, only to be met with Xiang Yu's unexpected counterattack. Thanks to Han Xian's efforts in regrouping the scattered troops while fending off Xiang Yu's assault, Liu Bang was able to return safely. However, various feudal lords began to defect from Han to Chu at that juncture, leading to Han Xian's legendary campaigns, where in October he vanquished 4 states, culminating in the defeat of Chu itself. The first of these pivotal battles was the Battle of Ani, also known as Han Xin's victory over Wei. After Liu Bang's defeat at Pengcheng, King Weibao sealed off the river passes, severing the Han army's retreat and defecting to Chu. In August 205 BC, Liu Bang appointed Han Xin as the left chancellor to lead an army against Wei. Confronted by the formidable Wei forces in the natural barrier of the Yellow River, Han Xin established his camp on the opposite bank, causing King Weibao to become increasingly anxious, fixating on the Han troops across the river. However, Han Xin ingeniously devised a contraption known as the Wooden Jar, dispatching a select group of elite soldiers to covertly cross the Yellow River using this invention, while the Wei army remained vigilant at the crossing. The Han forces surged forth and directly invaded the Wei capital of Ani, seizing the moment amidst the disarray of the Wei troops. Han Xin successfully crossed the Yellow River and captured King Weibao. In September, Han Xin defeated the Dai army and captured General Xiaoyu at Yanyu. But immediately thereafter, Liu Bang sent orders to redeploy his elite troops to counter the Chu forces. Consequently, Han Xin was compelled to continue his assault on the Zhao kingdom with a mere remnant of his troops. In his second battle, the Battle of Jingxing, in October 205 BC, Han Xin, with only a few thousand men, attacked the Zhao kingdom, which boasted an army of 200,000. Han Xin commanded his soldiers to array themselves with their backs to the river, a tactic that delighted the Zhao forces. In ancient military strategy, such a formation was deemed a grave error, leading the Zhao army to underestimate Han Xion's prowess. Seizing upon their numerical superiority, the Zhao forces launched an all-out assault against him. However, unbeknownst to them, Han Xian had dispatched 2,000 soldiers under the Han banner to take a concealed route up the mountain the previous night. When the Zhao army fully committed to their attack, Han Xian executed a surprise strike on their stronghold, planting numerous Han flags in the process, which sent the Zhao troops into a state of panic. Han Xian seized the opportunity to rally his men, proclaiming that there was no retreat and urging them to fight with fervor. Ultimately, he triumphed in a 1-10 battle against the Zhao forces, which became known as the famous Battle of Backwater. After vanquishing the Zhao kingdom, Han Xian heeded the counsel of the defector General Li Zuoche to refrain from further aggression, allowing his soldiers to recuperate, stabilize the Zhao region, and provide for the bereaved. He feasted and rewarded his soldiers with ample provisions, feigning an intent to attack the Yin kingdom. He then dispatched envoys to persuade the Yin state to surrender, and to his surprise, the king of Yin capitulated without hesitation. Thus, Han Xian swiftly conquered the 4 northern states that had taken years for Qin to subdue. In his third battle, the Battle of Weishui, in 204 BC, while Han Xian was attacking the Qi kingdom, Xiang Yu dispatched the general Long Xia with 200,000 Chu troops for reinforcement. The Chu-Qi coalition faced off against the Han forces along the banks of Weishui. Under cover of night, Han Xian employed sandbags to obstruct the upstream of Weishui, feigning retreat to lure the Chu forces into the river, effectively dividing them. He then struck down Long Xia, decisively defeating the Chu army, and subsequently captured King Tianguang of Qi. After a year of consolidation, the entirety of Qi was pacified, and the conflict between Chu and Han became increasingly decisive. The tide of defeat was now irreversible for Xiang Yu, and Han Xian was subsequently bestowed the title of King of Qi by Liu Bang. Tanshu. When Han Xian aspired to become the King of Qi, he was already doomed. Shangshu. Shao He was an ally within the military establishment, while Han Xian was merely an external executive. User 80531. You might say Han Xian understood human affairs, yet his failure to align himself led to his demise at the hands of Elho. Conversely, if you argue he lacked insight, his psychological warfare during battles left the enemy utterly vanquished. Mysterious belief. He was excessively self-reliant, placing too much faith in Liu Bang. Akin to a laborer who blindly trusts in the promises of a boss, neglecting the notion of establishing his own path. Baby, proficient in the sciences yet utterly inept in the arts, he harbored an overly optimistic view of human nature, having grown up on the charity of others. The fourth battle, the Battle of Gaixia, marked the final confrontation of the Chu-Han contention. In August 203 BCE, Liu Bang, following the counsel of Zhang Liang, promised the lands of Kaifeng as a reward, enabling Han Xin and Pinyu to march southward with their forces. Simultaneously, he commanded Liu Jia to lead an army, in alliance with Ingbu, to ascend from the northern banks of the Huai River, launching a coordinated assault on Xiongyu from 5 directions. Ultimately, employing the tactic of encirclement, they trapped Xiongyu at Gaixia. The battle ensued, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Chu army, forcing Xiongyu to retreat with merely 20,000 wounded soldiers. To further destabilize and disband the Chu forces, Han Xin ordered the Han troops to sing Chu songs throughout the night. Realizing he was cornered, Xiongyu attempted a breakout with 800 elite soldiers, ultimately taking his own life at Wujiang. However, at this juncture, Han Xin was stripped of his military command by Liu Bang and was instead granted the title of King of Chu. Upon returning to Chu, Han Xin summoned the woman who had once provided him sustenance during his wandering and rewarded her generously. He also called forth a youth who had once humiliated him, bestowing upon him the rank of lieutenant. Yet, this period of prosperity was fleeting. Soon after, Han Xin was falsely accused of treason and relegated to the title of Marquis of Huayin. Aware of Liu Bang's trepidation regarding his exceptional abilities, he frequently feigned illness to avoid court appearances, fostering growing resentment. At this moment, Qin Shi was appointed as the governor of Julu and came to bid farewell to Han Xin, who resolved to revolt. He persuaded Qin Shi, offering himself as an internal ally in their quest for dominion. Qin Shi, recognizing Han Xion's remarkable talents, placed unwavering trust in him, leading to their conspiracy. Zheng, the divine warrior Han Xion, is a man who understands gratitude and loyalty. Unfortunately, the cunning rabbit dies, while the hunting dog is cooked. Only the inept fear the might of formidable generals. The first emperor declared he could prevail. So where is Han Xion? In a state of disarray, Han Xion lamented. Working is arduous. In 197 BCE, Liu Bang personally led troops to quell the rebellion, while Han Xion, misled by the ambitions of his household, fell victim to the machinations of El Ho and Xiao He, meeting his end in the belt chamber of the Changlu Palace. Following his death, his entire family was executed. As a commander, Han Xion unified the 3 Qin, captured Wei, and subdued Zhao and Yin, leaving an indelible mark on history. As a military strategist, he authored the 3 treatises on the art of war, a testament to his unparalleled genius and extraordinary contributions to the realm. Ming Jian stopped loss. Liu Bang contemplated murder, yet he hesitated, perceiving it as an unchivalrous act. Ultimately, he resorted to cunning, feigning ignorance and allowing others to carry out the deed. In the present day, a talent like Han Xion would remain invincible in warfare, though the weaponry may differ. The tactical mindset remains unchanged. Shiyu. Even today, Liu Bang would still find it hard to sleep. Haha. Zhang Liang's strategy, 100 points. Han Xion's military prowess, 100 points. Xiao He's political acumen, 100 points. As the celestial curtain draws to a close, the system's private message interface transitions to the era of the Qin dynasty. Zhang Liang, who is about to flee, exclaims, Xiao He, who finds himself imprisoned, falls into deep contemplation. The disheveled young Han Xion wonders. Meanwhile, Liu Bang eagerly anticipates a private message. Where is the private message? The Song Dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin inquired about the northern song under the celestial canopy, taking a deep breath as he clicked on the video shared by another. The voices of a man and a woman resonated, with the woman curiously asking, what is this great song truly like? A volume titled Dreams of the Eastern Capital and a painting known as Along the River during the Qingming Festival depicted the beauty of the song. The vibrant and bustling streets of the Eastern Capital unfolded before the eyes, where the populace thronged in lively commotion, and the aerial view gradually descended toward the imperial palace. The Song Dynasty perhaps stands as the epoch in Chinese history that placed the utmost emphasis on commerce. Nearly all economic policies aimed solely at augmenting fiscal revenue from the market. The stability of social production and the order of daily life were shared aspirations of the rulers and subjects alike. Kaifeng, referred to as Bianliang during its zenith, was the largest and most populous metropolis in the world at that time, flourishing economically. Countless grand taverns adorned the city, and as night fell, the streets illuminated with a myriad of lights and filled with the sounds of lively chatter. The vibrant life of Kaifeng was meticulously chronicled by a man named Meng Yuanlao. In the second year of the Choning era, Meng Yuanlao accompanied his father, who held an official position, to the capital. having lived there for over 2 decades. He documented the transactions of gold and silk within the imperial city and recorded the excursions during the Qingming festival. He also noted the splendid lantern displays during the Lantern Festival. Many years later, residing in Linen of the Southern Song, Meng Yuanlao titled his 10-volume work Dreams of the Eastern Capital, following the collapse of the Tang Empire. A tumultuous era known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms arose across the land. Zhao Kuangyin, an ancestor of Zhao Ji, emerged amidst this chaos and established the Song dynasty. Although the founding emperor Zhao Kuangyin hailed from a martial background, the turmoil of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms made him acutely wary of military rule. Upon his brother Zhao Guangyi ascending the throne, the civil administration was further solidified, marking the commencement of a path that favored cultural refinement over militarism. Hearing this, Zhao Kuangyin felt a weight in his heart, recalling the comments from netizens that had previously unsettled him, apprehensive of hearing unfavorable news. Zhao Ji, a man of pure literary talent, was particularly invested in the spiritual development of the nation. At the dawn of the Song dynasty, prioritizing cultural governance, the thresholds for the imperial examination were lowered. Those who succeeded could directly enter officialdom. Zhao Ji aspired to illustrate all the beauty he perceived and share it with posterity. He established and personally oversaw the Hamlin Academy of Painting, recruiting a cadre of hidden talents from the populace. Students at the Hamlin Academy could choose from 6 specialized fields. Among them was a student named Zhang Ziduan, who created the legendary scroll titled Along the River during the Qingming festival. This silk scroll, measuring 528 centimeters in length and 24.5 centimeters in width, precisely depicted the bustling scenes along the banks of the Bian River during the Qingming season. Before Zhao Kuangyin, the long scroll of Along the River during the Qingming festival unfurled slowly, and he stepped forward, his pupils widening. What a scene of peace and prosperity! Such was the culture of his great song. Subsequent generations have revered it as a divine masterpiece, regarding its elegance and profound artistry as transcendent and sublime. Dao Ji, who devoted his life to the pursuit of beauty, witnessed the splendor of the Song dynasty, encountered exquisite artworks, composed the delicate and refined script, and crafted the unparalleled sky-blue glaze. All cultural magnificence flashed before Emperor Taizu, evoking an ineffable sense of awe that resonated with his deepest aspirations. At this juncture, Zhao Kuangyin felt a slight easing of his previously taut heart. Yet, in the next moment, the narrator's words faltered, and the vibrant panorama gradually receded. Time, like a fleeting treasure, is not to be imprisoned. The colorful clouds are ephemeral and the glass is fragile. The scene before him, exquisite as porcelain, was equally delicate. In the northern reaches of the Song dynasty lay the Liao kingdom of the Khitans. After a protracted conflict lasting 25 years, peace was finally brokered, leading to a brotherly alliance between the Song and Liao. This accord, known as the Treaty of Chanyuan, ushered in over a century of tranquility. In the first month of the first year of Jinkong, the forces of the Jin dynasty advanced southward, crossing the Yellow River and threatening the Song capital of Kaifeng. After nearly a year of arduous defense, as winter approached, the Jin army successfully breached the walls of Kaifeng. In 1127, the captured Zhao Ji and his son Zhao Huan were compelled to don the garb of commoners and depart the capital with the invading troops. While some later referred to this dynasty as the weakened Song, scholars have remarked that the cultural legacy of the Chinese nation, having evolved over millennia, reached its zenith during the Zhao Song period. Zhao Ji's once vast realm was reduced to but a fragment. Absurd. It is utterly ridiculous. If the beginning wove a splendid tapestry for Emperor Taizu of Song, the conclusion delivers a fatal blow, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Zhao Kuangyin had summoned his ministers to wait outside, while he remained alone within the hall, perusing confidential correspondence. The outsiders were oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. All that could be heard were the furious roars of the emperor, causing the ministers to tremble and hastily offer their counsel on bended knee. The shattering of porcelain echoed painfully within the chamber, yet Zhao Kuangyin's heart felt as cold as ice. A nation that is prosperous yet weak is a grave sin. It is no wonder the northern Song faced such fate. His greatest regret was that he did not reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun before his demise. Now, upon realizing that the realm is reduced to but half its former glory, akin to the Liu dynasty of both the Western and Eastern Han, he questions whether his decision to relinquish military power over a cup of wine was indeed erroneous. No, he did nothing wrong. The fault lies with those who overly prioritize literary pursuits over martial prowess. Zhao Kuangyin seethed, harboring thoughts of eliminating Zhao Er. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Guangyi's official position was revoked. and he was placed under house arrest within the very confines of the palace. The founding emperor of the Song dynasty intended to fully comprehend the annals of Song history before passing judgment on Zhao heir. This time, even the later council of Empress Xi proved futile. Mother, focus on your devotions and refrain from meddling in court affairs. Without waiting for Empress Dowager Du to speak further, Zhao Kuangyin turned to the maid and chided, "Hurry and escort the Empress Dowager back to her palace for arrest." Yes, your majesty. The legendary clash between Su Shi and Li Bai, who indeed reigns as the preeminent poet of all time. In the realm of classical poetry and cultural heritage, Su Shi expressed longing with the lines, 10 years of life and death, 2 ambiguities, without contemplation, it is difficult to forget. Conversely, Li Bai penned his sentiments of yearning with, longing for you, ever so deeply, brief yearning, yet infinitely enduring. Su Shi articulated a spirit of grandeur, a single breath of lofty righteousness, a swift wind across 1,000 miles. In contrast, Li Bai captured boldness with, slaying one person every 10 paces, leaving no trace across 1,000 miles. Throughout history, literati and scholars engaged in fervent debates. Some extolled Li Bai's poetry as stirring and resonant, while others deemed Su Shi's works as more elevated. In the eras preceding the Tang and Song dynasties, one might exclaim, "What splendid poetry! Each poet possessed their unique charm. Quick, take note. I wonder how astonishing the complete verses must be." The scholarly community buzzed with discourse. Yet, as the online commentators chimed in, they demonstrated the essence of self-awareness. Stunned, I awoke from my reverie. Could I truly assess these two titans? Surely, no one would dare to offer judgments. How is it that my peers have embarked on critique? What merit do I possess to evaluate Li Bai and Su Shi? Yet, there were indeed those who ventured to do so. Su Shi reflects on the moon. People experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. The moon endures phases of fullness and emptiness. Such matters have been difficult to attain since ancient times. Li Bai contemplates the moon. The present generation cannot see the moon of antiquity. The moon that shines today once illuminated those of the past. Su Shi describes beauty. A moment in spring's night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Flowers emit sweet fragrances while the moon casts its shadows. Li Bai portrays beauty. Clouds evoke the garments, flowers inspire the visage, the spring breeze caresses the railing, rich with dew. Su Shi expresses melancholy. Raindrops fall upon the parasol tree leaves at midnight, shattering dreams with no place to seek solace. Li Bai conveys sorrow, drawing a knife to sever the water, yet the stream flows even more, raising a cup to dispel sorrow, yet it only deepens. Zhang Huaimin gazes at Su Shi with great interest, teasingly inquiring, "I wonder how the esteemed Su Dongpa perceives this?" Aware of the jest, Su Shi responds earnestly, "Li Tai Bai is a knight-errant. I am a scholar. Our poetic styles differ greatly and are not subject to comparison." After a pause, Su Shi's gaze shifts to the celestial canvas, his expression brimming with excitement and fervor. "I wonder if the poetic immortal, Tai Bai, has witnessed my verses." Meanwhile, Li Bai holds Su Shi in high regard. If opportunity allowed, he would relish a conversation with such a remarkable talent. One who could pen verses as profound as 10 years of life and death, both lost in oblivion. Nearby, Gao Shi and Du Fu echo his admiration. As the trio embarks on a quest for immortality, yet returns empty-handed. In later generations, celestial phenomena manifest instead. The ancients indeed spoke both praise and criticism. As the saying goes, harmony in the family leads to prosperity. In rural homes, one often finds this phrase adorning the entrance, a poignant irony. Many are familiar with harmony in the family leads to prosperity, yet few are aware of its preceding lines. A father's love fosters a tranquil mother. A tranquil mother ensures a peaceful child. A peaceful child leads to family harmony, and harmony begets prosperity. Conversely, a lazy father brings hardship to the mother. A suffering mother instills fear in the child. A fearful child leads to familial decline. Without moral virtue, the elderly falter. An incapable father brings suffering to the wife, and the children endure toil. Washing remarks, literature, mutilated, the dregs of tradition. I, surnamed son, assert, the notion of harmony in the family and prosperity demands that those who suffer continue to endure without protest. To resist is to display ignorance. 312. The most absurd notion is when a mother faces injustice, yet is told to let it go for the sake of family harmony. Awakening from intoxication. One muses, though wine and meat pass through the gut, the Buddha resides within the heart. Its latter half states, if the world were to emulate me, it would be akin to entering a path of darkness. Wei Zheng, what a misfortune. Even feudalism is learned inadequately. Li Shimin, Honest words may be hard to hear. Yet good medicine is often bitter. Ingzheng. Human nature ultimately desires to hear what it wishes. The dichotomy of the sciences versus the arts. Does this encapsulate the essence of the distinction between the two? A netizen fortuitously captures a small flower that spins, a marvel. Yet, upon opening the comments section, it takes a disconcerting turn. The arts student muses. The little flower plays in its corner, oblivious to the world's gaze upon it. How romantic. Another literary soul, unable to contain their poetic impulse, composes. As the flower desires to fall, the silken threads linger. Entangled and peering, it struggles to descend. For threads are formless, while the flower possesses emotion. May you comprehend my unexpressed sentiments. Science student. The flower stem is broken, yet still attached. Just like a head that has fallen off but remains connected by the fascia, a gust of wind stirs it into motion. University students, wow, the little windmill spins swiftly. Humanities students, with time in their left hand and youth in their right, while science students hold force in their left hand and magnetic fields in their right. College students, with fried dough sticks in one hand and tea eggs in the other, stand observing the whimsical world, reminiscent of a vast realm akin to a grand game. In strategy, one must disdain the enemy, yet in tactics, one must regard them with utmost seriousness. The teachings of Mao Zedong impart profound wisdom, emphasizing the necessity of a strategic overview while maintaining tactical vigilance. Kings and emperors ponder, mindset, and strategy. It is universally acknowledged that addressing challenges requires consideration of two dimensions: the overarching strategic direction and the localized tactical approaches. A deficiency in strategic thought can lead to systemic and directional dilemmas. For instance, if Zhang San is the proprietor of a braised pork processing factory lacking strategic insight, each department and employee may pursue their own agendas, resulting in disarray and an inability to collaborate towards a unified strategic goal. Disparate opinions may arise regarding the direction of development. Some may advocate for a shift towards crispy pork belly, while others may suggest a pivot towards crayfish. In the absence of a shared strategic objective, internal chaos is likely to ensue. Thus, without strategic thinking or a clear understanding of direction, one risks creating a disordered internal system. Should this system represent a company, it would lack strategic stability. Like scattered sand, it could collapse with the slightest disturbance. Conversely, if it reflects an individual's psychological framework, that person may experience continuous internal conflict, oscillating without a clear path forward. A robust strategic vision enables us to address macro-level issues of directionality and strive towards the right path. Subsequently, it is essential to employ correct methods in alignment with the right direction. This is what we define as tactics. Tactics encompass not only battlefield maneuvers but also various forms of strategic engagements, such as the interplay between personal objectives and external challenges, team growth versus market competition, and the transition from old production methods to new innovations. The means by which one can successfully navigate these specific scenarios constitute tactics. Only through the harmonious integration of a sound strategic direction and appropriate tactics can one achieve desired outcomes. Furthermore, it is imperative to recognize the perils of strategic pessimism, as well as the organic challenges that may arise at the tactical level. In strategy, we must discern patterns, eliminate ambiguity, and cultivate confidence, while in tactics, we must remain humble and vigilant, continuously adapting to new circumstances. In summary, the principle of despising the enemy strategically, while valuing them tactically, embodies an exceptionally sophisticated strategy, equipping us with the confidence and composure for the long term, alongside the rigor and adaptability required in the present. Wei Qin. In summary, one must not succumb to fear but rather approach matters with utmost seriousness. Su-De. Maintain a visionary perspective, forge ahead with courage, and exercise caution while adhering to the truth. Li Jing. While strategy guides tactical maneuvers, the evolving nature of warfare inevitably demands new tactics, thus necessitating adjustments in strategy. The emperors and generals of successive dynasties. We have learned. Qin Shi Huang. Alas, my grand Qin. Fu Su never anticipated such a fate. It is unfathomable to conceive the turmoil within Qin Shi Huang upon discovering that his meticulously nurtured eldest son was unexpectedly vanquished by his own pampered youngest son through a forged decree. The encounter between Qin Shi Huang and Fu Su unfolds. Qin Shi Huang, what brings you down here? Eyes wide with shock. Fu Su, someone has altered your last will and ordered my death. Qin Shi Huang, how did you come to know this? Fu Su, I could not believe it, so I descended to inquire directly with you. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, my heavens, my dear uncle, my shoes. The 300,000 troops I entrusted to you are merely playthings. After Meng Tian's demise, Qin Shi Huang, Fusu, are you foolish as well? Why did you not offer counsel? Meng Tian, I did attempt to advise him. When I departed, I even took his accompanying sword. Yet, I never imagined he possessed another dagger. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a sight most unbearable. Meng Tian, ah? With a weary sigh, he lights a cigarette. Crown Prince Fusu, Huai, already imprisoned alongside Zhao Gao. In this brief passage, I was struck by 3 waves of shock, each more bewildering than the last. A netizen shared, last night, I spent the night at my boyfriend's house. Upon waking in the morning, I needed to use the restroom, but the water was cut off and I couldn't flush. Fearing to discuss my boyfriend, I wrapped the matter in newspaper, intending to dispose of it on my way out. Alas, I forgot to take it and left it on the dining table. Later, overwhelmed by fear of confrontation, I decided to block my boyfriend. Old Zhu, is this still Chinese? Little sister? Xiaohua. From a boyfriend's perspective, a catastrophic breakup that escalated to the point of a public defense. Report. Male friend. How is your ex-girlfriend doing now? Man. Which ex-girlfriend? Male friend. That one. Luo Chuaxiangzi. Ancestors. My goodness, this is too explosive. We old-timers cannot comprehend it. A tribute to the great women of China. The power of women transcends time. Chinese women have yet to shed blood for the revolution. The video features a transition mimicry. It begins with the heroine holding her head high, only to instantly transform into a disheveled woman, shackled, calmly walking toward the gallows. As I, Xiao Jin, have begun. Death is neither to be feared nor pitied. Xiao Jin, a heroine of the Xinhai Revolution and one of the pioneers of the Chinese women's rights movement, stands on a small boat, turning around, clad in a Republic-era qipao, holding an oil paper umbrella. Gazing directly at us as if bridging the distance between the screen and the viewer. I am in charge of this reception. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any inquiries. Wang Hui Wu. The sole female participant of the Red Boat Conference was born aboard the Red Boat, where she kept watch. The video abruptly turned somber and heavy. Each of them bore some wounds, their slender yet strong wrists cradling long rifles. Among them, a short-haired comrade gazed at her noticeably younger companion, questioning why one so young must endure such suffering. You are merely 13. Are you afraid? The 13-year-old girl replied with unwavering determination, her voice resonating with strength, not afraid. The 8 female soldiers of the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, led by the indomitable Lang, faced the invading forces with an unyielding resolve, marching arm in arm into the Ushuri River. Their demeanor was remarkably serene as they embraced their fate, gradually submerging until they vanished beneath the surface. The girl's innocent voice, yet imbued with profound conviction, echoed through the realms, shattering the antiquated perceptions of her contemporaries. We shall not become slaves to a fallen nation. I was born a mountain, not a stream. I aspire to stand atop the peaks, overlooking the mundane valleys. I am destined to be a remarkable person, not mere chaff. Zhang Guimei established the nation's first free girls' high school, aiding 1,800 impoverished girls from remote areas in realizing their dreams of attending university. Yet, even in the face of such tangible examples, many antiquated scholars vehemently criticized her. Finding no valid points of reproach, they resorted to scorn, judging the attire and words of these extraordinary women. How disgraceful their attire! What does it mean to be born a mountain? A remarkable individual? Do they truly believe themselves to be significant? They lamented. Women should remain in the confines of their homes, focusing on supporting their husbands and raising children. No amount of their protest could obscure the truth of history and reality. They resembled nothing more than impotent jesters. The resounding words seemed to transcend millennia, striking heavily upon the ears of the ancients. I stand on the shoulders of giants. Contemptuous of the cowardly, the strength of women has never been absent from history. A salute to their legacy. Many women from various dynasties gazed blankly at the heavens, their minds echoing the indelible words of the past. Future generations of women would indeed be formidable. A seed of freedom was quietly germinating. Deng Sui declared, though I cannot stand among men, my heart is fiercer than theirs. Wu Zetian remarked, those envious scholars constantly criticize women. Yet let us not forget, they emerged from beneath the skirts of women. Li Qingzhao proclaimed, women embody excellence. They do not yield to men. These sacrificial heroines, akin to Fu Hao, uphold half the sky. After such reflections, the gaze of the emperors turned sharply towards the words anti-Japanese, their expressions transforming into fierce resolve, confirming their suspicions. No wonder future generations would mock the Japanese, urging them to confront their disgraceful lineage. They understood the essence of resistance. How dare the diminutive Japanese invade our China? Li Shimin was the first to react, astonished that such a small island nation could exhibit such audacity. He observed the video, realizing that China was in a dire struggle. At this thought, the emperors were filled with rage. Their nation was being invaded by a petite country, to the extent that a 13-year-old girl was required to sacrifice herself on the battlefield. The rulers across the realms were both furious and bewildered. How could the mighty China be reduced to such a state by a small Japan? Zhu Gaoqi, the corpulent prince, embraced his agitated father, urgently advising, "Father, we still know nothing for certain. Do not act rashly." Zhu Di was firmly embraced by his eldest son, his expression a mix of terror and fury as he shouted, "Crown Prince, release me at once. Damn it, how dare these insignificant Japanese invade my China? I shall make them cry out for mercy." He was frustrated by the weight of his son, unable to break free, and turned with a scowl, "Let go of me, for I am ready to lead the troops into battle." Zhu Gaoqi, his son, was at a loss for words, his face shifting to a placating expression as he replied, "Father, I wholeheartedly support your campaign. Yet, why do you still restrain me? We must deliberate with caution, father. It is unwise to rush into battle. We need to prepare our army, supplies, and naval readiness. Only then can you deliver a decisive blow to them." Zhu Di finally calmed down. Realizing this indeed required careful consideration, he pondered whether to annihilate them or not. Such a dilemma. Perhaps he could choose both. Japan, thank you, living king of hell. The other dynasties were not much better off. Li Shimin clamored for a personal expedition, while Hua Zubing insisted on annihilating the little Japanese immediately. They dared not contemplate the depths of invasion their descendants might face. Eugenics and the prohibition of consanguineous marriages are of paramount concern. Upon the announcement of this topic, emperors across the realms became restless. What harm could arise from close kinship? Our nation, in the 1980s, amended its marriage laws to explicitly prohibit such unions. Why do we continue to forbid consanguineous marriages today? Is it inevitable that offspring from such unions will bear defects? Let us explore this in 3 points. First, what constitutes close kin? Close kin refers to direct blood relatives and collateral relatives within 3 generations. Beyond that, they are not classified as close kin. Second, why is consanguineous marriage disallowed? In simple terms, it significantly increases the likelihood of offspring suffering from recessive diseases. What are recessive genetic disorders? What are recessive genes? If a mother is healthy and the father has albinism, their child will inherit a healthy gene from the mother, while the father passes on the gene for albinism. This means the child possesses both a normal gene and a pathogenic gene for albinism. However, the child does not exhibit traits of albinism and appears normal. Thus, we refer to this albinism gene as a recessive gene. This child can be termed a carrier of the albinism gene, as they carry it without manifesting the condition. When would symptoms manifest? Only when both parents pass the albinism gene to the next generation would the child develop the disorder. From the moment of birth, the child is afflicted with albinism. In truth, without genetic testing, we are unable to discern the nature of the recessive genes we carry within us. Statistical studies have shown that the average individual typically harbors 5 to 6 distinct recessive pathogenic genes. In the case of non-consanguineous unions, a child born would possess these 5 to 6 recessive genes, while the partner carries a different set of 5 to 6 recessive genes, thus minimizing the likelihood of recessive genetic disorders manifesting in their offspring. However, the situation alters dramatically in the case of consanguineous marriages. Such unions imply a shared ancestral lineage, leading to the inheritance of identical recessive pathogenic genes from a common ancestor. Consequently, if these recessive pathogenic genes converge during procreation, the child is likely to be a flawed individual. Furthermore, the propensity for offspring to suffer from hereditary ailments is notably increased in consanguineous marriages, though it does not guarantee that such unions will invariably result in complications. Rather, the risk of hereditary diseases is significantly heightened. Instances of neonatal mortality, physical disabilities, genetic disorders, and infertility abound. The farther apart the couple is related, the healthier their progeny tend to be. I have a relative who lives on the same street and has borne 2 children, one deaf-mute and the other with cerebral palsy, yet they still plan to have another child. As a person with albinism, I express gratitude to the author for their enlightening discourse. Although parental consanguinity is not the sole cause of the child's albinism, it undoubtedly escalates the risk of affliction. I hope for the healthy development of all children. Upon perusing the comments section, I found my worldview shattered. It was filled with accounts of consanguineous marriages, with some even contemplating having more children, truly shocking. The comments overflowed with examples of relatives engaging in such unions, rendering one almost breathless. Historically, emperors have employed their exalted status as the son of heaven to beguile the populace. Moreover, in their quest to perpetuate their royal lineage, emperors sought brides from noble families to ensure compatibility. For instance, Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin, married his cousin, Yang, only to have their offspring meet untimely deaths. While commoners debated this matter, the emperors and aristocrats involved in consanguineous marriages appeared far less composed. Though they may not comprehend the concept of genes, they certainly understood the implications of producing defective progeny through such unions. The unfortunate offspring of consanguineous unions often suffer from fragile health, leading to premature demise, and may carry hereditary disease genes. Reflecting on this, many families engaged in such unions hastily seek to annul their betrothals. This sentiment resonates even among emperors, who aspire for a lineage that endures yet wish to avoid the affliction of illness or deformity in their descendants. Have we not observed the comments filled with lamentations over various physical deficiencies? Children born from these unions can be categorized into two groups, those blessed with robust health and those burdened with ailments, the latter lamenting their fate. A minister, having resorted to deceit, achieved top marks, amusingly Shimin in the process. This scene is derived from the historical drama Jinchui, which dramatizes events chronicled in the records of the grand historian. What is it like to attain the highest score through dishonesty? Li Shimin decreed that all officials of the fourth rank and above in the capital must submit memorials regarding the state of affairs within 5 days. He stated, "Suggestions and criticisms are welcome. The topics may vary from specific issues to broad policies, and every individual must contribute." Upon hearing this, civil officials were relatively unperturbed. Yet military leaders were greatly distressed, as their strengths lay in warfare, not in the art of writing. With a hint of trepidation, He inquired once more, "Your Majesty, must we military officials also compose memorials?" Li Shimin replied affirmatively, "Of course, all are treated equally." With that reassurance, He's anxiety subsided. Upon returning home, he worked fervently through the night. However, his exhausted mind yielded only 3 words after 4 days of effort. In desperation, he considered enlisting a ghostwriter to assist him. "My retainer, Ma Zhou, is quite literate." He commanded, "Summon Ma Zhou." The attendant replied, "He is asleep." "Wake him," ordered He. Yet, when summoned, Ma Zhou groggily retorted, "I cannot." With the aid of a literate companion, He swiftly completed his task, yet he felt a pang of unease, knowing it was not his own work. When Erfeng reviewed the memorial, he chuckled, causing He to break into a cold sweat, uncertain of its quality. "Your Majesty, what is the reason for your laughter?" He stammered, drenched in anxiety. Li Shimin responded, "You are a distinguished figure of the Xuanwu Gate. I did not anticipate your literary talent would be commendable." He, feeling increasingly apprehensive, implored, "Your Majesty, please refrain from praising my writing." Li Shimin insisted, "I must commend you, and your work conveys a fine message." He protested, "Please, do not praise my writing." To which Li Shimin declared, "Why not? I shall praise you. I praise you because I can discern your merits. Why do you not allow me to be the discerning judge? For I cannot comprehend the meaning of these words either." He inwardly weeps. "It is simply that I am illiterate." Li Shimin, "Oh, I understand now. You mean for others to document it, correct? Self-strategizing, haha. I simply must commend. Illiteracy is refreshingly candid, indeed. I must say, Erfeng possesses quite the analytical prowess. With a uniquely creative thought process, a veritable genius of logic, still pursuing compliments for He. Li Shimin, then I shall refrain from praising your literary talent. I commend the essence of your article instead. Is that acceptable? He is doing this on purpose, without a doubt. It is you, the founder of the Xuanwu Gate. The true self, Erfeng. This only serves to further unsettle He's heart. He, this interpretation is not what I intended. Bowing my head. Too timid to look. This maneuver would surely overheat Erfeng's CPU. Li Shimin, if it is not your intention, what does that signify? He, I must submit my work. Otherwise, the contributions will be attributed to the heroes, and I shall merely return to tilling the land. He's capabilities are well understood by Erfeng. He is merely amusing himself. What does it mean? Historical records state that He immediately submitted his work. Ha ha ha. It was then that Erfeng realized that He had enlisted an S-level ghostwriter. He achieved the top score in the class through cheating, yet remarkably, he remained so honest. Li Shimin reflected that this article is truly commendable. The individual behind it could be regarded as the master of ghostwriting. Consequently, he decisively resolved to reinstate Ma Zhou. And due to this article, the previously overlooked Ma Zhou finally gained recognition, embarking on his extraordinary journey. They conversed throughout the night, exchanging heartfelt sentiments. Li Shimin, from where should the management of Chang'an begin? Ma Zhou, first, we must address traffic order. All vehicles should pass on the right to avoid collisions and reduce congestion. With just one statement, the traffic director emerged. Li Shimin, I often travel too. How have I not noticed these issues? Ma Zhou asserted that no one would dare to contest the road with you, my lord, unless they had lost their senses. The stability of the world fundamentally relies on order, and traffic order serves as the most tangible manifestation of this principle. It is indeed remarkable. The left is revered. Hence the common folk traverse the right side. During peak hours at intersections, the presence of a few traffic officers would suffice. Shi Jinchui commented, deep affection for the old sword, the great statesman Ma Zhou, age 48. He is one of the esteemed figures of the Tang dynasty. Highly regarded by our chairman. Ma Zhou is known for his simplicity and pragmatism, advocating the virtues of the Han dynasty, generosity and tolerance, which ensure a long-lasting nation. Royal gift package. It is unfortunate that Ma Zhou succumbed to diabetes in the prime of his life. Dolly, I was diagnosed with diabetes in my 20s, and now, after a decade, I understand that feeling. Others cannot truly assist us. It is essential to confront our reality. It is not insurmountable. Regular medication, mindful eating, and maintaining a disciplined exercise regime suffice. Irfing, summon the royal physician. After a long day's toil, Ma Zhou returned home to find the sky itself seemingly collapsing. The preceding dynasties of the Tang era, Qin, Han, and Sui, have imparted invaluable lessons. How is it that such an abundance of talent flourishes here? Envy and resentment brew within. One must not become so accustomed to the digital life that one forgets their roots as a farmer, laboring diligently in the fields. From a man's perspective, he seizes a handful of seedlings from the bucket and casually scatters them across the ground. The proclamation reads, only the strong are worthy to thrive in my fields. If I were to transplant rice seedlings in such a manner, my grandmother would surely push me into the fields. Just like you, I would casually toss the seedlings. Yet my mother insisted that the oxen rest while I plowed an acre of land, for which I am grateful. Some seedlings can indeed be planted this way. The last time I attempted such a technique, my grandmother scolded me for an entire day. Our ancestors did not comprehend the concept of tossing seedlings in their understanding. Seedlings should be meticulously inserted one by hand. How could one possibly let them grow with such casualness? What a waste of food. To discard such a handful is simply too regrettable. It is a sin. How could one farm in such a manner? Yet, some claim this method is called tossing seedlings. Surely it can yield results, and future generations cannot be so careless. Soon after, an ancient scholar observed a comet appearing across the skies. With a netizen replying, the risks of tossing seedlings are too great. If heavy rain falls, all is lost. If someone siphons the water from the seedling field, just 2 days of sunlight will ruin everything. The presence of crucian carp and snails can devour the seedlings, leading to reduced yields and complicating weeding efforts. Conducting such farming practices once a year poses significant risks. However, in certain regions, the tossing method has proven successful as long as one avoids heavy rain, yielding abundant harvests. Is that truly the case? Throughout the ages, the common folk have held some skepticism, yet upon reflecting on the advancements of future generations, it seems there is little that can truly confound them. The grand documentary The Legend of the Shan City High School Entrance Examination has made a shocking debut. Shan City, though modest in size, has created legends. After 3 years of arduous study, he returns home to farm. With just a slight effort, he can lead the urban children into the mountains while guiding the rural children to the trees. Indeed, he is the embodiment of the Shan City Entrance Examination. The mathematics paper is quite perplexing. Upon completing the first question, high school is secured. Upon finishing the last question, vocational high school is assured. Given the opportunity to tackle a chemistry question, he could extract chemical properties from ancient poetry. 1. The verses encapsulate the essence of traditional Chinese culture, and the changes depicted in the following lines reflect material properties. A. 1,000 miles of ice sealed, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. B. The reeds are lush, and the white dew is like frost. C. Wildfires cannot consume everything. The spring breeze brings forth new life. D. The bright moon shines between the pines, and the clear spring flows over the stones. Ancestors, what chemical properties? By Zhi. He never contemplated so much while writing poetry. Surely the answer is not found in his lines. How many years must future scholars study? The elementary students of you are now middle schoolers, and they must still prepare for high school, while the master of the heavens is already a university student. Must one truly study for a decade? Indeed. How many years of study does it truly entail? In the next moment, the ancestors realized the extent of future educational endeavors. This revelation astonished even the elementary students. They are aware that in pursuing someone, one must continually improve oneself. A sixth-grade boy's plan for his first love was uncovered. First love plan, 3 major steps. 1. Attend the same middle school as her for 3 years. 2. Attend the same high school as her for 3 years. 3. Attend the same university as her for 4 years. His notebook was filled with meticulous records of various subjects, Chinese, mathematics, English, and more, each striving for excellence. Categorized by epic and hellishly difficult levels. 7 years of middle and high school already. Indeed, reflecting on a 5th grader's writing from a video, if academic levels dictate advancement, wouldn't that mean 6 years of elementary education? Such a lengthy academic journey. And what of foreign languages? Furthermore, I noted that the subjects in the master's university curriculum are quite extensive. Graduates struggle to secure employment, and among the countless who endure a decade of rigorous study, few ascend to positions of power. Who can argue otherwise? One dares to inquire, while another dares to respond. Indeed. Interviews with ordinary individuals are a perpetual source of humor for dispelling gloom. The video comprises various clips of interviews with everyday people. Question: what can your profession do for me? Girl: essential oil back massage. How would you describe yourself in 1 sentence? The girl replied, I am honest and not very talkative. The reporter then asked, and how would you describe me? She responded, you are old and also not very talkative. Haha. Question: what is your favorite color? Boy: female color. Ancestors: such earnest children, one cannot help but inquire, what would you do upon encountering a beloved celebrity? The girl replied, well, it seems I shall not see them. Have you withdrawn from the internet? He has been captured. Ancestors: are celebrities not akin to high-ranking officials? How could they possibly fall into disgrace? Confused expression. Question: setting aside physique and appearance, what type would you prefer? Male response: I cannot detach from those attributes. Question: what do you enjoy most about school? Child: the time when school is over. Question: what are you planning to do after the college entrance examination? Male high school student: I am preparing to engage in some persuasive discussions with my parents. Inquired: when seeking a girlfriend, do you prefer a sweet and innocent type or a more adventurous spirit? The young man replied, well, if circumstances permit, I would like to find someone special. Ancestors: is it true that the younger generations indulge in such frivolities? Little Yi. Question: how do you perceive the saying lacking money but not morals, lacking morals but not money? Young man: as for me, I find myself lacking both money and morals. Question: what can one steal without breaking the law? Ant: stealing hearts, of course. Asked: if your instructor fell into the water, what could your major do for him? University student: liquidate the estate. The distinction between idols and actors in the entertainment industry is quite pronounced. Actors are primarily focused on their craft of acting, while idols must bear a significant amount of public attention and possess broader commercial value as public figures. It is important to note that being a star is not inherently negative. Rather, it relies on personal charisma to win the admiration of audiences or fans. Artists and celebrities ought to serve as societal role models and must refrain from engaging in illegal activities. Ancestors have finally grasped that those who portray characters are referred to as actors, whereas idols are individuals known for their talents in singing and dancing, attracting a following of admirers. This realization is indeed complex, and our ancestors have chosen not to pass judgment. It is astonishing that there are celebrities who have faced legal troubles. As public figures, should they not be more mindful of their words and actions? After a long day, the driver, weary from work, found himself overwhelmed by the weight of this conversation. Unexpectedly, a passenger engaged him in a chat during the ride home, leading to the following exchange: how much did you pay for this car? It looks impressive. The driver replied, I bought it before the new year, shortly after. Its price dropped by over 20,000. You ran so late. You must have earned quite a lot today. The driver replied, I worked for 13 hours and made 290. However, I was fined 200 for parking while I had a meal, spent 50 on charging, and another 50 on food. By the end of the day, I am still short by 10. Master, do not lose heart. Life is so beautiful. Just think of your wife and children at home, and you will find motivation. The master replied, I have no family. My ex-wife has taken away my possessions. My son does not wish to be with me, and my daughter is not even mine. The ancestors remarked, it is flipped. The master had not meticulously considered it, yet your inquiry elucidated everything. Poor unfortunate soul. The master, with a heavy foot, retorted. What meaning does life hold for such a person? How old are you this year, my dear master? I replied, I am 18. Why do you ask? The master lamented. What a pity. How peculiar were the scoring rules of the ancient imperial examinations. In the final palace examination of the imperial examination system, the emperor himself posed the questions and graded the papers. Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, being a military man of modest educational background, established a rather unique scoring criterion. Whoever submitted their paper first would be crowned the top scholar. Unexpectedly, that year, 2 candidates submitted their papers simultaneously. Upon meticulous review, both were found to possess equal knowledge. Thus, the emperor declared, let the swiftest be crowned the top scholar. However, both candidates were equally matched in speed. In a moment of inspiration, the emperor suggested they engage in a duel. The victor would earn the title of top scholar. The emperor of the Sui dynasty exclaimed, What? The preceding dynasties questioned. Wasn't the examination focused on literature? The Qin and Han dynasties nodded. Ah, the imperial examination. We learned something new. In a documentary titled Peace-Loving China, Never Forget National Humiliation, it is noted that while other nations rejoice after 40 years of peace without conflict, our nation faces constant demands to take action. In our culture, prolonged peace is often viewed pejoratively. Previously, a question was raised on a platform about the indicators of China's martial virtue. Some netizens suggested that China incessantly reassures neighboring countries with phrases like the Chinese people are peace-loving. Conversely, radical factions argue that China requires at least 10 aircraft carriers to effectively contend with the United States, while conservatives assert that 50 would barely suffice. For with more ships comes greater savings, and with more savings comes the need for more ships. Moreover, friends from the Western regions noted that ancient texts once described the peoples of the West as valiant in battle. Yet now they are merely spoken of as talented in song and dance. One might ponder the reason for the shift. In other nations, when military spending increases, citizens often take to the streets in protest. Yet, should our country announce an increase in military expenditure, our immediate reaction would be one of relief, as if funds were finally allocated to a worthy cause. When prices rise, people grumble. When housing prices soar, there is discontent. When fuel prices surge, there are complaints. Yet, when military spending escalates, joy abounds. If funds are not to be used for military purposes, could they be spent on reparations instead? The citizens of the Song dynasty would resonate with this sentiment. If one harbors doubts about China's martial virtue, consider the very characters of China. The character for Zhang resembles a military flag, while Gua signifies a group of warriors defending the homeland. The ancestors concurred, indeed. The grand documentary, A Peace-Loving China, continues to be broadcast for your viewing pleasure. Mr. Hung, perhaps influenced by the wisdom of our ancestors. I often feel that the languages of the world are excessively numerous and chaotic, and the currencies are likewise bewilderingly diverse. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, you rascal. Very well. Very well. Zhu Di. If one is inherently averse to conflict, then the teachings of Confucianism would be unnecessary. It appears I have been the conservative one. This is indeed a contemporary incarnation of Jiasu. The Three Gorges project took me by surprise. Jiasu? Boss Chow, what on earth? I thought he was the conservative one, only to realize I am the true conservative. Our nation boasts the esteemed hydraulic engineering expert, Mr. Huang Wanli. During the construction of the Three Gorges Dam, he voiced various objections. He believed that if we proceeded, we would attract the scrutiny of Western nations, becoming a target for enemy missiles. Rather than having the sword of our adversaries poised at our throats, it would be wiser for us to take the initiative. He proposed that we could divert the waters of the Yarlung Tsangpa River entirely back to our homeland, leaving not a single drop for the White Elephant Nation. This approach would be both safe and devoid of risk, while also enabling the creation of millions of acres of fertile land. Huang Wanli, as long as it does not harm the Republic, what concern is it of mine if other nations suffer from water scarcity? Zhang Juzhing, a friend may perish, but the path of the monk shall endure. Dear ancestors, truly, you are experts. Sun Wu, Chow Chow, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Jiasu, my lord, I have a strategy. Chow Chow, that would indeed be a betrayal of the world. Dragon Dance, my lord, I have a plan. One He, Please take a seat. The situation has not yet reached such dire straits. Jiasu remarked, Boss Chow, it is rather awkward, as future generations will surely know. What was the crisis of 70 years ago? In the annals of history, China's industrialization faced challenges akin to those of the Soviet Union. When the new China was established, the populace was filled with fervor, believing that days of happiness were just around the corner. Yet, those immersed in joy were unaware that the nascent nation might soon confront a sweeping crisis. What crisis? The ancestors inquired, taking agricultural yield per mu as a reference. During the Warring States period, the average grain yield was 216 jin per mu, which rose to 247 jin in the Han Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty promoted advanced farming tools and constructed irrigation systems, increasing yields to 334 jin. The Song Dynasty further advanced this to 381 jin, while during the Ming Dynasty, the average yield in the north reached 300 jin, with the south achieving an impressive 557 jin through double cropping. The Qin Dynasty introduced crops such as corn and potatoes, resulting in slightly higher average yields than the Ming. However, due to technological limitations, these increases were modest. Nevertheless, following the devastation of wars during the late Qing and early Republic periods, in 1949, the average rice yield in the new China was merely 252 jin per mu, with wheat at 86 jin and miscellaneous grains at 101 jin, amounting to an annual grain production of 236 billion jin, which seemed adequate at first glance. As we delve deeper into the data from various dynasties, the stark contrast between early and later yields becomes evident, indicating a significant potential for growth over time. Population and grain production are crucial economic foundations, and the emperors attentively noted this video content, eager to absorb its insights. They sensed that this video heralded a new world. And with knowledge of the Qing dynasty's introduction of high-yield crops like corn and potatoes, their desire to explore the Americas intensified. Now, let us examine the population. Scholars generally agree that the peak population during the Qing dynasty was around 20 million, while in the Han dynasty it reached 60 million. With the Tang dynasty's population soaring to 80 million before the Lushan Rebellion. The Ming dynasty, under Zhu Yuanzhang's census, recorded a population of 60 million, which swelled to over 100 million by the end of its stability. The Qing dynasty exempted newborns from the head tax and benefited from the introduction of high-yield crops, leading to a population explosion. Even with the population decline caused by the Taiping Rebellion and the Northwest Muslim uprisings, by 1900, it had rebounded to 400 million. What? 400 million people? This population surge indicated that the Qing dynasty had a diverse array of grain crops. Emperors from realms beyond were astonished by the Qing population, recognizing that the modern figure of 1.4 billion is rooted in a context of national technology, affluence, and absence of war. The Qing dynasty, too, was a feudal era, rife with conflict, yet its population experienced explosive growth. Even with declines, it could naturally recover to 400 million. With such a vast population base, growth occurred rapidly. On the eve of the new China's establishment, an educator proclaimed, 47,500,000 Chinese people now stand tall. However, some southern provinces remained unliberated, leading to an incomplete census. Scholars estimate that the population in 1949 was approximately 540 million. The emperors swiftly deduced the historical context, spanning from the Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Ming, Qing, to the era of the Republic in the new China. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, this Qing dynasty increasingly feels amiss. Could it be as he imagines? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With an annual increase of 13 million, we can calculate, based on agricultural yield per acre and population size, that the per capita grain allocation in 1949 was 419 pounds. This figure represents an absolutely average grain distribution, yet, in reality, such absolute averages are unattainable. The per capita figure of 419 pounds is merely theoretical. The majority of individuals received far less than this amount. The contradiction between unlimited population growth and insufficient grain production signifies the crisis of the new China. This is also the reason why successive dynasties in China have failed to escape the 300-year cycle. Unlike ancient dynasties, which faced a decrease in population and barren lands in their early establishment, it was nearly a century later that they encountered the contradiction between population and land, ultimately leading to decline and demise amidst the cries of peasant uprisings. Upon hearing this, the rulers of past dynasties would undoubtedly appear troubled, especially those of the later periods. They understood all too well that peasant revolts heralded the decline of a dynasty. The contradiction between population and land seems an unsolvable dilemma. Yet future generations managed to alter the root causes of millennia-old dynasties, the explosive growth of population and grain. In the early days of the new China, it faced the age-old problem of population and land, a dilemma that had troubled the nation for thousands of years. If unresolved, a crisis of population and grain would emerge within a mere decade, accompanied by unrest. To escape the cyclical patterns of history, we must achieve industrialization, as only factories can accommodate an ever-growing population. By enhancing agricultural yields through technology and organizing resources with discipline, the new China can weather the storm. However, the path to industrialization is fraught with challenges. In 1949, agriculture and handicrafts accounted for 90% of the population, while the industrial workforce comprised a mere 10%. Among these scan industries, the focus was primarily on light textiles and food consumption, with manufacturing and production industries virtually non-existent. The national steel output was a mere 158,000 tons, coal production reached 32 million tons, and electricity generation was only 4.3 billion kilowatt-hours, with railway mileage totaling just 11,000 kilometers. Each of these dismal figures fell hundreds of times short when compared to the United States, with even the so-called white elephant countries surpassing China by 2 to 8 times. The emperors remarked, "Is the new China hundreds of times inferior to the United States?" Even the white elephant countries surpassed China significantly. This vividly illustrates how far behind the new China was at that time, and such backwardness inevitably invites conflict. Yet, as the great leader once stated, nothing is difficult in the world, as long as one is willing to climb. With such a fragile industrial foundation, it is questionable whether we can even survive, let alone transcend historical cycles. Consequently, Chiang Kai-shek, entrenched in Taiwan, harbored deep skepticism regarding our party's ability to maintain power, constantly contemplating a counteroffensive to the mainland. General Fuzhui, too, secretly hoarded radio equipment, preparing to seize opportunities amidst chaos. From their perspective, turmoil was inevitable, as they doubted that the new China could achieve industrialization and resolve the contradictions that had confounded generations of dynasties. Countless talented individuals over the past century have attempted industrialization, all to no avail. On what grounds do you believe you can succeed? However, the instructor emphasized that our objectives must be achieved, and indeed, they can be realized. The selection of an industrial path. Industrialization is not merely about purchasing machinery for production. If it were that simple, the endeavors of the past would have succeeded, and China would not have endured a century of humiliation. Ancestors, what humiliation? A century? Industrialization is a systemic endeavor, particularly requiring an ample labor force. Yet in the agrarian society of yore, most labor was bound to the land. A year of toil could barely sustain existence, rendering urban offices and factories exceedingly deficient in labor, even if they were established. When farmers were exploited by landlords, they lacked the surplus capital for consumption, resulting in urban production of industrial goods facing an absence of market demand, with investments and returns starkly disproportionate. As for rural landlords, they were even less inclined to invest in urban industries, given that factory profits are notoriously unstable. One year may yield great wealth, while the next could result in losses. Where is the stability in consolidating land gains? Thus, the revolutionary narrative centers on land reform, with the mission to eradicate landlords and liberate productive forces. Only in this manner can China's production relations be transformed, thereby advancing productivity. The precedence of such revolutionary tasks is a lesson gleaned from a century of modern experience. Aside from altering production relations, industrialization necessitates the introduction of technology, capital accumulation, urban planning, and the expansion of both domestic and international markets, alongside systematic national education, among other facets. For the nascent China, each of these endeavors posed formidable challenges. Nevertheless, every situation presents its advantages and disadvantages. China's weak industrial foundation renders the progress of industrialization exceedingly arduous. However, this frailty signifies that Chinese industry is akin to a blank canvas, devoid of any irreparable burdens, poised to craft the most exquisite masterpiece. As early as 194, the instructor articulated to Xie Weici of the American Military Observation Group that the future of Chinese industrialization must enlist the support of free enterprise and foreign capital. China could offer investment opportunities and a market for heavy industrial exports in return for industrial raw materials and agricultural products from America. In essence, During the latter part of the War of Resistance, our party leaned towards collaboration with the other side. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, compared to the Soviet Union, it was slightly more challenging for America to exert geographical control over China, and such collaboration aligned with the traditional Chinese diplomatic strategy of engaging distant foes while managing nearby threats. Secondly, our party had a natural affinity with the Soviet Union. Fostering a good relationship with America would open up the global diplomatic landscape and trade markets. However, merely 2 years later, America, after internal deliberations, chose to support the Southern nationalist government, completely severing ties with our party. The instructor and others felt helpless, having offered America an opportunity that it failed to seize. Consequently, the newly established China relinquished any illusions regarding America, shifting its diplomatic policy firmly towards the Soviet Union. It was not that the new China sought to distance itself from Europe and the United States, but rather that their bloc did not welcome the new China. However, much like the United States, the Soviet Union has, for decades, shown a greater inclination towards General Chiang, offering limited support to our party. Is this not the esteemed Soviet mentor of yours? They understood in an instant. At that time, future generations remarked that the Soviet Union had demonstrated for China the path that socialism could not take. Upon reflection, it is evident that among the permanent members of the United Nations, the Soviet Union was conspicuously absent, suggesting that nations either faced division like Europe or, well, there lies the essence of the matter, deserving of respect. In the nascent days of the People's Republic of China, the nation found itself at the periphery of global trends, overlooked by the West. Thus, educators and comrades resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the imminent completion of land reform and the liberation of productive forces in urban and rural areas to embark on the path of new democratic industrialization. This new democratic industrialization, in essence, entails the preservation of private enterprise, fostering a cyclical economy between urban and rural sectors, and gradually accumulating capital for industrial advancement. With the benefit of hindsight, we recognize that while new democratic industrialization was feasible, it demanded centuries for fruition. Following land reform, farmers acquired small plots of land, leading to a self-sufficient agrarian economy that required minimal purchases of urban industrial goods. Consequently, urban industrial products lacked a rural market, inhibiting capital accumulation for expansion. Thus, the economy did indeed recover during those years, yet the journey toward industrialization necessitated prolonged accumulation, a luxury the post-World War II global landscape could scarcely afford. The expressions of successive emperors grew increasingly grave, for it was evident that during the eras of the World Wars, Western nations had already transitioned into industrialized powers, while the new China remained a blank slate. Prior to this, there was a subconscious belief that all nations were starting from a relatively equal footing, with the West merely a step ahead of China. However, the reality of the vast chasm between them was unforeseen. The new China still required assistance from more advanced nations, lagging far behind the rest of the world, akin to two disparate eras colliding. As one of the world's major powers, China faced a dire fate should it miss the window for industrialization, plunging its fortunes into the depths of despair. Yet, at that moment, the global situation underwent a dramatic transformation. In 1950, the United States intervened in the Korean War, aiming to seize control of the Korean peninsula and effectively encircle China and the Soviet Union at the Yalu River. The ancestors lamented, "Why do you so relish in creating turmoil?" The Soviet Union, hesitant to engage in conflict with the United States, adopted a stance of passive observation. However, the educators resolutely advocated for combating American aggression in defense of the homeland. Thus commenced the monumental war to aid Korea, during which, following 3 significant campaigns, the American forces were pushed back to the 38th parallel, astonishing even Stalin himself. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly unsophisticated volunteer army could confront the American military head-on. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Stalin recognized the gravity of his misjudgment. "I have made a decision against my own principles. I must arm China." The following are the impressions of our ancestors. The United States, fond of meddling, rather despicable, always wanting to interfere. Japan, perverse, an invader of China, the resentment stemming from Zhu Di's grudge. South Korea, shameless, a foolish little nation, with a rebellious son that seems on the verge of separation. The Soviet Union could support China in its confrontation with the United States, as the new China is akin to a younger brother to the Soviet Union. Utilizing us as a strategic buffer zone for the Soviets is far more secure than the original border they possessed. As for the specifics of the support, it consisted of 156 projects. Emperor Qin, HM, a younger brother? Lu Che, I have always been the leader. Who could have imagined that China would rely on others to be deemed great? Li Shimin, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that China is a younger brother? Kublai Khan, what to do now? I wish to expand our territories once more. Zhu Di, adding to the grudge list, the meddlesome United States. The big brother Soviet Union. If one were to inquire, Japan, you shall forever deserve the best, ranking first on the King of Hell's blacklist. Previously, during a visit to the Soviet Union by educators, aside from securing a low-interest loan of $300 million, they subsequently signed 50 key projects involving coal, steel, electricity, and other industries. These projects were catalyzed by the Korean War and were formally established in 1952. In the same year, Premier Zhou Enlai and Comrade Chen Yun led a delegation, signing an additional 91 major projects, which, along with the earlier 50, would commence construction between 1953 and 1959. It was anticipated that upon completion, China's coal, steel, and petroleum-heavy industries would reach levels comparable to those of 1932 or Japan's in 1937. In 1954, Khrushchev visited China and signed 10 documents, including subsequent military and shipbuilding projects. In total, there were 174 projects, of which, after revisions and investigations, 154 were ultimately confirmed. Since the names of the 156 projects had already been published, they collectively became known as the 156 projects, with a total value of approximately $4 billion. These projects formed the core of China's first five-year plan. By the late 1950s, a complete heavy industrial system encompassing aviation, aerospace, electronics, weaponry, shipbuilding, metallurgy, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, petroleum, and coal had been established, effectively shortening the gap between China's industry and the world by 50 years. Thus, China momentarily emerged from the crisis of its early nationhood and could begin to envision a grander future, as has been reiterated countless times. All of this was earned by the valiant volunteers in Korea. A great leader once stated in Mao's selected works, "Our comrades, in times of difficulty, must recognize our achievements, see the light ahead, and bolster our courage." We express our gratitude to the formidable martyrs of the volunteer army. We are thankful for our ever-stronger motherland. Throughout the annals of history, our ancestors, upon reflection, experienced a profound sense of astonishment and resonance. From the nascent days of our nation, lagging significantly behind others, even the diminutive Japan surpassed China in the march towards industrialization. Witnessing the impoverished and barren landscape of the newly established China, which once relied heavily on the Soviet Union, to now standing as the world's second-largest economic powerhouse, the journey has undoubtedly been arduous. Many were skeptical of your potential, yet you, my dear new China, have proven them wrong. Understanding the significance of the Industrial Revolution, successive emperors have increasingly emphasized the advancement of industry. Though they may not have achieved the monumental feats of the 21st century, our forebears were formidable in their own right. They aspired to construct ships to traverse to the Americas in search of bountiful crops, and to develop artillery to bolster national military strength. They were unwavering in their commitment to industrial and economic progress. Our ancestors proclaimed, "Only children make choices. We shall seize both opportunities." As for nations like Japan and South Korea, once they have set their own houses in order, they will surely come to engage with us in playful rivalry. Japan, fear is set in, seeking mercy. The Homa will punish every individual who dares to challenge it with a hot pot. It is utterly unexpected, and no one informed me that there exists an antidote for this. Each member of the Southwest F4 finds themselves in a predicament with outsiders. Those outsiders, who once remained calm, proclaiming no worries, quickly find themselves in anguish. Do you know why Zhang Shenzhong massacred Sichuan? It was because the Sichuan people deceived him into using Homa to bait fish. In the vast realms, the Homa plant is entirely enveloped in fuzzy spines. Upon contact, these spines penetrate the skin, releasing irritating substances such as formaldehyde. You will experience a burning sensation akin to an electric shock. In childhood, being pricked was something to brag about, but now I realize that this plant indeed has an antidote. The irony is, despite its appearance, it cannot escape the fate of being consumed. In the next moment, our ancestors witnessed the people of Sichuan and Chongqing joyfully immersing large quantities of Homa into the hot pot, cooking it, and then feasting with glee. Such a greedy delight. So, where did the practice of using Homa to bait fish originate? No, But why did Zhang Xianzhong slaughter Sichuan? Ran Shi, according to folklore. It was because Zhang Xianzhong was tricked by a Sichuanese into using this for cleaning himself. In the vast realms, the antidote lies in the presence of a round leaf, the Chinese knotweed. Simply crush it in your hand, and all will be well. Shui. The tale of Zhang Xianzhong using Huoma as bait is one that we, the people of Sichuan, wholeheartedly believe. Zhang Xianzhong, upon finding a snake egg. The elder brother immediately returned it, an interesting tidbit of knowledge. While working on the mountain, I stumbled upon a plethora of eggs, uncertain of their origin. Thus I shared a video seeking input from netizens. Good news. I found out. Bad news. These are eggs of the mountain peak snake. A netizen. Mountain peak snake eggs. The mother snake will track you down by scent. Me netizen. A fun fact. A snake's sense of smell is 15 times more acute than that of a dog. Shi Jinchui was nearly in stitches, and upon opening the video comments, she found them even more amusing as netizens chimed in, on the street. They call me dog brother. Put them in a box and send them to the leader, dog emoji. Our ancestors. We have encountered many living beings. But this is the first time seeing a living llama. Mr. The mountain peak. An exceedingly venomous snake. Being bitten results in a near-certain death. I have inherited knowledge from my forebears on herbal remedies. I have treated over a dozen individuals bitten by the mountain peak snake, and to this day, there have been 0 survivors. Sun Simiao, truly a miraculous physician. L8, given the remarkable sensitivity of a snake's sense of smell, why not employ it as a police snake? Our ancestors. All right, you are the capitalist here. Did it evolve with a problem of indecision? The hippopotamus, a fascinating creature of the animal kingdom. It is my first time encountering such a timid animal. The hippopotamus dwells in water, yet it does not consume fish. Instead, it must venture to land to graze, all while being allergic to ultraviolet rays. Thus, it hastily retreats to the water after a few bites, and alas, it cannot swim. If it remains submerged in water for too long, it may ultimately succumb to drowning. The ancients gazed contemplatively at the colossal hippopotamus depicted in the video, pondering the significance of its existence. Is it truly a creature of both land and water? Furthermore, how does such a massive creature maintain its size without shedding any weight? Watermelon juice remarked on its coarse exterior, yet it is surprisingly sensitive. The observers noted that its survival to this day suggests it possesses some remarkable traits. The ancestors mused, contemplating its dual existence on land and in water. What are some historically significant and inspiring quotations? Have you encountered any remarkable phrases from history? The noble and powerful. Are their destinies truly determined by birth? The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, may fortune smile upon the world. I laughed defiantly at the heavens, regardless of my fate. A man's heart remains steadfast as iron until death. Let us test our mettle in mending the heavens. Our ancestors would surely exclaim, well done. Comments in the video, a single strike dispels 100 blows. Awaken millions of workers and farmers, united in purpose. As the red flags flutter beneath Mount Buzhou, our ancestors would surely say, indeed, I laughed defiantly at the heavens, and once I have laughed, I shall retire for the night. You are my kin, and I am yours. By what right do you claim kingship? Ancestors, bring these two out. Shi Jinchui had been engrossed in watching videos for a while before she hastily turned to check her private messages. To her surprise, she noticed a conspicuous message from a user named CS Han Chu-san. Han Zhongyang, Miss, could you please send me a map of China's topography? Gritting teeth. Defensive version, Shi Jinchui, image JPG. Han Xiaoha, Miss, could you inform me about the map to the Americas? Shi Jinchui, image JPG. Han Xian, may I inquire, fair maiden, where the esteemed Dream Tears resides? Who should the next employer seek? Shi Jinchui, goodness, Dream Tears has emerged, a true talent. I suggest you directly seek employment with Qin Shi Huang. It will surely ensure a peaceful old age, haha. One might wonder why Zhang Liang chose to consult Shi Jinchui regarding the Central Plains topography. The answer is simple, he was making his escape. Meanwhile, Xiaoha, being astute, recognized that the most coveted item throughout history was indeed a map to the Americas, thus opting for something advantageous to himself. When he finally met His Majesty, the Emperor Qin, he could at least seize an opportunity to redeem himself. As for the young Han Xian, he was far more earnest. Unacquainted with the Emperor's public call for the immortal soldiers, he was thoroughly perplexed. Observing that the Master of the Heavens had not mentioned the whereabouts of Dream Tears, he genuinely contemplated whether to journey to Xianyang to serve Qin Shi Huang. After some deliberation, he reasoned that surely the Master of the Heavens would not wish him harm. Thus, The young Han Xian embarked on his journey to Xianyang, remaining as naive and innocent as ever. During the Qin dynasty, the county magistrate and soldiers hurriedly escorted the captives to Xianyang. Qin Shi Huang did not meet them immediately. Instead, he instructed that they be separated and confined in different cells. After several days, the spirits of the captives had notably waned, uncertain whether their companions had met the emperor or if they were even still alive. At this point, Xiao had grown considerably disheveled, no longer the refined scholar of Pei-Sten. He sat in a corner, lost in thought, his gaze fixed ahead. No one could see the object before him. Private messages would only appear with the owner's permission. And what lay before him was indeed a map directing towards the Americas. As the distant sound of footsteps approached, Xiaohe assumed it was the person delivering food. He regained his focus and turned to the newcomer, momentarily stunned by the blank expression on his face. The man, despite being in the dim confines of the prison, retained an undeniable aura of authority. The emperor gazed upon one of the future three heroes of the Han dynasty. Xiaohe was suddenly brought back to reality. Performing a respectful kneeling gesture, his demeanor imbued with utmost reverence, daring not to lift his gaze without the emperor's permission. This marked his first genuine encounter with the present Qin Shi Huang, who would later become one of history's most contentious emperors. Indeed, true to his title as the first emperor, the aura of authority surrounding him rendered Xiaohe breathless, instilling a fear that the emperor might resort to lethal measures to silence him. After all, the heavens could divulge the future. Raise your head and explain to me why I should spare your life. Xiaohe swallowed hard, his eyes meeting the emperor's, cold sweat trickling down his back as he wagered that his majesty would not dispatch him so easily. Yet the emperor's words inevitably heightened Xiaohe's anxiety, and he pondered the fates of Lu Ji and the others. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Your Majesty, I possess a maritime map to the Americas." Ing Zheng's pupils constricted in surprise. His initial intent had merely been to prompt Xiaohe to contemplate his utility, yet he found Xiaohe remarkably aligned with his aspirations. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was indeed beneficial. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohe was appointed as a Grand Scholar, tasked with revising the laws of Qin. The title of Grand Scholar is a personal addition, as Qin already had 2 prime ministers. The author believed this position to be most befitting for Xiaohe. Please forgive the author's limited intellect. This office was a novel strategy conceived by the first emperor, and Xiaohe, newly appointed, was quick to assert his influence within the court, balancing power with Prime Minister Xi. Many ministers expressed dissatisfaction with the arrival of Xiaohe, questioning why this newcomer should wield such authority. However, with the emperor's backing and the map Xiaohe provided, all grievances dissipated. Meanwhile, the others in prison were left for the emperor to contemplate how best to harness their talents. The 3 heroes of Han had already been recaptured, with 2 still uncertain in their fates. After assessing the military genius Han Xian, Ing Zheng issued an imperial edict across the realm, seeking young talents, hoping they would come to Xianyang. Should they refuse allegiance, force would be the alternative, a domineering approach. Based on the character traits of Han Xian revealed by the heavens, it was likely that any aspiring youth would seek prominence amidst the current upheaval. After all, gold shines wherever it is found, and Ing Zheng proclaimed that under his command, it would dazzle the eyes of all. Such a rare military genius would not escape the first emperor's grasp, especially with ambitions to conquer Japan and venture to the Americas, where talent was sorely needed. Another day of envy for Erfeng. So envious. Today we shall discuss the Han ethnicity. The heavens had not revealed themselves for several days, leaving our ancestors somewhat disoriented. Upon hearing a sound, they all looked up, curious about what would be shared. Do you know why we are called the Han people, rather than the Qin or Tang people? It is important to recognize that both the Qin and Tang dynasties were formidable in their own right. In everyday life, we frequently need to fill out our identity information. If you are not from a minority group, you will invariably indicate Han ethnicity. Why are we referred to as the Han people? The traditional attire worn is the Hanfu, the characters inscribed are Chinese characters, and the language spoken is known as Mandarin. Throughout the span of over 2 millennia of feudal dynasties, the frequent changes of power and fragmented regimes do not define the name of our nation. Concurrently, ministers from various realms began to meticulously document events, lest they miss any significant information. Indeed, this account differs from the rest. There were a total of 9 unified dynasties: Qin, Han, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qin. As the narrative unfolds, the territorial maps of these dynasties shift, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. The Yuan and Qing dynasties boasted the most extensive territories, with the Tang dynasty not far behind. Zhao Kuangyin, upon witnessing the vast map, nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the Qin and Han dynasties gazed in astonishment, realizing the expanse of China's territory could be so immense. The Yuan, Ming, and Qing represent the last three feudal dynasties, and their timelines are misaligned. The preceding dynasties had already established a sense of national identity. And since both the Yuan and Qing were ruled by foreign powers, they could not possibly represent our national identity. What? Zhu Yuanzhang, with a heavy heart, finally met his demise. He pondered why the attire and empresses in the palace seemed so peculiar. The Qing dynasty felt discordant. In the late Ming period, Zhu Youjian's face turned pale as he stared blankly at the heavens, bewildered by the unfolding events. Could it be that he was truly powerless to alter the course of history? No, he refused to believe it. With the heavens above, all would be well. Yes, it would be well. Zhao Kuangyin's countenance flushed with indignation. The downfall of the Song dynasty, only to be succeeded by a foreign regime, were the Jurchens to blame. The emperors preceding the Song were equally astonished. How could a foreign power infiltrate the Central Plains, especially across two dynasties? Were the Song emperors truly so ineffectual? The Song dynasty claimed to be a unified empire, having ended the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, yet it failed to achieve genuine unity. Northern and western regions continued to harbor other powers, and more perplexingly, the Song dynasty resorted to using tribute money to secure peace. A display of weakness that could never embody our national identity. Zhao Kuangyin was now thoroughly incensed, feeling utterly humiliated across the annals of history. Likely to be ridiculed in future accounts. The first emperor and other monarchs wore expressions of complexity, sensing that the Song emperor was no ordinary ruler. They all seemed so feeble. The Sui dynasty, though it initiated the imperial examination and constructed the Grand Canal, had a fleeting existence, failing to foster a sense of national identity. Sui Wendy remarked. The Jin dynasty's reputation was tarnished by the myriad disgraceful acts of the Sima family, leaving no one proud to be associated with them. Thus, Jin could not become our national name. Cao Cao hesitated. The Sima family? Perhaps he was overthinking. Surely, future dynasties would not be so. Ultimately, only the Qin, Han, and Tang remained. So why do we identify as the Han people rather than the Qin or Tang? The Qin dynasty was the first to unify China, implementing a common script, standardized vehicle tracks, and uniform measurements, profoundly influencing over 2 millennia of feudal dynasties in China. Regrettably, it is widely acknowledged that the Qin dynasty was exceedingly brief in its existence. From its unification to its demise, a mere span of 15 years elapsed, during which many former subjects of the 6 states continued to identify themselves as people of Wei, Chu, or Qi, rather than as Qin individuals. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, although the Tang dynasty was also formidable and enjoyed a considerable duration of rule, it often resorted to seeking military assistance from foreign tribes in times of peril. In fact, to quell the Lushan and Shi Siming rebellion, it even turned to the Uyghurs, permitting them to plunder at will once they captured Chang'an, which is quite astonishing in itself. Beasts! What does it mean to plunder at will after capturing Chang'an? Which descendant committed such a foolish act? Li Shimon's face darkened severely. Merely listening to Shi Jinchui's account made his vision blur. The expressions of the other ministers were hardly better. How could an emperor act in such a manner, placing the common people in jeopardy? Meanwhile, Li Ji rose in fury, his anger almost spilling over, as his usual composure vanished entirely. Who is responsible for this incompetence? Similarly, Wu Zetian's mood was no better. How could the emperor during the Ungshi rebellion allow such a thing to happen? Let us reflect on the Han dynasty, where generals like Wei Qing and Hu Yubing made the Xiongnu weep, expanding the territory to include the western regions, pacifying the Chong, and conquering Korea. They achieved unprecedented expansion of the empire's borders, declaring that those who dared threaten the mighty Han would face dire consequences, even in the twilight years of the dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, we managed to suppress neighboring tribes, not to mention Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua, while Cao Cao apprehended the southern Xiongnu's chieftain Hechuquan and placed him under house arrest in Yi City. The Han perished due to weakness, while its strength ultimately led to its downfall. Which dynasty, akin to the Han, does not instill pride? The powerful Han dynasty established an unprecedented dignity for us, enduring for over 400 years, allowing concepts such as Han soldiers, Han envoys, Han people, and Han clothing to become deeply ingrained in our culture. Thus, Han became synonymous with our identity. We are the Han people, our attire is Hanfu, and the language we speak is Mandarin. Long live the Han dynasty. Aside from the Han, no other dynasty remains unscathed. Just as everyone believed the celestial curtain was to vanish, it flickered and descended, as Shi Jinchui's voice echoed once more. And the ancestors looked up in astonishment. In order to fulfill his assignment, Shi Jinchui diligently edited his work, releasing 2 consecutive videos this time. Given the opportunity to ascend the throne, he could eliminate all his brothers. If granted another chance to become emperor, he could squander the entire empire within 3 years. His ascension led countless families to ruin. He is the terminator of the Qin Empire, the first prodigal in history, Qin Shi Huang. Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It's over. It's all directed at me. Zheng felt a wave of dizziness. He should have been prepared for this, yet hearing it all so vividly was almost unbearable. To eliminate all his brothers? As the son of Qin Shi Huang, Huai was favored by his father and studied law under Zhao Gao during his youth. In 211 BC, Huai accompanied the first emperor on a tour, completely unaware that this journey would alter both his destiny and that of the great Qin. Max, the greatest folly of Qin Shi Huang was his obsession with the quest for immortality, which ultimately led to his demise through poison. Alongside the ill-fated expedition of Su Fu, Sister Tong, Huai was entirely manipulated by Zhao Gao, which stands as another significant error of Qin Shi Huang. His misplaced trust in the treacherous Zhao Gao resulted in the downfall of the second emperor. Floating life as a dream. In just 3 years, the legacy built over 5 centuries by our ancestors was utterly dismantled. Surely, their coffins can no longer be concealed. During a journey, Emperor Qin Shi Huang passed away at the Sand Dune Palace. Li Si, fearing that the remnants of the 6 kingdoms might rebel upon learning of the emperor's death, resolved to keep the demise a secret. Huai, in collusion with Zhao Gao, falsely claimed that the emperor had left a decree naming him as the crown prince, and forged an edict that compelled Fu Su to take his own life. In that moment, Li Si was drenched in cold sweat, constantly monitoring the emperor's expression, terrified that he might regret his decision and seek vengeance upon him. Oh, how he wished to serve the emperor tirelessly, laboring without reward until his last breath, pleading for the preservation of his insignificant life. A mere trivial lie had the power to bring down an entire empire. After ascending to the throne, Huai descended into madness, ruthlessly slaughtering his own siblings. He began by executing the 12 sons of Qin Shi Huang, followed by the brutal deaths of 10 sisters, leaving Huai as the sole survivor of the emperor's lineage. In a bid to spare his family from disgrace, Gongzi Gao voluntarily petitioned to accompany Qin Shi Huang in death, thus preserving his own remains. Following the massacre of his siblings, Huai set his sights on the court, first directly ordering the execution of Meng Tian and his brother Meng Yi, Right Chancellor Feng Qiuji and General Feng Jia. To avoid humiliation, chose to end their own lives, along with numerous close attendants, including Zhong Lang, Wei Lang, and San Lang, none of whom escaped their grim fate. Ah! Our formidable ruler has arrived. The vacant positions have all been filled by Zhao Gao's loyal confidants, and Huai has unwittingly confined himself within a prison of his own making. He believes that the common people suffer from hunger and lack of clothing, and thus need to practice frugality, while a sovereign, endowed with the wealth of the realm, ought to indulge in life's pleasures. Huai and Zhao Gao. Zheng gritted his teeth and commanded that the two be brought forth, drawing his 6-foot-long sword. His eyes burned with a murderous intent. Soon, the likes of Prince Gao arrived, and upon seeing Huai being dragged in like a dead dog, they furiously rushed forward to administer punishment. Their blows were merciless, and Huai's cries of agony were accompanied by curses. The first emperor observed coldly until their wrath was fully expended. Zhao Gao, however, had his ministers deal with the situation, as they did not trust that such brutal treatment of loyal officials could occur without Zhao Gao's influence. They paid little heed to the impropriety of their actions, surrounding and beating the treacherous eunuch. Truly, the heart sank in despair. No virtuous official could survive under the hand of such a wretch. Jifeng, how could Xuanzi produce a student like Li Si? Black humor. In chaotic times, who can embody the utmost goodness and truth? We are all at the mercy of fate. A win-like man, Zhao Gao, a man from Zhao, dismantled the Qin Empire without shedding a single drop of blood. The irony is palpable. Huai inquired how Li Si could assure him of a quality life, and fearing the loss of his position, Li Si subjected him to the most draconian laws of the Qin dynasty, laws so severe and detailed that they were unprecedented in history. Little did Li Si foresee that merely 6 months later, he would reap the bitter fruits of his own actions. Zhao Gao accused Li Si of 3 major crimes, leading to his dismissal and trial. Under Zhao Gao's severe coercion, he was forced to confess, ultimately facing a death sentence. The first step involved tattooing his face. The second step involved the severing of his nose. The third step was the amputation of his feet. The fourth step was to be cut in half. And the fifth step was to be reduced to minced flesh. This was the most brutal form of punishment at the time, known as the 5 punishments. Li Si, the first emperor. How delightful. Tao Yan. Li Si truly deserves his fate. Had he diligently fulfilled his role as chancellor, perhaps he would have been remembered in history. It seems Hu Hai is akin to a monstrous tyrant, so cruel to his own siblings, utterly inhumane. Li Si was utterly despondent, unable to fathom why he would commit such foolish acts, leading to his own demise and the fall of his nation. Damn it, Zhao Gao is a beast. With this thought, Chancellor Li Si rose and charged into the crowd, disregarding his dignity as he rained blows upon the scoundrel, cursing vehemently. One can only say that self-inflicted suffering leads to one's own ruin. After Li Si's death, Zhao Gao faced no political rivals. Hu Hai began to indulge in pleasures, summoning farmers nationwide to construct the palatial Fang Palace and the mausoleum at Mount Li, incurring exorbitant expenses, while the court incessantly raised taxes, provoking widespread discontent. I pay taxes to support your indulgence, I toil without remuneration, and I must also provide my own sustenance. At this time, the laws of Qin were exceedingly harsh. Any minor infraction could result in severe penalties or even execution. Zhao Gao, in an attempt to validate his authority within the court, once staged a notorious scene of calling a deer a horse in the presence of Hu Hai. Yet, when confronted with the divergent opinions of the ministers, he harbored no doubts about Zhao Gao. Instead, he perceived himself as the one at fault, while all those who dared to assert the truth were swiftly executed by Zhao Gao. From that moment on, no one in the court dared to speak the truth, and every minister lived in trepidation. It was only when the rebel army of Qin Sheng and Wu Guang approached the gates that Hu Hai realized the world had descended into chaos. Fortunately, General Zhang Han led an army of 200,000 slaves, who were engaged in the construction of the mausoleum at Mount Li to confront the enemy, thus averting the crisis. Ing Zheng took a deep breath, his temples throbbing violently. This wretched creature, devoid of talent and consumed by a violent lust for bloodshed, is truly a beast among fools. Father, save me. They are hitting me. Hu Hai pleaded with hopeful eyes for help, yet he received no acknowledgement. The Crown Prince Fu Su, having regained his composure from his astonishment, gazed at Hu Hai as if he were a stranger. How could one be so cruel, sparing not even their own siblings? Was it his own cowardice that led to this chaos? If only he had acted differently. Alas, there are no ifs in the annals of history. And Fu Su felt a profound sense of desolation and helplessness as he contemplated Hu Hai's actions. The gentle and refined gentleman's expression morphed into one of fury as he swiftly approached his younger brother Hu Hai, while the other siblings instinctively stepped aside. This was the first time they had witnessed their elder brother in such a state of rage. The Crown Prince advanced and delivered several forceful kicks to Hu Hai, particularly targeting his groin. Let you have your fun. I'll let you have your fun. The anguished cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The noble gentlemen were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in shock, while Princess Ng Min and others applauded in approval. Indeed, the elder brother struck with precision. Later, Zhang Han's forces were decisively defeated by Xiang Yu at the Battle of Jiulu, leading Zhang Han, fearing retribution from the court, to surrender with an army of 200,000 to Xiang Yu. Among them, Liu Bang's troops advanced the fastest, and upon entering Wuguan in 207 BC, Zhao Gao dispatched his son-in-law Yin Lu with 1,000 officials and soldiers under the pretense of capturing thieves, intruding into Wangyi Palace. The guards were all slain, leaving only a eunuch who dared not flee. Hu Hai, filled with rage, reproached the eunuch, questioning why he was only informed of such dire circumstances now. The eunuch replied, "It is precisely because I remained silent that I have survived this long. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago." Moments before his demise, Hu Hai pleaded with Yin Lu for clemency, expressing his willingness to live as a commoner in exchange for his life, but Yin Lu refused. Ultimately, Hu Hai, left with no options, took his own life at the age of 24. During this time, the nobles of the 6 kingdoms began to declare themselves kings. After Hu Hai's death, Ziying could only claim the title of King of Qin. Yang Jian remarked, "I suddenly feel a bit relieved. What is this feeling?" Liu Bang responded, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." Li Shimin pondered, recalling the Ungshi rebellion. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, "Why can't future generations refer to themselves as the Ming clan?" In the midst of this turmoil, Ziying harbored ambitions to restore his country. Within 46 days, he executed Zhao Gao to resist Liu Bang and continued to employ Xiangyang's policies to revive the strength of the Qin dynasty. He nearly eradicated the remnants of the Qin state's chaos, yet ultimately, the grand tide of history had turned against the Qin. In a certain sense, one might argue that the Qin did not perish. Since its fall, successive dynasties have revered the Qin's imperial jade seal as the legitimate symbol of authority. Moreover, the territory, system, and ideologies have all been continuously refined upon the foundation laid by the Qin. Hu Hai's visage was so battered that it was unrecognizable, marred by footprints and bruises, and he could barely utter a word as he clutched himself in despair. Witnessing this abomination, the first emperor could no longer contain his fury. Having underestimated the reckless self-destruction of his own offspring, before long, Hu Hai was commanded by the first emperor to be crushed to death in the streets as a warning, to which the common people applauded. Such a malignant scourge could not be permitted to persist. Until his last breath, Yingzheng did not cast another glance at Hu Hai. Had it not been for the desire to pacify the populace, he would have wielded his sword to sever the head of his errant son. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao was executed. His head displayed upon the city walls as a stark warning to the scheming nobles of the 6 states, cautioning them against harboring any treacherous thoughts. To the end, Hu Hai remained oblivious to the notion that he had been crushed by the very wheels of history, dying without understanding the reasons behind his fate. At the same time, the previously obscure Xing emerged into the public eye. Perhaps history's regrets may yet be altered. Following Zhao Gao's execution, the question of who would assume his responsibilities posed a dilemma for the first emperor, leading him to summon Xiao He from prison. He pondered who might be capable of managing the affairs of simple script. Xiao He was indeed a person of remarkable intelligence. The emperor, by implication, inquired about the number of individuals in Paistin capable of assuming the responsibilities and duties left vacant by the deceased Xiao Gao. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Your Majesty, perhaps Xiao Qin is suitable for the task." A silence enveloped the air for a brief interval, until Yingzheng ultimately resolved to appoint Xiao Qin as the minister of the Central Chariot Department. Having learned from past experiences, the first emperor no longer entrusted the imperial seal to others for safekeeping. One could almost perceive an illusion of drawing talent from a hierarchy. At last emerging from obscurity, Xiao Qin appeared considerably thinner, and upon seeing Xiao He, who seemed unperturbed and unaffected, he found no trace of distress or weariness. When compatriots meet, emotions overflow. Tears welled up in their eyes. "My dear brother, you have achieved great success yet still remember to rescue your friend," Xiao Qin exclaimed, his mind conjuring an elaborate drama. Deeply moved, "It seems you have overthought the situation." Xiao He elucidated the entire sequence of events, concluding with a reminder, "In the future, we must diligently serve His Majesty, and in return, we shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. At the very least, our lives and families will be preserved." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin, with a lingering sense of dread, patted his chest, feeling immensely fortunate that the current sovereign is magnanimous and that he still holds some value to him. Otherwise, I find myself next to a neighbor who indiscriminately pollutes, a foolish Japanese individual, while others at the age of 24 drive a Panamera. I, hailing from a developing nation over 5,000 years old, am surrounded by 2 imbeciles, one of whom is the insipid offspring of my adversary. A video presented a map of Asia, with nations such as Japan and Korea marked, as it discussed the imbecile who encroaches upon their territory, prompting our ancestors to promptly document this fool's abode. One persistently pilfers culture, claiming the entire world for itself, distorting history, while remaining a frog in the well. The other, a motherless wretch, audaciously discharges nuclear waste, treating our oceans as its personal domain, leaving us to ponder whether we will ever again savor shrimp. I wonder if it harbors intentions of waging war against Godzilla in the future, questioning why Mount Fuji remains dormant. Your master is truly a fool. I feel an urge to deliver a resounding slap, and even more, I yearn to send several Dongfeng deliveries to its residents. Another individual is even more ostentatious, constantly fixating on my waist, offering a job at a salary of 58,000, and incessantly calling to deceive me into becoming a fool. After 2 days, I found my kidneys diminished in its presence. Sneaking back home, I ended up in the hospital, spending 658,000 for a kidney, feeling quite difficult to kill. And I truly wish to give myself a resounding slap. Our ancestors exclaimed, "Ah, there is yet another who stubbornly refuses to return home." Clinging to a blonde while professing undying love, infuriating me to the point where I wish to strike him. Ah, our ancestors. So it turns out this is the wayward child. Li Shimin, why does this land of pickled vegetables seem somewhat familiar? With a hesitant tone, Li Ji, isn't this simply Scylla? Zhao Kuanging, in Japan as well. These two fools truly are neighbors. Zhu Di, what does it mean to go to the hospital for a kidney? Is that not the territory of Mengyang Xinwei? The ancestors fell into deep contemplation. Sensing that the future of China appears daunting, with two foolish individuals and a troublesome neighbor, seemingly posing a threat to their very existence, it is indeed challenging to eliminate. As our ancestors quietly retrieve their notebooks, discreetly noting down a few foolish individuals, while the beautiful ones have already found their place on the blacklist. What does the discharge of nuclear wastewater signify? This persistent nuisance is truly exasperating, endlessly creating trouble. This is a sorrowful tale. In a romantic nation, a man was found completely unclothed, relieving himself indiscriminately at a train station. When confronted, he audaciously hurled his excrement at passers-by and subsequently pursued them in aggression. Observing the image of the man with his lower body obscured, our ancestors were left puzzled, questioning, "Young man, is this what one sees when encountering such filth?" One remarked, "After being struck with a knife for 2 years, I recovered. However, if someone were to throw feces at me, I fear I would never find peace again." Another commented, "If that excrement had not struck me, I would have fled in haste. But if it did hit me, I would willingly join the battle of filth." The process of trimming a horse's hoof serves as a delightful source of relaxation for the donkey, as it is, after all, a horse. Our ancestors observed with keen interest as the curved blade deftly shaped the hooves, layer upon layer of thick hide being meticulously carved away. Alongside the trimming of surrounding nails, such a gratifying spectacle. Indeed, some ancient onlookers felt an irresistible urge to try their hand at it, believing it to be a simple and enjoyable task. Yet, the inexperienced would often find themselves unceremoniously kicked aside. Now, let us delve into the 10 manifestations of kidney deficiency. How many of these afflictions do you recognize in yourself? In the realm of health and medicine, individuals suffering from kidney weakness may frequently experience fatigue, along with symptoms like lower back and knee soreness, dizziness, tinnitus, and a general lack of vitality. Both men and women who identify with more than 2 of these symptoms should take heed. Throughout history, married men have feigned indifference while secretly straining to listen, fearful of their own kidney yang deficiency, a matter closely tied to a man's dignity. 1. Sensitivity to cold and wind becomes increasingly pronounced in chilly weather as one ventures out, feeling a chilling breeze enveloping the neck, with ears and hands at risk of freezing. 2. A compromised immune system manifests not only through frequent colds and bouts of diarrhea, but also through the emergence of various peculiar ailments. 3. Shortness of breath and difficulty in breathing arise, particularly when ascending stairs at a leisurely pace, necessitating frequent rest. 4. A pervasive sense of fatigue and lethargy persists, even after a full 8 hours of sleep, leaving one feeling drowsy and listless throughout the day. 5. Night sweats drench sleepwear, accompanied by waves of heat and a restless mind filled with disjointed dreams, resulting in a body soaked in perspiration and a spirit utterly drained. 6. An irritable temperament surfaces, often unrelated to external weather conditions, marked by a propensity for impatience, particularly in moments of self-directed frustration. 7. Diminished memory and waning concentration become evident, as one increasingly struggles to retain information, often drifting into a haze of distraction. Li Longji, Chow Chow, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Bang, could it be? Could it truly be? Lu Ao, I refuse to believe it. Already drenched in sweat, my brother, other emperors adamantly refused to acknowledge such a reality. My family is the wealthiest in Fuzhou. Upon watching the humorous video, one cannot help but chuckle as it features a father and son duo. The father, engrossed in reading his son's composition, occasionally casts bewildered glances at his son. You wrote that our family is the wealthiest in Fuzhou? Have you lost your mind? Our residence is indeed vast, with 2 households per floor. Are we, then, the affluent family that cannot even afford a townhouse? The son inquired earnestly, what is a townhouse? The father fell silent. My father usually carries 1,000,000 yuan in cash whenever he steps out. He was somewhat at a loss for words and said to him, do not attempt to write about the life experiences of those without money. The teacher suggested that one could liberate their imagination to some extent. The man calculated the weight of 1,000,000 yuan in cash and arrived at an astonishing figure, his expression one of disbelief. 11. 5 kilograms? Am I to carry 5 kilograms with me every day? Do you think I am incapable of using mobile payment? Dear ancestors, you have rendered the child invincible. Within every extravagant word lies an undertone of poverty. The son dares to pen these words, yet the father lacks the courage to read them aloud. compelled instead to press on. Recently, I have made significant strides in my studies, and my parents took me to the most opulent buffet, which costs 98 per person. That evening, we feasted on copious amounts of shrimp priced at 500 grams per pound. The son remarked, the fried rice was delightful as well. After our meal, we ventured to a luxury boutique, where my mother instructed the attendant to bring forth the most expensive handbag, and without much haggling, she readily settled the bill. In contemplation of life's whims, the teacher chuckled for 3 hours before reluctantly permitting the child to take it back. A vivid expression indeed. Poverty constrains one's imagination. It remains the same. The most expensive handbag was tossed aside, and in that moment, the father wished to cast his son away. It is rather discomforting. Upon hearing that the priciest handbag had been discarded, I could not contain my laughter. A netizen inquired, why was it tossed aside? The original poster replied, it is akin to a stall in a vegetable market where garments and bags are sold. Due to the limited space, the clothes must be hung on the wall. When one desires a particular piece, the proprietor retrieves it. Did you only just learn such elementary knowledge? A brief historical insight. What is the contemporary value equivalent to an ancient tale of silver? Our ancestors' eyes sparkled with curiosity. They too wished to comprehend the price levels of future generations, observing that a meal out today costs no less than 200. In truth, a tale of silver in ancient times held far greater worth than portrayed in dramas, yet to ascertain its precise value today remains a challenge. Firstly, regarding conversion methods, how does one equate ancient silver to modern currency? This poses a question, and we shall illustrate several common conversion methods. 1. Price-based conversion. According to records from the Qin Dynasty, during the mid to late era, a tael of silver could purchase approximately 150 jin of rice. At the current market price of 3 yuan per jin, a tael of silver equates to about 450 yuan today. Nevertheless, this calculation has its flaws. As modern agricultural productivity surpasses that of ancient times, our ancestors would surely envy the affordability of rice today. The effort and time invested by ancient farmers to produce 100 jin of rice vastly exceeded that of contemporary farmers, thus ancient grains were undoubtedly more precious. 2. Silver price conversion. Presently, the price of silver hovers around 6 yuan per gram. In the Qing era, 1 jin equals 596 grams, or 16 taels, resulting in 1 tael being 37 grams. Multiplying 37 grams by the current silver price yields 222 yuan. However, the contemporary production of silver far exceeds that of antiquity, and today's refining techniques are incomparable to those of the past. Extracting the same quantity of silver is considerably easier now than it was then, rendering this method of conversion also somewhat questionable. Our ancestors lament, rice may be inexpensive, but why is silver so cheap? Envy and jealousy abound. In Das Kapital, it is posited that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required for its production. Simply put, the worth of a commodity hinges upon the time an average individual invests in its creation. This implies that labor time correlates with value. Could it be that modern and ancient laborers, expending the same amount of time, yield similar value? For instance, the monthly wages of ordinary workers in both eras may approximate one another. Secondly, what was the wage of ancient individuals? Prior to the Ming and Qing dynasties, transactions were primarily conducted using copper coins, textiles, and grains. Silver, being scarce and precious, was seldom utilized in daily purchases, and its large denomination often made it impractical for small transactions. Let us take the wages of laborers in urban areas during the Ming and Qing dynasties as a reference to ascertain the earnings of ordinary workers in that era. Why focus on urban wages? Because rural economies largely operated on a barter system at that time. According to the records from the Ministry of Works during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, workers engaged in the binding of imperial genealogies at the Zhongren Feu earned a monthly wage of approximately 1.5 taels, culminating in an annual income of around 18 taels. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the monthly salary of a maid is noted to be between 1 to 2 taels. A foot soldier in the Qing army received a monthly stipend of about 2 taels, indicating that a monthly income of 1 to 2 taels was sufficient for a common citizen in the capital to maintain their household expenses. In comparison, the current minimum wage in the capital stands at no less than 300 yuan per month. If one were to draw a parallel, 1 tael of silver in ancient times is roughly equivalent to 2,000 yuan today, albeit this is an approximation. It is essential to recognize that the consumption structure of ancient times differs significantly from that of the present. For instance, as mentioned earlier, the cost of grain was considerably higher in antiquity. However, aside from sustenance, ancient individuals had minimal other expenses. They did not need to purchase mobile phones, cosmetics, or similar luxuries, and many laborers resided directly within their employers' households. Thus, this conversion serves merely as a rough reference. The common folk across myriad realms may find themselves bewildered. Yet they grasp that contemporary currency is not silver, and silver has become relatively inexpensive. Indeed, it appears favorable everywhere. A monthly wage of at least 300 yuan certainly seems substantial. The experience of telephone sales and telemarketing fraud is truly poignant. One is either making calls or laboring as a lowly worker in the realm of deception. What distinguishes telemarketing from fraud? The difference lies in whether one is subjected to harm. Our ancestors would ponder, why must one endure such blows? The relentless barrage from telemarketing squads can drive one to the brink of despair.